Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Konoha Team 7 teach DragonBall Techniques 1 Not Chapter 1 The Ninja World, the most mysterious strong man. Ninja World. Fire Nation. Konoha Village. It's summer, the sun is hot, the breeze is blowing, and the summer insects are chirping happily. The entire Konoha village looks peaceful. In the ninja school, students who have passed the examination are, under the leadership of their respective Chunin teachers, leaving the school one after another and going to various training locations to officially start their ninja life. Class 7, in a temporary classroom. The three figures were waiting silently, with impatient expressions gradually appearing on their faces. The new teacher was so unreliable that he was already 2 hours late. Naruto was wearing orange clothes in the back row of the classroom seat. Lying on the desk with a bored look on his face, he finally couldn't help but turn on the complaining mode. What? You said it was Chunin. Kakashi-sensei has no sense of time, right? I rushed here without eating, but he hasn't shown up yet. Sakura-chan, this is the precious information I got after pestering Mr. Iruka all day yesterday. It is said that Mr. Kakashi is an excellent Chunin. Maybe under his guidance, I will be able to realize my dream of becoming a Hokage soon. Naruto turned to look at Haruno Sakura in front of him, his boring attitude disappeared, and a gentle smile appeared on his face, looking forward to Haruno Sakura's praise. This is important information that she finally obtained. Little Sakura will definitely praise herself, right? Kakashi-sensei. It is said that he is indeed a very powerful Chunin. But Naruto, speaking of your unrealistic dream, it is easier for Sasuke to achieve it than for you, right? Right, Sasuke? Haruno Sakura's cheeks were slightly red, looking at Sasuke's handsome and cold profile, and asked in a flattering tone. Snort. Sasuke, who had a face as cold as ice, folded his hands and supported his chin, staring at the door with cold eyes. A cold attitude that shows no interest in anything. But there was also a hint of anxiety in his cold eyes. With a mission to avenge his family, he has no interest in becoming a Hokage. I just want to kill that man with my own hands, well. Sensing Sasuke's cold attitude, Haruno Sakura shrank her head, looking disappointed. Ignored. So cold, advertisement but so handsome. Hey, Sasuke, are you such a stinker? Sakura, I'm talking to you. Isn't it too rude of you not to answer? Would you at least say thank you for sharing such important information with you? Feeling Haruno Sakura's embarrassment of being ignored, as well as the slight jealousy emerging in his heart, Naruto immediately became furious and couldn't help but complain. HMPH. Wrong and outdated information is worthless. The new teacher is no longer the guy Kakashi, but an unknown ninja. Cranetail, you are still far behind in terms of intelligence collection. Sasuke turned over with a cold look and said impatiently. As the orphan of the Uchiha clan, he always thinks about how to become a ninja that can rival that man. Although he has not yet officially entered the path of ninja training, or even become a genin, he always holds himself to the standards of a ninja. Only in this way can we have a chance to kill that man who is also known as a genius one day. Accurate intelligence collection is the basic operation of a qualified ninja. Huh? Sasuke, are you telling the truth? If it were teacher Kakashi, with his guidance, we would have grown very quickly. It's such a pity. Haruno Sakura said in surprise, unable to conceal the disappointment in her tone. Kakashi-sensei is a well-known Chunin in the village, with outstanding strength, which can be seen from the fact that he often accepts S-level tasks and often completes them quickly. I originally thought that I would be so lucky to be led by an outstanding ninja like Mr. Kakashi. As a result, the class teacher turned into an unknown ninja. Haruno Sakura knows that this sentence does not mean that the new teacher's name is unknown, but that he is not well known in the village. This shows that the new teacher's strength should also be weaker than the average Chunin. Huh? An unknown ninja? I still thought that Mr. Kakashi could help me quickly understand the way of ninja, and then make me stronger and stronger. Naruto, who was originally going to continue to quarrel with Sasuke, suddenly became like a deflated ball with a depressed look on his face. After a brief moment of disappointment, Haruno Sakura smiled at Sasuke and said, it doesn't matter. The teacher said in previous teachings that a ninja who becomes stronger ultimately relies on himself. Sasuke, you are so talented, even if the teacher pulls your crotch a little bit, and you will definitely become an excellent ninja. Sasuke, let's work hard together and become excellent ninjas together. There was a burst of joy in my heart. Although it is disappointing to have an unknown teacher or something, at least I can train with the ridiculously handsome Sasuke. Compared with practicing, this matter is more important to her. Idiot. Sasuke said 2 words in an impatient tone, and even glanced at Haruno Sakura lazily. To become a powerful ninja, you ultimately rely on yourself? This kind of thing is okay to say to those naive ghosts who are naturally optimistic. Advertisement whether you can become a powerful ninja depends not only on your own talent, but also on the guidance of a powerful teacher. Especially the latter, if they are not strong enough, or do not understand the way of ninja deeply enough. As a leader, how can they teach students the correct path if they don't know the way forward? You are such an idiot if you don't understand such a simple truth. Sasuke was too lazy to say these words. In his eyes, both Naruto and Haruno Sakura were such blindly optimistic childish ghosts. Discussing with them will only waste your time. As for the unknown new teacher, he decided to take a look. If he was really the kind of guy who just wasted his time, he would immediately go to 3rd Hokage and ask for a shift change. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura lowered her head slightly, looking aggrieved. Little did he know that this scene was instantly appearing in a huge crystal ball, and was panoramic view of an old man wearing a red and white bamboo hat with a face full of vicissitudes of life. And he is none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage currently known as the ninjutsu professor in Konoha village. You are very troublesome brats. One always lives in hatred, and the other always wants to prove himself to others. They both have deep obsessions. If you don't guide them carefully, you may be swallowed by the darkness. Su Chen, tell me, are you the one who will guide them carefully? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his old face to the side with worry and asked. Behind him, in the shadow where the sunlight could not reach, there was a lazy yet arrogant yawn, and a figure slowly moved into the sunlight. First of all, there is a head of dark messy hair that can even reflect the sun below. It is a handsome and delicate face with a faint smile. Over 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and powerful figure, covered in washed white blue casual clothes, he looked extremely capable. Faced with 3rd generation's overly serious inquiry, Su Chen did not answer directly, with a faint smile on her lips. Someone has said that educating students is like planting a seed with your own hands. The seed will eventually grow and bloom into a gorgeous flower, or it will turn into a piranha that sprays poisonous mist. Teachers have a great responsibility. It's much easier for me. If a dark plant is planted, no matter how powerful it is, I can pull it out with my own hands. So old man, this isn't something you should worry about. Because to me, it's not a problem at all. Put one hand in your pocket, wave your hand, put the index and middle fingers of your right hand together, and press them handsomely between your eyebrows. With a slight air fluctuation, Su Chen's figure disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared in the temporary classroom of Class 7 under the surveillance of the crystal ball. There is still no fluctuation or residue of chakra. It is another ninjutsu that can be performed without relying on chakra. It is worthy of being the most mysterious ninja in the ninja world, in the eyes of Konoha senior officials. But to pull out that sentence with my own hands, it doesn't seem like a good decision to let a more troublesome guy lead 2 troublesome guys. Sarutobi Hiruzen put one hand on his forehead, sighed, and his thoughts returned to the night of the disaster of 9 Tails. Chapter 2. The class teacher is not even Chunin. That night, the rampaging 9 Tails wreaked havoc on Konoha village with the terrifying power of the dark chakra. All the Ryamura ninjas attacked together, but were still unable to suppress 9 Tails, and instead suffered heavy casualties. The whole village was shaken, and the flames and smoke caused by the battle were like a huge monster, swallowing everything in Konoha village. Even the Grand Master of 5 attribute ninjutsu himself, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and a group of Jonin are powerless against the terrifying 9 Tails. Even after being severely injured, he could only watch helplessly as 9 Tails' giant palm burning with red chakra slapped him hard, and he had no choice but to accept the fate of his death. At this critical moment, a figure fell from the sky, and his movements were not clearly visible in the thick smoke. All I know is that at that moment, the furious 9 Tails suddenly let out a cry, and its huge head seemed to be pressed hard by a heavy object. The evil-looking giant fox face came into close contact with the ground. As a result, countless ravines opened on the ground, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Later, the mysterious figure walked into the sight of the confused 3rd generation from the smoke. There was a hint of confusion on his handsome face. This person is Su Chen. What others don't know is that he is actually a time traveler. As soon as I traveled to the Hokage world, I encountered one of Konoha's most famous destructive crises, the disaster of 9 Tails. Fortunately, the time traveler benefits arrived in time. Su Chen awakened DragonBall character fusion system, and enabled novice benefits, and obtained Wukong panel trial version. In the so-called trial version, you can obtain and freely use the skills of the fusion object privately, but there is a time limit. The trick is that the time is only half an hour. As luck would have it, the landing point for skydiving is right above 9 Tails. What's more, the smelly fox, who became excited by the killing, wrapped its sharp claws around the chakra that carried the aura of death, and was about to accidentally injure Su Chen, who had just traveled through time. Reluctantly and in desperation, Su Chen directly activated the Tenfold Kaioken fist and hit 9 Tails with a head-to-head kill, severely injuring 9 Tails. Let the unknowing 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato take advantage of his illness to kill him, and cast the ghoul seal at the cost of his life, successfully sealing 9 Tails. People in Konoha village only know that it was Namikaze Minato who ended the 9 Tails disaster, at the cost of his life, and that he is the great hero of Konoha village, but they don't know that all of this is actually related to Su Chen. Including Sarutobi Hiruzen, they only suspected that Su Chen was responsible for the sudden heavy attack on 9 Tails, but there was no evidence. Several inquiries over the years have yielded no results. In addition, even with the use of detection ninjutsu, no trace of chakra could be detected on Su Chen, making the investigation a complete dead end. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rashly conclude that Su Chen was not a powerful ninja. On the contrary, he always felt that this mysterious man was terrifyingly powerful. As for the reason, the answer is feeling. While Su Chen was staying in the village, he was granted the title of ninja, as an exception, and allowed Su Chen to take on tasks and earn commissions. It turns out it felt right. Every task Su Chen takes over is an S-level difficult task, and each time she is able to complete it in a shorter period of time than expected. As for the details of the task, she never discloses them. Advertisement: if things go on like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't bother to ask. After all, it is a good thing for Konoha village to have such a mysterious and powerful man in the village. As for his origin, it seems not that important, right? I won't say it myself. It's all because Su Chen did such a good job in privacy work that I couldn't find out. The question is that Konoha is more tolerant than ordinary people imagine, and is even willing to accept an unknown person, provided that this person has no bad intentions towards Konoha. Since coming to Konoha village, Su Chen has been relatively harmless to humans and animals. She usually takes on tasks to earn commissions, travels, drinks flower wine and so on. Let Konoha's top brass, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, dispel the suspicion that he was a spy from another ninja village. Gradually, secret investigations against him became less frequent and less important. After all, Su Chen gives people the impression of a mysterious and powerful person who has no interest in fighting for power and gain. What makes Sarutobi Hiruzen strange is that Su Chen has suddenly become uncharacteristically interested in the newly formed Class 7 recently. He even went so far as to challenge his friend Kakashi, agreeing that the winner would take over as the 7th class teacher. The result was no surprise. Kakashi lost miserably. Troublesome guy, which member of Team 7 are you interested in? Is he the kid who is disliked by countless people, but still maintains the greatest optimism, or is he the cold and gloomy kid who is burdened with a heavy desire for revenge that should not be expected at this age, and who may fall to the dark side if he is not careful? Isn't it because of this girl? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled the welding smoke. A thick white smoke puffed out from under his hat, and his doubtful eyes fell on the crystal ball, Haruno Sakura. Then he smiled bitterly. What are you thinking about? Su Chen is indeed unconventional in this regard, and can even be said to be bohemian. He has almost teased all the pretty female ninjas in the village. But you're not interested in a little girl like Haruno Sakura, right? After all, according to the information currently known about Su Chen, this guy's taste in women is fair skin, beauty, and long legs. In addition, the most important thing is to have plump and tall mountains. On the other hand, Haruno Sakura's small tablet. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen blushed and couldn't help but secretly cursed for being accidentally led astray by that boy Su Chen. In short, letting this mysterious and troublesome kid take over Team 7 is not necessarily a bad thing. Let's take a look and talk. Ninja School, in the temporary classroom of Class 7. Bang! As the hot air was forcefully and abruptly inserted by a figure, the airflow and slight explosion caused Naruto, Sasuke and Haruno Sakura to look at each other in surprise at the same time. You three have been waiting for a long time. Let me introduce myself. I am your new teacher. My name is Su Chen. From today on, you must practice seriously under my guidance. Advertisement. Su Chen put down the fingers on his eyebrows, smiled handsomely, and introduced himself. By the way, he glanced at the protagonist group who was about to become his students with an indifferent look. As a time traveler, Ben is very familiar with them. Well, it's still a familiar image and a familiar character. Daredevil Naruto, a kid who has not yet realized the cruelty of the ninja world, always has blind optimism and confidence in his bright eyes. Sasuke, who carries a blood feud, looks cold and handsome, and his cold eyes reveal his desire for ultimate power. As for Haruno Sakura, she is obviously a love-minded girl who has just begun to fall in love. She is far less interested in the ninja journey she is about to embark on than she is in Sasuke. Teacher? Su Chen. Haruno Sakura was surprised by Su Chen's sudden appearance, and then a hint of disappointment appeared on her round face. What? I thought that the ninja who could replace Kakashi, even if his strength is not as good as Kakashi, is at least a famous Jonin. But I have never heard of the name Su Chen, so even Jonin is the kind of Jonin who is not very strong. HMPH. Sasuke, who had the same doubts, frowned, not hiding his disappointment and slight disgust in his expression. Sure enough, what I cared about most happened. It was all because of Naruto's lackluster attitude that all the teachers sent had no reputation at all, and were obviously hired perfunctorily to make up for their losses. Only Naruto excitedly waved his hands in a carefree welcome. Hey, Mr. Su Chen, let me introduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am very strong. I am a man who wants to become a Hokage. Please teach me ninjutsu right away, I can't wait. By the way, Mr. Su Chen, you must be a very powerful Jonin, right? Teach me all your special skills, and I can treat you to ramen, the most delicious Ichiraku ramen in Konoha. Jonin. No. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. He had no interest in this title. Could it be Chunin? Sakura's heart sank, and 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. The situation turned out to be worse than I expected. The teacher in charge is an unknown Jonin, which is disappointing enough. Isn't he just a Chunin? However, at this time, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Chunin, even less so. Hearing this answer, the eyes of all members of Class 7 were shocked, and they looked at Su Chen, the teacher, with a gentle smile, in disbelief. Chapter 3. Are you sure you want to leave? I'm very strong. Temporary classroom for Class 7. Following Su Chen's answer, everyone in Class 7 was stunned. Sasuke looked sideways at Su Chen. His eyes suddenly became colder, and the disgust in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Then he glanced at Naruto, who exuded a slight coldness. Humph. It turned out to be the fault of 10,000 years, who barely graduated from the ninja school with the lowest grades, and Haruno Sakura, a loser who only stared at him. Obviously, the superiors decided that these two guys were useless people with no training value, so they forced this guy named Su Chen, who was also a useless person, into the 7th class. But it doesn't matter. I am not the kind of person who easily accepts unfair arrangements. Take a look first, then at worst, turn around and leave later, ask for a shift change at 3rd generation. You must not let these 3 guys with no talent stop you from becoming stronger. Really, Haruno Sakura is in a petrified state, with only 2 long strands of hair messy in the wind. I originally thought that even if Mr. Su Chen is not a Jonin, at least he must be a Chunin. Although this is also very disappointing, as a newcomer who is not even a ninja, he is not qualified to be picky. I never expected that teacher Su Chen would actually say that he was not even a Chunin. How dare a genin lead a class? Is the above arrangement too hasty? The key is that although teacher Su Chen said those words with a smile, her eyes were very serious and did not look like she was joking. But the incident itself seemed like a big joke. On the other hand, Naruto, after a brief moment of astonishment, his excited attitude suddenly seemed like a large bucket of cold water had been poured on him. His whole face sank, and he looked around Su Chen and said in disappointment. Isn't the teacher a Chunin? Is that a genin? The substitute teachers in other classes are all Jonin. Wait, teacher, what are you laughing at? You don't mean that you're not even a genin, right? Naruto's eyes widened, and at the end of his words, he turned into an exclamation of disappointment. Something was wrong. This guy who looked like he had a good personality with a smile, his eyes clearly gave the signal that he might not be a ninja. Advertisement, because when he said that emotional speculation, this guy actually had a hint of approval in his eyes. By the way, you are praising someone. I want to be a Hokage man. Do I want your approval? What I need is the teachings of a strong ninja. I can see that you are all smart and teachable. I am very satisfied. Especially you, Uzumaki Naruto, guessed the answer right away. With such a smart mind, you might become a very interesting and powerful person in the future. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and patted Naruto's head gently to express his satisfaction. This affirmative answer and the seemingly unreliable actions dashed the hopes of all members of Team 7 and instantly broke through the defense. He is not a ninja, but he takes over the 7th team in place of the famous ninja Kakashi. The key is to get the approval from the superiors. How careless is this? Also, is this guy Su Chen here to be funny? He seems quite proud of openly admitting that he is not a ninja. The level of the ninja represents the strength of the ninja. Under normal circumstances, Jonin's strength must be higher than that of Chunin, and Chunin is much stronger than Genin. One can imagine the strength of a guy who is not even a Genin. Ah, how could this happen? A prank? This must be a prank, teacher Su Chen. You are not our teacher at all, right? Or is this a test? Yes, it must be like this. Naruto, who almost collapsed, shouted emotionally and kept waving his arms up and down. It was more of hope than a guess. Haruno Sakura also stared at Su Chen with wide, bright eyes, retaining her last hope, even though she knew this hope was very slim. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. He was telling the truth. There was no need to waste any more words. HMPH, it's a waste of time. Sasuke glanced at Su Chen coldly, completely losing interest in this so-called teacher, and turned and walked out the door. His strong desire to become stronger made him accustomed to not wasting time on anything else. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura clasped her hands under her chin and mumbled in frustration. Advertisement. She knew that no matter what the reasons were, sending a teacher who was not a ninja to lead them represented a denial of the future of Class 7, and Sasuke would not accept such a fate, and would definitely go to the 3rd generation grandpa to argue with him. The result is likely that Team 7 will be disbanded and dispersed to other teams, which also means that she will likely lose the chance to get along with Sasuke. Ah, what is that old fellow from Grandpa 3rd generation doing? Why would he send a guy who is not a ninja to teach us? No, I'm going to Grandpa 3rd generation. I want a strong Jonin teacher. Finally unable to hold himself any longer, Naruto muttered and walked towards the door with a sad face. Haruno Sakura hesitated for a moment, then quickly caught up with Sasuke and asked Grandpa 3rd generation for advice. It seemed to be the last hope at the moment. In short, you must never leave the newly opened ninja way to the hands of a weak person who is not even a ninja. Oh, it seems you were very disappointed in me. Faced with the rude attitude of the 3 brats from Class 7, Su Chen just smiled lightly and continued slowly. Are you sure you want to leave? Maybe you will lose a huge opportunity if you leave. By the way, I am very strong, beyond your imagination. Hearing this, all members of Class 7 stopped. Sasuke turned his face sideways, his cold expression unchanged. Teacher Su Chen, I advise you not to waste your efforts. I don't feel how strong you are. You waste our time and teach us to be useless. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yeah, stop lying. You're not even a ninja, but you still have the nerve to lie to a kid and say you're strong? Isn't that funny? We're going to find Grandpa 3rd generation and get Mr. Kakashi back. Naruto shouted even more rudely. Haruno Sakura was silent, but her suspicious eyes revealed her little thoughts. To be able to become a class teacher, maybe Mr. Su Chen is really outstanding, but no matter how you look at it, it is impossible to be better than Jonin Kakashi, right? It is more reliable to go back to Kakashi-sensei. Really, it seems that you have high expectations for Kakashi, but aren't you curious about a question? How did I get the qualification to lead Class 7 from Kakashi? It's better to announce the answer directly, Su Chen said with a smile, then his smile faded and he said the answer seriously. I defeated Kakashi easily and that's why I got this qualification. Chapter 4. Lie flat or work hard, only the strong can choose freely. Defeat Kakashi and gain the qualification to take over Team 7? After the words fell, Naruto and Haruno Sakura stopped again and looked at Su Chen in surprise. Sasuke also subconsciously stopped and turned around, his cold and handsome face finally showing a trace of fluctuation. Defeat Kakashi, a famous Jonin, but the guy in front of me, who was untrustworthy at all costs, didn't even get the title of Genin. Could it be that, in addition to being very weak, this guy also has a bad habit of lying and bragging? Seeing Su Chen's increasingly serious eyes, all members of Class 7 were completely confused. Looking across the doubtful faces of the three brats, Su Chen secretly said, "Three troublesome brats indeed." If it were normal days, he wouldn't bother to have the idea of taking over the teaching of these three brats from Class 7. Wouldn't it be nice to take on tasks and earn commissions while hugging the young lady and having a good time? The problem is that when you travel to the Hokage world, the Traveler Benefit, Dragon Ball Character Fusion System, is bound, and the system gives you, Wukong Panel, trial version, at the beginning. After successfully figuring out and killing 9 tails, complete the novice mission and make Wukong Panel, trial version, officially become official version. The so-called official version does not fully integrate Wukong's skills and abilities. It also needs to obtain bond values to gradually unlock them. After some exploration, Su Chen discovered that bonding points can be obtained by binding a bond relationship with anyone. Open black lens bracket ding. It was detected that host Su Chen successfully captured the love of the Oran at Konoha Flower House and completed the bonding. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. It was detected that host Su Chen was performing 18 tricks, which deepened the Oran's love and was rewarded with a bond value of 20. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement open black lens bracket ding. Detecting host Su Chen makes the Oran completely release herself, unable to stop, and is rewarded with a bond value of 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. It was detected that the Oran entered the Sage mode, and he had endless aftertaste of the 2-hour interaction with the host, and was rewarded with bond points. After discovering that the bond value can still be obtained in this way, Su Chen simply chose to lie down. Although his strength is enough to set off turmoil in the world of Hokage that shakes the entire ninja world, how can there be 36 drops of the warm embrace fragrance of Miss Hulu when fighting and killing? Alas, a life that can easily become stronger is so dull and boring. Su Chen often sighs like this. However, no matter what kind of life, it will eventually become boring if it continues. In addition, he wanted to see what kind of terrifying upper limit he would reach after unlocking more Dragon Ball character panels. Su Chen finally decided to do something. Yes, after many years of lying down, he decided to take over the 7th class after careful consideration. The reason is very simple. The 3 brats in Class 7 all have a strong obsession with becoming stronger. 10,000 years Naruto, the tail end of the Hokage, has never been recognized due to the misunderstanding of the villagers. Invisibly, the obsession of, "I want to become the strongest Hokage to gain respect and recognition," was planted in his young mind. Haruno Sakura, the girl in Class 7, although she does not currently show a strong desire to become stronger, she is extremely eager to be recognized by Sasuke and will soon have the same obsession. Not to mention Sasuke, a brat who is so cold and almost gloomy. The entire Uchiha family was slaughtered overnight, and the seeds of boundless resentment were planted in this kid's heart since he was a child. The desire to become stronger is the strongest among the 3. Become their teacher and successfully bind the bond. Is the bond worth soaring? Advertisement however, at present, these 3 brats still have doubts about their own strength. They must do something to let them know that becoming their teacher is not just because of the glory of their protagonist group. It's their honor and opportunity. Teacher Su Chen, are you really strong? But why aren't you a ninja? As a little nymphomaniac in Class 7, Haruno Sakura, besides having a love brain, also has some discerning ability. She will not easily believe the words of the class teacher just because he is handsome, so she immediately asked doubtfully. Naruto looked Su Chen up and down again, looking uninterested. Sakura is right. How can a strong guy not even be a ninja? Hey, you said that on purpose, right? In fact, are you weak? Staring at Su Chen's bright smiling eyes, Sasuke frowned slightly. As the calmest of the 3, he did not rush to draw a conclusion in his heart. The reason was that just what Su Chen said just now at this time, he felt a momentum that he had never felt before. He was more confident than any ninja he had ever seen. This guy who dares to say that he is very strong might really be able to come up with some eye-catching surprises. How should I prove it? Forget it, I'll just show my strength casually. Kids, don't be too surprised. After holding her chin and thinking for a moment, Su Chen smiled brightly and walked out of the temporary classroom of Class 7 under the puzzled gazes of the 3 kiddos. She squinted at a towering tree in front of her surrounded by 2 people, and slapped her with a backhand. It looked like a drowsy summer afternoon, as easy as waving away annoying flies, but it was followed by a loud noise. Bang! The big tree broke in response. Su Chen quickly swung his knife, and sharp afterimages covered the flying tree trunks. The trunks were cut into thick round pillars with a thickness of 10 centimeters. When they fell, they were neatly stacked together. Chapter 5. Binding the bond relationship, the assessment begins. Teacher Su Chen. The scene before her eyes made Haruno Sakura's eyes widen for a moment, and the sudden strong shock made her body tremble slightly. The movements are so fast and the strength is so strong. And so handsome. He can make a knife with one hand to cut and separate thick tree trunks at will, and neatly stack the fallen parts together. In addition to his amazing strength, he also reveals his reaction and coordination abilities that are beyond ordinary people. The key is that when doing all this, Teacher Su Chen's understatement revealed that he did it without any effort. Is this a power that only Jonin has? And you said you're not a ninja? Is the teacher lying? On the side, Naruto's eyes shook, his mouth turned into an O shape in shock, and the next second he looked ecstatic as if he had found a treasure. Ha ha ha, Teacher Su Chen, lying is only for children. You are an adult, how can you tell such a lie that you are not a ninja? You must be a very strong Jonin, right? That move just now was so cool, was it a taijutsu technique? I wouldn't say that I left on purpose just now to provoke the teacher to show off my strength. Sure enough, I guessed it right, the teacher is indeed very strong. Grinning widely, Naruto returned to the classroom without hesitation, sat back in his seat with a good-natured expression, and looked at Su Chen expectantly. How could a man who was qualified to teach future Hokage men be weak? By the way, Teacher Su Chen's technique just now was really cool. If I learn it, little Sakura will definitely think that she is very handsome, right? During the fantasy time, Naruto stole a glance at Haruno Sakura and saw the latter walking back to the classroom after a brief hesitation, and he was quietly relieved. Advertisement then, his eyes fell on Sasuke, and he found that this stinky guy had no intention of returning immediately, but looked at the accurately divided tree trunk with a slightly shocked expression. This guy who makes a bad face all day long, it's best not to come back. Naruto thought silently in his mind, every time Sasuke was present, little Sakura's eyes always revolved around this guy, which made Naruto very unhappy. After staring at the cut tree trunk with cold eyes for a moment, Sasuke, who still seemed expressionless, finally slowly returned to the classroom. From the scene just now, it was enough to see something, although it was not much, it was enough for him to temporarily believe that this unreliable teacher was not the weakling he had guessed. At least he has the qualifications to teach himself temporarily. As for whether I have such qualifications in the future, let's see. Were you playing hard to get just now, Naruto? Although this statement is full of loopholes, I still have to say that you are good at taking care of other people's moods. Su Chen smiled sarcastically, sensing the psychological changes of the three brats. Sure enough, in front of people who longed to become stronger, it was more effective to directly show their strength. Open black lens bracket ding. The Konoha village vortex was detected. Naruto initially recognized the identity of the host teacher and successfully bound the teacher-student bond, awarding a bond value of 5. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. It was detected that Konoha village Haruno Sakura initially recognized the identity of the host teacher, successfully bound the teacher-student bond, and was rewarded with a bond value of 7. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke becomes a host teacher, successfully binds the teacher-student bond, and is rewarded with a bond value of 3. Close black lens bracket. The sweet female voice of the system sounded in my mind. Su Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The three little guys finally recognized their identity as class teachers, which was a good start. However, judging from the bond values obtained, they still have doubts about their own strength. Especially Sasuke, a cautious kid, only provided a pitiful 3 points of bond value after binding the bond relationship. Advertisement according to the bond value acquisition method provided by the system, once the bond binding is completed, a series of positive emotions generated by the bound object towards the host can provide bond values. Emotions such as love, adoration, recognition, shock, trust, satisfaction, dependence, etc., contribute different values of bond value depending on the intensity. The moment the three little guys came up with the idea of recognizing Su Chen's identity after being shocked, and completed the bond binding, the single-digit bond value would be generated, which is normal. Now that the bonding relationship is completed, let's start the journey of gathering wool as soon as possible. Next, how to maximize the bond value of these three little ghosts. Keep showing your strength and shocking them. It is indeed a good choice in the short term, but this emotion will quickly reach a threshold. To a certain extent, it will desensitize the bound object. Su Chen has verified this with many young ladies in Hulu. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen quickly determined the general direction. That is to be a teacher who convinces and respects the three brats. The early harvest may be low, but once they start to have the mentality of, Teacher Su Chen is the most important person in my pursuit of ninja and my dream, the bond value will inevitably continue to flow, generated until the end of their lives. Teacher Su Chen, please start teaching us as soon as possible, I can't wait. At this time, the highly motivated Naruto shouted excitedly, interrupting Su Chen's thoughts. A faint smile appeared on Su Chen's handsome face and he said, "It seems that you all can't wait to start the road to becoming stronger. However, although you have recognized my identity as a teacher, you have not yet received my recognition. I am not the kind of teacher who teaches everyone. If you want to officially become my student, you have to pass a strict assessment. Kids from Class 7, are you ready? Chapter 6 The Ultimate Ninja Technique, Grandpa pushing a cart, please give me flowers. Test. Assessment? All members of Class 7 were stunned. After graduating from the ninja school, doesn't it mean you can embark on the path of ninja training and officially become a ninja? It seems that there is still some lack of information in this area. But it doesn't matter, as a ninja you have to face all kinds of difficult tests. How difficult can a small qualification test be? The three little ghosts thought this at the same time. Okay, that's enough for the pleasant first meeting. Teacher, I'll go back and prepare first. See you at the training ground of Class 7 at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for you three brats, you might as well use the remaining time to prepare well. Let me tell you a little bit. Those who perform too poorly will be eliminated mercilessly by me, teacher. Putting one hand in his pocket and waving his hand handsomely, Su Chen walked out of the classroom. After completing the bonding relationship, today's purpose has been accomplished. There is no need to stay here to face three troublesome imps. Su Chen plans to go back and hug Miss Mikami, who recently won the title of Warren in the village, to sleep, and at the same time use the frequently occurring bond value trigger word. Being completely filled to achieve super satisfaction. To earn a wave of bonds with the little sister, value. Well, let's spend this day happily. I just don't know if Miss Mikami can withstand it. Ah, there is an assessment tomorrow. I feel full of fighting spirit, so I won't be afraid of any harsh assessment. Naruto smiled and touched his nose and said nervously, his tone full of inexplicable confidence. Sakura-chan, you should be fine too, right? How about we celebrate in advance and I'll treat you to ramen? Idiot. Before Haruno Sakura could speak, Sasuke said two words coldly, not even bothering to glance at Naruto. Cranetail is Cranetail. He is a completely brainless guy who has no idea of the difficulties he will face as a ninja. The world of ninjas is cruel. Different from the deliberately protected life in the ninja school, once you truly embark on the path of a Chunin, the cruel side of this world will immediately appear in front of you. This was a lesson that man had unintentionally taught himself by slaughtering the entire Uchiha family. Guys who are overly optimistic and overconfident cannot achieve anything in such a cruel world. It is even impossible to survive the next assessment. Advertisement, hey. You be asterisk 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 D. Who are you calling an idiot? You don't have the confidence to pass the exam at all, right? Do you want to have a fight now? Being called an idiot in front of the girl he likes, Naruto immediately exploded and rolled up his sleeves to fight with Sasuke. Bang, Haruno Sakura's fist appeared in time and landed accurately on Naruto's head. Naruto. Stop making trouble, okay. You don't understand what Sasuke means. Sasuke is saying that as ninjas who are about to become ninjas, we should behave like official ninjas. Now is not the time to argue, but the three of us should work together to collect information about tomorrow's assessment. Maybe the intelligence collection itself is part of the assessment. Sasuke, am I right? After angrily teaching Naruto a lesson, Haruno Sakura faced Sasuke, regained her gentle little girl appearance, and asked in a soft tone. However, what he got in exchange was a cold glance from Sasuke like an idiot. Who wants to work together with idiots like you? I will collect the information about the assessment myself. You mindless guys will only get in the way. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets, ignored Haruno Sakura's disappointed and hurt expression, and turned to leave. Ah, this hateful guy is so infuriating, little Sakura, why are you stopping me? I'm going to beat this guy up, and then, Squatting on the ground and covering the big bulge on his head, Naruto said frustrated and angrily. When Haruno Sakura's kunai-like sharp eyes were immediately met, he was so frightened that he sat down on the floor and backed away quickly with his hands on the floor. A forced smile appeared on his face. Little Sakura, I was just saying casually. That guy Sasuke doesn't want to collect information with us, how about we go collect it together? The eyes are so scary, the momentum is so terrifying. But it's so cute. Huh. Haruno Sakura breathed out silently, looked at the handsome back in the distance, then looked at Naruto's expectant eyes, and finally nodded helplessly. Sasuke underestimated me again. The reason this time seemed to be because he felt that he was not strong enough to be his partner. In this case, then work hard on this intelligence collection and be sure to collect the most effective information about the content of tomorrow's assessment. In that case, Sasuke should change his mind about himself, right? Advertisement as for agreeing to Naruto's request to form a team. After all, two people have a greater chance of success than one person, right? Okay, little Sakura. Teacher Su Chen seems to be a very lazy person at first glance, so he won't deliberately guard against us. We will definitely complete the intelligence collection quickly. After this, do you want to go eat ramen together? I have saved up ramen coupons for a long time. After receiving a positive reply, Naruto's negative emotions were swept away. While chatting enthusiastically, he got up and caught up with little Sakura who was going out. Konoha office building. Hokage's office, in front of the crystal ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of dry tobacco and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. There was not much expression change on his wrinkled face. You can make your palms as sharp as shurikens. Su Chen, you have shown surprising power again. There are also no traces of chakra use. And these three little guys are surprisingly energetic. I'm also very curious about the content of tomorrow's assessment. Su Chen, you should be making relevant preparations, right? After muttering a few words to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then pointed his palms at the crystal ball and injected chakra. Although it was rude to peek without permission, he couldn't restrain his curiosity about the content of the assessment. With the infusion of chakra, the interior of Su Chen's apartment soon appeared in the crystal ball. At first glance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then his cheeks twitched in the next second, and he spurted out 2 nosebleeds, causing the person in the chair to overturn. You brat. What you said about going back to prepare, it turns out you were. If someone catches me looking at this scene, my reputation in Konoha will be ruined. Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose defense was completely broken, stood up in panic, closed the crystal ball with a red face, and his beating heart could not calm down for a long time. However, that guy Su Chen just smiled evilly in the crystal ball and told the Oran that he wanted to try ultimate ninjutsu. Grandpa Pushcart, what kind of weird ninjutsu is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought doubtfully. Chapter 7 Destroy, Class 7. In Su Chen's apartment. In a small but neat bedroom, Su Chen lay half lying lazily with her white pajamas open, revealing her neat 8-pack abs. While tasting the fine amber wine in the cup, he gently caressed the beautiful lady lying on his lap with her long, silky hair. Secretly sighing that life is wonderful. On her knees, a woman was wearing a bathrobe embroidered with a flower pattern with gold thread, exposing her slender and flawless jade legs. Her delicate face had a smile of satisfaction after a violent storm, her delicate eyes were slightly closed, and her mouth was still panting till this moment. Not calmed down. The slightly trembling body showed the laziness after satisfaction. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the strong love and admiration of the bond object Konoha Village Oiran Mikami Yui for the host, and was rewarded with a bond value of 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. It was detected that the bond object Konoha Village Oiran Mikami Yui's dependence on the host's super ability was rewarded with a bond value of 45. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object was detected. Konoha Village Oiran Mikami Yui recognized host's super ability and was rewarded with a bond value of 53. Close black lens bracket. The system's untimely announcement did not disturb Su Chen's enjoyment. On the contrary, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled with satisfaction. Who would hate such a sweet system female voice's affirmation of her male fighting ability? Master Su Chen. After a short rest, the woman opened her spring-like eyes and called out softly like she was dreaming. Su Chen smiled evilly, looking down at her flawless and lovely face, and glanced at her half-exposed tall and plump figure. What? You still want to continue to explore my ultimate ninja technique? I've already experienced it twice, isn't it enough? By the way, I am the Grand Master of more than 100 kinds of such powerful ultimate ninjutsu. TCH, Master Su Chen, who wants to explore those ninja techniques with you? The woman pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Su Chen, her blushing cheeks even more shy after the rain. There is really nothing we can do against this bad man. As a woman who has deeply and intensely explored ninja techniques with Su Chen countless times, she naturally knows what the so-called ultimate ninja technique means. What a bad guy with amazing physical strength. However, I like it so much, it's so addictive. Originally, as an Oran, she only provided green entertainment to the guests and did not involve other things that made men imagine. Besides, the serious third generation will never allow special entertainment projects to appear in Konoha Village. But ever since I met the bad guy Su Chen, all the lines of defense and principles disappeared under his tender eyes and handsome and slender figure. Just a few days later, I went to discuss the so-called ultimate ninja technique with him. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the strong demand for host by Konoha Oiran Mikami Yui, the bond object, and was rewarded with a bond value of 83. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Haha, what a duplicitous woman. She had just discussed the ninja technique twice in succession, but she still wanted to do it. It seems that by constantly challenging a strong person like herself, she has also grown a lot. Woman, don't run away from my teachings. This is about to be an experience you have never had before. Ah, Master Su Chen, I just took a short break. Advertisement. The ultimate ninja technique, wandering dragon caressing flower palm. Master Su Chen. After a delicate exclamation, a strange faint sound came from the bedroom, accompanied by the woman's humming with complicated emotions. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. The Konoha Village Oiran Mikami Yui has a strong demand for host and is rewarded with a bond value of 100. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. The Konoha Village Oiran Mikami Yui has a strong demand for host and is rewarded with a bond value of 120. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Oiran Mikami Yui's demand for host has been initially filled, and the bond value is 150. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Bond object detected. Outside the apartment, on a towering tree facing the open window, a handsome figure was squatting quietly, his bright eyes flickering with a blood-red pattern. A Magatama Sharingan. Sasuke looked at everything in the window through the Sharingan, and the corner of his mouth twitched quickly. Even though his face was as cold as ice, a red color of shyness and embarrassment quickly gathered on his face, which was rare. HMPH, you said you were preparing for tomorrow's assessment, but it turned out that you were doing such boring things. What an outrageous guy. Sharingan disappeared instantly. He had no interest in peeking at Su Chen's in-depth discussion of Ninja Dao with a woman. If the dead Uchiha tribesmen knew that they used their family's gift of Sharingan to spy on such things, they would probably push open the coffin board and take off. But I have to say that Su Chen is indeed ridiculously strong. This can be seen from the fact that he did not show any fatigue when he discussed life in depth 3 times in a row, and even became more courageous with each battle. Well, the focus seems to be a bit off. His face turned red again, and he snorted to cover up the panic in his heart. Sasuke decisively jumped off the tree, ignored the increasingly fierce commotion in the bedroom, and turned around to leave. Since we can't collect any information about tomorrow's assessment, we should go back and conserve our energy to face the unknown assessment in the best condition. Are you giving up now? Suddenly, Su Chen, who was deeply performing high-frequency ninja techniques in the bedroom, glanced in the direction of the window unintentionally, with a slight smile on his face. Sasuke, this kid is really calm. I don't know if he is really collecting information, or if he is frightened by my superb ninjutsu. I won't be shy just because there is a pair of eyes watching from outside. After all, you can't live up to the beautiful scenery at a good time, especially this kind of beautiful scenery that is both big and beautiful. No, it's not a pair of eyes, it seems like there are two more pairs. The perception of chi is a basic skill included in the Wukong character panel. Although the source of power in the ninja world is chakra, it is not the so-called chi in the DragonBall world. But as sources of energy, the two are extremely similar. Even someone like Sasuke, who is currently so weak as to pick his toes, will exude a faint aura of energy and cannot escape Su Chen's perception. As for the two extra pairs of eyes, they were obviously Naruto and Haruno Sakura, who also came to collect information. Su Chen said that he couldn't care about that much at all. Compared with the cruel ninja world they were about to face, things in the bedroom were just a small scene. Isn't teaching physiological knowledge to students what a qualified teacher should do? What's more, this has a huge benefit. It can lower one's own image in the minds of the three brats, and then raise it up through means such as showing stronger strength. When positive emotions bottom out, a higher bond value will be generated in a single time. So, why not? Advertisement, Teacher Su Chen, what a bad guy. Outside the window on the other side, Haruno Sakura was hiding in the grass and observing in confusion for a moment. Although she couldn't see clearly, she finally realized what was happening in the room. Suddenly my chest was beating wildly and I was speechless. Ah, Teacher Su Chen, who obviously looks very gentle, would actually do such a bad thing. It is really disappointing. Sure enough, handsome men are unreliable, except Sasuke. What was even more embarrassing and annoying was that he and Naruto were hiding in the grass together to witness this scene. Naruto, stop looking, come with me. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura blushed and said, she just wanted to leave this fierce battlefield that was not suitable for children to watch as soon as possible. Naruto, who also looked at it for a long time, finally showed an expression of realization on his face, and his eyes widened. Little Sakura. Teacher Su Chen seems to be fighting with a woman? She can't be a spy from another village, right? She's so strong. She can actually fight with such a strong Teacher Su Chen until it's hard to separate. No, as a ninja of Konoha village, we cannot stand idly by while our teacher is in danger. Little Sakura, get ready, let's go. Teacher Su Chen finally got his approval as the teacher who wants to teach him the way of ninja. We must not just watch him being bullied. Even though I am just a person who has just graduated from the ninja school and has not officially become a ninja, I still have to do my best to help my teacher. To protect those who are known as companions, we must move forward even if we sacrifice our lives for it. This is your own way of ninja. Bang. The next second, Haruno Sakura, whose face was full of black lines, directly hit Naruto with a heavy hammer, knocking the latter unconscious and forcing him over. Then he decisively grabbed Naruto's right leg with one hand and angrily ran away in the opposite direction of the apartment. It's already frustrating enough to meet such an unreliable teacher, but I didn't expect Naruto to be even more unreliable. What a troubling day. Little Sakura, why do you want to? I understand. How could a powerful ninja like Mr. Su Chen lose to a spy from another village? If I take action, it will be in the way, right? Little Sakura is concerned about my safety, I'm so touched. Naruto, who came back to his senses, let Haruno Sakura drag him forward, thinking about it on his own, and said moodily. What a big idiot. Haruno Sakura put one hand on her forehead and was completely speechless. An unreliable scumbag teacher. A fellow idiot with a weak mind. In Class 7, only the handsome Sasuke can make him look forward to it. In addition, this combination makes people very unconfident. So tired, destroy Class 7, which has no future. Chapter 8, the most powerful secret in the ninja world, mouth escape. Early morning. Team 7's training ground in the woods, 9:20. The morning sun was equally bright, and the gentle breeze rustled the grass and trees, accompanied by the chirping of cheerful birds and insects, which made people feel refreshed. For most people in Konoha village, it is another morning with fresh air and pleasant sunshine. But not including the three imps from Class 7. Especially Naruto, who was quite lively, kept shaking his body without waking up and forcing himself to turn on his computer, looking left and right. Finally, I lost my patience and a silent hash appeared on my forehead. I'm late again. This time Mr. Su Chen is even more outrageous. He's 2.5 hours late. Even if he spent a lot of energy fighting the female ninja yesterday, with his strong strength, he should be fine. Thankfully I came here early without eating. I'm so hungry. While complaining and touching his flat belly, Naruto looked troubled. In his opinion, Teacher Su Chen, who can make a knife with the palm of his hand and cut a thick tree trunk instantly, will never be so tired that he oversleeps after a small struggle. Maybe this guy did it on purpose, or maybe he had no sense of time at all. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura's eyebrows skipped a beat, and her eyes surrounded by dark circles cast an annoyed look at Naruto. This guy with no discernment brought up a topic that shouldn't be mentioned. Ever since I saw the visually impactful scene created by Su Chen's hateful scumbag yesterday, a shadow of incalculable size has been cast in my heart. As a result, I couldn't sleep all night long, and I kept using my willpower to drive away those images. Only now did I finally feel a little relieved. As a result, Naruto's sentence, "Teacher Su Chen fought with the female ninja," successfully caused the shrinking shadow to spread crazily. The key is that in that shadow, Teacher Su Chen's strong chest and abdominal muscles, as well as the handsome and charming Victor's smile, occupy the largest area. Every time these images appear frequently in front of my eyes, my cheeks feel hot and my body feels inexplicably hot. He even prompted himself to subconsciously compare who is more handsome between him and Sasuke. The problem is, every time this question comes to mind, I will subconsciously struggle with it. The teacher who is obviously going to teach everyone to happily walk the path of Chunin, why does it bring him so much trouble in just one day? Fight with the kunoichi. Sasuke was also confused for a moment, and instantly understood what he meant, and once again gave Naruto an idiotic look. Is this kid really an idiot? However, I really envy this guy's innocence and childishness, and he doesn't have to be troubled by yesterday's dazzling scene. Unexpectedly, I would also envy this crane tail one day. Bang! The sound of a powerful figure tearing through the air and causing fluctuations was heard, and a handsome figure suddenly appeared among all the members of Class 7. I'm sorry, kids, I got up late, didn't I keep you waiting long? I have put a lot of effort into preparing for today's assessment. Putting down the 2 fingers on his eyebrows, Su Chen teleported over and smiled brightly. Although he said this, his eyes and tone did not show the slightest sense of apology. Teacher Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's handsome figure, Haruno Sakura suddenly thought of yesterday's situation in her mind, and her subconscious reaction was to blush and become slightly panicked. Naruto, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately became energetic and said with a silly smile. Teacher Su Chen, you have no sense of time, right? You've made us wait here for more than 2 hours. Having said that, it's understandable. After all, we're doing something important to protect the village. That kind of fighting must be very difficult. Are you tired? Advertisement, okay. Let's start the assessment. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am ready. He said with a fist, looking full of fighting spirit. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village whirlpool is detected. Naruto worships the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 20. Close black lens bracket. The pleasant sound of the bond value arriving sounded in my mind. Su Chen suddenly laughed again. Protect the village? I don't have such a sense of responsibility and leisure. Yesterday, I guarded my happy mood fiercely. Teacher Su Chen turned out to be doing something important to protect the village yesterday. But according to the information I obtained, that kind of thing can't be considered protecting the village anyway, right? It has nothing to do with preparing for the exam, right? Sasuke spoke coldly and mocked sarcastically. Hey Sasuke, what are you talking about? You actually doubt Teacher Su Chen? I saw it with my own eyes yesterday, and little Sakura. Seeing the annoying Sasuke mocking Su Chen, who was working hard to protect the village, Naruto immediately shouted in anger. Naruto. Haruno Sakura hurriedly covered Naruto's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could Teacher Su Chen know that I was present yesterday? It's embarrassing. Okay, Crane Tail, no one is talking to you. After giving Naruto a cold look, Sasuke's slightly aggressive gaze fell on Su Chen's face again. Teacher Su Chen, you won't deny what happened yesterday, right? I really want to know how a guy who doesn't care about the content of the assessment will assess us. In other words, you are simply the kind of selfish person who is selfish, and our future is not in your consideration at all, right? Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen, whose smile didn't even waver at all, decisively slapped him with his backhand. You. Sasuke staggered back a few steps, covering his instantly red and swollen cheeks, his eyes falling directly into the freezing point. The originally clear and cold eyes suddenly glowed with blood-red light, and a Magatama Sharingan emerged from the bottom of the eyes. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura shouted with concern, her whole body froze under the sudden slap. Naruto's eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. Although he hates Sasuke, after all, Sasuke is his classmate and his partner in Class 7. Sharingan, Uchiha's family inheritance ability. However, Sharingan's strength alone is not enough for you to be qualified to dictate to me. Glancing at the increasingly clear blood-red pattern in the other person's eyes, Su Chen raised a faint sneer at the corner of her mouth. Don't use the thinking of the weak to deny the actions of the strong, because the weak have never had such qualifications. No matter what kind of world, it will only become the shape of the strong in the end, and the weak will only be helpless to watch. You little brat, do you want to be qualified to teach me a lesson one day? Then work hard to become stronger. Boom. Sasuke's eyes shook violently, feeling the impact of these words, and his body trembled slightly. Any world will become the shape of a strong person? Advertisement the weak can only watch. These words were wrong, but they were enough to hit his seemingly strong heart. That night, wasn't it a true portrayal of the strong dominating and the weak accepting a tragic fate? As a weak person, I could only watch helplessly as my tribe members fell to that man's sharp blade one by one, unable to cry. And the silhouette standing high up, reflected by the blood moon, made me feel so unattainable and invincible. After that night, I repeated the curse on that man almost every day and every night. But now it seems that I have the qualifications. The weak have no right to resent the strong. The only qualification is to resent themselves for being too weak. Quietly clenching his fists and letting his nails dig deep into his flesh, Sasuke's eyes gradually returned to calmness, and his trembling body quickly subsided. He let out a breath. Teacher Su Chen, I understand, and I will not behave this childishly again in the future. Please, start today's assessment. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves were finally relaxed. I was really worried that with Sasuke's character, he would really take action against Teacher Su Chen just now. There is no doubt that the result will only be that Sasuke will be beaten even worse. Fortunately, what he worried about did not happen. At the same time, I was very curious, why did Teacher Su Chen's inexplicable words just now make Sasuke, who has a strong personality, recognize it? The shape of the strong. What does it mean for the weak to surround you? Naruto scratched his head while thinking hard about the magic power in these words that could actually make the brat Sasuke surrender at the speed of light. Under the confused gazes of the two people, Su Chen once again put on a lazy and sunny smile. Sure enough, mouth release is the most powerful ninjutsu in the Hokage world. The trick is to grasp the source of the opponent's obsession and hit it with one hit. For Su Chen, who is a time traveler, this is naturally not a problem. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke once again recognizes the host and is rewarded with 30 bond points. Close black lens bracket. Happy to receive the bond value from Sasuke, Su Chen responded with a faint smile of approval. Little Sasuke, it seems that you have a strong desire to become stronger, which is great, but as I said before, you can only be qualified to receive personal guidance from me if you pass the assessment. Then, the assessment of Class 7 has officially begun. The assessment content is: when she turned her hand, a crisp, ding-dong sound sounded, and two bells with thin strings appeared on Su Chen's hand. Snatch the bell from your hand. Sasuke frowned secretly. It was not an easy task to snatch the bell from a strong man whose strength was comparable to that of Chunin. Don't be too smart. It's not that troublesome. You just need to make the bell ring and you can pass the test smoothly. The next second, Su Chen spoke surprisingly lightly. The last chapter on the first day is also a 3,000-word chapter, with a total of 20,000 words updated. The data on the first day passed, and there will definitely be more updates in the future. I beg readers to send me flowers, reviews and other data. The first day's data is very important and can determine the life or death of a book. Chapter 9 Youth understood in seconds is no longer pure. Can I pass the test just by making the bell in the teacher's hand ring? Naruto frowned, pointed to the bell shaking in Su Chen's hand in disbelief, and asked with some disappointment. What, you thought that the powerful teacher Su Chen would come up with difficult assessment questions, but it turned out that you could pass the test just by making the bell sound? Isn't this too simplistic? These little bells are so sensitive that even a gentle breeze can make them jingle without having to withstand much external force. I seriously suspect that teacher Su Chen was perfunctory or simply had a reckless attitude from the beginning. Naruto, who thought he could easily pass the test, did not feel relieved. Instead, he was slightly disappointed. He couldn't help but wonder whether teacher Su Chen would have the same perfunctory attitude in his future teaching practice. Sasuke and Haruno Sakura looked solemnly at the jingling bells swinging in the wind. After hearing this, they looked at Naruto with a strange look. This guy who doesn't like to use his brain always makes wrong judgments at critical moments. From a common sense point of view, it is indeed not difficult to make a pair of bells sound, but it depends on whose hands the bells are. For example, right now, the bell is in the hands of teacher Su Chen. He is a strong guy who can defeat Jonin Kakashi, and he had seriously predicted yesterday that this assessment would be very severe. I really don't know what Naruto is thinking. He actually used the word, just to belittle the difficulty of making the bell make a sound. What are the boundaries of the rules? After thinking for a while, Sasuke, who had a cautious character honed by that night, asked. Su Chen smiled lightly and shook his head. There are no troublesome rules in this assessment. As for the limits. Sasuke, kid, are you talking about the upper limit of means? The upper limit is, and there is no upper limit. That is to say, as the subjects of the assessment, you can use any means, even if you attack with the purpose of killing me, the teacher will be fine. The process is not important, the result is important, of course, except for certain pleasant things. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in Class 7 was shocked. Is it okay to attack with the purpose of killing the teacher? The process is not important, the result is it important? What kind of confidence is this, or in other words, how much contempt for the strength of Team 7? Also, a certain pleasant thing refers to. The next moment, Haruno Sakura's face turned red and she glanced at Su Chen speechlessly. Yes, I actually understood it instantly. As a beautiful girl who claimed to be innocent and cute before yesterday, after yesterday's dazzling scene, she suddenly understood this kind of thing. Ah, damn teacher Su Chen, you gave me back my pure and flawless youth. Boring. As someone who witnessed the fierce battlefield yesterday and watched 3 games in a row, Sasuke was also speechless. But the stinging sensation from that slap still clearly reminded him not to be too stinky, so he stopped complaining a lot. Teacher Su Chen, then, during the assessment process, will you also be determined to kill us? Haruno Sakura asked weakly, recalling the terrifying scene of Su Chen making a knife with one hand to cut a thick tree trunk. It is already very difficult to make the bell in the hand of a strong man like him make a sound. If he goes all out to attack during this process, the difficulty will inevitably soar to the level of hell. Female brat, did you listen carefully to what you said to Sasuke brat just now? Teacher, as a strong man in all aspects, I have no interest in taking action against weaklings like you. But don't think that there is no danger because of this. Even if I don't take action, people who don't take it seriously may be injured or lose their lives. Advertisement. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled, pretending to be unabashed. If a strong person doesn't pretend to compete, isn't it just being strong in vain? All members of Class 7 breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Su Chen will not attack during the assessment process, which makes the difficulty much lower. But looking at the gentle, calm yet mysterious and playful smile on his face, has the difficulty really been reduced? A strong wind blew by, the dust on the ground swirled up, and the grass and trees swayed with the wind, making continuous sounds. All the members of Class 7's eyes fell on the bell that was constantly ringing in the wind. Their expressions became more and more serious, and they felt an unprecedented pressure build up in their hearts. It seems to be a very simple thing, but because the opponent is Su Chen, it gives people a feeling of being extremely difficult. Although this man has a gentle smile and a lazy posture, for some reason, he always gives people a terrifyingly powerful feeling that makes people dare not take him lightly. Of course, except for the very nervous Naruto, who was staring at the bell with bright eyes, looking full of confidence. Jingle bell. After shaking the bell again, Su Chen said calmly. Kids, when the bell stops ringing, it will officially begin. Try your best. Teacher, I'm looking forward to your performance. The ringing tone that stirred nerves fell simultaneously with the words. Okay. I'm about to get ed. Naruto, who couldn't wait any longer, grinned widely and punched the bell in Su Chen's hand. Chapter 10. The true difficulty of the assessment, Hell Level. Naruto. Seeing this scene in front of her, Haruno Sakura's heart tightened and she immediately spoke anxiously. Reckless guy. Teacher Su Chen just said that, with an attitude of killing, how could the difficulty of the assessment be easy? Taking action rashly will not have any effect other than making the teacher look down upon you, right? Naruto brat, you were quite confident, but with a chuckle, Su Chen decisively pushed out his other hand, accurately blocking the menacing fist with his palm. After the soft, pop sound, Naruto's eyes widened. So hard, however, at the same moment, a snicker appeared on his face. Teacher Su Chen, I want to win. The moment he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared from behind Su Chen and swooped over, targeting the two bells on his left and right. Shadow clone technique. When I taught Sasuke a lesson just now, you used the female kid's strong body as a cover. Did you prepare in advance? Naruto brat, you are not as mindless as you seem, but it's a pity. Su Chen rode lightly, not caring about this little trick at all. He let go of Naruto with his right hand and let him move backwards, his shoulders slightly hitting the clone's chest backwards. The seemingly insignificant impact caused the clone's eyeballs to bulge, and his confident smile slowly twisted into a painful expression. His body was like a ball that had been ejected, rolling on the ground for several weeks. Bang! After the heavily hit clone stopped, it immediately turned into a ball of smoke. Disgusting. Teacher Su Chen, who are you talking about? Who is strong? Haruno Sakura, who had not been attacked, felt the 10,000-point critical hit from Su Chen and immediately went berserk. Snort. I am looking for girls who are slim and slender, but the damn teacher actually uses the word, strong, to describe her body. Unforgivable. He immediately waved his fist and rushed towards Su Chen. Naturally, Su Chen easily dodged this unorganized and emotional attack that was full of loopholes. HMPH, at this time, Sasuke found the opportunity, quickly took a few steps back, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A cluster of hot and dazzling flames suddenly erupted from his mouth, condensing into a giant great fireball and hitting Su Chen. I am not a mother-in-law kind of guy. Since teacher Su Chen said that you have to be determined to kill him in order to pass the examination, of course you can't resist the attack. Of course, facing Su Chen's powerful strength, Sasuke would not be naive enough to think that a fire-style ninjutsu could put the opponent's life in danger. His purpose is to use fire-style's high heat breath to blow the bell. Advertisement, and this is enough. That's what it looks like. Su Chen smiled faintly and did not rush to defend. Instead, he watched the great fireball approaching. Then, he waved his backhand and used the power of the back of his hand to directly bounce the fireball away. Boom! The fireball that fell into the woods instantly turned several big trees into ashes. Well, the scene in front of them shocked the eyes of all members of Class 7. They all showed incredible expressions. With the strength of teacher Su Chen, it is not surprising that he blocked the fire-style attack at the moment when he perfectly defended Naruto Shadow Clone's attack. It can be said to be a basic operation for a person with Jonin's strength. The key is that in the face of a wave of attacks from all members of Team 7, the bell has no intention of ringing. Especially Sasuke's fire-style attack, although it did not hit the bell, it caused a violent aura fluctuation around Su Chen. Su Chen's hair and clothes were obviously floating, but the bell hanging from the thin thread seemed not to be affected at all. The difficulty of the assessment was more difficult than expected. It's fake. Teacher Su Chen, the attack just now and your movements were so large that the bell cannot stop ringing. Did you cheat? Naruto shouted angrily. Yes, teacher Su Chen. This is against common sense. There must be something wrong with the bell. Thinking of the harm caused by the word, strong, to herself, Haruno Sakura waved her fist and said angrily. Cheating? Isn't it common sense? This is an idea that comes from the weak and ignorant. With the attack that you just tickled, it was too light. You don't have the right to let me cheat, teacher. This calm kid seems to have noticed something. Am I right, Sasuke kid? Narrowing his eyes and smiling, Su Chen turned to Sasuke. Naruto and Haruno Sakura were stunned, and subconsciously looked at Sasuke aside. Their eyes were immediately attracted by the blood red pattern in Sasuke's eyes. The blood inheritance limit, Sharingan, HMPH. Sasuke snorted coldly, as if he was not ready to tell the truth. When he sensed the expectant and curious eyes of his two companions, he finally said impatiently. It's vibration. Teacher Su Chen, you used the high-frequency vibration of your palm to offset all external forces the moment the bell was acted upon, right? How did you do that? This was what really shocked him. Sharingan's ability allowed him to barely observe this precise movement that was so subtle that it was almost impossible to detect. Advertisement, but even in the entire ninja world, people who can do this are very rare. After all, the force angle and intensity of the bell are very complicated, especially the air fluctuations caused by the three people's joint attack, the breath caused by the clothes, especially the intense heat caused by fire style. Various factors will cause countless force variables on the bell in an instant. The ability to offset almost all forces through vibrations in the palm of the hand represents Su Chen's extraordinary responsiveness. What's even more frightening is that while completing this seemingly impossible action, he can also easily defend himself against attacks from the outside world. This kind of reaction ability and speed should not be described as powerful. The only applicable word is horror, shocked. What do you mean? Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. You will die if you say one more word. Do you think you can be cool because you were the first to see through the teacher? Naruto groaned angrily. Sasuke is so powerful. If he can see through the teacher's movements, the chance of completing the test should be greatly increased, right? As expected of Sasuke, Haruno Sakura's bright eyes sparkled with admiration, and she praised excitedly. Sasuke gave Naruto a cold look. This idiot had not realized the seriousness of the matter, and then said in a cold tone. HMPH, I hope so. Unfortunately, the truth is exactly the opposite. The test we face is probably the most difficult of all tests. None of them. Teacher Su Chen, am I right? Boom, this cold voice was like a drop of cold water, making Naruto and Haruno Sakura stunned again. The difficulty of the assessment is the highest? None of them? However, isn't the content of the assessment simply making the bell ring? The two looked at Su Chen with a mysterious smile in confusion, waiting for his answer. What made them nervous was that Su Chen smiled and nodded slowly. You kid, you deserve to be called a genius. You discovered the true difficulty of the test so quickly. I never said that this test would be easy. On the contrary, I just told you the difficulty level directly. It's your wishful thinking that it's easy to make two little bells make a sound. Since you are interested in the difficulty of the test, I might as well tell you, teacher, just in case you have any luck. After saying that, a wicked smile appeared in his smile. The difficulty level of the assessment is Hell Level. Chapter 11. The assessment theme is unpredictable. Su Chen. Hell Level. Is this the true difficulty of this assessment? Haruno Sakura took a deep breath. The shock of the truth made her completely forget the psychological impact of the word, strong. Sasuke's eyes gradually turned cold, staring at the invincible man in front of him, who would not give in easily. Feeling the gentle face and lazy body of Su Chen, who was actually terrifying, his body was trembling slightly. A little bit of fear, but more of excitement. It started with a Hell Level assessment, which meant that teacher Su Chen was not as careless as he seemed. On the contrary, he paid attention to the performance of Class 7. This frighteningly strong man might actually have the qualifications and strength to teach Team 7 to become strong men. Of course, the premise of everything is that Team 7 must pass this explosively difficult assessment. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke is in awe of the host and is rewarded with 30 bond points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Haruno Sakura is in awe of the host and is rewarded with 50 bond points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Whirlpool is detected. Naruto feels a little awe towards the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 6. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the system announcement, Su Chen's eyes fell on Naruto's confused face, and he was a little surprised. Is this kid with such a strong character? Did he just feel a little in awe when he heard that he announced the difficulty of the assessment? Or, I understand, the vibration, can make the bell stop making any sound. Isn't this enough to make you two show such expressions? Okay, coward Sasuke, stand aside and be afraid. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will be responsible for passing the test. Thinking he was handsome, he passed his thumb over his nose. Naruto smiled and pulled out the seal gesture. This guy didn't understand a single word, did he? Su Chen suddenly understood. It was a pity that he had tried so hard to gain the bond points of these three brats, but Naruto, the brat who was easiest to steal, slipped through the net. But it doesn't matter, the harvest just now is not small. It's stupid to rashly put all the responsibility on one person. Be prepared to fail. Su Chen smiled and flicked Naruto away. I didn't say I was alone. Naruto smiled evilly, his naturally optimistic eyes once again glowed with confidence. Multiple shadow clone technique, bang bang bang. As the clouds of white smoke dissipated, clones came into view, and a total of 30 clones rushed towards Su Chen at the same time. Whoosh! The moment 30 clones rushed out, they shot out kunai in a tacit understanding, and the cold light washed away like a strong wind wrapped in a shower of rain. Advertisement, HMPH, there is still something at the end of the crane. This scene made Sasuke, who had always been unhappy with Naruto, praise him for the first time. At the same time, his body suddenly jumped into the air, shooting out 5 kunai lights. Stupid teacher Su Chen. Haruno Sakura, who has a strong resentment, also joins the battle by launching kunai attacks. Snort. Who was said to be strong before? Damn that guy. The full coverage attack of hundreds of kunai made a sound like a strong wind, covering every inch of Su Chen's body. Is the human wave tactic intensive attack? After spitting out a comment lightly, Su Chen made no move to dodge, but just stretched out 2 fingers to defend himself. Ding 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 ding. The next second, the sound of kunai being bounced was heard endlessly, and the 2 fingers that kept shaking up and down, left and right, transformed into increasingly dense afterimages, as if weaving into a large net with no defense holes. The moment the lightning-fast kunai hit the big net, they all seemed to have turned into fish in the net that had lost the strength to struggle, and fell at Su Chen's feet one after another. So fast, so strong, Haruno Sakura was completely stunned. A strong sense of despair that she had never experienced before kept pouring out of her heart. With just 2 fingers, you can block the dense kunai attacks like locusts passing by, and in the process, you can also use the even more incredible high-frequency shaking of your left hand to eliminate all stress on the bell. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Huh? Naruto's clone had no time to engage in similar mental activities. The moment the kunai was fired, 30 figures had already approached Su Chen, and then launched an encirclement formation and pounced on Su Chen desperately. After all, the clone will turn into smoke at most when receiving a fatal attack, which will not cause any real harm to the caster and can be used as a consumable. Drink. Humph. The clones that completed the siege immediately launched elementary physical attacks such as punching, kicking, hugging the waist, and pulling legs. Several of the clones even directly targeted the bell itself. Ah, I can't stand it anymore, my 2 bells are going to. Ha, that's a lie. Su Chen, who was pretending to be surprised, had a bright smile on his face, and made defensive movements with his hands and feet at high speed. The afterimages of his hands and feet accurately blocked the all-round attack from the clone. HMPH. Sasuke was not surprised by what happened in front of him. For a guy who can keep the bell relatively still by vibrating his palms at high frequencies, and at the same time still has the power to neutralize various attacks, defending 30 clones is simply a piece of cake. A plate of. Is it fake? The bell still didn't make any sound. Haruno Sakura's eyes widened and her eyes trembled slightly, and her body trembled at the same time. At this time, she finally experienced the horror of the so-called hell difficulty, personally. Don't be stunned. You can't make the bell move with your gaze. Only by continuing to attack will you have hope. Sasuke's figure passed by, his calm words ringing in his ears. Advertisement, yes yes. Haruno Sakura nodded hurriedly, quickly adjusted her condition, and followed Sasuke's example. While moving at high speed, she looked for what she thought was the right time to attack and launched a kunai attack on Su Chen. Even if you can only play a small role, you must try your best. Don't let Sasuke think of yourself as a useless drag. At the same time, Hokage office. In front of the crystal ball, the surprise on the face of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been peeping for a long time, gradually faded away. What exactly is the theme of this assessment? Let the bell ring. Judging from Su Chen's performance just now, the 3 members of Class 7 will probably never pass the assessment. If it were you, what kind of assessment topic would you choose? Kakashi. Turning his head slightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes fell on a figure behind him and asked. If the theme of the assessment is as it appears, and all members of Class 7 can pass only by making the bell sound, then the moment Su Chen formulated this rule, the 3 little guys had completely lost the chance to become ninjas. Not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. With such a purpose in mind, there is no need for Su Chen to take over the 7th team. Or maybe he did it on purpose, just for fun. This troublesome guy always makes people wonder what he is thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen complained in his heart. Master Hokage, if it were me, I would let the members of Team 7 pass the test when they start working as a team. But don't use my standards to speculate on Su Chen's behavior. This guy never plays his cards according to common sense. It's hard for people to guess his thoughts. Kakashi sighed, looked at the bandage on his arm with his uncovered eye, and reminded him. That day, he was easily defeated by Su Chen, injured his arm, and lost the qualification to take over the 7th class. Su Chen conveniently took away the bell that he was going to use to assess the 7th class. At that time, I thought that this arrogant guy was going to use the bell to develop some so-called new, ultimate ninja technique, on Oir and Mikami. The results were ultimately used in the assessment of Class 7. It's just that the intensity of the assessment will be too high in the future, right? I'm really worried that my Class 7 team won't be able to withstand such pressure, leaving a terrible shadow on their young minds. That's it, I understand. Let's read on first and then talk. I hope there really is an assessment theme, otherwise, Class 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, his old and bright eyes turned, and his eyes fell on the training ground of Class 7 again. Chapter 12 Tailed Beast Transformation. Naruto's Obsession, please evaluate. Class 7 Training Ground. It was 12 o'clock noon in a blink of an eye. The sunlight shining down from the sky was obviously much hotter, and the various birds and insects that were more active in the cool morning seemed to have lost their vitality in the hot air. The occasional chirping sound also seemed feeble. Hufufu. Sasuke put his hands on his knees and panted heavily. Beads of sweat kept dripping from his forehead, with a look of doubt on his face. Haruno Sakura collapsed on the ground in a duck-sitting posture, her chest heaving violently, her body covered in hot sweat, and her face also filled with disbelief. There was also Naruto, including the main body and 30 shadow clones, all lying on the ground in a mess. With a large amount of chakra consumption and continuous attacks, almost all the energy was consumed. Even getting up was extremely difficult. All members of Class 7, in addition to the sense of exhaustion from physical exhaustion, also felt a deeper despair. Su Chen, teacher, you can't even take a breath. What kind of terrifying physical strength is this? Haruno Sakura complained weakly, looking at the handsome figure with one hand in his pocket and his hair not even messed up. This should be the pinnacle of Konoha village taijutsu, right? During the 2-hour defense, teacher Su Chen did not use any ninjutsu other than fists and kicks, but simply used physical skills to defend. Even so, all the members of Class 7 still couldn't make the bell ring even a little bit. If the teacher uses it with advanced ninjutsu, even if it is just for defense. Haruno Sakura's little heart trembled slightly, and she didn't even dare to continue imagining it. After all, she knew without thinking that the answer must be very scary. I can't lose. My road to ninja, how can I be blocked by this small test? Teacher Su Chen, I want to continue? Naruto bit his lip hard. Compared with his previous super optimism, his eyes showed ultimate seriousness and unwillingness to admit defeat. However, the moment he barely got up, he collapsed to the ground again. Bang bang bang. With a series of sounds, the shadow clone that had exhausted its chakra exploded into clouds of white smoke. Idiot, stop doing useless work. There's no point in rushing forward. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and commented coldly. This unpleasant crane tail actually showed a drive that is rare for ordinary people during the assessment, especially the will to fight that gets stronger the more you fail. He couldn't help but have a slight change in his view of Naruto. Yeah, Naruto brat, it's really childish to dream of success just based on passion. Su Chen smiled casually and said, oh, even if you are denied, do you still refuse to admit defeat? I want to become a Hokage, man. How could I give up in this kind of test? Teacher Su Chen, I must pass the test. Watch it. Struggling to stand up, Naruto's eyes contained strong obsession and fighting spirit. Under the stunned eyes of Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, he moved step by step in front of Su Chen and waved his fist to attack again. However, compared to the previous attack, the speed and strength of the falling fist dropped to the lowest point. Even if it hit a baby, it would not be able to cause any damage. He casually used his palm to resist the opponent's soft fist, and a faint sarcastic smile flowed from the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Naruto brat, don't think you can get the teacher's mercy just like this. The teacher is not the kind of person who is easily moved. Damn it. Who wants your mercy? I want to use my strength to make the bell in the teacher's hand make a sound. I want to be guided by a strong ninja, and then, step by step, I can become a respected Hokage. So, even if it's a hell difficulty test, I won't give in easily. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and continued to punch. With strong obsession, his eyes became more and more fierce, until the orange chakra light gradually flashed in his eyes. Advertisement sensing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Has the one sealed in Naruto's body finally loosened its restraints due to Jinchuriki's strong obsession? Naruto. Sensing the evil chakra aura gradually rising from Naruto, a look of surprise and worry flashed across Haruno Sakura's face. Is that rumor in the village true? Huh? Even Sasuke showed a rare expression of surprise. It is not a secret in Konoha village that there is an evil presence in Naruto. What touched Sasuke was that the evil chakra aura was very strong. Hokage office. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene and frowned, with a hint of nervousness in his expression. Su Chen, you guy actually forced the 9 tails in Naruto's body to lose control. Is this so-called assessment going too far? Lord Hokage, it seems that 9 tails may go berserk at any time. Should we summon all the Jonin in the village to prevent the situation from escalating? Kakashi suggested hastily. At the same time, I was a little speechless. Su Chen is such a fool. He knew that Naruto had 9 tails in his body, but he chose to ignore it. If it really causes 9 tails to go berserk and the disaster of 9 tails happens again, Konoha village will probably suffer heavy losses again. I wonder how many outstanding ninjas will die under the claws of 9 tails. No need to interfere. After hesitating for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally shook his head. Su Chen acted very calmly and seemed to think 9 tails was not a problem. Besides, what he didn't continue to say was that this troublesome guy might have solved the 9 tails disaster with his own hands. Although I didn't see it clearly at the time, the information collected over the years about Su Chen's strength is very strong evidence. Perhaps, you can see this guy clean up 9 tails with your own eyes next. It's really worrying. but at the same time it's exciting. Third generation Sama. Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but be confused. Lord third generation, who has always been cautious, actually decided to wait and see. Do you have great confidence and trust in Su Chen's strength? He admitted that Su Chen was indeed terrifyingly powerful. But that was the Nine Tails who had brought terror to the entire Konoha village for many years. With an anxious mood, Kakashi's worried eyes fell on the crystal ball again. On the training ground of Team 7, the sudden strange changes in Naruto and the orange chakra that spread all over his body shocked the other two members of Team 7 to the point where they almost held their breath. Joke, how could I, Uzumaki Naruto, give up at this point? Becoming a qualified ninja and being respected by the village is my dream. I will never let a small test ruin my dreams. I want to win, I must win. Advertisement, after all, I want to be Hokage's man. Bang, 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 Naruto declared fiercely, and his previously weak fist became more fierce and powerful. When it hit Su Chen's palm, it actually triggered a violent chakra shockwave, causing waves of dust under his feet to rush towards Su Chen. The woods behind. The towering trees swayed back and forth under the attack of the breath, and countless fallen leaves rolled up wildly. Even Su Chen's clothes were tugged by the breath, clinging tightly to his chest and abdomen. His strong chest and well-defined 8-pack abs were looming through the thin clothes. Of course, the two bells hanging on his left hand still made no sound. Damn bell, make a sweet sound. Boom. Another heavy blow hit the palm of Su Chen's hand. The impact caused by the collision between strength and strength suddenly spread crazily around the two of them. Ah! Haruno Sakura, who was slumped on the ground, was caught off guard, her body fell backwards, and her eyes widened again. What's going on with this sudden burst of power? It's so scary. But what makes her feel even more terrifying is that even in the face of this amazing power, the bell in teacher Su Chen's hand is still as stable as a mountain. Is this the power of the tailed beast? This guy, Cranetail, actually has such an evil presence in him. Sasuke bowed slightly and crossed his arms in front of his eyes, barely blocking the powerful impact. Even he, who had always been calm, began to feel his heartbeat wildly. Master Hokage, we have reached our limit. The best option is to suspend the assessment and appease Naruto's emotions, otherwise. In Hokage's office, Kakashi said with a slightly nervous tone. Many things can be seen from the scene just now. The most important point is that Naruto's tailed beast transformation is most likely related to the extreme fluctuations in emotions. The emotional changes caused by strong obsession may be the trigger for tailed beast transformation. The degree of tailed beast transformation is directly proportional to the degree of emotional changes. In other words, Su Chen's only option is to suspend the assessment to calm Naruto's emotions and prevent the expansion of tailed beast transformation. As a smart person, it is impossible for Su Chen not to discover this. Naruto brat, is this all? That's all, and you still want to be a Hokage man? Teacher, I have the responsibility to educate you. It is important to establish a correct view of love from an early age. Don't always think about becoming someone else's man. Besides, as far as I know, the third Hokage doesn't like people of the same S***X. Just when Kakashi had a solemn look on his face, waiting for Su Chen to make the so-called only choice, Su Chen said with a joking tone. With a puff, Kakashi almost spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, completely breaking his defense. What on earth was this guy Su Chen thinking? At this critical moment, he chose to continue stimulating Naruto. Naruto, who has reached the critical point of becoming a tailed beast, is afraid. Also, why is it that third Hokage doesn't like people of the same S***X? On the side, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheek twitched quickly and he was also speechless. What a prankster, he didn't hesitate to treat the elderly as a target of ridicule. Su Chen, you did this on purpose, you wanted Naruto to completely transform into a tailed beast, right? What is the purpose? Chapter 13. A man scarier than a tailed beast. Damn Mr. Su Chen, you are irritating Naruto at this time. Doesn't he know how terrifying the tailed beast's power is? If he really goes berserk, our Konoha village. Hoo ho ho. Under the influence of the increasingly strong chakra breath, Haruno Sakura reluctantly stood up, used all her strength to cover her face with her right arm, and expressed her opinions anxiously. Although he is a younger generation, he also knows how terrifying the power of the tailed beast is. The history of the Nine Tails disaster, as well as the dense list of ninja casualties in Konoha village, are a warning to everyone not to easily provoke the power of the tailed beasts. But the teacher was indifferent, and seemed to be looking forward to the emergence of the tailed beast's power. Is this guy a villain? Annoyed Haruno Sakura couldn't help but have such thoughts in her heart. This guy seems to be deliberately provoking the tailed beast in the tail of the crane. He is really a super unreliable guy. He is playing with fire. A look of annoyance flashed across Sasuke's face as well. Of course, he had heard about the terrifying power of the tailed beast. It was said that it had terrifying combat power that could collapse mountains and crack the earth. Although Mr. Su Chen's current performance is equally powerful and terrifying, the ninjutsu he has shown is limited. To be precise, he only used super strong taijutsu during the assessment. Even now, teacher Su Chen still smiles very calmly, but no one can guarantee that he has the ability to suppress the power of the tailed beast. Thinking back to Su Chen's various unreliable behaviors before. It's really confusing. As more and more evil chakra poured out of his body, Naruto's face gradually became ferocious after being stimulated by the mouth attack, and his slender vertical pupils, which represented the depth of his tailed beast transformation, glowed with an evil smile. Naruto brat, your level is not recognized by the teacher. Keep working hard. Don't call me a picky teacher. You can't even get the recognition of that female brat. Su Chen continued to stimulate, and a trace of expectation finally appeared on her indifferent face. Just a hint, no more, no less. Aha! The mouth escape worked once again. Naruto shouted loudly and completely went berserk. Being a Hokage, having a crush on little Sakura, is his reverse scale that cannot be laughed at. Su Chen moved the reverse scale without any courtesy. Not only did it move, but he stepped on it and then jumped on it. At this time, in Naruto's body, the void space sealed by the corpses was pitch black. In the cage made of powerful chakra, Nine Tails, who was bound with chakra chains, slowly opened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Has the kid who has restrained him for so many years finally shown his flaws? Konoha village, I am back. Feel the despair and fear brought by the power of destruction again. This time, I will use your blood to compensate for the freedom lost for many years. Advertisement. Welcome your destruction in despair, ninjas of Konoha village. Click, click. The chains binding Nine Tails' body were broken one by one. At the same time, Nine Tails' furry claws grasped the thick railings of the cage. Under the strange force of Nine Tails, which gradually lost its restraints, the railings slowly deformed. The void and darkness in front of them seemed to be torn apart at the same time. The sunlight shining on the training ground of Team 7 quickly poured into the void space, allowing Nine Tails to quickly adapt to the feeling of gaining Naruto's perspective. Ha ha ha, I am finally going to, Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view, with dark hair, flowing clothes, and an annoying smile on that annoyingly handsome face. Nine Tails. Hokage office. Hokage-sama, Naruto, is going out of control. Are you sure you don't need to take any safety measures? Kakashi put his hands in his pockets, unable to hide the nervousness in his one eye. Su Chen, this guy, had better be sure of the end, otherwise, he will definitely cause a big headache for Konoha village. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He was also a little uncertain at the moment. After experiencing countless storms, he was so nervous that a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. On the training ground of Team 7, Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were already trembling under the powerful power brought by the tailed beast transformation. They have not even passed the test to become ninjas, so they can only watch helplessly and place their only hope on Su Chen. Hateful and messy teacher, you better have the strength to suppress the power of tailed beasts, otherwise things will be really big. For a moment, pairs of eyes were fixed on Naruto, who was about to completely transform into a tailed beast, and Su Chen, who was still extremely calm. But the next second, with a pop, the evil chakra, which was swept by violent winds with astonishing momentum, disintegrated instantly like a short fart, and the surrounding agitation immediately calmed down. Naruto, who suddenly emerged from his tailed beast form, fell to the ground with his butt in the air, sleeping very peacefully. How is this going? Haruno Sakura and Sasuke, whose hearts were in their throats, looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Just now, Naruto was obviously about to transform into a tailed beast, right? After all, judging from the terrifying amount of chakra and the evil aura spreading into the air, it is a certainty that the tailed beast will go berserk. As a result, there was only a pop sound left, and everything was over. It's very confusing. In Hokage's office, this sudden change of scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi look confused at the same time. Hokage-sama, according to the information we have about tailed beast transformation, there are usually only two ways to cancel the tailed beast transformation, right? One of them is that Jinchuriki suppresses the tailed beast in his body with his own willpower, and the other is through external force. Advertisement. That kid doesn't seem to have the conditions to form the first situation. As for the second situation, Su Chen didn't take any action. Is this the third situation that we don't understand? As a good Jonin, you must have the ability and habit of analyzing important situations at any time. However, after a short analysis, Kakashi was a little confused. After all, in the large amount of information about tailed beasts, this is the first time that the so-called third situation appears. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, and the dancing light in his eyes showed that he was trying hard to search for experience and find answers, until his thoughts once again touched on the disaster of Nine Tails that year, and the corners of his eyebrows twitched. Perhaps, the third situation does not exist at all. In my opinion, the situation in front of me still applies to the second situation. The second one, Kakashi said unexpectedly, but Su Chen never took action from beginning to end. Unless. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly trembled, and as an incredible guess came to mind, his eyes subconsciously fell on Su Chen in the crystal ball. Master Hokage said that there is no so-called third situation but the second situation. He, who has always been rigorous, is by no means a mere guess. He must have some facts to support this speculation. However, Su Chen did not take action during the whole process. Where did the suppressive force that caused the second situation come from? Eyes. The bold guess made Kakashi's heart beat wildly. Su Chen, can this be another piece of evidence that you got rid of Nine Tails back then? Otherwise, how can you explain this situation?
Nine Tails, the evil-tailed beast who was fearless, was actually frightened away the moment he saw you. It seems that you had a lot of interactions with this tailed beast during the Nine Tails disaster in front of you. Sarutobi Hiruzen admired in his heart. How terrifying is the strength of a man who can defeat a ferocious tailed beast and even dare not face it directly.
As soon as the thought came to his mind, his eyes became solemn with complicated emotions. It would be a good choice to let Su Chen, a strong man who can suppress 9 tails with one look, lead Naruto. At least there was no need to worry about Naruto going on a rampage and threatening the village. Seems like good news. The bad news is that there's a being in the village even scarier than the tailed beast.
And it seems even more out of control. Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his forehead and sighed, suddenly feeling an even bigger headache. Chapter 14 The Bell That Never Rings. On the training ground of Team 7. Naruto. Haruno Sakura ran over and helped Naruto up, shouting worriedly. Although she usually found Naruto who was always pestering her annoying, she was still a classmate after all, and her cooperation during the assessment just now made her no longer dislike this guy who seemed like an idiot but was actually very motivated.
Even Sasuke walked over and gave Naruto a few cold looks to make sure that the other person had just fallen asleep, and then turned his attention to Su Chen. Teacher Su Chen, you just wanted Naruto to go berserk on purpose, right? Isn't it too dangerous for Konoha village? There was a hint of blame in his cold tone. Yes, teacher, are you too reckless? What if you endanger your companions in the village? And this assessment? Haruno Sakura complained speechlessly, her heart sank slightly when she mentioned the assessment. I am still in the mood to be afraid of what happened just now. What I want now is how to pass this test, right? After all, you can't become a real ninja without passing the exam, and you can't get the guidance of the powerful teacher Su Chen. Two brats, haven't I taught you before? The teacher doesn't need your guidance to do anything. Whether he provokes the tailed beast on purpose or on purpose or accidentally, it's all the teacher's freedom. Su Chen smiled softly, as if he had nothing to do with the culprit who almost caused the Nine Tails disaster in Konoha village just now. Sasuke glanced at Su Chen speechlessly, and swallowed back many of the questions he originally wanted to ask. Why did teacher Su Chen provoke the tailed beast? The tailed beast transformation was obviously just one step away from completion, so why did it end so suddenly? Is it because of teacher Su Chen? What on earth did he do? Judging from teacher Su Chen's attitude, it is obvious that she will not answer these questions. Compared with the answers to these questions, Sasuke was more concerned about how to make the bell, which had not moved at all under the fluctuation of the power of the tailed beast, make a damn sound. Advertisement. After staring at the bell, his pupils suddenly shrank. Why did I fall asleep? Wait, damn, it's obviously a critical moment for the assessment, but I'm still in the mood to sleep. It's over, you won't be able to pass the test like this, you must cheer up. At this time, Naruto woke up, and after a brief daze, he suddenly jumped up and shouted. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura's face was full of black lines. Naruto, this guy doesn't even remember what happened just now, does he?
Fortunately, he was still thinking about the assessment in this situation. What he didn't know was that even the power of the tailed beast couldn't make the bell ring. Okay, it's still early. The opportunity is still great. Teacher Su Chen, I have to continue. After adjusting his condition, Naruto cheered up again, rolled up his sleeves, and regained his fighting spirit. However, Sasuke immediately made a cold complaint. Idiot, don't waste your efforts. We don't have the ability to make the bell ring. Even if we use up all the chakra and use up every strength in our body, the bell will never ring, right teacher Su Chen? As he spoke, he stared at Su Chen with a gloomy expression. The bell never rings. Haruno Sakura's heart was touched. She recalled that the test started until Naruto's tailed beast was suppressed in a daze, and her heart suddenly became blocked. Although he was reluctant to accept this fact, Sasuke was right. With the current strength of all the members of Team 7, even if Sasuke uses the blood successor's limited ability, coupled with Naruto's rampant fighting power, they are still far from being able to make the bell sound. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Don't give up easily even at the last moment. We must have a way to make the bell ring.
Naruto shook his fist and shouted angrily at Sasuke. Sasuke, you kid, you finally discovered the truth. Su Chen smiled approvingly and said slowly, advertisement. Even though I already knew I was invincible, I still deceived myself into having a chance to win, and wasted more than 2 precious hours on this.
You guys from Class 7, I'm very disappointed with your performance. Especially in terms of intelligence analysis. Su Chen glanced at all the members of Class 7 with a playful look, and Su Chen made a calm evaluation. Teacher Su Chen, are you saying that this is an impossible test to pass, right? From the beginning, you didn't recognize our qualifications to be your students, right? Haruno Sakura clenched her fists and asked angrily. I was actually taking an assessment that I could never pass, and I stupidly persisted for more than 2 hours. I really want to punch this handsome and irritating face in front of me. Naruto was stunned when he heard the words of his 2 companions. Although he never gave up during the assessment, he actually had a premonition that he would not pass the assessment. I just don't want to accept the reality, but now. So, there will only be 2 scenarios now. Sasuke stared at Su Chen and continued to analyze in a cold voice.
First, You never thought that letting us pass the test and taking over Class 7 was just a stupid prank. Second, the assessment has a hidden theme, and the hidden theme is the real assessment content. Teacher Su Chen, can you tell me which one it is? Is it a prank, or is there a hidden theme in the assessment itself? All the members of Class 7 were staring at Su Chen intently, and the two pairs of eyes in Hokage's office were also looking at the enigmatic figure through the crystal ball, waiting for the answer.
Chapter 15. He is the strongest in Class 7. Seeing the doubtful looks from all the members of Class 7, Su Chen smiled and said, "Guys, I finally got the idea, but it took more than 2 hours to get it. This makes me very disappointed, teacher. Actually, even if you think about it with your toes, you should have thought that with your strength just out of school, you would never be able to make the bell ring. What's funny is that it took so long to realize this problem. In other words, there is indeed a so-called hidden theme." Sasuke asked coldly. "Damn it, if you think about it with your toes, the teacher is too arrogant, right? But it does make sense. Hidden theme. What exactly is it?" Haruno Sakura asked weakly. Teacher Su Chen, I understand. In fact, the criterion for passing the assessment is not to make the bell sound. It is to test our intelligence analysis ability. In that case, does Sasuke's analysis just now mean that we have passed the assessment? Naruto's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly. Kid, you've reached this point, and you're still so childishly optimistic. The teacher is not interested in your analytical skills at all. With this kind of free time, I would rather spend my time studying ninja techniques with women. Superior. Su Chen smiled mysteriously at Naruto, causing the light on the latter's face to condense.
Isn't it a test of analytical skills? So what is the real theme hidden in this hell-level difficulty assessment? The words of a strong man are troublesome, always exuding a mysterious and weird aura, which is really a headache. Naruto complained in his heart like this. Teacher Su Chen, is it time to reveal the answer to the mystery now? Even if we are judged to have failed the assessment, we can't change anything.
Quietly clenching his fists, Sasuke said with determination. It is indeed embarrassing to accept the feeling of failure, but even he has the reputation of being a genius, but he has to face reality. He had tried his best, but there was still no trace of the so-called hidden theme. It is indeed a pity to admit defeat and lose the qualification to be taught by a strong person like Su Chen, but I can only accept this result painfully. Now he just wants to know what the hidden theme of the assessment is. Advertisement. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke worriedly, but didn't know what to say. Once teacher Su Chen announces the answer to the riddle, it means that all members of Class 7 have failed the assessment. The proud Sasuke must be feeling painful in his heart when he makes such a decision, right? A strong wind blew by, stirring up the tall figure holding the bell in his clothes. Su Chen's always casual smile suddenly became serious. You launch an attack with the determination to kill me, even working as a team with someone you hate, and use your best efforts in your life to try to accomplish something that you were told was impossible from the beginning. How stupid is this? Even in teamwork, each of you is thinking about maximizing your own role, but you ignore the strongest one in the team. Only the strongest one can make the bell sound.
The team as a whole, you have me, and I have you. Instead of working hard to express yourself, why not give the chance of winning to the strongest one? All members of Class 7 were confused again. The key to passing the assessment is the strongest being in Class 7? He can make the bell ring. Naruto looked at Sasuke subconsciously, his expression immediately becoming very unnatural. Humph, even though I don't want to admit it, I have to say that the strongest guy in Class 7 is this B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were giving him strange looks. Naruto. What kind of look is this? Doesn't it mean that the strongest guy in Class 7 is himself? Naruto, who had no memory of turning into a tailed beast, couldn't help but scratch his head. Countless question marks appeared on his forehead, and then he said angrily. Teacher Su Chen, isn't it right? Sasuke, the strongest D in Class 7, has been working hard, but he still failed to pass the exam. Even though he felt strange about the looks from the other two members of Team 7, he still believed that the strongest one in Team 7 was Sasuke. HMPH. Upon hearing this, Sasuke gave him an angry look. He couldn't be happy at all when he was recognized by the crane tail who hated him and thought he was the strongest in Class 7. On the contrary, I feel a strong sense of irony. A guy who almost completely transformed into a tailed beast and burst out with a terrifying chakra actually thinks that he is the strongest one. Even though the judgment was made after losing the relevant memory, it is still annoying. Naruto, the strongest one should be you. Advertisement. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto and then at Sasuke. It was so difficult to choose. If handsomeness was considered a part of strength, she would choose Sasuke without hesitation.
Me? Is it me? Ha ha ha. My strength is just average. Although my performance just now almost made the bell sound, it's still a little bit worse. Naruto, who suddenly heard the compliment from his crush, rubbed the back of his head with a silly smile on his face and was so happy that he flew away. The next second, all the members of Class 7 looked at Su Chen with doubtful expressions, and finally noticed something was wrong. Teacher Su Chen said clearly just now that only the strongest one can make the bell sound, but no matter whether the strongest person is Sasuke or Naruto, they have tried their best, but the bell does not ring.
Could it be that the so-called strongest is Sasuke, The one with the strongest analytical ability among the three, suddenly shook his eyes and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Teacher Su Chen, the person you are talking about is not you, right? Kid Sasuke finally came to his senses. Although it took a long time, fortunately, he discovered the truth thanks to my prompts, teacher. Su Chen smiled teasingly and nodded slightly. Yes, the strongest person in Class 7 is me, the teacher. Boom. This unexpected answer was like a violent chakra explosion, and all members of Team 7 were shaken. Everyone was in great confusion. The so-called strongest person in Class 7 is actually teacher Su Chen. But he is not a member of Team 7. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi also looked surprised. But teacher, you are not a member of Class 7, but our class teacher.
Naruto scratched his head again. He really couldn't agree with this statement. Starting from Naruto, his serious and slightly smiling eyes swept over the confused faces of the members of Team 7 one by one. Su Chen said. A person who calls himself a teacher in front of you for the first time obviously recognizes your identity as a student from the beginning. On the contrary, you put him on the opposite side just because of an assessment. The so-called hell level difficulty is not the test itself, but your disapproval of me, the teacher, as an important companion. So, why not give the hope of passing the test to the strongest companion? You only need to say, ask the teacher to shake the bell, and all members of Class 7, including me, can pass this test. Chapter 16 Ask the teacher to shake the bell. All members of Class 7 widened their eyes at the same time, and their brains went blank for a moment. The so-called hell level difficulty is not the assessment itself, but the disapproval of teacher Su Chen, partnership. The moment you call yourself a teacher, you have already recognized everyone's student identity. Teacher Su Chen, also from Class 7. The words contained a small amount of information, but caused all of Team 7 to fall into powerless contemplation. Yes, doesn't the seemingly unreliable teacher Su Chen always call himself a teacher in front of everyone? On the contrary, everyone preconceived the idea that the assessment would be conducted against teacher Su Chen, and immediately denied his identity as a companion. If you regard him as a teacher from the bottom of your heart, why is your first reaction to ring the bell by attacking desperately instead of asking for advice humbly? The most important expression of the relationship between teachers and students is the word, ask for advice, right? Teachers are also students' partners. You should not forget this important partner when you encounter problems. I didn't expect that you would set such a profound theme for the assessment. Su Chen, you are such a troublesome guy who always makes people shine. In front of the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen admired sincerely. In his eyes, Su Chen is the most unreliable person in the entire Konoha village. It is really uneasy to hand over Team 7, including Nine Tails Jinchuriki, to him. This is also the main reason why I deliberately use the crystal ball to pay attention to this assessment. Unexpectedly, Su Chen, who seems lazy and doesn't care about anything, is especially interested in Class 7. Otherwise, such assessment topics would not be carefully prepared. However, at present, it seems that Class 7 has not passed the assessment. Everything that happened in the crystal ball made Kakashi confused for a while. At this moment, he smiled bitterly and touched his head. It's really unpredictable, but the assessment theme is completely reasonable. From the beginning, he treated the students he just met as his partners. Su Chen is more suitable to lead Class 7 than he seems. However, by announcing the answer so easily, does it mean that Class 7 has not passed the assessment? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, puffing out the thick white smoke of dry smoke, and did not rush to make a judgment. Although the answer in my mind is similar to Kakashi. But facing Su Chen, who never likes to play by common sense, even third Hokage, who has extremely rich life experience, dare not jump to conclusions. I see. Teacher Su Chen, I will remember the valuable lesson I learned during this short time together. On the training ground of Team 7, Sasuke, who had finally calmed down after experiencing emotions such as unwillingness, regret, and anger, said coldly. Then, turn around. It is very uncomfortable, even painful, to lose the qualification of a strong teacher like Su Chen. But it is a fact that he failed the assessment. Advertisement. There is no point in continuing to struggle. It is better to find other ways to become stronger as soon as possible. What? I've been busy for a long time and now I have to go back to school to study. Damn it. Naruto muttered dejectedly, very unwilling to do so. He who claimed to be a Hokage man had no choice but to accept the results of the assessment. Haruno Sakura on the side had a look of deep disappointment on her face, her shoulders and arms drooped, and she sighed silently. The violent image in my heart is roaring madly. Damn Mr. Su Chen. What kind of assessment question is this? Hoo. You are deliberately trying to break up Sasuke and me. Unforgivable. In the training ground of Team 7, an extremely gloomy atmosphere suddenly spread. After casually observing the emotional reactions of all the members of Class 7, Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke again. I'm talking about you three little guys, are you listening carefully? Didn't I just say, teacher, that I have recognized your status as students from the beginning? Besides, I didn't say the assessment time was over. Let me see, oh, there is still 1 minute left. As these relaxed words sounded, all members of Class 7 suddenly stopped and turned around at the same time. Teacher Su Chen, what you just said was. Could it be? Staring at this terrifyingly strong man, Sasuke even doubted his ears for a moment. Teacher Su Chen,
who has already announced the answers, said there is still 1 minute left for the assessment. This is obviously a waste of time. No, just let it go into the sea. In other words, just by saying that sentence, you can pass the assessment and get the great opportunity of being guided by him personally. But, really, is it that simple? The surprise came so quickly that all the members of Team 7, including Sasuke, were unable to react quickly and even couldn't believe it. After all, the guy in front of me is always confusing. Maybe what he said just now was just a boring prank.
It's almost time. 10. 9. Facing the suspicious and shocked looks of the kids in Class 7, Su Chen smiled gently and started counting down. What a cautious kid they are. They have already announced their answers, but now it's time for the open book exam, yet they still have doubts on their faces. Forget it, just use a countdown to give them a sense of urgency and pressure. 8. 7. Advertisement. 6. 5. 4. At this moment, Sasuke's face turned red after taking a deep breath, and he asked in an unnatural tone.
Teacher, please shake the bell. After speaking, he clenched his hands tightly and tightened his muscles to the ultimate state. If this is really a prank by teacher Su Chen, his request will definitely be laughed at by him. But even so, one cannot let go of even 1/10,000th chance of receiving the teachings of a strong man like him. I have a reason to become stronger and I have to take a gamble. Jingle bell. The next second, there was no worried mocking sound, but a pleasant sound of bells, which made Sasuke's eyes suddenly widen. Bell, is it ringing? In other words, did you really pass the assessment? Is it fake? Is it really that simple? Facing the result, Haruno Sakura still felt unbelievable, but still said hesitantly. Please, teacher, shake the bell. Huh, really? Then I'll come too. Please shake the bell, teacher. As Su Chen shook the bell for the second time, Naruto finally came back to his senses and shouted excitedly. Jingle bell. Another crisp and pleasant bell rang, and then Su Chen put away the bell and announced the assessment results of Class 7 with an approving smile on his face. 3 little brats from Class 7, congratulations on passing the exam. From today on, teacher, I will take you on the road to true strength.
Boom boom boom. The plain words were like waves of stormy waves, violently impacting the hearts of all the members of Team 7. The previous gloomy atmosphere was gone, replaced by the excitement of officially embarking on the path of Chunin. P.S. Is anyone else watching? By the way, please give me some flowers and evaluation votes, thank you. Chapter 17. Old man, be careful to blow up your crystal ball.
Are you officially embarking on the road to becoming a strong person? The 3 kiddos in Class 7 couldn't hide their excitement. At the same time, the eyes looking at Su Chen are full of expectations, admiration, recognition, trust and other emotions. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's trust in the host is detected and the bond value is 66. Close black lens bracket.
Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bonding target Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's dependence on the host, and was rewarded with a bonding value of 35. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond target Haruno Sakura has been detected. Suddenly, the pleasant sound of a sickle cutting leek sounded in his mind. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, with an imperceptible smile of success on his face. After some manipulation by me, the 3 kiddos from Class 7 finally let down all their guard and completely accepted their identity as teachers. In addition, my expectations and trust in myself far exceeded expectations. Thanks to all the troublesome operations he had done in front of them, after this wave of harvest, the bond value directly exceeded 1,000. Yes, Su Chen will certainly not tell all the members of Class 7 that the so-called recognition of their student identities from the beginning and the carefully prepared assessment feast are to strengthen the bonding relationship so that they can harvest more leisurely and longer bond value. If not, in order to grow up the 3 brats of Team 7, take over the initiative to take over Team 7 and train them to become strong men in the ninja world? Generating electricity for love? I don't have such noble sentiments. To put it bluntly, they're just workers on their own wool-gathering journey, and they are only paid equal wages. Let's dance, workers in the 7th shift, I look after you. Without hesitation, Su Chen pocketed over 1,000 bond points from Team 7. Su Chen smiled lightly and commented on the performance of the members of Team 7 in the assessment. Sasuke, in the assessment just now, your performance was the most outstanding. Judgment can be rated A, adaptability B, teamwork is not that interesting, so I can barely give it a D grade. As for Naruto, his performance is a bit disappointing. Whether it is judgment or adaptability, he can barely reach B level, referred to as 2B. As for his team awareness, it is even worse, E level. Hearing this, Sasuke looked calm. Compared with the surprise of passing the assessment, the evaluation was not important to him. He just wanted to become stronger through this powerful teacher. Advertisement. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. I still can't beat that stinky guy. Teacher Su Chen, I will continue to work hard, and one day I will get your complete recognition. But what is going on with the 2B rating? It always makes people feel weird. Naruto thought so after giving a speech about his efforts. There is also Haruno Sakura, who can be said to be the bottom of the 3. She is poor in all aspects, especially in one aspect. As he said that, Su Chen glanced at the nervous Haruno Sakura's chest with a serious face, and made a decisive comment with experience. A at best. A rating? Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Haruno Sakura, who had been paddling almost all the time during the assessment, would be rated higher than him in some aspects. It wasn't until he saw Su Chen's serious expression that his face darkened. I finally thought he was more reliable, but he didn't even last a minute before his true nature was exposed. What a powerful and complex guy. Teacher Su Chen, what are you talking about? Is this going too far? Haruno Sakura, who understood instantly, roared with a messy face. If this hateful guy in front of her was a teacher who could lead everyone to become stronger, I really want to rush up and give him a hard punch. What's A-? Is it at least A+? Sakura-chan, you have the highest score in class 7. Why are you so angry? Isn't A bad? Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura in confusion, expressing that he didn't understand her anger at all. The next second, a big bump appeared above Naruto's head, and he fell to the ground with his butt in the air. I'm sorry. The aggrieved weakly uttered 3 words. Naruto's face was still full of question marks. He didn't understand why he was beaten even though he was praising little Sakura. Advertisement. Is it always so difficult to guess the thoughts of cute girls? Sorry, I made a habitual comment accidentally. Su Chen smiled. Usually when he saw a female ninja, he would always give priority to the so-called certain aspects. He almost forgot that he was now the teacher of class 7 and had to manage his image in the minds of the 3 brats. Otherwise, once you are labeled as a bad guy, how can you happily harvest their wool in the future? Although she is indeed a bad guy, in the eyes of most of the beautiful female ninjas in Konoha village. Teacher Su Chen, now that the assessment is over, why don't you start teaching? I can't wait to become stronger. Getting up, Naruto immediately forgot about the unpleasantness just now and begged with gleaming eyes. Naruto, don't be so anxious. After more than 2 hours of assessment, the teacher is a little tired, and there are some personal matters to deal with. 3 little brats, just rest well for the rest of the day. Tomorrow you will officially start training on the road to becoming stronger. After looking at the time, Su Chen yawned lazily, then put his hands in his pockets and headed deeper into the woods. The moment he turned around, a faint cold light flashed across his eyes. During the assessment just now, I had already sensed annoying cockroaches peeping around. Even when Naruto turned into a tailed beast, these guys showed signs of not being able to resist taking action. He didn't want to be spied on when he taught class 7 next. After all, the so-called ninjutsu, to be taught to class 7 is a forbidden technique that has never appeared before in the entire ninja world. 3rd generation old man, have you seen enough? Watch again and I'll blow up your crystal ball. Stopping and turning his head, Su Chen gave a cold and biting look at the crystal ball's prying eyes, and threatened unceremoniously. Chapter 18 Explosive Hammer Anbu Root, the Terrifying Fist. This kid. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised to be caught peeping. Regarding this mysterious guy, everything that seems incredible seems so ordinary. Is it a detection ninjutsu? Or other techniques? Like a conditioned reflex, such speculations flashed through his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively withdrew the chakra injected into the crystal ball, and the high-definition picture of 1080p, displayed in front of him suddenly disappeared. Lord Hokage? Kakashi spoke softly, his tone full of surprised questioning. If I read it correctly, that arrogant Su Chen is threatening Master Hokage, right? A person who doesn't even have the status of a ninja, threatens the Hokage-sama who is in charge of Konoha village with such an expression and tone without any politeness? The key is that in the face of threats and provocations, Master Hokage's first reaction is not to get angry, but to silently turn off the crystal ball. Who dares to believe it? The person who can make even the famous Hokage feel afraid is you, Su Chen. With a hint of surprise in his heart, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Kakashi, do you want to know the reason? It's very simple. It is rude to pry into other people's privacy, especially for Su Chen. Sarutobi Hiruzen relit the dry tobacco, took a puff, and said calmly. Based on the information we currently have about his ninjutsu is probably not a conventional ninjutsu. You should be aware of this, right? Unconventional ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded in agreement, glanced at the bandage on his arm, and his thoughts naturally returned to the battle, to seize the qualification to take over Team 7. In that battle, most of the skills Su Chen used were physical skills, and he showed amazing speed, defensive ability, and nonchalance that made people angry just to watch. Right. Facing a Jonin of his own level, his attitude when fighting, every look, expression and movement showed that he was not serious. Even with Su Chen's obviously unrestrained attitude, he was easily defeated. Even Sharingan, who claimed to be able to see through all the opponent's moves, was of no use at all. The reason is that Su Chen has terrifying speed that exceeds Sharingan's reaction time. The ninjutsu he possesses will not be easily revealed to others. This can be seen from the results of many years of investigation, but still nothing. Advertisement. What surprised me was that he seemed to really want to teach the 3 brats in class 7. It seems that, as the teacher of class 7, Su Chen is very partial to the 3 of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, whether he was happy for Team 7, worried, or both. Well, do you want to give up monitoring Jinchuriki in order to allow Su Chen to teach the kid in class 7 with peace of mind? Kakashi nodded slowly, expressing understanding. After all, that guy Su Chen can scare away the 9 tails in Naruto's body with just one look. The Hokage-sama really doesn't have to worry about the dangerous situation of tailed beasts going berserk. Not completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked unclear and said calmly. Is there any other reason? Kakashi was surprised. Su Chen is a man of his word. If he says he will break my crystal ball, he will definitely do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered honestly in a calm tone. The crystal ball is a rare treasure-level ninja tool. It was a pity that it was broken simply because of curiosity about how Su Chen taught Class 7. Moreover, if you use a crystal ball to spy on Su Chen, you will always accidentally see a scene that makes people snort. Third generation said that he is old and his health bar is not high, so he can only spy at noon because something will happen sooner or later. Kakashi. In the dense forest on the side of the training ground for Team 7. As the assessment of Class 7 officially ended, the 3 exhausted brats also left the training ground one after another. What they didn't know was that during this assessment, there were 2 pairs of eyes in the jungle closely observing the entire process. On a towering tree covered by lush and dense branches and leaves, 2 figures wearing black costumes, carrying ninja swords on their backs, and wearing different masks squatted on it. There was no sound, and the body swayed at the same frequency as the tree trunk swayed. The 2 Jonin of the Anbu route, after completing their investigation of Jinchuriki today, are ready to go back and report the situation. Bang! The slight sound of tearing air coming from behind made the eyes of the 2 Jonin who were already extremely vigilant trembled suddenly, and then they reacted quickly and jumped into the air, shooting 2 empty cold rays towards the ghostly light behind them. The figure appears. Ah, do you give a gift as soon as we meet? I don't want a worthless kunai. A voice with a relaxed and teasing tone sounded. Su Chen frowned slightly and flicked the kunai away with 2 fingers. Fire style. Huh? Advertisement. A Jonin who was in midair quickly formed a seal, but was horrified to find that the figure had already appeared in front of him, and the hands of the seal were stuck in surprise. Fire style. Dead dog rolls on the ground and eats mud technique. Su Chen thoughtfully filled in the opponent's compliment, and then punched out. Boom. The moment the fist came into contact with the chest, air fluctuations were violent enough to be seen with the naked eye. The struck figure was slapped to the ground like a dead dog falling from a high altitude. The bouncing body smashed out a piece of dust and rolled continuously on the ground for more than a dozen times. Weeks later, it finally stopped after breaking several big trees. Hiss. The other Jonin couldn't help but gasp when he saw this, even though the other party's attack was not serious enough to kill his companion. But just one punch can make an Anbu root Jonin incapacitated, which shows that the opponent's physical skills are terrifyingly strong. Wood-style wood spindle wall. Realizing that Su Chen had dealt with his companion, his cold eyes turned to him. This Anbu root Jonin quickly formed a seal and cast a spell. Rows of tree trunks burst out of the ground, bending and forming a semicircular shield formation to cover the body. With a bang bang, 2 shadow clones leapt out from both sides of the hiding place, throwing chain-like ninja tools stained with detonating charms. The moment before the shield condensed by the defensive wood-style ninjutsu was tightly closed, through the last gap, you could clearly see the figure wrapped around the body like a lion majesty by 2 chains. Okay, did you succeed? Boom boom. The 2 subsequent explosions that even shook the wooden shield made the Jonin subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. However, before he could confirm, a slender white palm forcefully penetrated the rock-hard wooden shield and accurately grabbed his slender neck. Huh? The suffocation caused by the huge grip immediately brought a feeling of dizziness, making his eyes widen in disbelief. The detonating talisman did not cause any harm to him, or even have any impact on his movement? Killing 2 Jonin with 2 punches, what kind of terrifying taijutsu is this? What's even scarier is, the fighting position is obviously in the air, and the opponent grabbing his neck should fall to the ground, but why? Moving his eyes with difficulty, he landed at Su Chen's feet. The next second, this Jonin's eyes widened to the maximum extent, and his eyes trembled crazily in his eye sockets. Chapter 19. Don't get close, be careful of being accidentally injured. This man with amazing physical skills is floating in the air. Moreover, there is no sign of chakra being used at all. Is it a ninjutsu that transcends cognition and can hide chakra and make the body levitate naturally? The Anbu root ninja stared at the man in front of him with a sarcastic smile on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Mew, Konoha village. Su Chen, I want to remind you of Konoha's rules. It is a serious crime to attack Anbu. The lines that are usually spoken only in arrogant postures, in this situation, actually have a meaning of begging for mercy, and even have a heartbeat of gambling for life. If it is an ordinary Konoha shinobi, even a Jonin who is stronger than them would not dare to easily violate the rules about Anbu. But facing this man who could instantly kill a Jonin with 1 punch, he didn't dare to make a conventional judgment. Rules, aren't they made by the strong? Why are so many troublesome rules formulated to maintain peace in the village? After all, these rules are for the weak, right? Let me tell you, I am strong enough to ignore those rules. So, even if I crush you to death like a chicken, that old ghost Shimura Danzo can't do anything to me. Unless he wants the entire Anbu route to disappear from Konoha. Su Chenxing sneered and flicked his hand, causing the Jonin's body to hit the tree trunk in front of him. Jonin, who hit the tree trunk and hit the ground hard, looked up at the figure still floating in the air and fell silent. What he said just now was arrogant, but the man's contempt for Anbu's roots when he spoke, and the invisible but terrifying aura spreading all over his body, all meant that he had such confidence. Is this the message you want us to convey to Lord Danzo? Anbugen Jonin asked through gritted teeth. As an Anbu-rooted ninja, one of the most important qualities is the ability to analyze beyond ordinary people. This man was indeed ruthless in his attacks, but he did not kill anyone. Then there is only one reason left to convey the message. Clever. In addition to conveying the above words to old Ghost Danzo, I also told him that no ninjas with Anbu roots can appear within a 10-mile radius of Team 7 as the center. Advertisement. If not, Su Chen made no secret of the threat in his tone. Of course, the self who came from time travel had already known that the old Ghost Danzo was trying to control the tailed beasts. Naruto, who was a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, had always been the surveillance target of Anbu root. Before, Su Chen would have turned a blind eye and not been interested in these entanglements at all. But it's different now. That brat Naruto was now his student. It's his leak. It's his beater. I don't need any more reasons to touch him, it just won't work. You're trying to say that otherwise he'll kill the Watcher from Anbu root, right? Anbu's Jonin asked with a slightly mocking tone. He believed that Su Chen had the ability to kill the Anbu root monitor, but did not fully believe that he would actually dare to do so. Those are Anbu roots. The existence of tangled roots under the foundation of Konoha village is the darkest side of Konoha, and it is also the strongest side of Konoha. If this man knew the Anbu root existed, he should have known it was untouchable. No, it's a friendly fire. The training that Class 7 will undergo next is very lethal, and anyone who enters this range will have their lives in danger. So, if you don't believe it, feel free to give it a try. Class 7, will not be responsible for any losses. Su Chen had a mocking smile on his face and was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Anyway, he had finished what he wanted to convey to Shimura Danzo. As for whether Shimura Danzo and the entire Anbu roots can listen, it depends on their luck. If they fail to understand the danger of this information, they can only blame their bad luck. After saying that, the figure floating in the air with a dangerous aura turned into a swift shadow and disappeared outside the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Did you save a life? The information must be reported to Lord Danzo as soon as possible? Advertisement. Damn it, one Jinchuriki is already troublesome enough, but I didn't expect that there will be an even more troublesome guy. By the way, what kind of ninjutsu was the flying ninjutsu just now? Why is there no sign of chakra use? Holding back the severe pain in his body, the Anbu root ninja reluctantly stood up, helped his companion, and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. At the same time, Hokage office. As Kakashi left, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took out an information scroll with the words, Su Chen, clearly written on the label. The scroll scrolls and unfolds, and there is a catalog of information about Su Chen. No matter how big or small, everyone is listed. Signs of never using chakra. Open black lens bracket and idle guy close black lens bracket open black lens bracket my favorite type is Jui close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket having strong curiosity about Ichiraku ramen close black lens bracket, appeared at the scene of the Nine Tails disaster and severely damaged Nine Tails, doubtful. A selfish guy who never cares about the future of Konoha village. Looking at this piece of mostly useless information, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a touch of emotion on his face, as if he was recalling his interaction with Su Chen when collecting this information. You are a mysterious and complicated guy. I wonder if I will have the chance to solve all the mysteries about you in the remaining years of your life? After sighing with emotion, Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote down the latest information about Su Chen in a blank line. Teacher of Class 7, Chapter 20 The Road to Becoming Strong officially begins. Mom, I'm leaving. I'll be back later today, because we have to practice under the leadership of a strong teacher. A voice full of expectancy came from an apartment that was quickly tidying up. Haruno Sakura, who had specially put on close-fitting clothes to facilitate practice, waved at the door. I pulled the strap of my backpack containing my lunch and took a deep breath of fresh air on the bustling street in the early morning. I am so happy that I can finally start practicing under the guidance of teacher Su Chen today. What kind of powerful ninjutsu will Master Su Chen teach him? With his strength, he should be able to turn himself into a powerful ninja easily, right? With this thought in mind, Haruno Sakura speeds up and can't wait to see the handsome teacher Su Chen. And of course, there's the equally handsome Sasuke. In a room with the door and windows closed, a slightly lonely figure was tightening all the clothes on her body. It was another sunny morning, but the owner of this room deliberately made this place full of darkness. Separated by a wall, the laughter of children coming from time to time outside seemed to be in two different worlds. I finally started the formal path of spiritual practice. I will definitely become stronger under the guidance of teacher Su Chen and have the strength to kill you. Phew. A kunai suddenly shot out from Sasuke's hand and stabbed hard into the eyebrow of a photo hanging on the wall opposite. As you can see, the man in the photo is equally handsome and cold, and looks somewhat similar to Sasuke. The photo and the surrounding walls are covered with traces of kunai penetration. After doing all this, Sasuke, with a cold face, opened the door, walked into the sunshine, and rushed to the training ground. The other side of Konoha village. In a simple and messy room, Naruto, wearing cartoon pajamas and a cute cartoon nightcap, shook his body half asleep and opened a bucket of instant noodles. Pour in the hot water and wait silently with dull eyes for the instant noodles to become cooked. No way. In order to celebrate passing the exam yesterday, I ate several bowls of ramen at Uncle Tuchi's Ichiraku ramen restaurant and used up all the coupons at once. Advertisement today I can only, Did you mention something very important just now but you forgot about it in your sleep? Ichiraku Ramen? Passed the assessment? Ah, I almost forgot that today is an important day to officially practice with teacher Su Chen. If you were late on the first day, you will definitely be considered a lazy person by the teacher, right? Naruto, who woke up instantly, was in a hurry and hurriedly opened the door. Damn it, the sun has already fully risen. You must not be late. You must not be looked down upon by the teacher. While secretly cheering himself up, Naruto ran as fast as he could, causing a flurry of dust behind him. Then, 2 hours passed. At the Class 7 training ground, all the members of Class 7 had black lines on their faces, especially Naruto who hadn't eaten and even accidentally arrived in his pajamas. It was so messy. Fortunately, I was so excited by the teacher's partnership declaration yesterday that I naively thought that the teacher's tardiness yesterday was a test of everyone's patience. As a result, it seems now that teacher Su Chen has no sense of time at all, right? In other words, are you busy with something very important? Teacher Su Chen is actually late again. As of now, he is more than 2 hours late again. Didn't he forget that he was going to formally teach us today? Haruno Sakura sat on the grass in despair. The excitement and anticipation when she went out this morning were long gone. Sakura-chan, the teacher must have something important to do, right? After all, he is a strong man in the village. In addition to teaching us, he must also have other important responsibilities. Naruto hesitated and comforted him. Teacher Su Chen is so strong, maybe those who can do more work, taking into account many important tasks at the same time. If you are late under these circumstances, you will be excused. That makes sense. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but nodded, but she still felt that something was wrong. Teacher Su Chen, you don't seem to be the kind of person who cares about village affairs, right? HMPH. You are so childish that you actually think this is the reason why he is late. Sasuke looked at Naruto coldly, expressing his different thoughts rudely. Hey, you stinky guy, I don't think I'm asking for your opinion, am I? Do you want to fight? Being insulted in front of the girl he had a crush on, Naruto immediately got angry and yelled back angrily. Okay. I just happened to take advantage of the fact that the teacher is not here, so I will practice with you. Sasuke turned away with a cold look, leaned against the tree and stood up straight, assuming a hand seal posture. HMPH. You be *************. D. Do you think you are the only one who knows ninjutsu? My multiple shadow clone techniques are not just for free. Naruto folded his hands and immediately performed multiple shadow clone technique hand seals. Naruto. Sasuke. Can you please stop making trouble? The teacher will be here at any time. Haruno Sakura hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her, but she was speechless in her heart. Hey, these two naive guys. Teacher Su Chen, what are you busy with? You'd better show up quickly, otherwise, the two of them will really fight. Sneeze. At the same moment, in the flower building of Konoha village, in an elegantly decorated room with a fragrant smell, Su Chen sat up from the bed after sneezing, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Could this sneeze mean that the three brats from Class 7 were talking about themselves? Teacher, I actually don't want to be late, mainly because Master Su Chen, it's still early, and I still want to continue studying the ultimate ninja technique with you. A warm and sweet voice sounded, and a slender hand slowly slid over Su Chen's shoulder from behind, followed by his strong chest, and then. Chapter 21. The first lesson. Chakra is useless. Really? Although I really want to continue to study more ninja techniques with you, but I just remembered something important. Su Chen smiled evilly and reached back, rubbed it, then patted it down gently with his palm, stood up and pulled up his clothes. I almost forgot that I am now the teacher of Class 7. From taking S-level missions every day, earning commissions and enjoying life, and often practicing ninja techniques with beautiful girls, he suddenly transformed into teaching three troublesome brats. It's really a bit uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that Team 7 could maximize profits and steadily provide bond points, they wouldn't do such a thankless thing. Isn't it nice to sleep straight until dawn after a ninjutsu battle? You can also have breakfast or something before getting up. The key is that there are many characters in the system that can be unlocked and fused. Each unlocking opportunity costs 100,000 bond points. This is still the price of random unlocking. If you want to actively unlock a specific character, the bond value consumed is as high as 500,000. Looking at the more than 30,000 bond points in the system panel, Su Chen secretly cursed the system. Before taking over Team 7, Su Chen had only a few ways to obtain bond points. In the escort missions of S-level missions, through pretentiousness, coolness, and strength, you can gain the trust, shock, admiration and other emotions of the escorted person and earn bond points. During the mission, you can indeed get a lot of bond points, but once the mission ends and you are separated from the person you are escorting, the rate at which the bond points are generated will continue to decrease until it becomes pitifully low. After a mission, the total amount of bond value obtained is often less than expected. On the contrary, there is another way to get more benefits, and that is to interact with the female ninjas and a large number of young ladies in Konoha village. This also proves from the side that no matter what you do, for young ladies, handsome men are more likely to enjoy it. As for the bond value generated by other people, such as third Hokage, some male Jonin in Konoha village, Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, etc., the bond value contributed by them is very limited. The old man from third generation was more curious about him than he trusted him, and his occasional recognition of him would generate a little bonding value. What an old fox. Although Kakashi would also provide some bond points because he was envious of his own strength, but after accepting the setting of Su Chen as terrifyingly strong, his mentality became much more stable, and the speed and quantity of bond value generation quickly dropped to the lowest point. As for Sarutobi Asuma, ever since she discovered that Yuhi Hong's eyes were always wandering around Su Chen, her original admiration was eroded by negative emotions, and she hadn't been able to gain anything from him for a long time. The situation is roughly the same for other people in Konoha village. Advertisement in contrast, taking over Class 7 and teaching the kid who has a strong desire to become stronger will bring more promising benefits. Master Su Chen, are you just abandoning me like this? Makami Yui, who was lying on the bed, feeling weak and with piercing eyes, asked with a soft smile. I can't help it. After all, I am already a teacher. Although I find it troublesome, I still have to teach those 3 brats. Leaving a mischievous smile on his face, Su Chen pressed 2 fingers between his eyebrows. His body swayed at a high frequency and disappeared for an instant. HMPH, damn Su Chen, if you leave me here alone, I will feel lonely immediately. Makami Yui pouted her little mouth in annoyance, and shook her body in frustration, causing turbulent waves, as if she was lazy and unfinished. Class 7 Training Ground, 11 o'clock noon. The mild morning sunshine has become hot. The originally refreshing air began to become extremely hot and muggy. All the members of Class 7 continued to wait with displeased expressions on their faces, and kept complaining in their hearts. Even Naruto and Sasuke lost their interest in fighting each other in their increasingly irritable moods. Bang! The same sound of air fluctuations came. The same way of appearing, Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of all the members of Class 7, and then smiled refreshed. Good morning, you guys in Class 7, I accidentally woke up late again. I didn't keep you waiting too long this time, right? Well, I slept until almost noon, and a cute and sexy girl warmed the bed. In a good mood, even the world became more colorful. Teacher Su Chen, you are late again. You promised to officially lead us in practice today, but you ended up sleeping in. Naruto accused angrily. That's right, Teacher Su Chen. Fortunately, we cheered up early in the morning to accept the teacher's teachings, but the teacher only showed up at noon. Haruno Sakura couldn't complain. Really? Are you that late? In that case, let's not waste precious time and start today's practice immediately. Su Chen said with a smile, without any apology in his tone, and then his eyes became a little more serious. First of all, who is going to answer my question? Where does the strength of the strong come from? This question made all the members of Class 7, who had been excited when they heard that they were about to officially start practicing, froze at the same time. Because this is the most basic question in the ninja world. Advertisement. Even in the first lesson of entering the ninja school, this topic was explained. For those who are interested in becoming a ninja, the answer to the question is as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. How could the tough teacher Su Chen ask such a basic question? Wouldn't it be necessary to start teaching from the most basic things? Or maybe, for a strong man like him, the answer is not so simple. Sasuke shut his mouth tightly, lost in thought. Haruno Sakura's face was full of doubts, and she obviously didn't dare to easily tell the answer that immediately jumped into her heart. Naruto's eyes lit up. I know this question. Teacher, all the power of ninjas comes from chakra, right? Chakra is the source of power for all ninjutsu and taijutsu. Teacher Su Chen, is this question too simple? Don't you think we don't even know this basic knowledge? You're looking down on us? Sasuke and Haruno Sakura immediately gave him suspicious looks. This guy actually thinks that the teacher is asking this kind of basic question. How can it be possible for a strong person like Teacher Su Chen? However, the next second, I was surprised to see Su Chen's face showing approval. That's right, kid. The answer is a bit brief, but I can only say it is roughly accurate. For ninjas, the source of power is indeed chakra. For ninjas, Sasuke's eyes moved, and he immediately caught the huge information in this sentence, and couldn't help but say. Teacher, the question you asked just now seems to be, the source of power of the strong, right? Will the source of power of the strong be different? Sasuke, your analytical skills are really amazing. You found the crux of the problem so quickly. Su Chen gave an approving look, squinted slightly, stretched out a finger, and answered seriously. Chakra is an indispensable energy for ninjas, but for a strong person like me, it is far less important. So, if you want to become stronger under my guidance, the first thing you have to do is. Belief in chakra is useless. Chapter 22. The teacher's power comes from chi? What? All the members of Class 7 said in unison, thinking they heard wrongly. Teacher Su Chen actually said just now that it is useless to make everyone believe that chakra is? Really? The teacher must be joking. After all, just like the extremely simple answer to the question just now, chakra is the source of power for all ninjas, without exception. Whether a powerful ninja or weak ninja, using S-level ninjutsu or the most elementary ninjutsu, all require the energy of chakra. Su Chen's words are tantamount to saying that water is useless to marine life. Therefore, this must be a low-level joke without any nutrition. Haruno Sakura suddenly had a dark look on her face. She couldn't help but clench her fists and complained angrily. Teacher Su Chen, no matter how much you like to joke, now is not the time to joke. We have been waiting for several hours just to get the teacher's advice, not to play pranks with the teacher. Fortunately, I was still full of expectations when I went out, thinking that I would definitely be exposed to the real world of power from teacher Su Chen. I never expected that the hateful teacher would start making jokes right away. He is simply the most unreliable teacher in the world. Sasuke also looked at Su Chen speechlessly. He just felt that this man was too confusing. It was an obvious joke, but why did it always make people feel that it was not that simple? Teacher, stop making trouble. Can you please teach seriously? We are very serious about becoming stronger. Even Naruto, who had the most expectations for Su Chen, said helplessly at this moment. He is obviously the guy who likes to play pranks the most in Konoha village, but it turns out that his teacher is even better. I finally understood the feelings of those being pranked. You three little brats, do you think I'm joking, teacher? It's really unexpected that teacher, after finally being serious, would be questioned like this. I've hinted you many times, but you still think that what the teacher showed in the assessment is the so-called ninjutsu. Advertisement. Su Chen said with emotion that he was not surprised by the reaction of the three brats in class 7. Chakra is useless. Let alone in front of the three brats, even in the entire ninja world, no one would believe it. In the minds of people in the ninja world, chakra is as important as the air needed to breathe. Denying the importance of chakra is tantamount to denying the truth that everyone in the world believes in. Teacher, are you serious? Hearing Su Chen confirm again that it was not a joke, all the members of class 7 looked at each other, feeling shocked that their worldview had been completely overturned. A terrifyingly powerful person actually said that chakra is useless? However, considering that Su Chen never showed any signs of using chakra during the assessment process, the three little guys were full of doubts and finally wavered in their belief that this was a vulgar joke. It seems that the teacher has never said that he is a ninja, and he also implies that he is not even a genin. Haruno Sakura was the first to react and said to herself, all the mysteries about Su Chen that existed in her heart seemed to have a breakthrough. He claims not to be a ninja. Even with super powerful taijutsu, chakra doesn't seem to be used. The statement that chakra is useless really seems to apply to him. Teacher, is this the real reason why Sharingan can't see through your movements? You don't need chakra at all to activate taijutsu, right? Then what is the source of your power? With his eyes shaking, Sasuke, the most analytical of the three brats, asked coldly. What he was curious about was, if chakra was useless to Su Chen, where did the power of the amazing physical skills come from? Have you finally reluctantly believed it? In that case, the teacher will explain it seriously. Su Chen nodded, with a hint of seriousness in his smile. Chakra is indeed an indispensable energy for ninjas. Whether it is the activation of ninjutsu, the performance of physical skills, or even the use of ninja tools, it is inseparable from chakra. But the source of the teacher's power has nothing to do with chakra. But it comes from something called chi, gas. This new concept that suddenly appeared in the discourse made the three kids even more confused. Chi is also a kind of energy, similar to chakra. It is impossible to determine which of the two is higher level. By mastering chi, you can also exert powerful combat power like a ninja. Advertisement. Similar to how chakra can enhance the physical strength of taijutsu users, chi can also do the same. For example, Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and an unprecedented fierce aura erupted from his body. The moment he clenched his fists, the muscles in all parts of his body bulged simultaneously. The originally slender figure suddenly became full of strength without looking bloated. Teacher Su Chen, is this the result of using chi to strengthen the body? Naruto blinked hard and almost forgot to breathe on the spot. What a powerful feeling. The teacher's temperament seems to have become more impactful. Teacher looks so powerful. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but clasp her hands on her chest and marveled from the bottom of her heart. Sasuke also paused for breath, his pupils contracted, and his emotions shook. Is this the change that the use of chi brings to the user? The use of chakra usually requires some special guidance, such as seals and barriers, but the teacher's use of chi seems to be casual. No matter which energy is more advanced, chi or chakra, the process of using chi seems to be more convenient. Using chi to strengthen your body will change more than just your appearance. Let me give you an example. During the explanation, Su Chen came to a big tree and randomly punched out with his right fist. Boom! With a huge cracking sound, the tree trunk was directly severed at the center of the fist, and the upper part of the trunk, with its dense branches and leaves, flew into the woods with a strong impact. A series of sounds of trees being broken were heard, and what appeared before the eyes of Team 7 were towering trees that were broken and crooked in various directions in the dust. The distance was astonishingly nearly 100 meters. The dense forest seemed to be torn open with a shocking crack under Su Chen's seemingly careless punch. Chapter 23. A horizontal jump made Class 7 crazy. Please give me flowers and comments. The eyes of all members of Class 7 were shaking wildly, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. This is a punch blessed by chi, and its power is so terrifying. What's even more frightening is that Su Chen, who was able to silence Chunin and make Chunin P, did it with a completely effortless attitude. Is this a source of energy similar to chakra? Sasuke murmured to himself, as if a new world door was roughly pushed open by Su Chen, and it was displayed forcefully in front of him. What a terrifying power! And the incredible super speed that the teacher showed in the assessment, does it also come from chi? Haruno Sakura's tone was slightly trembling, and her pretty face was filled with various complex emotions, including shock, disbelief, and yearning for such powerful power. Although I don't understand what chi is all about, it's really awesome. Naruto, whose jaw almost dropped to the ground, waved his hands excitedly the next second, and the surprise even surpassed the shock caused by Su Chen's punch just now. Teacher, I want to learn this. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke worships and looks up to the host, and is rewarded with a bond value of 562. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura is detected and she admires and looks up to the host, and is rewarded with a bond value of 783. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Detecting the bond object Konoha village whirlpool Naruto's host creates a feeling of admiration and looking up to him, and is rewarded with a bond value of 960. Close black lens bracket. When Su Chen realized that she had obtained the wool, she couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the strategy of taking over Team 7 to earn bond points is correct. The teaching has just begun. He just showed off his skills and immediately earned more than 2,000 bond points. From now on, when my strength is gradually revealed in front of them, will my bond value still rise? Strike while the iron is hot. Su Chen took back his breath, returned his body to normal state, and continued to explain. As mentioned just now, using chi to enhance physical strength is just one of its functions. In addition, after mastering the use of chi, it can also improve the user's overall speed, defensibility, reaction ability, etc. The most important point is that chi itself can also be used as a means of attack, provided that you have the skill to directly convert chi into intuitive energy. Another example. Slowly opening his palm, a ball of light the size of a soybean suddenly appeared in his palm, and then gradually grew in size. Advertisement hoo ho ho. The light ball finally expanded to a size that was just enough for an ordinary adult to hold it with one hand, but the powerful energy contained in it stirred up violent winds centered on the light ball. All members of Class 7 stared wide-eyed again. With their physiques only adapted to chakra, they cannot feel how powerful this chi is. But just seeing it intuitively made them predict the destructive power that this small ball of light might contain. Is this the so-called intuitive display of chi? What a terrible feeling. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's confidence in the host, and was rewarded with a bond value of 856. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's worship of host is detected, and the bond value is rewarded 1253. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village whirlpool is detected. Naruto's admiration and identification with the host are rewarded with a bond value of 1569. Close black lens bracket. Another glorious fetter value of more than 3,000 was recorded. Because chi itself is too powerful as an attacking entity and may attract unwelcome people to watch, the teacher will not display its power for the time being. Now, do you have a general understanding of chi? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled, while retracting the light ball in his palm. Teacher Su Chen, using chi to strengthen the body and using chi directly as an attack skill are what you want to teach us in the future? After feeling the power of chi, Haruno Sakura had some doubts about this big surprise. Although the teacher said very implicitly, it is difficult to distinguish between the two energies, chi and chakra. But whether it was the punch strengthened by chi just now or the physical ball of light condensed by chi, it was revealed that chi seemed to be superior. As a novice who had just walked out of the ninja school, he only passed an assessment in a daze and was qualified to learn and master this powerful energy. On the contrary, it makes people worry that they will wake up from their sweet dreams at any time. Is it just because teacher Su Chen happens to be the Class 7 teacher who has mastered this stronger energy? The sudden surprise made Sasuke look at Su Chen suspiciously. Teacher Su Chen, I want to learn this, and I have to learn it now. If I learn how to master chi, I will definitely become stronger, right? Teacher, I'm ready, please start teaching right away. Advertisement Naruto was so excited that he kept walking in place. In his eagerness to become stronger, not only was his mood agitated, but his body was also unable to calm down. Hearing this, Sasuke's heart beat wildly. Although he did not take the initiative like Naruto, his interest and desire for chi was no less than that of other members of Team 7. If you can learn how to master chi, your desire to kill that man should be easier to realize, right? Naruto, you're in a hurry again. The teacher hasn't finished what he wants to say yet. Although chi is a very attractive energy, it is not easy to generate it and master it. It requires necessary talents. It's a pity that none of you three have this kind of talent. Su Chen bluntly pointed out the problem. Chi originated from the world of Dragon Ball. It is a concept discovered and gradually perfected by warriors. Even so, among countless warriors, only a few such as Kame Sennin, Goku, and Krillin can truly use it freely. Among them, Wukong is even an alien from a distant planet. As people from the original world, Krillin, Kame Sennin and others possess super-level talents beyond ordinary warriors. It is impossible for the three brats in Class 7 to have such a talent. What? All the members of Class 7, who had been so excited just now, were suddenly poured a large amount of cold water on their heads. Then everyone's face was covered with black lines. Hateful. Explained the powerful concept of chi, and personally demonstrated the terrifying attack power of chi. It was announced that everyone did not have the talent to master chi. Explaining that chi is fake is his purpose to deliberately annoy people? All the members of Class 7 were immediately furious. Knowing that we don't have the relevant talent, we still display chi so temptingly. Teacher Su Chen, you did it on purpose. Chapter 24 The Conditions for Becoming Stronger, Commission? Following Su Chen's words, none of the three of you have such talent. The 7th team all broke through the defense. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched quickly, and his emotions were like riding a fast roller coaster. Just a moment ago, he was full of expectations for the possibility of gaining the power to kill that man, but the next moment his mood fell to the bottom. Naruto and Haruno Sakura slumped their shoulders with disappointed expressions, and their blood, which had finally been ignited, suddenly dropped to freezing point due to their mood. Huh? What kind of reaction is this? The teacher hasn't finished speaking yet, why are they all so dejected? Su Chen blinked and asked knowingly, haven't you finished speaking yet? The three people in Class 7 looked at Su Chen with doubtful faces and did not have high hopes for the next development. The question is, the emotional contrast is too great, it's numb. However, what Su Chen said next made their eyes that had dimmed light up. Are you guys too impatient? You showed that expression before you finished speaking. Do you doubt the teacher's ability to make you stronger? The good news is that although you don't have the talent of chi, you can give chi, and I can do it easily, teacher. Kai, can you give it? In other words, can the teacher's ki be shared with us? Sasuke was stunned again, completely shocked. Yes, with your talents, even if I teach you the method of cultivating chi, even if it takes 100 years, you will only have a little bit of chi at most. Teacher's chi can be shared with you. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and confirmed with shocking words. The eyes of all members of Class 7 suddenly lit up. Not having the talent to master chi is indeed bad news. The good news that followed was a big surprise. Such powerful energy can be obtained by giving? In other words, as long as Teacher Su Chen is willing, everyone can become a strong person in minutes, right? Old teacher, please give me some chi. I really want to experience the feeling of becoming stronger through chi. Advertisement. The impatient Naruto immediately requested seriously. Naruto, would the teacher give such a precious thing to us easily? Haruno Sakura reminded hesitantly. According to the teacher, having enough chi will make you stronger. The value of chi should be at the priceless level, right? Although Teacher Su Chen is the teacher of Class 7, she is not selfless enough to give to others easily, right? Judging from the various performances of Teacher Su Chen, he is not the kind of selfless person. Yes, Teacher Su Chen, there are conditions for getting your chi, right? Naruto scratched his head, and his excitement faded a lot. Looking up at Su Chen, Sasuke also waited silently for the answer. His judgment was the same as Haruno Sakura's. Even if Su Chen had the ability and confidence to give chi to people casually, he would not do it unconditionally. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, patted Naruto's head, and praised. Hey, Brad Naruto, you suddenly became smarter. You must have the same judgment, right? Do you think there are conditions for obtaining my ki? I have to say that through these 2 days of short time together, everyone has begun to understand each other. Teacher, what are the conditions? After confirming that the analysis was correct, Sasuke spoke coldly. Even though he had always been aloof, he could not resist the temptation of chi at this moment. Teacher, please tell me your conditions. Even if it is difficult to complete, I will definitely complete it with all my strength, Naruto shouted impatiently. Idiot, don't rush to agree. Teacher Su Chen is the kind of person who will make excessive demands at any time. Haruno Sakura silently reminded that by showing the bottom line to Teacher Su Chen, who didn't know how to write the word polite from the beginning, it is very likely that Class 7 will pay a higher price than expected. Although he said this, the excitement about getting chi was far greater than the worry about paying. Seeing the expectant looks in the eyes of all the members of Class 7, Su Chen stopped pretending and immediately got into the topic of today's teaching. The teacher's conditions are very simple. After you officially start accepting tasks, regardless of the task level, 70% of the commission earned will be given to the teacher. As a reward, the teacher will give you the chi your body can bear. I would like to remind you that obtaining chi is not the criterion for becoming stronger. You must train hard so that your body can adapt to more chi. Advertisement, I will also be given 70% of the commission earned when my body cannot bear any more chi. Hearing this, the three little guys were stunned. The condition is commission? The tough teacher Su Chen is actually interested in the commission that Class 7 is about to earn? And it's 70% right from the start. As a strong person, this is too uncharacteristic of a strong person, right? Feeling the resentful looks from the three brats, Su Chen smiled heartlessly to herself. Enjoying life freely requires sufficient financial support. Since taking over the 7th team takes up the time to take on tasks and earn commissions, let the kid from the 7th team make up for it. There's nothing wrong with it, it makes sense. Teacher, is this the only condition? I agree. Naruto hurriedly raised his hands as if he was afraid that Su Chen would regret it. Okay, 70% to 70%. Haruno Sakura hesitated for a moment, but quickly agreed. The price of 70% commission is indeed very distressing, but in exchange for the priceless treasure level, chi, it seems that there is no loss at all. Good. Sasuke also nodded slightly. He was not interested in commissions or anything like that, as long as the remaining money was enough to live on. In that case, let's start the task immediately. The teacher is looking forward to your performance. The next second, Su Chen, with a smirk on his face, took out a stack of D-level tasks. All members of Class 7. Petrified on the spot. Chapter 25 The First Experience of Anger. Sasuke was shocked. Choose a task. For 70% of the commission for a task, you can get a chi from the teacher. Teacher is not the kind of person who is so greedy for money that he will use price to measure how much chi he gives. All he wants is an attitude of serious cultivation. Su Chen smiled with squinted eyes, looking like a bad guy who wanted to defraud the children out of their wallets. Well, it's not the money that matters, but the attitude. Thank you, young ladies from the original world who are obsessed with betrothal gifts. It would be very nerve-wracking to come up with such a high-sounding and justifiable reason on your own. Should we start the mission now? Shouldn't we inspect the goods first? Haruno Sakura looked at Su Chen speechlessly, saying that she just wanted an attitude. The way she eagerly took out the assignment letter clearly showed that she had a strong interest in money. Huh, hypocritical guy. Why, do you start to distrust the teacher again? The teacher only cares about your practice, don't talk like it's a business. Besides, compared to you who can get chi with commissions, others in this world don't have such an opportunity. Cherish it. Come on, pick one and officially embark on the road to becoming stronger. Su Chen continued to seduce. Well, that makes sense. Haruno Sakura had to admit that compared to other ninjas who had to practice hard to increase their chakra, it was obviously easier to get kai immediately after paying the commission at 7th achievement. D-level tasks, the lowest level tasks such as finding lost items or helping an old lady clean up the housework. If you do it once, you will get a chance to give chi. It's a great deal. Naruto, on the other hand, immediately entered the selection mode and couldn't wait to exchange commissions for the magical energy of chi. Sasuke glanced at the power of attorney coldly, his eyes moved, and he asked coldly. Teacher Su Chen, the commission for a D-level mission ranges from 5,000 taels to 50,000 taels, right? According to the lowest level of commission, the 7th achievement is 3,500 taels. Divided into 3 parts, it is 1,167 taels. This is 1,200 taels. Please give me chi. Sasuke took out his wallet, took out 12 banknotes, put them in Su Chen's hand, and then looked coldly with a hint of expectation. Humph, only an idiot would believe that what is needed is a serious attitude towards cultivation. He was extremely sure of his own judgment. At the same time, it hurts a little bit. Advertisement for an orphan who had just passed the exam to become a ninja, had not officially taken on the task to earn commissions, and had been exterminated. 1,200 taels was not a small amount. Oh, just skip a task? It's not impossible for the teacher. Okay, the teacher reluctantly agreed. Su Chen nodded, put the 12 banknotes into his pocket politely, and then looked at Naruto and Haruno Sakura expectantly. Is this okay? Teacher, I want to be angry, too. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, immediately took out his wallet, counted the money, and delivered it in one go. He is also an orphan, and like Sasuke, his current source of income is subsidies from Konoha village. Although it is completely possible to take on the simplest D-level tasks and earn money in exchange for chi, but in the face of this magical energy, no one can remain calm. Teacher, this is my share. Haruno Sakura also submitted attitude with mixed emotions. Damn it, this is private money that I have saved for a long time. I originally planned to use it to go shopping and relax after passing the exam. Teacher Su Chen, your chi better be as strong as described, God tier. Sakura-chan, I can see you're impatient. After taking the money, Su Chen glanced at Haruno Sakura's small tablet and said meaningfully. Are you anxious to strengthen your body through chi and make a certain place bigger? In that case, you have to practice hard to achieve it. Teacher Su Chen, what boring topics are you talking about? Haruno Sakura clenched her fists with a defiant look on her face and roared, huh, that's an unreliable teacher, always focusing on weird places. By the way, judging from the teacher's previous demonstration, it's true that you can get bigger through chi, right? Haruno Sakura couldn't help but secretly thought. Teacher, the money has been paid, can you give me gas? Sasuke, who couldn't wait for a long time, glanced at Haruno Sakura lightly, seeming to blame her for talking too much and wasting time, and urged her in a cold voice. Little Sasuke, this is a pleasant way of practice between teachers and students of class 7. Don't involve vulgar things like money. Now the teacher will selflessly give you chi and let you take the first step in practice. With a leisurely smile, Su Chen pressed 2 fingers between his eyebrows and slowly placed 2 fingers on Sasuke's eyebrows with his other hand. The granting of chi was originally one of the basic abilities obtained after fusing the Wukong panel. It was a simple basic operation for Su Chen. Advertisement, Sasuke was speechless, complaining in his heart, telling class 7 that you can get chi by turning in the commission. The person involved in the money is obviously you, right? The next second, I felt a warm and soft breath surge out from the fingertips pressed between my eyebrows, and quickly poured into my body from the point of contact. In an instant, just an instant, the remaining fatigue from yesterday's assessment was swept away, and a sense of strength that was enough to invigorate the spirit quickly spread into every cell in the body. Spirit, concentration, sense of strength, and reaction ability all reach a higher level. Even if you work hard to practice ninjutsu on weekdays, the feeling of finally being able to grow can't compare to the sense of breakthrough brought by the injection of ki in just a few seconds. So powerful, such magical energy. Sasuke's eyes widened, and his eyes and body trembled slightly, as if he was shocked to see a surprise far beyond his expectations. Is it that simple? The scene in front of them shocked Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Although they accepted the teacher's setting that chi can be given, in their original view, the process of giving this magical energy must be very complicated. Result: that's it? Simple physical contact can do it? Okay, if you continue, you may reach the limit of your body's endurance. Let's call it a day. Pulling back his finger, Su Chen reminded with a smile. As this chi, looking at his hands with a shocked expression, Sasuke felt the flow of chi in his body, and was completely immersed in the ensuing feeling of increased overall strength. Teacher, with chi, can I also use chi to strengthen my body like you? Looking up at Su Chen, Sasuke, who could no longer analyze calmly, had deep longing in his eyes. And the respectful attitude of asking for advice seriously for the first time in 2 days. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's worship of host was detected, and the bond value was rewarded 1523. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's respect for the host is detected and the bond value is 502. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's respect for the host was detected, and the bond value was rewarded 1024. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected. Close black lens bracket Chapter 26 Sasuke's analysis, unexpected gains. Hearing the sound of the bond value being paid, Su Chen felt even happier, smiled and shook his head and said, Sasuke kid, it seems that you have a strong desire to become stronger. Unfortunately, this level of chi can only significantly improve your physical standards, such as strength and agility. It's not that simple to mobilize chi at will and strengthen the body more intuitively. Don't forget what the teacher said, you don't have the talent to master chi. If you want to use chi freely, you can only continue to strengthen your control of chi through willpower. Sasuke couldn't help but nodded. He also noticed just now that the feeling of chi flowing through the body did improve the body's various abilities. But this unprecedented new energy cannot be perfectly controlled through willpower for the time being. However, the teacher's words revealed extremely valuable information. First, practitioners of chi energy will become stronger the more chi they have, which is similar to the relationship between chakra and ninjas. The second point is that simply possessing a large amount of chi is not entirely the criterion for becoming a strong person. It also depends on the practitioner's ability to control chi. Third, the ability to control comes from willpower. The stronger this ability, the more powerful combat effectiveness can be unleashed. The teacher is right, there is still a long way to go to become a strong practitioner like him. Because Sasuke just tried to use his thoughts to guide the chi in his body, and found that he could control it a little, but it was not enough to truly mobilize them. This directly verifies what the teacher said. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's trust in the host is detected and the bond value is 258. Close black lens bracket. Teacher, it's my turn, right? I'll have magical chi soon, right? Naruto exclaimed impatiently and excitedly, and at the same time glanced at Sasuke with a slightly provocative look. Having chi, I will definitely be able to master the mobilization of chi faster than some stinky guy. My willpower is super strong. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. The targeted Sasuke just gave him a cold look, then put his hands in his pockets and leaned his back against the tree trunk. There was no time to argue with this idiot Naruto, so why not immediately start practicing using willpower to mobilize ki? Are you starting to try to mobilize chi now? What a very hard-working kid. Su Chen sighed with emotion, then turned his eyes to the excited Naruto, followed the same pattern, and gave him a small portion of chi. Advertisement as he experienced the wonderful feeling of chi being injected into his body. Naruto was so excited that his whole body trembled. Is this feeling the increased strength that comes with chi? It seems that the feeling of chakra flowing in the body is stronger and more active than when using shadow clone technique. Just the injection of a small amount of chi can bring significant improvement to a person's body. A teacher who has the confidence to give chi to others at will, how huge should his own chi be? Like a creek, big lake, or like the vast ocean? Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's worship of host is detected, and the bond value is 1759. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village whirlpool is detected. Naruto's respect for the host is rewarded with a bond value of 1869. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village whirlpool is detected. Naruto is in awe of the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 2578. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen couldn't help but look at Naruto deeply. This kid seemed to be guessing how powerful he was. Otherwise, the bond value contributed would not be so great. There is also Sasuke, with his genius mind. He should have thought of the same question, but due to his natural calmness and restraint, his mood swings are not as strong as Naruto's. In just half a day, just from these two brats, they gained over 10,000 bond points. There is also a Haruno Sakura, which should also provide a considerable amount of bond value, right? After all, a kid of her age is far more restless than boys of the same age. After she experiences the power of chi, why shouldn't the bond value take off on the spot? Little Sakura, it's your turn. With chi, your wish to grow bigger will come true soon. Su Chen reminded with a smile on his face. Teacher Su Chen, don't say such strange things. Haruno Sakura complained with anger, but her body came to Su Chen honestly. Her heart was like a deer bumping around. Advertisement in her opinion, Naruto was always an overly active guy, so it was not surprising that he would react supernormally to a little surprise. What surprised her was that Sasuke, who had always been calm, also showed a rare shock after gaining Kai. This shows that the surprises brought by chi far exceed normal expectations. The feeling of gaining chi must be very magical, right? Look forward to. After the process of giving chi. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's worship of host is detected, and the bond value is 1520. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's respect for the host is detected and the bond value is 630. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura is detected to be in awe of the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 1890. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen glanced at Haruno Sakura with a playful look on her face. The bond value is roughly in line with expectations, not as much as Naruto's contribution, and overall much higher than Sasuke's. But the bond value produced by the respect emotion is much less than expected. Is it because he bluntly pointed out that she was flat, and the resentment caused by him weakened respect? What a vindictive little girl. After sighing silently, and waiting quietly for the three brats from class 7 to study chi, Su Chen once again took out a stack of D-level mission letters. Kids, now you know that exchanging 70% commission for chi is worth every penny, right? As promised before, if you work hard on tasks, you can get more chi. This is the mission I snatched from the third-generation old man last night. In order to prevent other classes from taking over these D-level missions and reducing your chances of obtaining chi, the teacher has taken great pains. Everyone in class 7 sweated. Are you afraid that it will affect your income? However, chi is really something worth working hard for. Subconsciously, the three kids' serious eyes fell on the power of attorney, and then began to select suitable tasks. Chapter 27 Danzo's Evaluation. Danger. That's right. If you want to become stronger, you have to work harder and complete tasks to earn commissions. Little devils, teacher, I am very optimistic about you. Come on. Su Chen smiled and cheered for the three brats from class 7. These three brats are the key to obtaining bond values. The large wave of bond values just provided is the most powerful proof. In terms of commission, for every commission earned by the 7th class, 70% goes into their own pockets. To me, the three of them are just regular workers. Only with more encouragement can you bring more benefits to yourself. Come on, you three brats. The teacher is full of expectations for you. Let's make the bond value and banknotes more powerful. Su Chen was in a great mood and shouted in his heart. Weeding the grass for an old lady who lives alone. Helping a child find a lost cat. After looking through several power of attorney letters, Naruto looked uninterested. Teacher Su Chen, aren't these tasks too boring? They're either looking for lost items or helping people with housework, etc. It doesn't interest anyone at all. I am a man who wants to become a Hokage. I have finally embarked on the road to becoming a strong man. The first mission I have to take should be something very memorable. Weeding. Find the cat. Even people who are not ninjas can easily do it, right? It's simply uninteresting. You kid, you're quite picky. Su Chen smiled slightly. Tablet kid, you should be clear about the task, right? The teacher is too lazy to answer, so I'll give you a chance to do it for you. Teacher Su Chen. This person is not a tablet, please don't give me random names. Haruno Sakura accused with a black line on her face. Advertisement at the same time, I felt that my weak heart was instantly hit by thousands of critical blows. It was obviously Naruto who was complaining, so why was he the one who got hurt? How unfair. The teacher has a habit of using nicknames based on characteristics. Sorry, I must pay attention next time. Broad forehead brat. Haruno Sakura. The whole person was almost ignited by the fire that shot up into the sky. Then he was completely speechless. Who knows if the accusation continues, what weird nicknames will come out of teacher Su Chen's mouth. Tired. Let him be. Damn teacher. Suppressing the urge to kill, Haruno Sakura glared at Naruto with bright eyes and explained angrily. A ninja who graduates from a ninja school becomes a genin after being recognized by his teacher. After you officially become a ninja, you can take on corresponding missions and earn commissions. As genin, we can't take on all missions, only the safest D-level missions. So there's nothing to complain about. The only ones we can take on are this kind of mission. Okay, then just pick one and finish it seriously. Naruto's interest suddenly became even lower, but he finally cheered up when he thought that after completing these boring tasks and getting commissions, he could get teacher Su Chen's chi again. Spirit. Sasuke, what kind of mission do you want to do? After choosing carefully for a moment, Haruno Sakura, who originally wanted to go on a mission to find the cat, asked with red cheeks. The cat on the power of attorney is very cute and adorable. But gaining Sasuke's favor is more important. Sorry kitty, don't run too far away, maybe we can meet you on the next mission. Casual. Sasuke, who was seriously practicing controlling chi with his mind, immediately said perfunctorily without thinking. The information about chi revealed by the teacher shows that it is indeed important to have more chi, but if you cannot mobilize them at will, no matter how much chi you have, it is useless. He is more interested in finding the feeling of mobilizing chi than the next task, but there is not much progress so far. Oh, then let's choose the task of finding the cat, Haruno Sakura said weakly and lost. Advertisement, have you finally made a choice? As the teacher of class 7, I should take you on the mission together, but don't expect the teacher to do it himself. Just think of it as an outing with you three brats. Su Chen smiled lightly, and then led Team 7 to leave the training ground and go to the mission execution site. Class 7 training ground, half an hour later, whoosh. As the sound of high-speed moving figures tearing the air sounded, three figures soon appeared in front of the crack in the woods that was blasted out by Su Chen's punch. The three pairs of eyes under the mask were suddenly startled. Then he jumped deep into the woods and launched an investigation. Is it possible to show such powerful ninjutsu just by giving an example of teaching to three brats? With an emotionless and slightly old voice, Shimura Danzo fell to the ground, his dead eyes turned to the crack. Su Chen, after all these years, you have finally shown some strength in Konoha village. You have always been cautious, but in order to teach three brats, you did not hesitate to sacrifice the privacy of your own strength. You have changed. As the dark side of Konoha village, Anbu Root has always been the eye in the darkness, peering into everything. A mysterious man who suddenly came to Konoha village during the Nine Tails disaster naturally could not escape the fate of being targeted by Anbu Root. Over the years, Shimura Danzo's investigation of Su Chen was no less than that of Naruto, who was a Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If there is one person in Konoha village who knows Su Chen best, this person is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has a fairly good relationship with Su Chen, but Shimura Danzo. Sir Danzo, the investigation is over. As expected, there are no traces of chakra being used at the scene. 3 Anbu Root ninjas return, Wei reports. It's interesting to be able to cause such damage without using chakra. There was no obvious change in Shimura Danzo's expression, but there was a glimmer of light in his seemingly dull single eye. It seems to be a more dangerous existence than the tailed beast. This calm comment made the 3 Anbu Root ninjas feel excited. Is this a sign that Su Chen is considered a dangerous target? As the most extreme guardian of Konoha village, the existence that Lord Danzo considers dangerous is the target of Anbu Root eradication. However, judging from the information brought back by the 2 Anbu Root ninjas who were responsible for monitoring the Nine Tails Kid, and the shocking degree of destruction in the woods in front of them, it is not an easy task to cut off Su Chen. Chapter 28 Judgment Result, Su Chen must die. Danzo-sama, do you want to activate the surveillance of Team 7 again? The Anbu Rooted ninja asked. The monitoring of Su Chen and Team 7 was urgently stopped yesterday. The reason? Jonin severely injured 2 Anbu Roots with 2 punches, and threatened to uproot the Anbu Roots. People have to pay attention to the danger involved. Perhaps others could view the warning as a joke or a bluff. Anbu Root can't. After all, Su Chen has always been the most mysterious and dangerous one on Anbugen's monitoring list over the years. Almost every time Su Chen goes out to perform an S-level mission, there will be 1 or 2 followers quietly following him, but no information about his strength has ever been collected. It's just intuitive information. The information fed back is all of this type. The opponent died in a miserable state. Close black lens bracket. The wreckage of the opponent that had been cut off by a sharp blade was found at the scene. The woods were 100 meters behind the wreckage, and the trees were instantly cut off in a straight line. Close black lens bracket. The opponent's whole body is covered with fist-shaped depressions, and all the bones and blood vessels in his body are broken. It is suspected that he was attacked by fists like a rainstorm in an instant. Close black lens bracket. The 5 opponents had burn marks on their eyeballs, suspected of being exposed to instantaneous strong light, and a large number of bloodline symptoms on their mouths, noses and ears, but no other external injuries. The bodies of the 5 deceased were scattered over a radius of 100 meters, but they died instantly. Close black lens bracket. Each of the strange investigation reports shows how dangerous the objects being monitored are. The key is that Su Chen's various behaviors and attitudes point to his uncontrollable, wild attributes. Although he has not done anything harmful to Konoha village for the time being, it is undoubtedly a time bomb in Anbugen's eyes. In order to collect Su Chen's strength data more intuitively, Shimura Danzo decisively issued an order for close surveillance. Advertisement as a result, the 2 Anbu Root Jonin who followed him disappeared mysteriously. Send again. The result is the same. This made Shimura Danzo smell a more dangerous smell, but he was forced to terminate the follow-up investigation. Until yesterday, the 2 Anbu Root Jonin responsible for monitoring Nine Tails Jinchuriki were directly threatened. The good news is that intelligence about Su Chen's strength was finally intuitively collected. Start surveillance. There is no need for this. I saw Jinchuriki transforming into a tailed beast with my own eyes, but he was indifferent, and even showed a frivolous attitude of gloating about his misfortune. Coupled with the uncontrollable evaluation, any variable may cause him to stand on the opposite side of Konoha village. No more investigation or judgment is needed, he must disappear as soon as possible. Surveillance. The purpose of monitoring Su Chen is to collect enough information about him to determine whether pruning is necessary. Like Juzhen, the starting point of doing S-level missions is not for the reputation of Konoha village, but simply to make money, never take the safety and future of Konoha village into consideration. Contempt the top management of Konoha village, threaten Anbugen, and even suspected of killing Anbugen ninja, and other intelligence shows that this person can easily stand on the opposite side of Konoha village. The enemy only needs to send a beautiful and sexy female ninja to seduce him, or offer him a large reward, and maybe this dangerous guy will soon cause a bloody storm in Konoha village. With his strength, if he really decided to do this, it would definitely be a disaster on the same level as the disaster of Nine Tails that Konoha would encounter. In addition, the equally dangerous Nine Tails Jinchuriki became his student. How could an inherently evil seed bloom into a kind and beautiful flower under the guidance of an equally dangerous guy? Therefore, there is no need to continue the investigation, the judgment has been made. Su Chen must disappear. Make him disappear? The three ninjas from Anbugen's eyes trembled, and they couldn't help but look at each other, confused. Advertisement. Did Lord Danzo make some wrong judgment? It goes without saying that Su Chen is dangerous. Even if the investigation is not as advanced as it is, the disappearance of several dark roots and ninjas who are following him is enough to conclude that he must die. The question is, can such a powerful man disappear with the strength of Anbu root? In other words, Lord Danzo already has a perfect plan to make him disappear completely, so that's why he is so sure. Lord Danzo's thoughts are really unpredictable. I didn't expect that I, who always thought you would bring disaster to Konoha and wanted to make you disappear no matter what, would one day have to use your hands to accomplish my goal. Your evil temperament and death-poisonous fog should soon spread to Konoha village. Orochimaru. Taking a deep look at the cracks in the forest, Shimura Danzo thought calmly. The other side of Konoha village. Ah, waiting is always so boring. Fortunately, little Sakura brought a lot of snacks. Little Sakura, wasn't it just yesterday that teacher and I were a little late and made you miss lunch? It is necessary to bring snacks to prevent similar situations happen? Lying comfortably on the high grass, Su Chen casually joked while throwing potato chips into his mouth. Well, it's delicious. The broad four-headed flatbed brat is quite tasteful, and it makes accompanying Team 7 on boring D-level missions less annoying. Damn teacher Su Chen. Not far below, Haruno Sakura, who was looking for the mission target cat in the grass, bit her teeth and cursed. Chapter 29 Chunin Exam. Arrogant Notice. After giving Su Chen a hard look, Haruno Sakura continued to lie in the grass swaying profusely looking for the kitten. Humph, the hateful teacher is eating his own snacks, watching everyone busy, and making such sarcastic remarks. He is really a super unreliable guy. And where is the nasty cat hiding? The intelligence clearly showed that it was in this grassland, but all members of the 7th team searched for a full hour and couldn't find even a hair. Unfortunately, I think your photo on the power of attorney is cute. Haruno Sakura complained silently in her heart, her expression gradually became manic. Little Sakura, go over there and have a look, there seems to be movement in the grass over there. On a branch not far away, Naruto used his hands to build a pergola in front of his eyes, searching carefully and reminding him. Not angry, Naruto glanced at Haruno. Sakura sighed feebly, braced herself and headed to the target point to continue searching. This overly enthusiastic guy is really full of energy. The most unreliable guy in Class 7 is uncharacteristically performing such a boring task seriously. Could it be that he got chi and found something to mobilize chi, the trick, right? That's for sure. Naruto has definitely gained a lot in the process of studying the chi in the body, so he is looking forward to completing the task as soon as possible to get more chi from the teacher. After all, the teacher said that only if the body allows more chi to be injected, can he receive more chi from him. And Sasuke, given his personality, probably wouldn't pay too much attention to this kind of D-level mission. Now he is also very devoted. This shows that Sasuke has also made considerable progress in mobilizing chi. Looking back at myself, although I can detect the flow of chi in my body, and even feel every location it flows through, I can't create the feeling of mobilizing them no matter how hard I concentrate. You have to work hard, little Sakura, and don't be looked down upon by important people. Glancing secretly at Sasuke, Haruno Sakura secretly cheered herself up and regained her energy. Oh, the three little guys are surprisingly serious about such a troublesome and boring task. It's interesting. Tasting the snacks, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. As the biggest beneficiary of the mission, Su Chen was very pleased to see the workers working so seriously. A figure silently appeared behind Su Chen, and the clothes swayed before making a slight sound. Su Chen didn't look back and spoke lazily. Advertisement. Third-generation old man, instead of using a crystal ball, do you come here to monitor it in person? Even so, be careful as I blow up your crystal ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Su Chen with a speechless expression, and then locked his eyes on the three busy figures below. I never imagined that the most irresponsible person in Konoha village would one day seriously lead three troublesome brats. When doing tasks, I have to stay with them even if I endure boredom. Su Chen, maybe you are really a qualified teacher and can help them grow quickly. Su Chen stretched lazily and said slowly, third-generation old man, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I don't want to be a qualified teacher. When the kid who just became a genin goes on a mission, the class teacher should accompany him and give guidance. Is this a normal operation? Besides, I'm not interested in the growth of these brats at all. As for why I didn't sneak away to drink and go to the flower house. Turning his face sideways, Su Chen said seriously, it's for the sake of the commission. The 70% commission for D-level tasks is not large, and it is not enough to pay for a meal, but it is important to develop a good habit of tracking accounts and managing money carefully from the beginning. After all, after the 3 little ghosts become stronger, they will take on S-level missions. The reward for each mission is as high as 1 million taels, and 70% of them is not a small amount, right? Commission? Really, a money-grubbing guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen complained softly. Even so, there is no need for you to be so concerned about it, right? Your reward for doing a single mission is much more than this. Third-generation old man, are you trying to trick me out of my purpose of taking over Class 7? Don't bother, I won't be fooled. If there is one reason, it is that Lousy is happy. Su Chen said arrogantly. As a strong man who has been lying flat for a long time, he is tired of lying down and doesn't want to lie down anymore. Is this reason enough? Well, this reason is hard to convince. Maybe it was your attitude before taking over Team 7, but it seems that it has changed a bit now. Regarding Su Chen's rudeness, Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled and didn't take it to heart at all. You just have to get used to it, old man, you can think whatever you want, that's your freedom. Su Chen ate the snack indifferently, not caring what others thought of her. What if you were disliked, hostile, suspicious, or trusted and recognized? After finally traveling through time, freedom and enjoying life are the most important, so I won't accept any slaps or pressure. Advertisement nor do we accept moral kidnapping. You still look like you don't care about anyone's life or death. If that's the case, why bother provoking Anbu-gen for a brat who has been taught by you? No matter what attitude you put on, you finally started to care about others, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't intend to stop there, with a kind smile on his face. As the Hokage of Konoha village, how could the important events that happened in this village escape his eyes? For so many years, this arrogant guy has been at odds with Anbu-gen until yesterday, just because 2 ninjas, Anbu-gen, showed signs of their hands on Naruto. Just a sign was enough to attract a blow from this kid who had never shown his strength in Konoha village for many years. It can be seen that the severe damage to the 2 Anbu root Jonin was the result of his restraint. Otherwise, those 2 Jonin might never have a chance to get out of the woods. On the surface, he pretends to be indifferent to everyone and everything, but in fact he has begun to care about some people. Or is it just out of the sense of responsibility of the teacher role towards the students? Can't judge accurately, but there's no denying that this is a good sign. Old man, your wonderful noontime has been ruined by your endless chatter, enough is enough. Su Chen glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in an impatient tone. Originally, it was quite satisfying to watch other people working hard while lying down eating snacks and admiring the scenery, but suddenly a bad old man gave a self-righteous analysis of his own behavior. Very annoying. Okay. Speaking of which, it's time to deal with official business. Before I leave, I'd like to remind you that the other classes are practicing seriously with the goal of passing the Chunin exam. It doesn't seem like a rational strategy for Team 7 to use their training time directly to perform tasks and earn commissions. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded slowly. I don't need you to tell me about this, old man. Class 7 has its own special way of practice. Since this topic has been brought up, let me say something humbly. The corners of Su Chen's mouth were raised, and his attitude was even more arrogant than before. Other classes had better spend all their time on training, because if they have bad luck in the Chunin exam, they will lose miserably against the 3 brats from Class 7. At least after working hard, you can deceive yourself and say, you have tried your best, so it is an honor to lose. Otherwise, Class 7 will leave an indelible shadow on their young minds for a lifetime. Chapter 30 The First Mission, the 7th Team that Breaks the Defense. So, confident? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed and he looked at Su Chen in surprise. This arrogant guy would actually say such a thing. In this issue of Genin, there are many geniuses worthy of attention, such as the hardworking genius, who is obsessed with physical skills, and the boy from the Nara family who has an extremely laid-back attitude, is very afraid of trouble, and has an outstanding IQ. Not to mention the cold-faced boy from the Hyuga family who has outstanding blood inheritance limits. Is Su Chen overconfident about the future growth of Class 7? Or is it that, with his strength and patient teaching, even Haruno Sakura, who is not particularly talented in Class 7, can become a being beyond genius? No matter what the situation is, it is very exciting. I hope this D-level mission is also part of the 7th class's training course, otherwise it will be difficult to reach the level you mentioned. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Team 7, who was working hard on the mission, and disappeared in a flash. What an old man who likes to worry blindly. The results of practice that Class 7 will show will shock your jaw. Su Chen added leisurely, threw away the empty snack bag, crossed his hands over his head and stretched hard, and returned his attention to Class 7. 3 little guys, haven't you found the lost pet yet? If you delay it any longer, you will miss the time to exchange for the commission. Do you want the teacher to provide some information? Huh, teacher, do you have any information about the cat? Why didn't you tell me earlier? We have been busy for so long in vain. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered with annoyance. Teacher, have you discovered the clues a long time ago? Have you decided to tell me now? Haruno Sakura couldn't hide her anger and complained loudly. Damn it, I have worked hard for so long in vain. The beautiful clothes I carefully selected and the hairstyle I carefully arranged are all covered with grass blades and dust. My lovely face must have become dirty. As a result, the teacher who had discovered the clues long ago was not ready to provide information until now. He must be worried that if he provides information too early, he will leave soon in exchange for a commission, which will affect his mood of lying leisurely and enjoying snacks, right? Snort. Sasuke, whose face was dusty and stern but still handsome, snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Su Chen smiled faintly and patted the snack crumbs off her hands. What are the expressions of the three brats? Why do they look like they have been deceived? The teacher is only responsible for guiding you on the mission. Performing the mission is also a part of the practice and can train you in the necessary ability to collect intelligence. So the teacher cannot take the initiative to provide you with information except at critical moments. Advertisement. Well, Haruno Sakura nodded. Although she still felt annoyed, the teacher's words seemed to make sense. Exercise the ability to collect intelligence. Naruto fell into deep thought, and then showed a convinced expression on his face. So, I thought the teacher was enjoying the joy of schadenfreude by enjoying delicious snacks alone and watching everyone waste their efforts. In the end, it's all for the sake of our practice. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Whirlpool is detected. Naruto is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 321. Close black lens bracket. Glancing at Naruto, Su Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this kid so easy to fool? No matter how you look at it, what you just said is full of loopholes, right? The critical moment. Teacher, is this the critical moment now? A trace of surprise flashed across Sasuke's cold face, and he asked curiously. Of course it's the critical moment when the teacher can't wait to collect the commission, so he just wants to share the information, Su Chen said confidently. Huh? Naruto, who had just realized that he had misunderstood and was even grateful for the teacher's teaching, immediately opened his eyes wide as he was on guard. Damn it. Haruno Sakura, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, couldn't help but hold her pink fist, and once again had the urge to hit someone. Sasuke was speechless, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched quietly. Is this the so-called critical moment? I have long been familiar with the teacher's unreliable personality, but just now I actually asked him seriously? Noticing the increasingly manic atmosphere in Class 7, Su Chen responded with a gloating smile and pointed to the woods not far away. The information is that the teacher saw the target cat getting into the woods over there 30 minutes ago. You must be quick, that is a dense forest where humans can get lost, and stupid cats can easily get lost. You don't want your client to judge you as a useless ninja who can even fail a simple task like finding a pet, right? After saying that, he sat down with a smile and waited for the drama to unfold. Sure enough, the next second everyone in Class 7 was not calm. 30 minutes ago. Teacher Su Chen. The damn cute cat must have been lost, right? Ah, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am going to be. How could I fail in such a D-level mission? Teacher, what's your expression? You are not allowed to bring up the topic of Grandpa third generation not liking people of the same S***X. Advertisement, trash, ninja, HMPH. The three little ghosts simultaneously looked at Su Chen deeply with eyes full of regret, and then quickly rushed towards the woods that Su Chen pointed to. Sharingan. After hesitating for just a moment, Sasuke immediately opened the Sharingan. Using Sharingan's advanced blood inheritance limit ability to find pets. Damn it, if the man you want to kill sees it, you will definitely laugh to death without killing it yourself, right? But in comparison, it was even more painful to be called a waste ninja by the client's grandmother with a look of disgust on her face. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, who was running, also made seals with his hands with an annoyed look on his face. There was a bang 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 sound and smoke, and more than a dozen shadow clones suddenly rushed towards him. Next time, don't even think about eating my snacks. Humph, you're a gloating guy. Haruno Sakura had the deepest resentment among the three, her teeth clenching. Ah, you've been tired all day long, and yet you still have so much energy. You are worthy of being my student. Teacher, the money spent at Ichiraku ramen restaurant later is entirely up to you. With a wicked smile, he leisurely took out a pack of shrimp crackers from his pocket, tasting it while waiting for the kid from Class 7 to return. The time soon came to an hour later. Sir Su Chen, thank you so much for finding our little girl. If it weren't for you, Su Chen, she would have been bullied by a bad dog. There's no need to say more about my thanks. The commission for this mission. Su Chen smiled expectantly. Yes, I almost forgot. These commissions should be regarded as a thank you to Mr. Su Chen. Su Chen took the banknotes unceremoniously and walked out of the client's house. He smiled and looked at the three out-of-breath little guys outside the door. Congratulations on completing your first task. The commission is quite large, a total of 6,000 taels. I will accept the teacher's share. He divided out 70%, and his conscience nodded in agreement, allowing him to put it in his pocket, and then threw the rest to Class 7. Teacher, can you give us new chi now? Sasuke, who was leaning against the tree trunk and trying to adjust his breathing, reminded him coldly. It's not good yet. With your current body, you simply can't bear more chi. As compensation for the commission, I will teach you the secret of mobilizing chi, is it fair? Chapter 31. Is this the secret to practice? Seeing that the three kids' eyes were about to show more resentment, Su Chen immediately threw out a super sweet candy. After seeing the magical power of chi, the secret to mobilizing chi must be what they dream of, right? Teacher, is it really okay? You can't be careless this time, otherwise. This sudden surprise made Haruno Sakura unable to believe it easily. The child friend like a baby in front of the teacher. Oh, Bu Ran. Shanzou Lao Shi Ma, Lao Shi Ke Bu Shi Mogi Ren Nizo Bu Hai Shou De Tien Go. Gondong Shou, Pai Gu Shi Wei I Zo Do. Su Chen turned over and gave a serious look. Naruto. I always feel that I have been mentioned just now, but I am not sure. It is mainly because I accidentally immersed myself in the fantasy of having the ability to fully mobilize chi. When you talk about letting go, you shouldn't be talking about yourself, right? Haruno Sakura blushed and subconsciously suppressed the urge to continue complaining. The abominable teacher Su Chen definitely does what he says in some weird ways. Thinking of the humiliating scene of being spanked by Su Chen in front of Sasuke, whom she cares about most, Haruno Sakura immediately regained her image as a good girl. Teacher Su Chen, please teach us the secret of mobilizing chi. Teacher, please. After a moment of silence, Sasuke also asked coldly. He doesn't mind showing more courtesy as long as it makes him stronger. Teacher, please tell me the secret to becoming stronger. I can't wait to experience the feeling of mobilizing the mysterious power. Naruto, who always had boundless energy when it came to things he was interested in, immediately requested loudly with his eyes wide open. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bonding target Konoha village Haruno Sakura's expectation for the host, and was rewarded with a bonding value of 478. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's expectation for the host is detected and the bond value is 358. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's expectation for the host is detected and the bond value is 666. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. While receiving commissions, he received a wave of bond points. Even today's weather seemed particularly beautiful. The secret is actually very simple. It's what you did today. Do more similar tasks, and you will soon be able to find the inspiration to mobilize chi, and then everything will fall into place. What? All the members of Team 7 had black lines on their faces when they heard this. The method of mobilizing chi is to do D-level missions? What about lying to children? Well, although we are still in the child stage, we are already officially embarking on the journey of Chunin and will soon be able to stand alone as ninjas. How can we believe this kind of nonsense that is just deceiving at first sight? Advertisement teacher Su Chen is clearly using the guise of helping everyone to practice and tricking everyone into helping him earn commissions, right? Shameless lord. Oh, why did you suddenly show such an expression of distrust? The teacher will be hurt if he sees it. I lied to you. The teacher is not the kind of man who is soft-hearted and easily hurt. Feeling that the expectations of the three little guys had hit a low point, Su Chen added. Don't rush to make self-righteous judgments. It's actually very simple to verify what the teacher says. Just feel the chi in your body and you'll know. Feel the chi in your body. Sasuke repeated mechanically, his eyes drooping, and the next second, his eyes that were filled with warm anger at being deceived suddenly widened. Under the mobilization of thoughts, the chi in the body obviously changed from the slight fluctuation before to a little splashing. But it is enough to prove that today's D-level mission is indeed significantly helpful in mobilizing chi practice. But why? Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's trust in host is detected and the bond value is rewarded 758. Close black lens bracket. Stop lying to me, Mr. Su Chen. How could a simple D-level mission be harmful to chi? Naruto complained silently, and his eyes lit up the next second. He also felt that the chi in his body was dynamically different from before under the guidance of his thoughts. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki is detected. Naruto's trust in the host is rewarded with a bond value of 1025. Close black lens bracket. Ah, this feeling, something is constantly bumping into the body. Haruno Sakura, who also sensed the changes in the chi in the body, said with a surprised face. Su Chen smiled evilly. Sakura-chan, it's time to practice seriously now, don't say such weird things. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected bonding target Konoha village Haruno Sakura to host. Sorry, the emotion of trust generated by the detected bond object is offset by the emotion of shame, and the host cannot obtain the bond value this time. Close black lens bracket. Oh, girls' mood swings are really unusually fast. Under Haruno Sakura's furious gaze, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. But it doesn't matter. Compared with the occasional loss, today's gain is enough. Teacher, why is this happening? Sasuke raised his eyes and asked strangely, unable to draw a conclusion through his own judgment. According to teacher Su Chen's explanation, chi is an energy similar to chakra, and may even be of a higher energy level than chakra. Even for chakra, it is not simply performing D-level tasks that can produce a clear sense of arousal. For chi It can be done easily, it's really confusing. Chi is so magical and complex, is the trick to mobilizing it really that simple? Naruto asked in disbelief while scratching his head. Teacher has said before that the key to mastering Chi is willpower. Of course, we must start with tempering willpower. It is precisely this boring D-level task that is significantly helpful in tempering the willpower of you three brats. Advertisement. At the same time, Chi, as an energy that can coexist with the body, is also very friendly to the owner of Chi. Especially when you feel tired, Chi will become active to protect the body. The more active Chi is, the easier it is to be mobilized. Kids from class 7, you don't think that the teacher really wants you to earn commissions by asking you to do D-level tasks, right? As he spoke, Su Chen, whose acting skills were outstanding, glanced at the confused faces of all the members of Team 7 one by one with meaningful eyes. The emotions of all members of Class 7 were shocked again. Use the boring attributes of D-level missions to hone your willpower? Also, in a state of exhaustion, Chi will become more active and easier to mobilize for the purpose of protecting the body? It was originally believed that the purpose of the teacher asking everyone to complete the D-level mission as soon as possible was for the 70% commission. I totally blamed him wrongly. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected, close black lens bracket. The strong gratitude generated by the feeling of guilt immediately provided Su Chen with a lot of bond points. So, the next step in your training is to do crazy D-level tasks. In addition, the teacher will also give you some surprises in your training. Of course, not all D-level tasks are suitable for practice. The teacher will carefully select them for you. Work hard, little devils of Class 7. The speed at which you can mobilize Chi to practice will determine whether you can quickly enter the next course. Here's a preview. The next course will be full of unexpected surprises. Su Chen encouraged with a gentle smile. Collect commissions from the 7th class kid for completing tasks, and in the process, keep pulling on their emotions to produce bond values. On the other hand, the 3 little ghosts can also grow quickly in the mobilization and practice of Chi. A perfect win-win situation. Of course, the biggest winner is yourself. Teacher Su Chen, please carry out the second D-level mission immediately. I feel that my body is full of strength. Yes, Teacher Su Chen, the sun has not set yet, please continue to give us new tasks. Moreover, I will bring snacks for you tomorrow. It's indeed still very early. All members of Class 7 were completely exhausted, and all of them looked at Su Chen with bright eyes. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately gave him an encouraging look. Snicker. Have the 3 little guys started to change from passive work to active contribution? Well, these 3 numbers are considered developed. Chapter 32 Extra Bonus, Gentle Wake Up Service, please ask for various data. In the early morning, the sky was bright and the whole Konoha village was still silent. In a slightly cluttered room with piles of clutter, Naruto, who was wearing frog pajamas, was writing the word big on the bed. His chest was rising and falling, and his nostrils were expanding and contracting with big snot bubbles as he breathed in and out. In her sleep, a pink bubble was flying, and the cute little Sakura in pink clothes clasped her hands behind her back, suddenly turned her head and tossed her hair flying, looking at Naruto's perspective with crimson cheeks and trembling eyes. Naruto is so awesome. He has mastered the control of Ki so quickly. He is much better than that stinky guy Sasuke. Furthermore, as a Hokage-sama, you will be recognized and trusted by everyone, including me. Me? Hokage? Naruto was surprised and looked at his clothes. Well, the white robe was embroidered with the red Konoha logo, and the shadow hat was extremely stylish. Well, after all, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am a man who aspires to become a Hokage. Grinning, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, he raised his thumb with his right hand and pointed it at his forehead. Naruto said with a satisfied smile. Naruto. Haruno Sakura's eyes trembled even more fiercely, and she clenched her hands on her chest. Sakura-chan. Naruto made a sound in his throat, his eyes gradually melting. Bang, Naruto couldn't help but was startled by a strange, tiny sound, This voice is so familiar that it makes people consciously picture a tall and handsome figure in their minds. But who is it? Don't interrupt my date with cute little Sakura, otherwise I, the Hokage-sama, will be very distressed. Little Sakura. Naruto slowly opened his arms and raised a slight smile on his lips. This Hokage will protect you well, what are you waiting for? Annoying Naruto Hokage-sama. Haruno Sakura lowered her beautiful eyes and swayed her body coquettishly. An old voice full of resentment suddenly sounded in the gradually beautiful pink atmosphere. Naruto, as the Hokage's man, you have to protect me, the Hokage, isn't it? Bang. The pink screen suddenly shattered. Naruto turned around in horror and saw the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen standing among the flying leaves with his hands behind his back. Is it fake? I'm not a Hokage's man. Naruto was frightened to the ground and backed away wildly with his hands on the ground. Isn't it your dream to become Hokage's man? Sarutobi Hiruzen approached slowly. Outside the dreamland, in the living room. I don't want to do anything, Hokage's man, I don't want it. A tall figure in the shadow held his chin, with a playful smile on his face. Naruto, are you having some weird dreams? Well, the dreams of adolescent kids are always so jumpy. Just now, he looked like he was giggling in a daze, and then he became frightened again. Interesting, but it's time to wake up, Naruto brat. With a wicked smile, Su Chen condensed a small ball of light between his raised thumb and index finger and then crushed it. Advertisement. Boom. The entity that gathered high concentration, chi, exploded, immediately triggering a gas explosion that spread to the surrounding areas, shaking the entire room and sending debris flying everywhere. Did you accidentally gather too much chi? Aww. Naruto, who was suddenly brought back to reality from his nightmare, had no time to react. He was thrashing around on the bed with his hands and feet, screaming in fear. Finally, he came back to his senses and saw Su Chen's figure, and then he turned from panic to confusion. Teacher Su Chen. What are you doing here? Do you have any urgent tasks? It's an urgent task. Not really, but it's time to practice. The teacher who charges 70% of the commission specially provides a wake-up service in the teaching. You're welcome. Get dressed and wash up immediately and rush to the practice venue as quickly as possible. Su Chen said with a gentle smile, showing the image of a perfect teacher who was worried about teaching students how to practice. Then he pressed his fingers between his eyebrows and disappeared in a flash. Teacher Su Chen. Is there such a kind of wake-up service that disturbs other people's dreams? Well, except for little Sakura's part, it doesn't seem to be a sweet dream. But the appearance of Grandpa third generation is all caused by you, teacher, right? Naruto said angrily with black lines on his face, and then he gradually regained his composure, with a faint look of expectation in his eyes. Is there any better mission to train, chi, in the rush to drag people to the training ground so early? Look forward to, on the other side, in Sasuke's dark and deserted room. Boom. Oh. Not here. The figure suddenly burst out of the air, looking thoughtfully at the neatly folded quilts on the bed. An unexpected smile flashed across his face. Sasuke, a kid with a reputation as a genius, really works extremely hard. His faint eyes swept over the spotless floor and simple and regular furniture, and rested with interest on the portrait of a cold man on the wall covered with kunai marks. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Killing blood relatives with your own hands for the so-called future of the village, no matter how much struggle and pain the process is, in the end, you are still an unforgivable Mary patient, and you really deserve to die. He commented lightly, waved his hand casually, and with a small movement like driving away mosquitoes, he aroused a kunai cold light as fast as lightning, and inserted it accurately under the nostril of the portrait with a snatching sound. Su Chen, who had never been interested in becoming a ninja, just carried a kunai to trim his fingernails and other things. But now, with just a wave of his hand, there are countless female ninjas vying to help him do this kind of thing. No need for it. Let this kunai, which has been in close contact with the feet countless times, stay under the nostrils of a guy who is in the advanced stage of Mary's disease but thinks that he is the ultimate noble person. A perfect match. Ah, it's so distressing. After so many days of training, both Sasuke and Naruto have made a lot of progress, but it's me. Phew. In Haruno Sakura's bedroom. Advertisement. Haruno Sakura, who got up early even though she was wearing pajamas, sat at the desk, holding her cheeks in her hands and supporting her arms on the table. The hair that had not yet been sorted was messy and fluffy, setting off a cute but distressed face. Haruno Sakura woke up early but could not go back to sleep. After several attempts at mobilizing chi, the results were unsatisfactory and she simply immersed herself in depression. Damn it, it's okay to be pulled down a lot by Sasuke, after all, he is a genius that he recognizes. But why did Naruto, the guy at the end of the crane, progress faster than him? If this happens, Sasuke, who he cares about most, will definitely look down on him, right? Ah, so irritable. Exhaling in frustration, Haruno Sakura thought as she felt weak. Bang. The same sound, the same sudden appearance of a figure, made Haruno Sakura jump up and look at that handsome figure with wide eyes. Teacher Su Chen. What kind of weird operation is this? Is it too much to suddenly break into a girl's boudoir like this? I was almost scared to death by you. You better have a reasonable reason. Haruno Sakura kept waving her hands and complained angrily. The whole person is instantly approaching the critical point of going berserk. Reason? As a teacher, I am anxious to see my students become stronger. I even don't hesitate to say goodbye to warm quilts and warmer and more energetic things, and personally notify the students to rush to the training ground. Is this reason reasonable enough? As he said that, Su Chen looked at Haruno Sakura seriously. Haruno Sakura was speechless, although she still felt that something was wrong. Teacher Su Chen, do you have any important advice today? Keep it secret for now, just treat it as a small surprise. Su Chen smiled, put her fingers between her eyebrows, and glanced at Haruno Sakura's pajamas. Extra advice. Pajamas with a lot of space on the chest are not suitable for you. Choosing a large size will not make the area look bigger. Instead, it will give you an empty and missing look. Teacher Su Chen, I told you not to say such weird things again. After suffering a critical attack, Haruno Sakura finally went berserk and a pillow flew out of her hand. The moment it was about to hit, Su Chen's figure had disappeared. Ah, damn it, how can there be such a teacher who casually comments on other people's clothes? But is it really that bad? In anger, Haruno Sakura subconsciously lowered her gaze, making Haruno Sakura's mood even darker. It seems that it is really a sharp evaluation based on experience. Chapter 33. The strength is not as good as Su Chen's little finger? On the training ground of Team 7. The morning sun was shining brightly, and there were still a few stars. All members of Class 7 were present, with mixed emotions on their faces as they looked at Su Chen, who had his hands in his pockets. Snort. Haruno Sakura was the first to express her indignant attitude. Originally, she was far behind the other two in Class 7 in terms of chi training. She was in a very unhappy mood, and she also had to be looked down upon by an unreliable teacher for her dressing sense. It was really difficult. Stretch. Friend of the big tree Sasuke also put his hands in his trouser pockets and leaned against the tree trunk again, waiting calmly for Su Chen to announce today's task. Naruto glanced at Haruno Sakura guiltily, and then looked at Su Chen cautiously. He thought with some uneasiness that he didn't know if he called out Sakura's name in his sleep. If this was heard by teacher Su Chen and exposed on the spot, he would definitely be very social. Now that the little devils are all here, let's start today's important content as soon as possible. Su Chen smiled in a leisurely tone, stretched out a finger. First, little Sakura, where are the snacks you promised to bring me every day? The following content is very interesting for you three little guys, but it is very boring for me, the teacher. If there are no snacks, the teacher will postpone it. Oh. All the members of Class 7, who were waiting seriously for important content, turned dark at the same time. I thought there was really something important to note, but the first one turned out to be a request for snacks. A hateful teacher whose behavior is always unexpected. The three little guys all complained like this in their hearts. HMPH. Here you go, Haruno Sakura, who kept suffering debuff stacks, said angrily, but still took out a bag of shrimp crackers and threw it over. Stab. After taking it and tearing it open, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Snacks and the like, combined with watching the scenes of three little ghosts practicing and suffering, it couldn't be more enjoyable. Teacher Su Chen, what is today's task? Sasuke asked coldly. Advertisement, today is not a mission day, but an assessment day. It has been half a month since you have been practicing for D-level missions, and you have received a lot of chi from the teacher. The next step is to conduct an assessment on the topic of mobilization of chi. Chi, assessment? All the members of Class 7 had a look on their faces. Does the teacher think everyone is qualified to enter the next course? The critical moment has finally arrived. Teacher Su Chen, I have been prepared for a long time. Have you finally started the assessment of the first course? Let me tell you a little bit, the results of my practice are amazing. Naruto smiled excitedly and said without humility. Teacher, please start as soon as possible. There was a hint of expectation in Sasuke's eyes. Although his voice and expression were not too disturbing, his bright eyes showed that he was confident. It's time to take the test. Haruno Sakura looked guilty and her chest was beating fiercely. She originally wanted to secretly shorten the gap between tasks, but she didn't expect that the chi control test would come so quickly. If Sasuke is labeled as a crane tail, in his mind, he will definitely hate it, right? After all, a genius like him looks down on stupid people who don't work hard. You can't wait any longer. Then teacher, I will take you to this topic as soon as possible. The specific content of the assessment is to try to mobilize chi into your fist to hit the stone. If you can make the stone move 10 centimeters, you can pass the assessment, and then go to the teacher to start the second lesson. Putting the shrimp crackers between her index and middle fingers into her mouth, Su Chen pointed at a large stone not far away that was more than 2 meters high. To move a stone like this 10 centimeters? Is this the content of the assessment? Naruto scratched his head, his face filled with excitement was filled with distress and loss. For such a big stone, the weight unit is ton, right? Advertisement. Even if he uses chi to strengthen his fists, it is difficult to do so at his current level. Sasuke frowned slightly, took a deep look at Su Chen, and restrained himself without expressing any doubt. Teacher Su Chen, who likes to make random jokes, are you sure you are not making vulgar jokes? The result of many days of practice is only to produce a clear feeling of mobilizing chi. Even if the ability to use chi to strengthen a certain part of the body is slightly achieved, it is not enough to strengthen the fist to shake the boulder. Did the teacher expect too much from Class 7? Haruno Sakura complained weakly in confusion. Teacher, with our level, we shouldn't be able to do it, right? Kid, you are denying the magical power of chi. Believing that you can't do it and really not being able to do it are two completely different concepts. How can you know the result if you don't try hard? You don't want this to be the case in your teacher's mind, right? While speaking, Su Chen politely extended his right little finger, glanced at it, and corrected him calmly. Well, I accidentally looked down on you. Your current strength is not qualified to compare with it. Is the strength not as good as the teacher's little finger? You're looking down on people. All the members of Class 7 were suddenly in a rage that was easily aroused, burning with strong fighting spirit. Feeling the angry gazes, Su Chen didn't bother to explain the process of arriving at the conclusion. He walked slowly to the big stone and tapped it lightly with his little finger that had gathered a little more chi. The seemingly unshakable boulder suddenly looked like a licking dog disgusted by a goddess, and rolled obediently 10 meters away. All members of Class 7 said, Chapter 34 Assessment of Sequelae and Confirmation of Important Information. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host, and was rewarded with a bond value of 1223. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. It was detected that the bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura looked up to the host and was rewarded with a bond value of 1335. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host was detected and the bond value was rewarded 1408. Close black lens bracket. Okay, little brats, let's officially start your assessment. The teacher is waiting for your good news. Su Chen smiled faintly and found a piece of clean grass not far away. He lay down leisurely with his legs crossed, one arm behind his head to act as a pillow, and the other hand kept throwing shrimp crackers high into his mouth. Well, it's another leisurely and enjoyable day. Mobilize chi into your fists to make the stone move. Sasuke murmured thoughtfully, secretly mobilizing the chi in his body. After practicing on D-level missions for many days, the chi in his body was far more active than before, even to the point of being forced to be activated. But at this level, can the fist really be strengthened to shake such a big rock? Silently, he came to the big stone and stared for a moment, feeling the weak chi covering his fist, and then punched out. Pop! There was a slight collision sound between the fist and the hard stone, but the big stone did not move at all. Seeing this, Sasuke frowned slightly and fell into thought again. It seems impossible to do it using the current amount of chi, and one's own ability to mobilize it. Teacher Su Chen, who knows a lot about chi, should know this better than everyone else. Why do you still choose to take the assessment? What is the real meaning of assessment? Advertisement reminiscing about the first assessment of Class 7, the superficial assessment content is making the bell make a sound, but the real theme is accepting Teacher Su Chen as a partner. Sasuke couldn't help but look at the snack-tossing game suspiciously. Su Chen. Indeed, is it a hidden theme? As soon as the idea came to his mind, Sasuke immediately realized that his current chi and brute force alone would never be able to shake the stone, so he decisively returned to the tree trunk with his hands in his pockets and continued to think. Huh, you can't do it, right? Stop acting like you can't do it and others can't do it. Just watch from the side. I will definitely pass the test first. Naruto smiled provocatively, and also came to the big stone, gathered chi in his fist, and punched out with all his strength. Huh? The pain caused by the violent collision made him take a breath, it hurt. But as a man who just said something big, how can he show it in front of a girl he likes? So he pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to try to shake the boulder. Humph, you're a completely mindless idiot. Glancing at Naruto's red cheeks that he was holding back from pain, Sasuke commented coldly. You be asterisk 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 D. Naruto responded directly, but did not continue the verbal attack as usual. After all, there was a more important and difficult goal of passing the chi test. Even you two can't do it. Haruno Sakura sighed, feeling even more powerless. Since Sasuke and Naruto couldn't do it to Sasuke and Naruto, whose ability to mobilize ki was much higher than his own, he simply gave up the idea of trying. Damn stone. You should move it. While hash kept popping up on his forehead, Naruto, unwilling to give up, punched the boulder one after another. Oh, the performance of the three little guys is as expected. One is good at thinking calmly, and the other is full of enthusiasm and motivation. The other one is still so easy to give up. Advertisement, yes, very important information has been confirmed. Looking quietly at the three little guys, Su Chen chuckled. That brat Sasuke, the look in his eyes just now probably means he guessed that there is a so-called hidden theme in this assessment, right? And it seems that he is still thinking hard about how to easily pass the assessment by finding hidden themes. Typical sequelae of Bell assessment, but it's a pity, you cold-faced kid. Hidden theme, this assessment does exist, and the passing criterion is still to move the stone 10 centimeters. After all, for practitioners of chi, no matter which attack method of chi, their talents are more suitable for using chi to strengthen attack, agility, and defense is the foundation of everything. As for the uninvited guest who has been here for a while, you must have seen enough, right? Su Chen chuckled and threw the last shrimp cracker into his mouth. Su Chen moved his fingers to the center of his eyebrows and disappeared in an instant. At the top of a towering tree in the distance, her beautiful eyes noticed a beautiful figure in this scene and was slightly startled subconsciously. Then she felt a face exuding a masculine aura in the air behind her approaching her pretty face. The bright beautiful eyes suddenly trembled. Did you collect any valuable information on Team 7? Or did you come here specifically to see me? I think it's both, right? Speaking of the former, you are really a conscientious and qualified teacher. In a leisurely and teasing voice, accompanied by a handsome face that almost stuck to Qianying's pink cheeks, an ambiguous smile, she faintly said the other person's name. Yuhi Kurenai. Chapter 35. The answer is, accepted? Qianying's slightly trembling beautiful eyes stopped trembling when she heard the identity of the voice's owner, but her cheeks turned red. Are you blushing? Is it because I revealed your secret? Su Chen's figure floating in the air slowly moved in front of Yuri Hong, and his slightly interested eyes swept over the eye-catching parts of her body one by one. Well, her long flowing hair set off her pretty face, which was a touch of bright red. The important part under the face is very big and plump. She usually has a cold and indifferent personality, but her rare shy demeanor adds a kind of beauty that is unique to Su Chen. That's right, in Konoha village and even the entire ninja world, there is probably no other person who can make Kurenai Yuhi, who has a cold and strong personality, show such a coquettish attitude. No, I don't have the habit of peeking at men. Pretending to be cold, Yuhi Hong tried her best to hide the slight panic in her eyes. This hateful guy can always see through his own thoughts effortlessly, and then speak out on the spot regardless of other people's moods. A ninjutsu that can read minds? Or is it that this guy who has never used chakra has his eyes naturally able to read women's thoughts? Facing him, I felt so stressed and flustered, but why can't I help but feel some kind of expectation in my heart? He is such a handsome guy that makes people feel confused as soon as they meet him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. Where are you thinking? What I'm talking about is that you came here specifically to collect the progress of the brats in Class 7 for the sake of the brats in Class 8. It's to prepare for the future Chunin exam, right? I just took over Class 8 and started preparing them for the Chunin exam. So you are indeed a qualified teacher, look down. Yeah, and he's a great teacher. Su Chen silently added a comment in his heart. Help your students practice hard and prepare for the Chunin exam in advance. This is what teachers in all classes are doing, right? On the other hand, you asked Team 7 to perform a large number of D-level tasks before you even started giving formal instruction. It seemed like you had finally managed to teach them seriously, but in the end, you asked 3 brats to beat rocks. Advertisement, conscience, doesn't it hurt? He glanced at Su Chen coldly, with a flash of regret in his red eyes. I really don't know what Hokage-sama was thinking, but he handed over Team 7, which includes the Blood Successor Limited Genius and the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, to Su Chen, a lazy and irresponsible guy. I thought that with the teachings of Su Chen, who has mysterious power, and the genius and Jinchuriki of Class 7 will become the toughest opponent of Class 8 in the Chunin exam in the future. It seems that it was overthinking after all. Su Chen, this guy, has never thought about teaching Class 7 seriously, right? Don't make random guesses about others, this will lead to serious intelligence errors. Su Chen reminded in a nonchalant tone. You mean, my judgment is wrong? Yu Hong did not hide the distrust in her eyes. You have to experience it yourself. Anyway, for the sake of the many wonderful nights we spent in the past, I would like to remind you in kind. Don't underestimate Class 7. Otherwise, if Class 8 is unlucky and encounters Class 7 in the Chunin exam, they will lose miserably. Under the still indifferent tone, there was a rare look of seriousness in those deep eyes that always seemed to be smiling. Hong was silent. She had always been very assertive, but for some reason, she always felt that there was a strong sense of danger in Su Chen's words. Will Class 7 really become the best in this class by breaking stones? It sounds incredible on the surface, but what was that thing in this man's eyes just now? I understand. I will teach Class 8 seriously. I hope Class 7 can really reach the level you said. Hong glanced at Su Chen, turned around, and disappeared into the dense forest after several leaps. Looking at the direction where the beautiful shadow disappeared, Su Chen smiled playfully and murmured to himself. Are you afraid that you'll be facing me for too long and you won't be able to hide the blush on your face? What a strong-minded woman. Then he pressed his fingers between his eyebrows again and appeared on the original grass in the blink of an eye. Wherever he looked, Sasuke was still meditating against the tree. Naruto, who was overly enthusiastic, kept hitting the rocks with his fists, and his expression gradually became irritable. Haruno Sakura simply held the attitude of, Naruto can't do it, let alone me, and ducked. The sitting posture is straightforward. It seems that there is still no progress at all. This day will be very long for the 3 brats. Forget it, just be patient and wait a little longer. Just as he was about to close his eyes and enjoy the gentle morning light, he immediately caught the figure leaning against the tree trunk walking towards the big rock from the corner of his eye. Advertisement. Oh, has this kid with a reputation as a genius finally come to his senses? Su Chen, who was a little more energetic, observed with interest. Under the surprised gazes of Naruto and Haruno Sakura, Sasuke, who remained calm, stopped in front of the boulder and punched without hesitation. The hit boulder immediately rolled forward more than 2 meters. Sasuke, you did it? Haruno Sakura stood up with a shocked look on her face. A series of little stars appeared in her bright eyes. As expected of Sasuke, he did it so quickly. Huh? You be asterisk 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 D. Are you serious? You didn't seem to have done anything just now. You just leaned against the tree and dozed off. How did you do it? Naruto was confused, with countless question marks flying over his head. Isn't it right? Dozing off is the secret to strengthening your fists with chi? Is it too outrageous? HMPH, although you were very annoying, in the first bell assessment, the teacher talked about boring topics about the team. I'll reluctantly tell you the trick. Sasuke's expression was as cold as before, but his eyes were brighter than before, showing the excitement of passing the test. The secret to mobilizing chi to strengthen the body has been found. We are one step closer to killing that man, and it is a crucial step. What's the trick? 2 pairs of eyes full of anticipation lit up at the same time, accompanied by their respective heartbeats. Take it. Glancing at the 2 of them with cold eyes, Sasuke announced the answer coldly. Huh? What? In Team 7, the 2 members except Sasuke fell into a deeper confusion. As expected, he is the calmest and smartest kid in Class 7. Judging from this answer, he has indeed discovered the most important secret of chi. Chapter 36 Shock. The Ultimate Secret to Becoming Stronger, Part 1. You be asterisk 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 D Sasuke. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. Humph, I can figure it out myself with my intelligence. I don't want to hear you say such mindless things. After a brief moment of confusion, Naruto suddenly became angry. What kind of bullshit answer is this? Accept it. Does this, it, refer to chi? Isn't it already present in large amounts in the body through teacher Su Chen's gift? The decision to accept qi into the body is already equivalent to accepting it, right? Besides, who would be stupid enough not to accept qi that can strengthen the body and burst out with powerful fighting power? Sasuke, the guy who pretends to compete, must be afraid that he will become stronger after knowing the trick and compare him to little Sakura's mind. Humph, I went to great lengths to lick go for a girl. Yes, after half a month of training on D-level missions, during which time the little licking dog Uzumaki Naruto, who finally learned the meaning of these two words from Su Chen, self-righteously gave this title to Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke is not that kind of person. Haruno Sakura glared at Naruto with her beautiful eyes, causing the latter who had just accused others of being lickers to immediately shut up. Then she looked at Sasuke with admiration. Sasuke is awesome. He is indeed the fastest person in Team 7 to figure out the secret, but accept it, after all. Before she could finish her words, Sasuke turned his eyes coldly to the handsome figure walking leisurely this way. HMPH, I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Besides, it's obviously a very simple trick, but you deliberately let others go to great lengths to find it on their own. It must have a special meaning. Teacher Su Chen, am I right? Simple, the trick? Special meaning. Advertisement. The other two brats in Class 7 turned their heads in confusion and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly, squinting slightly. Sasuke, kid, sometimes you are so arrogant that the teacher has the urge to kick you away. Especially when you try to read the teacher's mind like a B*****************. This urge becomes even stronger. But I have to say that he is indeed a kid who can be called a genius. The palm of his hand was raised, and between the nervous gazes of Haruno Sakura and Naruto, and the faint fear and alertness that suddenly appeared in Sasuke's body, it gently fell on the top of his head, and gently rubbed his hair like an elder would do to a little kid. By the way, mess up your slightly handsome hairstyle. Class 7 does not allow bigger to show off his hairstyle. Sasuke frowned slightly and turned his little face to the side as if he was in conflict. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's trust in the host is detected and the bond value is 251. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system announcement, Su Chen was surprised and slightly raised his lips. Is this bond worth it? Fortunately, I endured the strong numbness and discomfort and tried to play a emotional card, but this is the result? He is really a brat who is very defensive and has a cold psychological world. Be sure to take note of the important information. Sasuke is not suitable for using emotional cards to harvest wool. Teacher Su Chen, if Sasuke does it, can he enter the next course? Haruno Sakura asked thoughtfully. Of course, but I have to correct you. It's not just one kid who passed the test, but 3 kids together. Those who pass the test can enter the next course alone. This is to stimulate your fighting spirit and prevent anyone from being lazy. Do you really think that the topic of team that the teacher mentioned before was just casual? Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura's trust in the host is detected and the bond value is 789. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki is detected. Naruto's trust in the host is rewarded with a bond value of 965. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, as expected. Although the emotion card has little effect on the cold-faced brat, the other two brats are quite good at it. As a little expert who is serious about collecting wool, Su Chen carefully wrote down the information again. Is it because the trick itself is very simple? The crane tail and wide forehead have already met the conditions to remain deeply impressed by this lesson in the previous attempt? Is this the hidden content of this assessment? Sasuke judged silently in his heart. Ah, is the teacher going to reveal the answer to the riddle? I'm really upset that I didn't find the answer myself. Naruto sighed with a distressed look on his face. As he said this, his body showed an honest attitude of listening attentively. The answer to the mystery is very simple. Sasuke just summed it up very well. If you want to use chi to strengthen your body, you must abandon the mentality of using chi to become stronger, because chi cannot be used. Chi cannot be used. The two little guys who were looking forward to it were immediately confused. Isn't the purpose of working hard to improve the ability to mobilize chi, to use chi to become stronger? What the hell is unavailable? Don't underestimate the energy of chi. It is not a simple energy like chakra. Chi itself has personality attributes. Remember the teacher once said, right? When your body is tired, chi will change through changes. You have to be active to protect your body. It is not only a tool for the owner to become stronger, but also an existence that cares about you the most. The eyes of the two little ghosts shook at the same time, showing expressions of realization. What cares most about the owner? Existence. Could it be that the meaning of accepted is? Chapter 37 Shock. The Ultimate Secret to Becoming Stronger, Part 2. Su Chen was not surprised to see the two kids' understanding. The so-called trick itself is a simple truth that can be understood in just one point. Otherwise, how could the kid Sasuke understand it so quickly? Then he continued to explain, do you understand now? Chi is not only a powerful energy for practitioners, but also the most friendly and caring person, friend. So the trick is simple, as Sasuke the kid said, accept it, instead of exploit it, just like between friends, only by being honest and caring about each other can we gain sincerity. If you have the mentality of using chi to fly big rocks from the beginning, you will not be able to get the true strengthening of chi. As for the specific operation, it depends on you. Having said that, the rest depends on the consciousness of these two brats. After all, what they want to mobilize is the chi in their own bodies. If they cannot achieve a harmonious relationship with chi, like friends, all the teachings will be meaningless. Of course, for the kid from class 7 who has a strong obsession, it shouldn't be a problem to quickly understand and do it. Sasuke is a good example. Do you regard chi as an important existence in life and treat it sincerely? This is the trick? Naruto murmured with a shocked expression. Something in his heart seemed to be severely touched. Then I tried to calm down, sat on the ground and thought hard about how to establish a connection with chi. Haruno Sakura, on the other hand, after her bright eyes were shocked, she lowered her eyes slightly and calmed down to look into her heart. According to the teacher, chi seems to be a kind of spiritual energy. Putting aside the inherent idea that it is similar to chakra, and entering its inner world, it should be a feasible way. It seems like it will take the two little guys a while to find that wonderful feeling, but it's worth looking forward to. Su Chen smiled lightly, leaning against the boulder and weighing quietly. Based on my understanding of these two brats, it shouldn't take long to break the barrier with chi, and successfully obtain chi's help. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed quietly. Naruto, who was sitting quietly on the ground, opened his eyes full of excitement, stood up with determination and came to the big stone. Haruno Sakura's bright eyes flashed with surprise. Did Naruto have a breakthrough so soon? Obviously I had tried my best just now and finally felt like I had a breakthrough, but I was still a step too slow. If you do this, will you be looked down upon by Sasuke? Looking at Sasuke with a guilty look, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but feel even more depressed. The handsome Sasuke's attention was not on her at all, but looked at Naruto in front of the big stone with a slightly serious expression. Is there finally some progress? It's a little faster than I expected. Advertisement. This scene also caught Su Chen's attention. He stood up slowly and looked at Naruto with a hint of amusement. Chi, please, let me pass the test smoothly and become stronger. He took a deep breath and said seriously, then punched hard. With a slight sound, the 2-meter-high boulder rolled forward for more than 1 meter. Compared with Sasuke's score of more than 2 meters, it is slightly inferior. A little worse than that stinky guy, but I still have to thank you. Angry? After being slightly disappointed, Naruto smiled and said sincerely. Humph, the last one is the last one. Sasuke commented lightly, but Naruto, who was in a state of excitement, did not hear it and had no intention to listen. At this time, I was busy cheering Haruno Sakura up. Sakura-chan, the rest is up to you. Come on, you can do it. Really? Then let me give it a try. Haruno Sakura said in an anxious tone, hesitantly coming to the front of the boulder. Chi, I'm begging you to. Flat kid, saying please like this is not a trick. Being friends with chi is also a symbolic way of saying it. The purpose is to make it easier for you to understand how to coexist with chi. You won't be able to get help by simply stating that you want to be friends with chi. Su Chen's faint voice reminded from the side. At the same time, I was a little speechless. The tablet kid usually behaves very smart, but he shouldn't behave like this. Is it because he is afraid that his training results will be too poor and he cares too much about the opinion of that brat Sasuke? I know, Teacher Su Chen, I was just cheering myself up. Haruno Sakura complained weakly. Humph, that damn Teacher Su Chen always puts unnecessary pressure on people at critical moments. It's really annoying. I have decided to treat this big stone as Teacher Su Chen. No matter whether I pass the assessment or not, I can at least take care of my mood a little. Haruno Sakura exhaled and tried to relax, and finally punched out. Advertisement. There was also a slight sound, and the boulder rolled out less than 1 meter. Sakura-chan, you really did it, ha ha ha, I knew Sakura-chan could do it. Naruto praised excitedly. Did I do it too? Haruno Sakura looked at her fist in disbelief. Haruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, and finally a relieved smile appeared on her face. Although his performance is not as good as Naruto's, he finally learned how to live in harmony with chi. This should be a key step in becoming stronger through chi, right? Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Whirlpool is detected. Naruto is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 2,200. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Detecting the bond object Konoha Village, Haruno Sakura is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 2,250. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 1520. Close black lens bracket. Special reminder. The balance of the host's bond value has reached the random fusion Dragon Ball character panel conditions, and the host can be drawn at any time. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Su Chen's spirit was slightly shaken. Is the wool obtained from the 3 brats of class 7 in half a month finally enough to randomly draw? Taking over Team 7 is indeed a smart choice to quickly earn bond points. Drawing a new character panel can be done later. Let's help the 3 imps enter the next course first. Teacher Su Chen, what's the next course? Sasuke, who finally got impatient after waiting for a long time, asked coldly. The next lesson is to consolidate this feeling of being honest with chi and maximize the integration with Qi. The passing criteria are: holding out a finger to show his seriousness, Su Chen smiled and said slowly. Increase the strength of Qi, to the point where you can knock a boulder 10 meters away with one punch, and increase the speed to the point where you can catch up with birds in the dense forest. As for defense, it has to be to the point where it can withstand a light blow from my little finger. As for time, I'll give you 10 days. What? Everyone in Class 7 was startled. To knock that big rock flying more than 10 meters with one punch, only a strong taijutsu expert around the Chunin level can do it, right? How fast do you have to be to catch up with flying birds in the dense forest? And what teacher Su Chen said can withstand the defense of one of his little fingers? For those of you who have just mastered the strengthening method of Qi, can you really do it within 10 days? Chapter 38 10-Day Appointment. Unlock the Karen Immortal panel. Please ask for data in the big chapter. With the Qi we currently have, is it enough to do this? Sasuke said with a slight shock. What makes people feel unreliable is just the superficial perception of teacher Su Chen. When it comes to teaching spiritual practice seriously, teacher Su Chen will never joke around easily. So, based on the teacher's experience, everyone's Qi is indeed enough to meet these standards, right? Teacher Su Chen, it only takes 10 days, it's difficult to do it, right? Haruno Sakura expressed her opinion in a low voice. For her, it didn't take much time to break through the obstacle between her and Qi, and truly accept it today, but she still found it very difficult. Unexpectedly, the difficulties are yet to come. In her view, it would be difficult to complete these standards within 10 days based on her own practice progress. Don't worry, teacher Su Chen. Although it sounds difficult to do, the process of growing into a real man is a process of constantly breaking through the impossible. I will work hard. Naruto immediately smiled excitedly and held out a thumbs up confidently. The process of hard work is indeed a bit hard, but isn't the meaning of growth the process of constantly overcoming these difficulties? Yes, this is the additional gain I realized during this period of practice. Therefore, we will not give in easily. Kids in Class 7, no matter what your mood is now, you must be mentally prepared that becoming stronger is not easy. The sooner you accept it, the easier it will be for you to grow. Additional advice: when you reach the stage where you can integrate with Qi, there is no fixed way of practice. The purpose of all practice methods is to deepen this fusion. Whether it's a D-level mission alone or straight to the top training, it's a good method. I'll see you here in 10 days, but I want to remind you that if you can't do it, don't keep the appointment. With a faint smile, Su Chen pressed his fingers between his eyebrows again, and the shadow swayed back to his apartment. As for why I didn't go to Miss Hulu, after finally gathering enough wool and having enough bond points to unlock the second character panel, of course I have to go back and open the blind box to receive the surprise. Which Dragon Ball character panel is this? It's a little bit exciting. Su Chen smiled lightly and went straight to the point of opening the system. On the 7th team training ground, the remaining 3 figures did not leave immediately, but were thinking about the words Su Chen left before he left. There is no fixed way to practice next. The key to practice is to find a way to consolidate and strengthen the harmonious integration with Qi, and to further obtain more help from Qi. This is what the teacher meant, right? You only need to deepen the feeling of friendly connection with Qi, to a certain extent, and you can do it, right? Sasuke cast his eyes on the rock not far away with some realization, and his eyes gradually became firm. Since the key fusion with Qi occurs on this stone, continuing to use the same method to gradually improve the degree of fusion must be a feasible way of practice. Advertisement: Sakura-chan, do you want to team up with me and continue the D-class mission? Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura expectantly. Have you decided to train through D-level missions? Haruno Sakura looked surprised. Teacher Su Chen mentioned D-level tasks in the topic of practice methods. It should be just an example. Is this really a suitable method? In other words, is it suitable for you? After thinking for a moment, Haruno Sakura shook her head. Naruto, I want to practice in another way. Another way may be more suitable for me. Her first fusion with Qi was to directly calm down and explore the world of Qi in her body. This effect was achieved through the connection of feelings. If she continues to work hard, she should make progress. It's just that the teacher's words, "don't come if you can't do it," put a lot of pressure on people. Okay, little Sakura. You be asterisk 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 D. I'll see you in 10 days. You be asterisk 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 D. Don't stop coming when the time comes. I will definitely get the qualification to appear here. After Naruto was slightly disappointed, he regained his energy and challenged Sasuke. Boring guy. Sasuke replied coldly, his eyes falling on the boulder again, his eyes becoming more determined. You must not lose to the cranetail. Come on Sasuke, see you in 10 days. It would be 10 days before she could see Sasuke again. Although she was very reluctant to say goodbye, Haruno Sakura still took a deep breath and said goodbye with a bright smile. I decided that I must practice hard and appear in front of Sasuke 10 days later with a fully strengthened appearance, letting him know that I am not the last person holding back Class 7. On the other side, in Su Chen's apartment. In the clean and tidy room, Su Chen was lying lazily, looking at the system panel opened in his mind. Host. Su Chen. Close black lens bracket, own panel. Wukong panel, unlocked 45%, note. 103,212 bond points are required to continue unlocking. Close black lens bracket. Skills acquired. Wukong Technique, 8-hand fist, crazy fist, momentum cannon, finger light, teleportation, momentum eye, qigong wave, qi bomb, qi yuan slash, sun fist, turtle style qigong. Balance of bond value, 125,325. Close black lens bracket, random unlocking and fusion character panel selection are available. Close black lens bracket. The 3 brats in Class 7 have provided such bonding value. It's not in vain that I have sacrificed so much time to enjoy life to teach them. As for whether to continue to unlock the Wukong panel, or choose to randomly unlock new characters. After holding her chin and thinking for a moment, Su Chen decisively chose the latter. The strength contained in 45% Wukong panel is enough for him to kill indiscriminately in the early stages of the ninja world. Moreover, the more character panels there are, the more choices there are for new abilities. No matter how you look at it, the latter is more cost-effective. System. Draw a random character panel. Without any further hesitation, Su Chen said calmly. Open black lens bracket ding. The new character panel is being drawn, and host 100,000 bond value will be deducted. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Extraction successful. Congratulations to host for getting Kalen Immortal panel. Balance of bond value. 25,325. Kareem, the Immortal? The one who always squints his eyes, the cat? Got a cat with 100,000 bond points? Su Chen frowned slightly and checked the panel information. Panel. Karen Sage panel, unlocked 100%. Close black lens bracket. Skills on the panel. Wukongshu. Host already owns it. The reward is converted into chi. Afterimage fist. Host already owns it. The reward is converted into chi. The ability to make fairy beans. The ability to make super holy water. The ability to make super holy water. Close black lens bracket. Is the integration started? Close black lens bracket. After checking, Su Chen's handsome face fell. That's it? Not to mention half of the skills that come with it have already been integrated into it. What the hell is super holy water? System. You really think that labor and management don't know that this thing is boiled water, right? No wonder the panel reaches full unlock speed right after it is unlocked. It is a purely auxiliary panel. In other words, we can look forward to the senbei making ability. After all, if you eat one of these things, you can revive with full health. Even if you make them and sell them in the ninja world, you can make a lot of money. From this point of view, this wave of extraction does not seem to be a loss. Merge. With mild expectations for the ability to make fairy beans, Su Chen reluctantly accepted the Kalen Immortal panel. Open black lens bracket ding. Integrating. Congratulations to host, the integration with Kalen Immortal panel was successful. Close black lens bracket. The next second, Su Chen, who still seemed to have a lazy posture, experienced a big explosion-like change in his body. A large amount of chi, converted from the new skills poured in crazily, and the production abilities were forcibly imprinted in the mind. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Su Chen looked surprised. The ability to make fairy beans actually comes with herbal knowledge and information? Well, sure enough, the raw materials for making fairy beans only exist in that world. Fortunately, there are substitute raw materials in the ninja world. It hurts that the effect is at least 50% discounted. The effect is half, which means that it may be slower to restore the user's injuries and spirit, or it may not be able to directly resurrect the user with full health like the fairy beans in the DragonBall world. But in this world, it is already quite an explosive elixir. It seems that it is not difficult to find alternative raw materials. After blending, you only need to inject chi to blend them perfectly. Well, give it a try. He stood up slowly, opened a half-height safe, and randomly took out a few stacks of banknotes from a box full of banknotes. Then he moved in an instant, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 39 Strength Determination. Chunin Level. Master Hokage. This is the genin training situation submitted by the teachers of each class. However, Class 7. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, in the Hokage's office. Iruka said respectfully, placing several reports in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Su Chen, the teacher of Class 7, didn't submit a report, right? At the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, not surprised at all. That arrogant guy is not a step-by-step person. How could a person who dared to claim to break his crystal ball care about a small training report? Yes. Iruka nodded hurriedly and gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a strange look. The teachers in charge of each class regularly submit the training status so that Master Hokage can keep an eye on the growth of the new genin. This is a major event related to the growth of the next generation of ninjas in Konoha Village. Would a guy who didn't even care about such a thing really teach that brat seriously? An overly optimistic smile suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as the imp's impressive words echoed in his mind. Teacher Iruka, just watch, I will definitely become a Hokage and get your approval. Close black lens bracket. Don't worry, Su Chen seems to be giving unconventional teachings to the 3 genin in Class 7. In short, since you have decided to hand over Class 7 to him, you must have a certain amount of trust in him. Are you worried that Naruto won't be able to receive qualified instruction? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a straight line as he slowly lit up the tobacco stick. Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm just curious about how much progress Naruto has made after nearly a month of training, so I'm a little upset that I can't see the report. Lord Hokage, I'll take my leave now. Iruka scratched his head and smiled bitterly. The moment he turned around and walked to the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious advice sounded behind him. Iruka, don't try to go to the training ground of Class 7 to check on that brat in person. You will be in danger. It is said that only the teacher in charge of Class 8 is approaching without being threatened by Su Chen. Only beautiful female ninjas are qualified to come close. Su Chen, your rules really suit your personality. Sarutobi Hiruzen complained inwardly. Well, Master Hokage, I have no such plans. It's almost time and I have to teach the new students. Iruka sweated quietly and concealed his guilt, but a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The strong man who could easily defeat the famous ninja Kakashi set the rules, but he was not qualified to touch them. Realizing that Iruka's figure disappeared outside the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his forehead. It was not only Iruka who was concerned about the growth progress of Class 7, but also him. But even as a Hokage, he didn't dare to easily touch the rules set by that arrogant guy. Class 7. I hope the training results will surprise people. He took a puff of dry smoke and exhaled it slowly. A look of obvious worry appeared on his face surrounded by thick white smoke. Lord Hokage. A ninja walked in quickly and reported respectfully. The client of the Country of Waves, Mr. Dazuna, has arrived. Advertisement, oh, please invite him in. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly after putting down the status reports of each class. At the same time, the 7th team's training ground. The sun was hot, and apart from the rustling of the leaves in the breeze and the occasional feeble chirping of summer insects in the sultry air, the entire place seemed lonely and quiet. Bang! A small sound broke the silence. Huh? 3 brats, haven't they arrived? They can't even do that simple level, right? With an indifferent gaze, Su Chen glanced at the large stone not far away that was full of cracks and full of deep dents in the shape of a fist. Su Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth. I see. If I had known that, teacher, I would be late. Why did I delay my arrival for 2 or 3 hours on purpose? There is a tacit understanding. There is quite a team spirit in this matter, Su Chen said with emotion. Call out. The sound of a body tearing through the air was heard, and a figure passed by as fast as the wind, and the fist that was launched in time hit the big stone hard. The stone that originally seemed to be difficult to shake suddenly flew more than 10 meters high, rolling in the air and throwing fragments of stone. Did the brat greet me in this way on purpose? Kick you away? Amidst the angry complaints, an orange figure rose up from the ground, appeared in the air instantly like a shadow, and punched him as well. With a loud explosion, the boulder was shattered into pieces. The orange figure that landed on the ground did not stop at all, but rushed towards the previous figure. Snort. Sasuke snorted coldly, and rushed forward with a wind-like figure, pulling out a fallen leaf flying behind him. How about you two stop it in moderation? There's no need to do this every time we meet, right? Haruno Sakura's speechless complaints sounded next to her, and her body moved as she appeared between the 2 figures that were about to collide. The 3 figures stopped at the same time, and only the strong wind caused by the rapid movement made their clothes and hair fly. Snort. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, seemingly losing interest in teaching Naruto a lesson, and walked slowly towards Su Chen. Teacher Su Chen. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 3,582. Close black lens bracket. This kid finally discovered that the energy of chi is much stronger than expected, so is he grateful to me? But you don't show it on your face at all, you little brat Sasuke who is pretending. Su Chen commented calmly in his heart. Little Sakura, let me tell you quietly, I am very strong now. I will protect you from now on, so that I won't be indifferent to you like that B*********************. Naruto said with a flattering smile and a proud look on his face. It's been 10 days since we last saw each other, and little Sakura seems to have become even cuter. Naruto, are you looking down on people? Are you saying that my practice has not made much progress and I need someone else to protect me? Haruno Sakura said angrily. Being protected is not embarrassing, and it even makes people feel a little warm. But you can't look down upon a guy who wants to compete with his peers as soon as they meet. Think of it as punishment for forgetting the team spirit taught by the teacher. Advertisement, of course. Sasuke also falls into the category of competing with peers. But he is handsome, so I can forgive him without hesitation. Haruno Sakura thought seriously in her heart. Sakura-chan, I don't mean that. Naruto waved his hands in panic. What? He originally thought that after 10 days of training, he could finally act cool in front of little Sakura, but he was caught off guard and was taught a lesson. So disappointed. Then he cheered up and came to Su Chen with Haruno Sakura. Teacher Su Chen. Teacher Su Chen. There is no excessive greeting, just 4 words combined with 2 pairs of shining eyes are enough to express many emotions. Open black lens bracket ding. Detecting the bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura is grateful to the host and is rewarded with 3,610 bond points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki is detected. Naruto is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 3,820. Close black lens bracket. 3 little devils, it seems that the results of their practice are very good. Su Chen smiled and nodded, giving a rare compliment. Teacher, can the assessment of the 3 standards begin now? Sasuke asked, pretending to be cold. He wants to get to the next course as quickly as possible and become stronger. 10 days, just 10 days, under the guidance of teacher Su Chen, he already had the power to approach Chunin. If you continue to practice at this rate, you should soon be qualified to kill that man. Sasuke, kid, I haven't seen you for a few days. You still have that attitude of always wanting to become stronger quickly. That's right, keep it up. It's an assessment, no need for it, you have already passed. Su Chen said with an indifferent attitude, took out a bean-shaped snack from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. Passed? All the members of Class 7 were stunned, looking at Su Chen who didn't like to play by the rules with doubtful eyes, waiting for answers. Have the emotional preparations been made? Then let's officially begin. Sensing the emotional changes of the three brats, Su Chen chuckled softly. Didn't the teacher say that guys who can meet those 3 standards don't have to appear here? Since you have appeared, there is no need to conduct assessments, because I, teacher. I trust you very much. The next second, all the members of Team 7's eyes trembled at the same time. Just as Su Chen expected, they were given a wave of bond points on the spot. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's trust in the host is detected and the bond value is 1240, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura's trust in the host is detected and the bond value is 1270, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki is detected. Naruto's trust in the host is rewarded with a bond value of 1310, close black lens bracket. Chapter 40. Snatch the sea level mission, target the country of waves. Silently adding the bond value to the system balance, Su Chen felt happier. Sure enough, it was much easier to cut leaks from the little ghosts than from the old birds whose minds were much more mature. Just give him some candy and he'll be able to generate a lot of bond points. After silently applauding his wisdom in choosing to take over Class 7, Su Chen took the opportunity to observe the changes in the 3 imps in Class 7. First up is Sasuke. After only 10 days of practice, his originally clear and cold eyes became a bit sharper, and his whole temperament also showed a sharpness like the afterglow of a blade. Although the body shape has not changed much, even through the clothes, you can feel that the small body has become more symmetrical, revealing a sense of strength that is obviously different from 10 days ago. And then there was Naruto. He still has the same iconic look of natural optimism, and his eyes also have a heroic spirit. He who was originally too energetic, after going through the arduous practice of chi, has become more radiant and overflowing with temperament. As for Haruno Sakura, the only girl in Class 7, Su Chen couldn't help but stay on her for 2 more seconds. Under the nourishment of chi, not only the skin becomes much fairer, but the slightly cute face also becomes firmer. After many days of practice, I got rid of the little bloat that was not much in the first place, and my figure became curvy, causing a certain part to look a lot bigger. Just slightly surprised, Su Chen immediately put his gaze away. After all, he would not have any extra interest in this kind of kid other than master and apprentice. Teacher Su Chen, is it time to move on to the next lesson? You said that the next lesson is full of surprises. Is it going to teach us that powerful move that can fly a big tree with one punch? Naruto asked excitedly, his eyes filled with excited anticipation. Knocks away huge rocks with one punch, has the speed to chase birds. As for being able to withstand a blow from teacher Su Chen's little finger, although there is no formal assessment, I am absolutely confident that I can pass this assessment. Little Sakura and that stinky guy can definitely do it too. The content taught in the next course must be more powerful, right? The next course is indeed about to start. But teacher, I am not going to announce the content of the course, just start it directly. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and slowly took out a power of attorney from his pocket. The content of the course will be conducted during the first, outbound escort mission, of Class 7. Next, please confirm the mission content with the 3rd generation old man. You have to carry it out seriously. I snatched this mission in a dishonorable way. Robbed, going out on an escort mission. Disappointment flashed across the faces of the 3 kiddies in Class 7 at the same time. The abominable teacher Su Chen always hides the real course content in other things, asking everyone to do tasks to help him earn 70% commission, and by the way complete the course teaching in the process, right? Advertisement money grubbing guy. Hokage building, in the Hokage office. Mr. Dazna, do you understand the instructions for entrustment? Then we can begin the task of escorting you back to your country. As for the ninjas participating in the escort, since your request, Mr. Dazuna, is a sea-level mission, our Konoha village will send 3 genin and a teacher. Is the above no problem? Smoking a dry cigarette and puffing out white smoke, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen explained in a calm tone. Different from D-level missions, C-level missions are a little more dangerous, but only a little. Genin who participated in the mission had to face opponents who were mostly bandits blocking the way, and in most cases they could be easily dealt with. In addition, the class teachers are basically jonin, so even if emergencies arise, they can be easily solved. Ahem, Hokage-sama, thank you very much. Sitting on the chair opposite the desk, Dazna, who had a shaggy face, took a sip from the wine bottle in his hand, wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile. As a candidate for the escort ninja, I recommend to Mr. Tatsuna the current Class 10 of Konoha Village, led by Jonin Sarutobi Asuma. So Mr. Dazna doesn't have to worry about being in danger on his way back home this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen added. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures appeared in front of the door that was opened from the outside. They were Konoha Village's new gen in Class 10. Lord Hokage, has the mission been confirmed? Asuma asked calmly with a cigarette in his mouth. Master Hokage, I have a request. Dazuna glanced at the 3 brats Asuma and Class 10 Narashikamaru, and said with a sad smile. Oh, do you have a different opinion? Please tell me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked slightly surprised, but still asked politely. I want Class 7 of Konoha Village to carry out the task of escorting me, and I have already given the letter of authorization to the teacher of Class 7. As for the reason, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. As he spoke, Dazna touched a big bump hidden under the messy sweat-stained hair on his head and said awkwardly. The arrogant guy who calls himself Su Chen is really ruthless. He even said that he would tell Master Hokage his secrets unless he handed over the power of attorney to him. The most worrying thing is that he saw through her secret at a glance when he met her for the first time. Is it a mind detection ninjutsu? I can't tell if I don't know ninjas well, but since that guy has this kind of magical power, it means he's very strong, right? Giving him the task authorization letter seemed to be a no choice but a suitable choice. Class 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused on the spot and couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's Su Chen, that guy who loves to mess around again. Why would he be interested in such a C-level mission when he would never go out on a mission unless he was short of money? Advertisement. It must have been a power of attorney obtained by threatening the client, right? This guy is giving me a headache. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a dull pain in his brain. Class 7. That guy Su Chen. Asuma was also speechless. Leading Class 10 to familiarize themselves with D-level tasks, and then perform slightly more difficult C-level tasks, was a perfect plan to help the 3 students grow. As a result, that guy Su Chen jumped out to cause trouble again. Also, even though he knew he had a crush on Kurenai Yuhi, he still drank with Yoruichi without any scruples. Is this guy Su Chen deliberately trying to get in trouble with him? His cheeks twitched slightly, and Asuma suddenly fell into deep silence. Huh? Asuma is here too? Are you trying to steal this C-level mission from me? Don't think that just because your father is Hokage, you have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Am I right, old man 3rd generation? A slightly teasing and lazy voice sounded outside the door, and then Su Chen, with a smile on his lips, appeared with the 7th class. Huh? Seeing this impressive figure, Dazna subconsciously shrank his head and dodges his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked speechless and helpless. The corners of Asuma's eyes twitched, and his whole body was in a mess. It seems like you are the one taking over the mission, right? The most arrogant guy in Konoha Village shamelessly uses the word, arrogant, to comment on others. He took 2 puffs of cigarette, trying to calm down his messy mood, and finally stopped the urge to break his guard. Well, you must keep your mentality steady, at least not to be breached in front of the 3 students in Class 10. After all, my persona in front of everyone is calm and steady, and I can't show the childish side of my heart just because Su Chen appears. Old man 3rd generation, this is the power of attorney. Please confirm it quickly, don't keep me waiting. Su Chen put one hand in his pocket and used chi to make the power of attorney in his hand float lightly in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked helpless. Then he looked at Dazuna with a smile. If I remember correctly, the client has the right to choose the mission ninja, right? Oh. Yes, yes. Master Hokage, please hand over my request to Team 7. With Su Chen's dull eyes, Dazna stood up in a hurry and asked in a panic. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his son were stunned for the first time. 2 Knots Chapter 41. A passionate sentence, Asuma breaks the defense. The client seemed to be very afraid of Su Chen. It even reached the point where Su Chen's look and hint would immediately make the other party subconsciously execute it. Do they know each other, or was it just that within a few hours of arriving at Konoha Village, Dazuna was shocked by this kid's dishonorable methods? If it's the latter, it won't be a good thing for Konoha Village's reputation. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened slightly, and he took a deep look at Su Chen with resentment, and then faced Dazuna seriously. Mr. Dazuna, one of the responsibilities of a ninja is to listen carefully to the opinions of the client and carry out the task with consensus. Simply put, for ninja, the client's opinion is very important and should not be changed based on ninja's unilateral request. Mr. Dazna, there must be some special reason why you value Class 7 so much, right? You might as well say it. Su Chen couldn't help but squint her eyes slightly. The 3rd generation old man was hinting to Dazna that if he was threatened by him, he could tell him on the spot, right? What a staid old man who cares too much about Konoha Village's reputation. He doesn't mind using the Ninja World's strongest ninja jutsu, mouth release, immediately to ridicule 3rd generation. However, besides his son Sarutobi Asuma, there were 6 other brats who respected him and wanted to save him some face. What's more, the drunkard old man who has something in his heart and has been caught by himself shouldn't dare to say anything strange, right? Well, Mr. Hokage, it's not for other reasons. I just think Mr. Su Chen is better than that guy. Tazuna pointed at Asuma and smiled guiltily. Wah. What, do you simply think you are better than me? Boom. As if the psychological defense line blocking the edge of breaking was hit hard, Asuma's eyes shook slightly. On the surface, there was no big emotional change, but inside he was roaring. What does the clients look like? Let's talk about the reason why this guy is better than me, just because he's a little more handsome than me. I am the elite Jonin of Konoha Village, The name Jonin is prefixed with elite. Elite. Understand? This guy Su Chen doesn't even have the identity of a ninja? But when it comes to strength, Asuma, whose inner world was turbulent, calmly took a puff of his cigarette to stop himself from thinking deeply about the topic of strength. Without him, he once left Su Chen because he was too close to Yurihong, goodwill, to express his feelings for Yurihong and hoped that he would not hinder this childhood sweetheart relationship. He was calmed down by Su Chen's eyes. There was even a strange premonition that, if you anger him, you might die. This guy must be really strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless again, which made the client dare not even tell the truth in front of Shadow. Su Chen was probably not just a threat to the other party. The client, Dasna, is there any reason that this kid has to obey? Advertisement, Ino, my teacher Su Chen is better than your teacher. Do you feel like you are being compared? Haruno Sakura proudly glanced at Yamanaka Ino, who was also confused, and whispered. Huh, Ino, this guy, ever since Sasuke walked into the room, he has been courting her with fiery eyes, which makes me feel really unhappy. On the side, Yamanaka Ino, who had eye-catching blonde hair tied up in a curvy figure, looked at Haruno Sakura angrily. With a wide forehead, Asuma-sensei will not give up easily. Just watch, Asuma-sensei with the name of Elite Jonin will definitely get this mission. Ino pig, you are not allowed to say the word, wide forehead. Just say it, Quan tu. Ah, in an instant, the only two girls in the room pressed their foreheads against each other, burning each other with blazing fire in their eyes. It's always because of that stinky guy who does such meaningless things. It's boring. Nara Shikamaru, who had her black hair tied up high and always had a bored expression on her face below, rested her head on her hands behind her head and commented with a yawn. Attacking with your head, is that a brand new physical technique? The obese Akamichi Choji grabbed a large handful of potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth, and said seriously and doubtfully. Since the taijutsu is activated with the forehead, Sakura-chan, who has a wider forehead, should have an advantage, right? As soon as these words came out, Haruno Sakura's eyes suddenly widened, and the anger in her eyes crazily overflowed and spread throughout her body. The amazing momentum made even her rival Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The three words, wide forehead, were the fuse that ignited little Sakura's anger. Only I, who had been close to her since childhood, could use these three words to make her burst into a third of her anger. Others have no idea how scary little Sakura is when she fully explodes. Who are you talking about, big fat pig? Turning her head suddenly and glaring at Akamichi Choji, Haruno Sakura yelled without caring about her girlish image. Big, fat, pig. Bang, Akamichi Choji, who was also touched, smashed the bag of potato chips with both hands, and it immediately burst into flames. Huh? Are you going to attack girls? Girls in class 7 are not allowed to be bullied? Naruto rolled up his sleeves and walked forward with cold eyes. HMPH, a bunch of boring guys. Sasuke snorted, seemingly uninterested, but turned to face class 10. Nara Shikamaru sighed and complained with a bored expression. Are class 10 and class 7 going to compete here? They always cause unnecessary trouble. He slowly took out his hands from his pockets, still showing an indifferent expression of hating trouble. If you touch my kid from class 7, you'll get beaten. Do you want to give it a try? At the moment when the anger was about to collide, Su Chen said calmly, and at the same time gave him a sharp look. Boom. The three brats in class 10 felt a breathless aura coming towards their faces, and their bodies froze. Advertisement. Even Akamichi Choji, who immediately lost his mind and ran away whenever he heard the keywords, fat, and fat, was stunned on the spot and unconsciously let his favorite snack fall to the ground. This momentum is so strong and terrifying. Class 10 unanimously gave the same evaluation in their hearts. Also, don't call little Sakura a big forehead brat anymore. Guys who use nicknames based on other people's characteristics are the most annoying. Su Chen added, then looked at Haruno Sakura with a gentle look. Teacher Su Chen. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bonding target Konoha village Haruno Sakura's affection for the host, and was rewarded with a bonding value of 789. Close black lens bracket. Really, tablet brat? Boom. Haruno Sakura's bright eyes widened as if struck by lightning in the next second, and the anger that had been dispersed by the emotion rekindled. Damn teacher Su Chen. Fortunately, I thought you were very handsome when you were protecting your students just now. Ah, it looks like beating someone up. Su Chen, enough is enough. I'll leave this task to you, Team 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hand on his forehead and shook his head secretly. This troublesome guy always caused a stir no matter where he appeared. I'm tired, let's end the farce with a compromise, otherwise, this guy might tear down this office. Oh, that's a happy decision. I will accept the confirmed power of attorney. With a faint smile, he picked up the power of attorney and put it in his pocket, then looked at Dasna with a smile. The latter's body froze, and he hurriedly put on a forced smile on his face, and said hurriedly. Master Su Chen, please do everything. Have you confirmed that the task will be assigned to Team 7? Asuma took a puff of his cigarette depressedly, hiding the look of disappointment on his face. Su Chen, who noticed the other person's emotions, curled up the corner of his mouth with a faint smile, and leaned into the other person's ear as they passed each other. Tell me some information about Yuhi Kurenai that interests you very much, and consider it as compensation for losing your mission. When Yuhi Kurenai is drunk, she is particularly passionate. After saying that, he took the 3 kid from class 7 out without looking back. It wasn't until the sound of cigarettes falling to the ground was heard behind him that the suppressed evil smile spread wantonly on his face. The mouth attack critical strike is indeed the most powerful ninjutsu. Even the so-called elite ninja cannot withstand it. Think of it as punishment for class 10 for provoking the brats from class 7. After all, there were 3 brats on the opposite side. I was too lazy to take action, so I had to let their teacher suffer. Although the so-called passionate is limited to the act of drinking, is it enough to make Asuma sleepless all night? Su Chen thought happily. Chapter 42 The Country of Waves, the terrifying enemy that is about to appear. The Country of Waves. Waters to the east, Cardo Island. Cardo Trading Building, in the president's office. The short and fat figure, wearing a spotless black suit, sat comfortably at the desk, with his 2 fat legs casually crossed on the table. He leisurely blew out a puff of spicy cigar smoke, and a cold light flashed across his figure's sunglasses. So, is there another hunting target? The target is still the bridge builder? Opposite him, the tall Mochi Zabuza asked coldly. The beheading sword behind him seemed to be ready to taste the delicious smell of blood. Of course. As a small island country, the Kingdom of Waves, all transportation lines are under my control, Cardo, and the entire Kingdom of Waves must obey me. It just so happens that there is a group of reckless people who want to build a bridge to foreign countries and destroy my business. Cardo smiled coldly, obviously talking about something that seemed distressing, but instead there was a cruel smile in his eyes. The reason is that the solution is very simple for him. Spend money to hire ninjas to make the guys who dare to build the bridge disappear completely. By the way, let the people of the Country of Waves know that those who dare to disobey themselves will end up as miserable as them. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The goal is... Mochi Zabuza frowned slightly. He was not interested in hearing about Cardo's business troubles. He just wanted to know who owned the head that would allow him to earn money. That's the bad old man. Randomly tossing photos to each other, Cardo added. The reward is the same as the bridge builders you killed, but whether you can get the reward smoothly this time depends on whether you are fast enough. It's best to speak clearly once and for all. I hate people who are pretentious. Glancing at Cardo with sharp eyes, Momochi Zabuza looked at Tatsuna, who had a sweat towel tied on his head in the photo and had a simple look on his face. Is this guy the target? It is no different from the previous targets. It looks like an easy target to kill. Only Cardo, who is known as the top rich man in the ninja world, would spend a lot of money to hire a strong man like himself to assassinate such an easy target. Typical people are stupid and have too much money. Or is it that a figure that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime is just a drop in the bucket of his huge wealth? Momochi Zabuza thought so, because this guy named Tazuna is the top bridge builder in the Land of Waves, so he needs to be taken special care of. Therefore, in addition to you, who is known as the Ghost Man, there are many ninjas who are interested in this reward. If the speed is too slow, you won't be able to get the money. Cardo smiled happily with an arrogant attitude. He liked to see the greedy look of these ninjas who wanted money but not their lives, fighting each other for a little money. This proves that money is one of the most powerful forces in this world. Having this kind of powerful power makes him extremely powerful. Advertisement buying an island to build a world belonging to Cardo, and even naming it after himself, apart from myself who has such powerful money power. How many people in this world can do it? HMPH, I will deal with those miscellaneous fish who dare to compete with me for tasks. After giving Cardo a cold look, Momochi Zabuza said to the petite figure in the shadow in the corner. Gone. A pleasant voice came from the shadows, and then the figure walked out, causing Cardo's eyes under his sunglasses to gradually ignite with a fiery and restless light. Smooth long hair, a slim waist, and skin that exudes the world's finest jade-like luster, paired with a flawless face. It really makes people angry, Shiexi commented in his heart, and Cardo couldn't help but licked his lips gently. Ghost, if you leave your companion with me, I can get 5 times the price. Think about it carefully. Looking at the Chianying, who was about to walk out of the office, Kaduo suggested shamelessly. Whoosh. What responded to him was a kunai cold light coming from Momochi Zabuza. The light flashed and accurately nailed the table between Cardo's legs. Huh? In shock, Cardo fell backwards along with his chair, and fell heavily to the ground. Damn ninja. A guy who is willing to do anything for money, do you want to say that there is something that you value so much that you won't sell it? He's just a rebellious ninja. Sooner or later he will die like a mouse in a dark corner, what a rude fellow. Getting up in embarrassment, Kaduo cursed fiercely, and then his face darkened slightly, feeling that the fire in his body was getting stronger. Let's get rid of this irritating anger first. Putting away his angry expression slightly, Cardo's fat fingers gently pressed the button on the table used to summon his men. President Cardo, do you have any orders? A moment later, a secretary with long wavy hair, wearing a tight red skirt and a proud figure came over, swinging her waist like a water snake. A light flashed on Kaduo's sunglasses, and he came to the other party with an evil smile. Then he uttered 2 words in a commanding tone that could not be disobeyed. Kneel down. In the Kingdom of Waves, on a path between unknown woods, all members of Team 7 and their client Dasna, led by Su Chen, were walking slowly under the scorching sun. What? I thought I could meet an opponent like a bandit and try out the results of my practice. The result is just boring boat rides and walking, phew. Naruto, who was carrying his luggage and looking bored, put his hands behind his head and complained softly. I originally thought that this kind of sea-level escort mission would be more or less surprising, but I didn't know that I was just traveling for 5 days. And what teacher Su Chen said, carry on to the next lesson while performing the task, was never mentioned again at all along the way. Advertisement teacher Su Chen snatched this mission for the reward, right? Naruto, stop complaining. Teacher Su Chen must have her own arrangements. Just wait patiently. Haruno Sakura glanced at Naruto angrily. Although she said this, she couldn't help but have similar doubts in her heart. Teacher Su Chen, is traveling considered a kind of practice? Sasuke questioned with a hint of truth in his words. For 5 days, he had been thinking about where the next course was hidden all the time. Combining all the information, we finally came to a conclusion. The so-called next course has not officially started at all. He was so anxious to become stronger that he couldn't hold back any longer. Are you guys losing your composure? In that case, let me reveal a little information about the course. The course will officially start when the enemy appears. Su Chen, who put his hands in his pockets, said calmly without looking back. Enemies? Teacher Su Chen, are you deliberately hiding the subject of the course? There are no enemies at all, right? Naruto said with a skeptical look on his face. The escort mission has already reached the territory of the Kingdom of Waves and will reach its destination soon. This also means that this boring sea-level mission is coming to an end. Enemy. Where are they? Will enemies really appear? Haruno Sakura's heart tightened. After all, it was her first time to go on a mission. She had never really done anything with anyone before, so she couldn't help but feel afraid of the word, enemy. Teacher Su Chen, there are no enemies at all, right? Sasuke frowned slightly and analyzed coldly with a see-through tone. Along the way, we passed many places suitable for ambushes, long and narrow valleys, waters that can only be crossed by a small boat, and dense forests suitable for launching sneak attacks. Furthermore, the client was almost separated in the dense forest. If there are really enemies, they will definitely choose these opportunities to attack. Even if they miss these opportunities, they will be insignificant characters even if they exist, right? That's amazing, Sasuke. Haruno Sakura's bright eyes lit up with admiration on her face. As expected of Sasuke, he was able to collect intelligence while calmly conducting comprehensive analysis while traveling in a boring way. Not like Naruto, that reckless guy who only cares about looking for bandits or something. The analysis sounds reasonable, but it's best to put away the mentality of taking it for granted. The outside world is more complicated than you think. Drunkard old man, on the topic, are there any enemies, you should have more say, right? Su Chen turned his face and looked at Dazna, who was nervous all the way. Master Su Chen, do you really want me to say it? Dazna asked respectfully and nervously. What do you think? Su Chen gave him a stern look. Yes. Then let me tell the 3 brats. There are indeed enemies, very scary enemies, and there may be many enemies. As he said that, he grabbed the white sweat towel hanging around his neck and wiped the cold sweat that immediately appeared on his forehead, and his expression became even more nervous. Terrible, enemy? All members of Class 7 suddenly looked surprised. Chapter 43 Real Difficulty Level S? The choice of Class 7? A moment later, in the open space beside the forest path, Su Chen sat comfortably with his back against a big tree, and threw the bean-shaped snack into his mouth with a bored look on his face. The 3 brats from Class 7 sat on the floor, facing Dazna who was constantly wiping his sweat due to the hot weather and the tension in his heart. Our country of waves is a small island country, not rich, but everyone is very contented, so they live a contented and ordinary life. But since the appearance of a guy named Cardo, everything has changed. At the mention of the name, Cardo, Dazna's hand holding the wine bottle couldn't help but tighten, and his sleepy eyes showed hatred. Through a series of dirty methods such as bribery, threats, and assassinations, Cardo gradually controlled the entire transportation line of the country of waves. Do you understand the transportation line? It is equivalent to the lifeblood of the country of waves. Glancing at the 3 brats who were listening carefully in front of him, Dazna felt it was necessary to explain how important transportation lifeline was to a country, especially a weak and poor country like the country of waves. After all, it's hard for these ninja brats to understand these concepts at their age. Su Chen yawned out of boredom. Drunkard old man, no one is interested in the economic and transportation lifeline topics, let's talk about the key points. Yes, Master Su Chen. Dazna nodded hurriedly, took a deep breath, and the embarrassed look on his face turned solemn again. It is always as important as life and death for us in the Kingdom of Waves. In fact, many people are almost dying. Cardo, this shameless B**************** D, ignores these and just wants to continue to draw the blood of the Kingdom of Waves. Let his wallet become more and more bulging. Our only way out is to build a bridge to the outside world and break the Cardo blockade. The word, Cardo, seemed to carry a strong debuff. Every time this name was mentioned, Dazna's eyes would dim a bit, and his body would tremble more and more due to various emotions. That devilish B************ D will never be allowed to drain the blood of the Kingdom of Waves. Even if building a bridge is extremely difficult, even if you sacrifice your life for it, you must never back down. It is against this background that the architectural talents of the country of waves scattered around the world have chosen to return to their country to contribute to the construction of the bridge and use their professional abilities to fight against Cardo. The poor and weak country of Waves does not have the support of a strong ninja village. This is our only way to fight against Cardo. As a top bridge builder, of course I cannot stand idly by, but... Dasna raised his head, anger spread on his face, he clenched his fists fiercely, and his body trembled crazily. That abominable devil actually sent bounty ninjas to intercept and kill returning talents. I am also one of the targets. That's why I asked you, Konoha village, to seek escort. Lowering his head, Dasna gritted his teeth tightly, tears falling from the corners of his eyes onto the grass. I'm really sorry. I'm so old, but I'm so depressed that I need to lie to get help from others. But there is no other way. The task level corresponding to this situation is at least B level or above. With my own financial resources, I simply cannot afford the commission. Ah, have you finished talking about the drunkard uncle? That means a strong enemy will appear soon, right? Naruto, who looked confused during the lecture, suddenly became energetic and said with a big smile. Uncle Drunkard, don't be afraid to the point of tears. No matter how many enemies come, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely knock them all away. Let me tell you a secret, I am very strong. As he spoke, he jumped up and put his hands on his hips, looking full of fighting spirit. Naruto, you didn't understand at all, did you? Haruno Sakura said speechlessly with a big, flashing on her forehead. Advertisement so, the client lied in front of Lord Hokage, will a terrible enemy really appear next? I have never had real hands-on experience with others, can I successfully resist? Bang bang bang, Haruno Sakura thought worriedly as she listened to her heartbeat gradually increasing. In the end, this is not a simple C-level escort mission at all, but a B-level escort mission. Teacher Su Chen, you already knew this, right? Sasuke calmly turned to look at Su Chen who was playing the bean-tossing game. This arrogant teacher who never considers the consequences of doing things and only acts according to his own preferences must have known the level of the task. The client has always behaved as if he had a handle that was being manipulated by teacher Su Chen in Konoha village. This should be the so-called handle, right? Sasuke brat, although your judgment is much better than the other two brats, it's still a little bit behind. It involves a guy who can drain the blood of a country by himself. Even though the target is only a small country like the country of Waves, it cannot be a B-level mission. At least around S level. Su Chen said casually while holding the bean-shaped snack that was thrown up and dropped with 2 fingers. What? S-class mission. The 3 brats from class 7, together with their client Dazuna, subconsciously widened their eyes. Especially Dasna, her body instantly trembled even more violently, and patches of cold sweat kept falling from her forehead. This mysterious ninja who can read his own thoughts at a glance, what he said must be true, right? Will the enemy that is about to appear be 100 times more terrifying than you imagined? S level? But teacher Su Chen, we are just genin. Even you can handle it easily by yourself, right? Haruno Sakura complained emotionally. Teacher Su Chen is indeed a person who likes to joke, but he will not joke about this kind of thing. He is very strong, but his opponent is a top rich man like Cardo, and the mission also involves the fate of a country. Even Jonin with the title of elite will find it difficult to deal with it. What's more, it is still unknown whether teacher Su Chen's strength has reached the elite Jonin level. Knowing clearly that this was an S-rank mission, he went there rashly with only 3 genin. Wasn't the teacher acting too recklessly? S-level mission, this is a bit distressing. Naruto scratched his head. This time he finally understood the information involving ninja common sense, and muttered with some embarrassment. Sasuke remained silent, pretending to look at Su Chen calmly, but his slightly trembling eyes revealed that his inner world was not as peaceful as it appeared. Want to back down? You can choose to give up the mission. After all, this mission is full of lies from the beginning. I'll give you some time to think about it. I'll look around to see if there's anything like a flower building. Su Chen stood up slowly, with an indifferent attitude, and slowly walked into the woods while playing the bean-tossing game. He noticed that the aura of cockroach was approaching, and it was time to start today's lesson. Advertisement, sorry, Master Su Chen is right. It was the old man and I who lied from the beginning, which caused you to face dangers beyond your capabilities. Even if you give up the mission, I will not be disappointed. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. Dazuna looked apologetic and said sincerely. Spending money on C-level missions to let these brats perform B-level missions is a bit shameless, but at least it's not beyond their capabilities. But the S-class missions that only Jonin and above can perform are definitely not something that these genin brats can handle. It can even be said that he is dead. He is not shameless enough to use lies to kill others, but does nothing about it. A breeze blew by, ruffling the hair and clothes of all the members of Team 7 who were still in deep thought. After a while, Uncle Drunkard, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am not the kind of guy who backs down when encountering difficulties. I will not quit the mission. Let me tell you, our teacher is very strong. With him here, there is nothing to worry about. You **ch, if you want to go back to the village, take my luggage back with you. Because I want to show off my skills with the teacher without any scruples. Naruto expressed his optimism loudly, not forgetting to provoke Sasuke. With the teacher here, it should be no problem, right? Haruno Sakura thought of the powerful figure who had just left, and her nervousness calmed down a lot. Even though he knew it was an S-level mission, the teacher still led everyone to carry it out, which means he was very confident, right? Decided, choose to trust the teacher and carry out the next task seriously. Snort. Sasuke glanced at Naruto coldly, but showed no intention of getting up. The crane tail has chosen to stay, How could he back down, let alone? Kids, you. Dazna's increasingly moist eyes swayed violently, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, and then he knelt down and knelt down. Then please. Stop being so stupid here. I'm not staying here for you or the boring country of waves, but for the sake of the next course. Sasuke gave the other party a disgusted look and said in a cold tone. Those who put others in unknown danger by lying do not deserve forgiveness. The only thing he cares about is Su Chen's next teaching. The so-called next course should be hidden in the mission that suddenly jumped to S level, right? Chapter 44 A disastrous defeat in the first battle. Desperate Class 7, Sincerity chapter asking for data. Well, Dazna was stunned and felt even more ashamed. Although it is embarrassing to be scolded like this by a brat, he is indeed an annoying guy for deceiving them with lies first. Stop being such a B***************. The drunkard uncle has his own reasons. If you want to blame him, you can only blame that hateful guy named Laboon, Lotto. Naruto shouted angrily with an unhappy look on his face. A guy with no brain at all doesn't know the serious consequences of his behavior, right? Also, the guy who has a bad memory, that person's name is Cardo, right? Sasuke sneered, not bothering to argue with Naruto, and tried to put his mind back to the intelligence analysis aspect of this course. What serious consequences? It's just a random excuse for a guy who is afraid of death. Naruto said angrily. Naruto, as a ninja, don't you even have common sense about the mission? Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto accusingly, and then explained with a slightly serious look. The client's behavior of fabricating the difficulty of the task will not only cause great trouble to us who are performing the task. Konoha village will also evaluate the trustworthiness of the client based on the specific execution of the task. All losses caused by this will be borne by the client. To put it simply, even if we successfully complete this mission that is more difficult than expected, Uncle will not only have to make up for the commission for the difficulty of the mission, but he may also be punished by the Land of Fire and Konoha village. If the situation gets serious, the client will not only pay a serious price, but it will also put us in unpredictable dangers. Now do you know why Sasuke is so disgusted? Oh, it's so serious. I really didn't expect this. Naruto was stunned when he heard this, and then returned to his previous optimistic appearance. I understand, as long as we pass this S-class mission conscientiously and successfully, Uncle Drunkard's losses will be much less, right? Well, I decided that in order to reduce the trouble caused by the drunkard uncle, I must successfully complete the task. Idiot Naruto, this is an S-level mission. Do you mean it can be completed as soon as it is completed? Seeing Naruto's confident look, Haruno Sakura was completely speechless. Take up the reward for the S-level mission and then accept the punishment depending on the mission situation. Dazna's cheeks twitched and sweat broke out again. If I have an S-level mission-level commission, why should I hide the difficulty of the mission? In short, let's go back alive first, and then make plans for the future. The gentle breeze stirred the dense branches and leaves of the forest, making a sound like waves. The sense of oppression brought about by the upgrade of the mission to S-level made all members of Team 7 more nervous. Teacher, haven't you come back yet? Haruno Sakura said weakly while looking around, always feeling that danger might appear at any time, and she could only feel safe with Su Chen by her side. In the woods where he looked, figures swayed, and Haruno Sakura subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The teacher is finally back. Call out. What followed was not that handsome tall figure, but the sharp sound of kunai breaking through the sky. Idiot, that's not teacher Su Chen. Get out of the way. At the same time, Sasuke noticed the figure, his pupils shrunk, and he quickly pushed his client, Tazuna, away. A cold light flashed past the latter's neck and hammered into the tree trunk behind him. The kunai shot with great force vibrated at a high frequency, and together with the breeze, the white talisman tied to it shook violently. Detonate, Fu. Advertisement. Sasuke's heart couldn't help but sink. He had, knocking boulders flying with one punch, chasing birds, and, strong defense. He found that he clearly saw danger, but his body was unable to react immediately due to stiffness. Boom. The next second, the momentum caused by the powerful explosion knocked all members of Team 7 and Dazna to the ground. Sasuke. Naruto. Haruno Sakura, whose body was thrown far away before stopping, had a look of fear in her bright eyes. She endured the pain caused by the impact on her bones and looked at the others worriedly. Humph, you can't react. Damn it. Sasuke gritted his teeth, covered his left arm that was injured by the detonating talisman and was bleeding, and stood up slowly with a look of reluctance. I was determined to keep getting stronger and finally had the strength to kill that man. Is he just a useless person who is so weak that he can't even deal with the detonating talisman? And the chi that I think can make me stronger cannot be mobilized as I wish at this critical moment. Well, the enemy has appeared. Where did Mr. Su Chen go? Seeing the state of all members of the 7th team, Dazna was completely panicked. The cold-faced kid who spoke rudely was wounded before the enemy showed up. The girl with a wider forehead had blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, and she sat there in a duck-sitting position. And the optimistic kid who was so confident that he could defeat the enemy just now, although he was not injured, was trembling with fear on his face. Will he die? Will you die on the way home today? Dazuna thought desperately. Cranetail, cheer up, the enemy is about to come out, eh? Sasuke, who was trying his best to calm down, turned his eyes to Naruto. After all, he couldn't rely on a timid girl like Haruno Sakura in this situation. However, his eyes fell on Naruto and he was suddenly stunned. At the end of the crane, the body was shaking uncontrollably as the stiffness caused by fear. Damn it, can you only rely on yourself for everything? Cursing secretly in his heart, Sasuke clenched his fists and looked warily at the figures walking out of the woods. Enemies with different body shapes, different clothes, and holding various ninja tools finally appeared. The same thing was that everyone had contempt and ridicule on their faces. Yes, a bounty ninja who earns commissions by doing all kinds of dirty work without any bottom line. 17 people in total? Not only does it have a numerical advantage, but it also has ample hunting experience. Sasuke's heart sank again, and his efforts to achieve a calm state were instantly dashed by fear. Oh, looking at the forehead protector, it seems to be a ninja brat from Konoha village. They are all trembling with fear. Is there no talent in Konoha village? They would send such a brat to die. He. A task worth several million taels is surprisingly simple. A kid of this level can solve it in just a few clicks, right? There seems to be a pretty female ninja inside, ha ha ha. Did you know that I haven't eaten meat for a long time, so this is an unexpected surprise? The eyes of several bounty ninjas stayed on Haruno Sakura, and their eyes gradually turned evil. No, you are not allowed to have ideas about little Sakura. Naruto reluctantly raised his head, flames ignited in his eyes, and then raised his stiff hands to make seals. Multiple shadow clone. Ninjutsu? One of the 17 people disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of Naruto in the blink of an eye, and slapped him with a mocking look on his face. Advertisement bang bang bang. Naruto, who was easily knocked away, bounced and rolled on the ground, rolling more than 10 meters before barely stopping. Ahem. Naruto coughed violently and spit out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head with difficulty, his eyes full of humiliation and unwillingness. Hateful. Obviously I have the speed to chase flying birds, why can't I avoid the enemy's slap? Can withstand the defense of teacher Su Chen's little finger is also completely ineffective. The chi that can be mobilized by oneself at will during training, why is it missing now? Isn't it said that chi is the owner's most caring friend? What exactly went wrong? Hateful. In annoyance, Sasuke, who had the same mood, rushed towards the bounty ninja who slapped Naruto away and punched quickly. Huh? This kid is quite energetic, but if you don't kneel down and beg for mercy but dare to attack the uncle in this situation, you will be the first to die. Amid the taunts, the bounty ninja easily dodged Sasuke's faster and faster fists, and then, amid bursts of laughter from his companions, he hit Sasuke hard on the chest with his elbow. Well, after suffering a heavy blow, Sasuke's eyes widened in severe pain. He flew up and hit the tree trunk with his back involuntarily, and a mouthful of blood spurted out immediately. Sasuke. Naruto. Haruno Sakura shouted weakly. She wanted to help, but her condition was worse than that of her two companions, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Where did the strength I had in training go? What about Chi, who was regarded as his most caring friend? The same question couldn't help but arise in her mind. HMPH, you little brat, you still dare to stare at me? Let me send you on your way first? Sensing Sasuke's cold eyes, the bounty ninja felt provoked and was enraged. He drew his ninja sword and approached step by step. Hey, the most important thing is to get that stupid old man's head first to make sure you get the commission, right? Then we'll get rid of the two brats. As for the female ninja, let's enjoy it in turn or at the same time later, and then sell it to the pervert Cardo for money. He is particularly interested in this kind of female ninja. He might be able to sell it for a big price. One of the companions reminded with a smirk. That makes sense, old guy, we will accept your valuable head without any courtesy. Giving Sasuke a hard look, the bounty ninja turned and walked towards Tazuna. I can give you my head. Can you let the three brats go? They're still young. Accepting his fate, Dazna sighed and asked humbly. Is everything over? Is the ideal of saving the land of waves just an illusion that can be easily exposed? In this case, at least try to keep those three children alive on the way to dying of their dreams. You are defeated now, and you can't even mobilize chi. It seems a little worse than I imagined. A figure floating in the air held his chin and murmured thoughtful comments. Forget it. Let's reduce the difficulty so as not to leave too many shadows in the hearts of the three brats. Looking down at class 7 below, Su Chen thought slightly disappointed. Then the body seemed to turn into a flash of light and hit hard from midair. Chapter 45 established the rules of death and double the return of despair. The clearing in the woods below. Hey, you stinky old man, you're going to die yourself. Do you still pretend to care about these brats? Don't worry, we will take good care of them, especially that cute female ninja. The bounty ninja smiled evilly, standing in front of the desperate Dazuna, tilting his head and looking down at the defenseless prey, and slowly raised his ninja sword. It has no other meaning, I just like to see the despair in the prey's eyes before it dies. Ha ha ha, I still like to use psychological torture on targets. The smelly old man seems angry, but you are so weak, can you only do this? If it weren't for your head being so valuable, we wouldn't mind letting you see the wonderful scene of the female ninja we took care of. Compared to the other two brats, it's a blessing. Hee. The other 16 bounty ninjas also laughed loudly with the same desperate attitude of enjoying their prey. Damn guys. Naruto gritted his back molars, and the nails of his fists dug deeply into his flesh. In addition to the burning anger, there is also deep self-blame. Why are you so weak? Is it the result of not practicing seriously? Can we just watch this happen? And little Sakura. What kind of pain will she endure because of her weakness? Teacher Su Chen, where are you? Please come back quickly. Sasuke clutched his injured chest, his wide eyes trembling wildly. Facing this tragic defeat, the pain of being helpless and watching the people he cherished being killed that night many years ago reappeared in every cell of his body. This is what the teacher calls the cruel ninja world. I have been staying in Konoha village and being protected. Even after experiencing that terrible night, I still haven't fully realized it. Mr. Su Chen, regardless of whether understanding the cruelty of the ninja world is the theme of the course or not, I have learned it. Teacher, where are you? Teacher Su Chen, please show up quickly. I will bring you snacks every day from now on. Haruno Sakura clenched her fists in front of her chest, closed her eyes and begged loudly at the moment the bounty ninja raised his ninja sword. Huh? The kunoichi's scream is very pleasant, isn't it? Then let's wait and let her scream more pleasantly, ha ha ha. The bounty ninjas smiled cruelly. Well? Feeling the pressure of a strong aura from above, the bounty ninjas who were tasting the desperate aura of their prey were stunned and suddenly raised their heads in surprise. Boom. A shadow that was somewhat weak at high speed hit between them hard. The explosive aura carried by the figure exploded with strong impact, cracking the ground and knocking all 16 bounty ninjas away. The heavy dust caused by the sudden movement, accompanied by strong vibrations on the ground, instantly covered 100 meters in radius. Advertisement: have the helpers from the little devils arrived? No, there is no sign of chakra use. It can't be a meteorite, right? Idiot. How could such a coincidence happen? This guy came out of nowhere and dared to ruin the good things of these gentlemen. The powerful impact scattered the fallen bounty ninjas around, and they got up from the ground one by one, holding the ninja tool in their hands, nervously observing the dust mist that was still spreading. Hello? What's going on? Is the kid's help coming or? The bounty ninja holding the ninja sword turned his head in surprise. Before he finished speaking, a lazy voice sounded from behind him. Rule 1. If you move, you will die. Boom. The sudden sound made the bounty ninja's whole body stiffen instantly, and his eyes, which had become cloudy after being soaked in wine, *X and wealth for a long time, were suddenly filled with unprecedented fear. When did he appear behind him? What a terrifying momentum. What frightened him was not the words themselves, or even the dangerous behavior that suddenly appeared behind him. Simply, that kind of powerful momentum that I have never felt before. It even gave him a strong premonition that he would die if he broke the rules. Uncle, I won't move. With a forced smile, the bounty ninja said tremblingly, but his body shook unconsciously in the experience of great fear that he had never experienced before. Trembling is considered moving. What? Drink. Like a thunderous strike, Su Chen's strong momentum instantly penetrated the bounty ninja's brain, causing him to fall silently. Sir Su Chen. Dazna looked at the tall figure in front of him in disbelief, completely shocked. Master Su Chen, are you so strong? You can kill the terrifying bounty ninja with just one shout. Now you and the three little guys are finally saved. While thinking this, Tatsuna quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Open black lens bracket ding. It was detected that Tatsuna from the country of waves trusted the host and the bond relationship was successfully bound. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the trust of Tatsuna from the land of waves, the bond target, in host, and was rewarded with a bond value of 522. Close black lens bracket. The system's announcement made Su Chen raise his lips. Are you just now starting to trust the people who protected you along the way? He is really a shrewd old man who has spent many years in the adult world and learned not to trust others easily. Su Chen, teacher. As if seeing the bright sunshine tearing through the darkness in the dark fog of despair, Haruno Sakura's eyes dimmed by despair lit up again. Advertisement open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bonding target Konoha village Haruno Sakura's dependence on the host, and was rewarded with a bonding value of 3,250. Close black lens bracket. Teacher, the teacher is finally here. Naruto fell to the ground weakly, with a reassuring smile on his blood-stained mouth. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bond object Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's dependence on the host, and was rewarded with a bond value of 3,528. Close black lens bracket. Sasuke, who was weak and leaning against the tree trunk, looked at Su Chen deeply. Will the real lessons finally begin? Or has it already started? It is hard to believe that this is a coincidence when he only appears at the moment when the client is about to die. So, the teacher was just watching everything happen, right? The reason could only be that it was related to the course he wanted to teach class 7. Humph, what a show-loving guy. Sasuke silently cursed. But I have to admit that the appearance of this tall figure makes people feel inexplicably reassured. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the bonding target Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's dependence on the host, and was rewarded with a bonding value of 2,850. Close black lens bracket. After glancing at the bounty ninja who didn't obey the rules and died from the aura piercing his brain, Su Chen turned to face the remaining 16. Rule 2. Those who run away will also die. As for why you ran away, you will know soon. He listened to the same plain words, and had the same calm face that seemed non-threatening. The invisible momentum made the bodies of the remaining 16 bounty ninjas turn to stone. So scary. Obviously this man doesn't look dangerous at all, and you can't even notice how huge his chakra is, but it still gives people a very scary feeling. Is it an illusion? 3 bounty ninjas immediately came up with this idea. HMPH, do you think you can be arrogant by using a sneak attack to kill an unsuspecting guy? Let you have a try. The scar-faced ninja, one of the 3, snorted coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. What did you just say you wanted me to taste? The moment the figure in front of him disappeared, Su Chen's leisurely voice sounded behind him. Huh? His hands stopped abruptly before he could successfully form the seal. To taste your howl before death? I'm not interested. Boom, the momentum exploded. Scarface fell to the ground. Chapter 46 New Course, The Man Behind Class 7, Hiss. The 15 bounty ninjas gasped at the same time, and even the other 2 who were waiting for Scarface to take action at the same time were stunned on the spot. If the first companion was killed because of a sneak attack, it does not prove how strong this man was. So Scarface, who was easily killed without even having time to form seals and activate ninjutsu when faced with a face-to-face attack, is enough to remind everyone that the idea that this guy is very strong just appeared as not an illusion. In addition to the terrifying movement skills, the incredible aura attack method. The scariest thing is that the man who fell from the sky didn't seem to use chakra at all. Born to be strong, a genius? If combined with ninjutsu attacks. 15 bounty ninjas thought about this problem one after another, and all of them shuddered in their hearts. I can't even imagine how strong the fighting power is. The 15 bounty ninjas who dared not move found at this moment that even trembling to relieve the fear in their bodies was a luxury. Because if you move, you will die. At the same time, I finally understood why the seemingly plain-looking man said, if you know a lot, you will know why he ran away. If it weren't for the second rule, you will die if you run away, running away would definitely be the choice they would make immediately. Also as still as petrified were the 3 little ghosts from Class 7. This is the first time I have seen Teacher Su Chen fighting against an enemy. Although he did not use unnecessary moves, it still gave people a feeling of being extremely powerful. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's worship of host is detected, and the bond value is rewarded 1210. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's worship of the host is detected, and the bond value is 1856. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's worship of host is detected and the bond value is 1101. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected the recognition of the host by the bond object Dasna from the Land of Waves, and was rewarded with a bond value of 203. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the system's voice, Su Chen turned his head and glanced at all the members of Class 7, smiling mockingly. 3 brats, where did their high-spirited looks before? They were just scared into a puddle of mud when they encountered a bunch of trash. Naruto brat, I'm talking about you. If you can become a Hokage at this level, that would be incredible. At a glance, everyone in Konoha village, regardless of gender, has the title of Kage. As soon as these words came out, the 3 kiddies from Class 7 were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect that the first thing Su Chen did after showing up to rescue them was to mock them unceremoniously. But speaking of it, this is indeed the character of Teacher Su Chen. Naruto blushed and gritted his teeth again. Teacher Su Chen, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Advertisement, I'm sorry, Teacher Su Chen. Haruno Sakura also bowed her head and apologized, her cute face flushed with shame buried deep in her chest. Teacher Su Chen taught everyone patiently, and even gave himself the precious chi. As a result, he and his classmates in Class 7 were unable to exert any combat effectiveness in actual combat. Although I don't want to say this, we did fail to live up to your teachings. I'm sorry, Teacher Su Chen. Sasuke turned his little face to the side and apologized slightly arrogantly. The person you want to apologize to is not my teacher, but Chi, Su Chen said calmly. This unexpected statement made all members of Class 7 confused again. Have you forgotten the teacher's previous teachings so easily? Chi is your closest partner and the friend who cares about you the most. The sign of a true friend is to help you at critical moments. The premise is that you have to trust it and have the consciousness to trust it with your back. Only in this way can you exert strong combat effectiveness by fighting side by side with it. The guy who forgets this important partner in the battle is really unworthy of him. Trust it? Give it your back? Fight alongside it? All the members of Team 7 felt as if their hearts were instantly hit by a ray of light, and the fog about the inability to exert the power of chi in battle seemed to be torn open with a crack. The reason, isn't it fear? Sasuke frowned and hesitated, but asked anyway. Although it is embarrassing to admit that I have fear when facing the enemy, Teacher Su Chen's new course is more important than self-esteem. Mobilizing chi in actual combat should be the so-called new course, right? Yes, Teacher Su Chen, although it's embarrassing to say it, I was so scared just now that I couldn't move. Supporting his body with both hands and barely standing up unsteadily, Naruto mustered up the courage to say in despair. You must have disappointed the teacher by being so embarrassed just now, right? Fear is indeed a troublesome resistance. It seems impossible to overcome it through your own willpower. With your mastery of chi, Cleaning up this bunch of rubbish is not a problem. It's just that the fear causes your brain to go blank, so you can't cooperate with Chi as an important partner, right? Su Chen frowned slightly, not disappointed that the three brats were unable to mobilize Chi, normally due to fear, but simply finding it troublesome. It seems that I can't make them understand this lesson just by explaining it. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen smiled lightly again and said, "Imagine Chi as the person who can bring you the most sense of security, standing behind you all the time. Is that enough to eliminate fear?" Advertisement, huh? Teacher, if you're just imagining it, it doesn't seem to work. Naruto scratched his head and said weakly. Yes, Teacher Su Chen, no matter how much you imagine, you know that there is no strong person behind you, so there is still no way to eliminate the fear, right? Haruno Sakura hastily expressed the same idea. Teacher Su Chen, our imagination is not enough to think that you are standing behind us. Sasuke also complained coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto and Haruno Sakura couldn't help but look at Sasuke at the same time. When talking about the person who can bring the most sense of security, does everyone think of Teacher Su Chen? That's it. Even though it's troublesome, I decided to do it. Su Chen, who touched his chin and made some kind of decision, moved and appeared behind Naruto the next second. Teacher Su Chen, are you going to? Based on a guess, Naruto's eyes trembled slightly, and for a moment, a strong sense of security spread throughout his body. Making your imagination concrete should help you gradually overcome that fear, right? Although it is troublesome for the teacher, it is even more troublesome to take three useless brats on the road who can never mobilize Chi in battle. The new assessment has officially begun. Naruto kid, starting from you, the criterion for passing the assessment is to defeat these useless bounty ninjas. The three brats in class 7 were all shocked at the same time. The new test is, defeat those 15 bounty ninjas? During this process, Teacher Su Chen will always stand behind everyone and act as the embodiment of Chi. In this way, is it really possible to mobilize Chi in battle while overcoming fear? The answer is uncertain. The only certainty is that with a strong person like Teacher Su Chen standing behind him, the hopeless fear no longer seems to be a problem. Putting away his surprised expression, Naruto's eyes gradually became firm. He slowly clenched his fists and looked at the 15 bounty ninjas not far away who had given him fear. These guys don't seem that strong now. With Teacher Su Chen behind them, they're not scary at all. As for you, Su Chen glanced at the 15 bounty ninjas who were stunned and didn't dare to move, and said slowly. Rule 3, kill this brat and you can leave here alive. He was quietly mobilizing Chi, and because Su Chen was behind him, he could do it as easily as in the training ground. Naruto, who had not had time to show his surprised expression, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 47 Explosion. Men cannot be told no. Sasuke glanced at Su Chen, speechless. Is this tough guy who never plays his cards according to common sense afraid that those bounty ninjas are afraid of his existence, so he was timid in the assessment of class 7 and deliberately let it go? Only the unpredictable Teacher Su Chen would come up with this idea in exchange for their give and take attitude with the chance of survival. Well, teaching in a way that encourages enemies to kill their own students, isn't it too harsh? The corners of Dazna's mouth twitched, indicating that he couldn't understand. Is this frighteningly powerful guy a devil? What? Isn't it a trap? Killing his students can save their lives. No matter how you hear it, it's unbelievable. Is it fake? You might be easily crushed to death if you make a move. How can there be such a teacher in the world? Don't those ninjas in Konoha village pretend to cherish their companions? The extremely confused bounty ninjas, hearing the so-called Rule 3, became even more desperate when faced with the seemingly chance of survival. Madman. This guy with the chuckle on his face is absolutely crazy. Faced with such a maniac who was so powerful that he didn't even care about the life and death of his companions, the chance of escaping alive was slim. Dead. 15 bounty ninjas had this terrifying premonition that made their scalp numb at the same time. Teacher Su Chen, aren't these rules too random? Naruto will be killed. Haruno Sakura, who thought she heard wrong just now, realized that the reactions of others all revealed the same content as hers attitude, and suddenly complained with a messy look. Su Chen turned his head slightly and smiled gently at Haruno Sakura. Don't worry, tablet kid. You will be next. Rather than having time to worry about others, you should think about your own situation. Well, seeing Haruno Sakura looking like she was about to break through her defenses, Su Chen smiled even more happily, and then said lightly behind Naruto. Naruto brat, are you happy to be cared about by someone you secretly like? But don't get me wrong, she just simply thinks that you are not good. After speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As a teacher of class 7, isn't it easy for me to control this kid's emotions? Especially dealing with this little licking dog, the difficulty is almost zero. Boom. The strongest ninjutsu in the ninja world, mouth release, once again exerted its power at this moment. Naruto's eyes widened slightly and he subconsciously tightened his fists. Advertisement: the sense of security behind the teacher. A strong belief that you should never be told no by someone you secretly like. Let the chi that was already ready to move under the mobilization become so active in an instant that it felt like a river surging in the body. The feeling of weakness in the body and the pain caused by the injury are dissipated by chi, replaced by a sense of strength that makes people regain their confidence. Teacher Su Chen, I feel the power of chi. I'm going up. And thank you, Teacher Su Chen. Regaining the help of Chi, regaining his confidence, and quickly calming down, Naruto's IQ instantly came online. The teacher said this to teach himself to have courage, right? So, just defeat these 15 hateful guys to prove to Teacher Su Chen that you have learned. This kid's eyes seem to be different, the momentum is completely different. Damn it, if you don't do anything, even if you don't get killed by the man behind him, you will still be killed by the good-for-nothing brat, right? Let's work hard, maybe that man will keep his promise. The 15 bounty ninjas quickly understood their current situation. If you want to get a chance to survive, you can only take a gamble. You were the one who whipped me away just now, right? I'll give it back to you. Looking at one of the bounty ninjas, Naruto sneered and said, his toes suddenly left a deep scratch on the ground, and the airflow brought by his body caused the fallen leaves to fly, and he appeared in front of the bounty ninja in the blink of an eye. Chase the speed of birds. Stop looking down on others, you brat. The bounty ninja said angrily, and stabbed Naruto hard with the kunai in his hand, but was hit by a punch from Naruto who turned his head to avoid it. Bang! Blood splashed, and the bounty ninja flew backwards quickly with a series of screams, and fell unconscious when it broke a big tree. The power to knock away boulders with one punch? Done? Seeing the bounty ninja being knocked away, Naruto looked at his fist in surprise and confusion. This kid turns out to be so strong, but he just lacks combat experience. It seems that as a teacher, Mr. Su Chen has absolute confidence in his students, so he makes rules that are incomprehensible. Dazna, who had questioned Su Chen's teaching method just now, commented with surprise on his face, and then showed an expression of, that's it. Advertisement. Considering that there is such a terrifying teacher, it is not surprising that this optimistic kid is so strong. It's amazing. It seems stronger than during training. Haruno Sakura's bright eyes lit up and her confidence increased greatly. The method proposed by the teacher to maintain the fighting power brought by Chi in battle is really effective. If Naruto can do it, I should be able to do it too, right? This scene made Sasuke's eyes shake slightly, and then his expression returned to calm. Sure enough, the reason for being unable to mobilize Chi in battle is fear and loss of confidence. We have enough strength to kill these useless bounty ninjas. After confirming this information, Sasuke's eyes fell on the already stunned bounty ninjas again, looking at them completely as trash. His fear has completely disappeared due to his determination that Chi is a powerful partner. The sense of confidence and strength I felt on the training ground has begun to spread to every corner of my body. On the other hand, the remaining 14 bounty ninjas looked confused as they couldn't believe their eyes. Is this really the brat who was too scared to move? Does he possess such great strength? And the man behind him, no matter whether he was moving quickly or taking action, he was always keeping a distance of about 1 meter from him like a shadow. Whether it's movement or reflexes, they're definitely above the Jonin level. Bad ninja uncles, if you don't take it seriously, I will knock you down easily. Raising his confident eyes, Naruto said with an arrogant provocation. Huh? You brat, don't be proud, I will accept your life? Go to hell, you arrogant brat. Whoosh, the enraged bounty ninjas all immediately took action. Kunai and shurikens instantly intertwined with cold light, and various ninja tools attacked from all directions. The bounty ninja, who is good at ninjutsu, quickly used his body skills to distance himself, and quickly formed seals with his palms. These losers finally cheered up. Su Chen clicked his tongue and moved quickly with Naruto, watching closely with interest as the novice brat knocked away the experienced ninja with one punch. Chapter 48. Turning around the strong wind. The terrifying speed of the teacher. Hoo ho ho. The high-speed movement caused by the speed of chasing birds made Naruto's body like a wind and easily passed through various attacks. The powerful fists strengthened by Chi would occasionally come into close contact with the bounty ninja's body parts, and both speed and strength actually showed signs of gradual improvement during the battle. What also improved at the same time was Naruto's fighting spirit that was so high that it almost filled his body, and his aura of confidence that was beyond his years. What? That little brat can easily dodge dense kunai attacks. Even a large number of detonating talismans can't do anything to him? In the violent explosion of the detonating talisman, he saw a ninja kid followed by a suffocating figure easily escape from it, and avoid the following Dao Daoju Wuhan and rush westward. A bounty ninja shouted with trembling pupils. The small figure like a violent beast moved in front of him in the next second and punched him away. Call. A bounty ninja hiding in a big tree nearby saw the right moment and threw a fire-style attack, forcing it away from above. Huh? After all, this was his first actual combat, and Naruto, who was inexperienced in combat, panicked a little and decisively rolled his body on the ground to avoid it. The dust raised by the fire-style attack blocked his sight for a second. Two bounty ninjas who were good at physical skills rushed out of the dust and tried their best to punch and kick each. Did you succeed? Seeing Brat's body bounce off the ground after a heavy blow, both of them looked happy at the same time. Humph, I have to admit that this kid is surprisingly strong, with strength reaching around Chunin level. But his weakness is that he has almost zero combat experience, and he doesn't even seem to know any ninjutsu or fighting methods at all. It's not as difficult as it seems. A brat with such a small body should not be able to get up after suffering the heavy blow just now. Well, as soon as the thought came to mind, the two bounty ninjas suddenly stared in disbelief with their muddy eyes. I was shocked. I almost forgot that I have Naruto climbed up from the ground as if nothing had happened, dusted himself off, smiled confidently. The defense can withstand teacher Su Chen's little finger attack. This unbelievable scene made all the bounty ninjas sweat on their foreheads and feel chills on their backs. Before, this little kid immediately lost his fighting ability after being slapped away, right? Compared with the casual slap before, the punch and kick just now can be said to have more than 2,000 times the attack history. In the end, he just got the brat covered in dust? What made him explode with astonishing strength, super speed, and incredible defense was just the teacher's words and standing behind him. What kind of monster is the guy who taught him? Damn, it seems like I'm learning. All bounty ninjas couldn't help but have various thoughts. Then, continue. His thumb swept across the tip of his nose arrogantly. After just a few minutes of fighting, he was sure that these bounty ninjas were indeed useless as teacher Su Chen said. Naruto's will to fight sword like crazy. Boom boom boom. There was another attack with high strength, super speed and strong defense. In just 5 minutes, all the bounty ninjas were knocked to the ground. Teacher Su Chen, Naruto turned his head and was about to thank Su Chen for his teaching, when he found that the reassuring figure standing behind him was now standing not far away, yawning with a bored look on his face. Teacher, when did you leave your back? Seeing that the battle was over, Su Chen glanced at the injured bounty ninjas who fell to the ground and said calmly. Not bad, kid. It only took 2 minutes longer than I expected to defeat them, but don't be too proud. The strongest of these useless bounty ninjas is only at the Chunin level. Remember this feeling of fighting side by side with Chi, so that the teacher won't bother to stand behind you when fighting in the future. It's boring to think about always standing behind a little kid. If you are a sexy female ninja, you can also interest yourself a little bit. Teacher Su Chen, Uzumaki Naruto, promise that I will never do that embarrassing thing again in the future where I dare not move when I see an enemy. And, teacher, thank you. Naruto thanked him sincerely. The handsome figure in front of him at this moment gave him not only a sense of security, but also a strong sense of trust. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki has been detected. Naruto's trust in the host is rewarded with a bond value of 2,582. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, tablet kid, it's your turn. Do you need the teacher to stand behind you? Su Chen asked with a playful look on his face as he squinted at Haruno Sakura, who had already stood up from the ground and her expression became much more serious. The tablet kid's condition has recovered well. It's almost the same as the day after Tienri's appointment ended. It seems that Naruto's battle just now not only brought him self-confidence, but also affected the flat kid who also has chi. Teacher Su Chen is saying such strange things again, humph, I don't want a teacher like you who casually mocks students to stand behind you. Haruno Sakura complained frantically, and then she felt slightly nervous and tried to maintain the state she had just regained. According to Naruto's battle just now, we can know that with the chi he currently possesses and the ability to mobilize chi, defeating these bounty ninjas is not a problem. What's more, these hateful guys have been injured in the battle just now, so the difficulty of defeating them is greatly reduced. This gave Haruno Sakura a little more confidence. Hey, you guys who were easily defeated by the imp, here's your chance to survive. Just like last time, you can survive by killing this female imp. Or are you just trash who can't even take care of a female brat? The bounty ninja, who was originally full of doubts about life, suddenly exploded with a calm tone.
Hateful, isn't this a huge insult, like pointing at the nose?
Can this be tolerated? Damn it. He actually thinks that a kid who looks weak at first glance can take advantage of us. I will never accept such an insult. We will seize the chance of survival with all our strength. What's with this kid's contemptuous eyes? Is he really looking down on us? Intolerable. The bounty ninjas stood up one after another, feeling like they had suffered a 10,000-point psychological blow. The next second, they took action at the same time. After adjusting her condition, Haruno Sakura took a deep breath, maintaining the greatest sense of connection with her chi. Chi, let's go together, please fight alongside me. After muttering, with the courage supported by chi, he decisively faced the oncoming bounty ninjas. 15 minutes later, Haruno Sakura, whose hair was messy from the battle, maintained a fighting posture, panting heavily, and her eyes glowing with fighting spirit showed a hint of disbelief. Did you really do it yourself? The guys who gave me endless fear and despair when they first met, are actually so vulnerable in front of me fighting side by side with chi. All of this is the result of the teachings of Teacher Su Chen. Teacher Su Chen is indeed the most trustworthy person. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's trust in the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1587. Close black lens bracket. On the other hand, those bounty ninjas who were full of confidence and believed that a female brat was no problem, fell to the ground one by one with worsened injuries. All of them are full of doubts about life. This female brat is on par with the brat just now in terms of strength, speed, and defense. Is it the strength taught by that scary guy who calls himself teacher? Also, the so-called rules set by that terrible man had no intention of letting everyone leave alive, right? I simply treat everyone as sandbags to accumulate combat experience for the three brats. What an insidious guy. The bounty ninjas who finally woke up were completely desperate, and then subconsciously looked at the third kid who was leaning against the tree with his hands in his pockets. Is he the next one? The moment they came into contact with Sasuke's cold eyes, all the bounty ninjas suddenly felt as if they were falling into an ice cave, and they all shuddered in unison. Different from the two brats who were just trying to gain combat experience, this cold-faced brat had a strong murderous aura in his eyes. If you fight him, you will definitely die. Sasuke, kid, it's your turn. Let's go through the process and ask, teacher, do you want me to stand behind you? Su Chen casually threw a bean-shaped snack into his mouth and asked deliberately. Humph, there's no need for that. I'm not the kind of person who needs a teacher to stand behind me to support me in order to exert my strength. Sasuke said calmly, keeping his hands in his pockets and treating the bounty ninjas. Advertisement. You be asterisk 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 D. Who are you talking about? Do you want to have a fight now? You are a self-righteous guy? After reacting, Naruto couldn't help but yell with a broken look on his face. Humph, you stinky guy, wait a minute and let these useless bounty ninjas beat you up, and then you can come out handsome and come to the rescue. Little Sakura will definitely think I'm super handsome, right? It was just a little fantasy, and Naruto himself knew that the chances of this situation happening were slim. After all, there is a cold light in this stinky guy's eyes that makes people feel very strong at a glance. Perhaps it was this stinky guy who finally stole the show. Naruto concluded in his heart, feeling a little disappointed. Sasuke is going to take the test, I'm really looking forward to it. Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke, who was walking towards the bounty ninjas with bright eyes. I silently say in my heart, good teacher, trash, are you going to lie down at this level? Don't forget teacher Su Chen's rules. Only by killing me can you leave alive. Don't you want to try it? Looking down at the desperate bounty ninjas, Sasuke was coldly provocative, trying to arouse their fighting spirit. According to the observation just now, the bounty ninjas who were taken care of twice by Cranetail and Little Sakura have fallen into despair. If they don't stimulate them, they may not be able to carry out the assessment. Boom boom boom. Explosive symbols suddenly exploded among the bounty ninjas, and the smoke caused by the explosion instantly covered the open space. The figures who had fallen to the ground jumped up with all their strength and ran away in all directions. Damn little devil, do you really think we are fools? If I fight with you, I will definitely die, right? Why not try to escape? What if you succeed? I was frightened by Sasuke's brat's aura, so I decided to break my rules. Stupid guys, such behavior will only speed up your death. Class 7, stay where you are and look after the old drunkard. I'll be back soon. Looking sideways at the shadow flickering in the smoke, Su Chen disappeared and entered the woods as if teleporting. The strong wind stirred up by her pure quick action made the surrounding dense trees roar. It made a huge sound like waves crashing on the shore. TCH, he actually ran away. Sasuke secretly gritted his teeth and snorted unwillingly. Although this would not be simply judged as failure of assessment by teacher Su Chen, he was still very unhappy at losing the opportunity to take revenge with his own hands. How cunning. If you escape like this, even if Su Chen. The teacher can't kill them all, right? Haruno Sakura said nervously. She didn't care about the life and death of those bounty ninjas, but if something slipped through the net, the information here might be leaked to that guy named Cardo. The enemies that appear next time will be more dangerous. Maybe there will be an existence with Jonin-level combat power, and there will be more than one. Even as strong as Mr. Su Chen, he doesn't have the ability to balance the client and Team 7 in a battle with more than one Jonin, right? Yes, teacher Su Chen is very fast, but Naruto scratched his head in distress, maintaining the same opinion. At this time, a shrill scream came from deep in the jungle, causing all members of Team 7 to subconsciously look to the east. Did you solve one? Call. Whoa whoosh. The big trees that were originally swaying to the east in the strong wind suddenly turned to the north. Almost at the same time, detonating charms and kunai were bounced from the depths of the woods in the same direction. A clanking sound against a tree trunk, then it ended with 3 screams filled with fear. Shout. The dense branches and leaves turned again in the sudden change of wind direction, this time to the west. The sound of fighting also immediately sounded in that direction, and it also ended with the screams of the bounty ninja. In the fierce wind that kept turning, the sounds of fighting and screams seemed to come from all directions at the same time, and all the members of the 7th squad widened their eyes at the same time. Completely immersed in unprecedented shock, Chapter 49 The Ultimate Course, under one person. It seems that only teacher Su Chen is doing it, right? Why does it seem like there are several teachers Su Chen doing it at the same time? Gudong, Naruto swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. Yes, even as a student of Su Chen, he still thinks Su Chen is scary. The interval between screams is less than 2 seconds, and then contact with the turning wind. After finally calming down, Sasuke's eyes trembled crazily. Even when he saw that man massacre the entire Uchiha family with his own eyes that night, he was far less shocked than he was now. Teacher Su Chen is not using teleportation ninjutsu, it is pure high-speed movement. Speaking of his judgment in a cold voice, Sasuke felt that even his own words were incredible. Can teacher Su Chen really be able to achieve this level of strength? Haruno Sakura's little face was full of nervousness, and she was obviously frightened. She knew that teacher Su Chen was very powerful, but she never expected that she would be so powerful. Ah, your teacher is so awesome that it makes people go numb. No wonder you 3 are so strong, you have found a good teacher. Dezuna said sincerely. I first met this man in Konoha village. On the way to meet the 3rd Hokage, he suddenly stopped me and asked arrogantly to hand over the power of attorney to Team 7. At that time, I still felt that this man was very unreliable. After all, how could anyone directly approach the client for a commission? The result was an immediate threat. Drunkard old man, you don't want me to tell you that the commission for your C mission is actually a B-level mission or above, right? Close black lens bracket. Having been caught, he had no choice but to accept the proposal, and proactively asked in front of the third Hokage to let the 7th team he led accept the commission. I thought he was a guy who was eager to make money, but it turned out that he wanted to teach his students. What a super qualified teacher. Dasna couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As for Su Chen's strength, it was an unexpected surprise for me. Powerful teacher, powerful student, maybe I don't have to worry about the ninjas sent by Cardo anymore. You three, what are your expressions? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Su Chen's figure sounded leisurely, and in the strong wind that was still not extinguished, his hair and clothes were swaying, showing his fierce handsomeness. Were these three guys tricked by the basic operations I just performed? Advertisement, is it worth making a fuss about at this level? He is indeed a brat who has never seen the world. Teacher Su Chen, you were really awesome just now. Where are those D ninja uncles? Are they all under your control? Naruto asked with excitement in his eyes. Teacher Su Chen, who was nowhere to be seen but was causing continuous screams in the woods, really gave people a very scary feeling. But seeing his handsome face with a light smile, you immediately feel at ease. Ding! The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki has been detected. Naruto is in awe of the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 2051. Close black lens bracket. Well, they are just some small fish with the same strength as Chunin, so there is no need to use advanced skills, so I just dealt with them. Su Chen replied calmly. Hearing this, the little hearts of all the members of Class 7, who had finally calmed down, began to beat wildly uncontrollably. The strength that the teacher showed just now, which made everyone can't help but feel fear, is not a superb skill. Just, casually, did it? Is Teacher Su Chen's power too outrageous? Or is it just a casual comment? All the members of Team 7, who were unable to determine the truth, all had inner guesses that were biased toward the first option. Ding! The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's respect for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1895. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's respect for the host has been detected, and the bond value is rewarded 1789. Close black lens bracket. Teacher Su Chen, we who also practice chi, will we be able to reach your level one day? Sasuke asked seriously, with a rare look of nervousness on his face. He wants to find out how high the upper limit of chi cultivation is, and whether it is possible for him to have such powerful power as Su Chen. Su Chen immediately turned away with a playful look. Sasuke's desire for power was really unusually strong. The other two people in Class 7 also raised their little faces, seriously waiting for the answer. Do you, AHDJ, want to become as strong as me one day? It's a pity, this is a natural chasm that you will never be able to achieve, forever. Su Chen deliberately emphasized the word, forever. What are you thinking about? I just learned the strengthening ability of chi, and now I want to surpass the teacher. But the reality is that even if the teacher no longer collects bond points to unlock new panels out of interest, just an imperfect, Wukong character panel, is enough to make waves in the ninja world alone. Advertisement, I see. Even though he had had a premonition, Sasuke still had a hint of disappointment on his face. Huh? I still want to surpass Teacher Su Chen one day. Is there really no way to do it? Naruto sighed. Just now, in addition to his dream of becoming the Hokage, he also had a dream of one day surpassing Mr. Su Chen. I didn't expect that this dream would be shattered so badly. However, if you practice seriously, maybe one day you will become, under one person, second only to me. The premise is that we must seriously implement the next, ultimate course to become stronger. The ultimate course to become stronger. The eyes of the three little ghosts who looked a little disappointed just now couldn't help but light up at the same time. Are you going to start a new course so soon? They have become significantly stronger in each course and have become particularly sensitive to the keyword, course. It's disappointing to be unable to become as strong as Mr. Su Chen, but to be second only to him, under one person, you must be very strong, right? Teacher Su Chen, I'm ready. Please start a new class immediately. Naruto clenched his fists and requested excitedly. Sasuke looked at Naruto like he was an idiot and resisted the urge to remind him. The brainless cranetail, after several assessments, he still hasn't noticed a pattern, that is, the teacher's lessons are often hidden in other things, rather than taught directly. Naruto, given the teacher's personality, he probably won't announce the content of the course. Haruno Sakura reminded in a low voice. The abominable Teacher Su Chen always makes his courses mysterious and mysterious, making it impossible for anyone to guess what he is thinking. Especially when he said that this course is the ultimate course, it is even more tortuous. Is that so, Teacher Su Chen? Naruto, after hearing the reminder, still asked weakly with a glimmer of hope. A playful smile bloomed on Su Chen's face, and she said three words lightly. What do you think? Naruto was speechless. However, I can reveal a little bit. The ultimate course will last for a long time, and it is a very difficult course that cannot be easily guessed. I'm talking about you, Sasuke. Don't you like to guess the teacher's thoughts? You have to work harder this time. As for when to start, it depends on when the ghost in the fog appears. After leaving a series of suspense in the hearts of all members of Class 7 with her relaxed words, Su Chen felt even happier. Well, it's also fun to watch the three of them agonizing over the answer. Otherwise, it would be boring to face three troublesome guys all day long just to collect bond points. Chapter 50 The Outrageous Agreement. Zabuza was ignored. HMPH. Teacher Su Chen always likes to cause troubles like this to people. What's even more disgusting is that every time, he always takes pleasure in his misfortune. Haruno Sakura sighed silently, her curiosity being strongly aroused. Naruto looked at Su Chen thoughtfully and asked hesitantly. Well, Mr. Su Chen, even if I treat you to Ichiraku ramen every day after I go back, can't I reveal a little bit of information about the ultimate course? You idiot, do you think Mr. Su Chen is as interested in things like ramen as you are? You have to offer more reliable terms, right? Haruno Sakura's cute cheeks trembled, and she complained speechlessly. Huh, what an idiot. Only another boring thing can interest him. Sasuke snorted, the scene he saw on the day he collected information for the Bell sales assessment came to mind. Maybe find a way to get that kind of woman to make a request. Teacher Su Chen will definitely reveal the key information without hesitation, right? You still understand me. Why don't you find a chance to try it? The teacher welcomes you to spend money to try this. Su Chen had a faint smirk on his lips, gave Sasuke an encouraging look, and then reminded. In that case, you have to be prepared to empty your wallet. According to the information of the guy who likes to play with toads, the price of a place like the Country of Waves is surprisingly high. Really, you're an alcoholic? His suggestive eyes turned to Tatsuna, who looked confused. The latter, who was thinking about how Mr. Su Chen, a qualified teacher, could discuss such a topic in front of students, shook his head in panic and said in embarrassment. Please don't worry, Mr. Su Chen, I will abide by the agreement and I will not forget it for a moment. That's good. Lying about the mission level can be forgiven, but if you break the promise, I will make you disappear completely. Su Chen turned his head and looked down at Dasna, with a dark and cold meaning behind his seemingly gentle smile. Feeling this extremely serious attitude, Dasna shuddered hard and his neck couldn't help but shrink. So serious, so scary, so this is not a joke at all, it will really make you disappear completely. Master Su Chen, please rest assured, I won't let that happen. Dasna nervously promised again that although doing so would make the already tight bridge construction funds even tighter, he who agreed to this agreement will work hard even if he endures the pain. But having said that, the prices in the Country of Waves are indeed very high. If you think about it carefully, it's all the fault of those guys who are driving up the price. They're innocent and hopeless, and they are a bunch of lickers who lick everything. That's right, Tatsuna, who originally didn't know the concept of these two words, listened to Su Chen use these two words to mock Naruto along the way, and then saw Naruto, who always looked like a pleaser, being disliked by Haruno Sakura. He couldn't even figure out the meaning. He felt that these two words could not be more suitable to apply to those guys who think about things from below. The memory goes back to the day I first met this powerful guy in Konoha village. He clearly saw through his own tricks, but strangely he didn't make the request to increase the commission to meet the mission level. Instead, he made an agreement with himself that is shocking to think about now. I saw with my own eyes that he taught students seriously, but on the surface he didn't care about their life or death. But at the critical moment, he showed the attitude of, if you touch my student, you must die. I almost thought that as a super qualified teacher, the outrageous agreement he made originally was just a joke. Now it seems that it is true. He is a guy who is so complicated that it is impossible to guess his thoughts. Dasna thought distress Edley, thinking about the price of the flower house again, and the distress that was originally just accumulated in his heart suddenly spread to his face. The flower house in the Land of Waves is really super expensive. At the same time, the other side of the Country of Waves. It was obviously noon when the sun was scorching, but there was a thick fog that was slowly dissipating around the lake. You can vaguely see the figures of bounty ninjas lying in the thick fog. All of them have a look of horror on their faces before they die. It seemed that at the moment of losing his life, he witnessed something incredible and terrifying. Please forgive me, Zabuza-sama, I can only use this method to get you to speak. A slender figure appeared in the thick fog, with long black hair flying. Minazuki Shiro looked down at the fallen bounty ninjas and murmured. The expression cannot be seen under the mask, but his bright eyes, which are so clear that they give people a strong sense of purity, exude a touch of helplessness and pity. They must have someone they cherish and cherish. Ghost Master, I have already told you the information, please spare my life. Not far away, the voice of the only remaining bounty ninja begging for mercy could be heard. In the leisurely drifting of the thick fog, I saw a figure being lifted up by a strong and powerful arm, pinching the neck like a chicken, so that the body was suspended in the air. The frightened eyes reflected a tall figure with cold eyes and a bandage covering his mouth and nose. Advertisement, so, your intelligence is that there is another group of bounty ninjas who have carried out the hunting mission before you, and may have already been in contact with the target. Mochi Zabuza asked coldly with a hint of anger in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Ghost, those guys robbed 3 beautiful girls from nearby villages and gave them to Cardo's pervert to obtain the bounty mission in advance. The reason why we continue to go is to kill those guys and seize the target heads that can be exchanged for bounties. The above is all the information we know. I will tell you everything, please be sure to spare my life. TCH. Momochi Zabuza, whose eyes were even more irritated, pinched the opponent's Adam's apple without hesitation in the next second. It's like taking 10 pieces of disgusting garbage and sending it to Jubei's Nongju. Did that perverted guy from Cardo deliberately trick him? The target person is just a helpless old man. Facing a group of cruel and bloodthirsty bounty ninjas, there's no chance of survival. It seems that if you want to get the target's head worth millions of taels, you can only snatch it from the hands of those bounty ninjas. By the way, kill them all who don't follow the rules of the game. This lake is the only place they must pass to return to Cardo Island to collect the bounty, and they don't have to pursue it as hard as these fallen fools. The eyes that gradually calmed down turned to the slender white figure of Minazuki. The eyebrows without eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Is this guy still so sentimental? Even when facing the guy who just said filth and said that he wanted to enjoy him, he would still feel sympathy. Bye, don't worry about this garbage, let's go. Enduring the dissatisfaction in his heart, Mochi Zabuza said coldly. Well, Zabuza-sama. The petite figure who raised his head responded obediently, followed Momochi Zabuza, and the two figures slowly disappeared into the garden together. 2 days later, within the Kingdom of Waves, a group of figures walked slowly along the edge of the lake. Su Chen, the leader, still had a bored attitude. The client, Dazna, was worried, frowning and mentally calculating the funds to build the bridge. On the other hand, all the members of Class 7 are different from being bored and disappointed before. They are all energetic and keep observing something. Especially Naruto, who would jump to high places or the surrounding trees from time to time and look around. Naruto, are you playing monkey? Can you please be quiet for a moment? Su Chen glanced sideways and gave him a look of disgust. The kid with overly active motor cells inexplicably gave himself a sense of déjà vu. Teacher Su Chen, over there seems to be something going on over there. Can we start the powerful, ultimate course? On the crown of a big tree, Naruto, who barely stood upright with his feet on the weak branches and leaves, pointed to the distance and shouted in surprise. HMPH, a guy who likes showing off but has bad eyesight. As soon as his mind moved, he immediately turned on Sharingan for observation. Sasuke's eyes dimmed slightly and he frowned and commented. Coupled with the mobilization of chi, the body can maintain balance in special places. This is a new state he has reached in the past 2 days of practice. Unexpectedly, he can also master the crane tail easily. Teacher Su Chen said that there is no fixed way to practice chi. In theory, it is not surprising that any ability can be achieved through practice. Crane tail just chose the same practice method as him. Did he mean to compete with himself? In that case, you will lose miserably soon. Sasuke thought to himself that he would not refuse this kind of competition. Naruto, that's not fog, it's dust blown up by the wind. Besides, how can there be fog in such a clear weather? I'm really defeated by you. Don't you have any knowledge about the weather? Haruno Sakura, who was a little surprised, immediately reminded angrily after observing the truth about mist. Shiro was pleasantly surprised. He thought that the mist that could start the ultimate course appeared, but it turned out that Naruto was wrong. Ghost shadow in the mist is the key to unlocking the ultimate course. Although teacher Su Chen, who never likes to speak clearly, these words make it difficult for people to guess the truth, but it must be related to fog, right? Therefore, for the past 2 days, in addition to practicing seriously and continuing to strengthen the connection with chi, all members of the 7th class have been looking for the show chi worker. But found nothing. Fortunately, the breakthrough in practice made up for this anxiety. I, who also took maintaining balance in a special place, as my practice goal, was barely close to the level of the 2 companions. 0. As for why he chose this practice project, of course he wanted to let the handsome Sasuke know that he was not lagging behind him in practice. After all, Sasuke hates poor students who hold their peers back. Advertisement, there is no fog. Uncle Drunkard, are there any places where fog will appear on the journey below? Naruto sighed in disappointment and asked, is it fog? It appears frequently in other seasons. Now is the hotter season, so it's hard to find such a place. Dazna looked up and explained helplessly. In any case, the so-called ghosts and shadows in the mist are very powerful existences. As the person being escorted, when he saw the person escorting him, he looked forward to the appearance of an enemy who might kill him. I feel speechless. That's it. Well, let's focus on practicing. After getting a disappointed answer, Naruto got down from the tree, walked back to the team, and quickly turned his attention to chi. There won't be a season of fog, old drunkard, in this ninja world where anything can happen, don't be so sure. Get ready, it's coming. Stopping, Su Chen said in a leisurely tone, with clear instructions flashing in his seemingly plain eyes. The long-awaited cockroach of the 7th class is not a practitioner of chi, but it is inevitable that a slight chi will be produced during the training to reach Jonin's strength. Oh, after all, chi also exists in this world. Otherwise, the bodies of the 3 brats in Class 7 would not be incompatible with chi, and would be repelled. Su Chen people are joking, how could such weather happen? Dazna, who was smiling awkwardly, immediately stopped talking in the next second and watched in amazement as pale white dew appeared out of thin air from all directions and gradually became stronger. Fog. Fog really appeared? Could it be caused by the so-called ghost and shadow in the mist? Dazna's scalp suddenly became numb, and his body stiffened out of reflex. In the diffuse fog, a bone-chilling voice sounded. TCH. The sign on the forehead protector. Have you found a ninja escort in Konoha village? It's not easy to get here by killing a bunch of losers, but your journey will end here, right? At the end of the voice, there was a question expression with a strong unexpected emotion, which immediately completely separated the atmosphere of hunting words, Cao Zhao. Here you are, Teacher Su Chen. Can the ultimate course begin? I'm so happy. Ignoring the voice in the fog, Naruto chuckled, his excitement reaching its peak. Yes, Teacher Su Chen, please don't be a swindler. Please start the ultimate course. Immediately, Haruno Sakura also looked forward to it. Finally, after waiting for this moment, you can start the ultimate course and become stronger right away, right? In that case, Sasuke might look at him a few more times. I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, let's get started. However, as the teacher said before, the ultimate course is difficult to guess, so continue to maintain this sense of expectation. Su Chen smiled lightly, and the luster finally appeared on his face. Just a hint. A small man who summoned ghosts was not qualified to arouse much interest in him. Well, seeing the harmonious conversation between the teachers and students of Class 7 in an atmosphere that should have been tense due to the appearance of a terrifying enemy, Dasna was completely confused. Hey, was that the enemy's voice just now? As ninjas, shouldn't you start preparing for battle immediately? What the hell is a leisurely conversation instead? Momochi Zabuza, who was looking at this scene with a rich aura, also had a confused look on his face. He also had some doubts about life, and his sharp eyes gradually showed annoyance. Was it being ignored? 3 little ninjas from Konoha village, self-test song is Genin, who just walked out of the ninja school. Another guy with outstanding temperament is not wearing a forehead protector, so his level cannot be seen, but his lazy attitude and many flaws give people a weak impression. How dare these 4 people ignore me? Get the target's head first, make sure the bounty will fall into your pocket, and then slowly torture these 4 rude guys. The cold gaze fell on Dazuna, and then a Lu Ji Shen appeared behind Dazuna, and the kunai glowing with cold light was directly pressed against the latter's throat. It's surprisingly simple. I accepted the target's head without mercy. The hand holding the kunai suddenly shook. Chapter 51. If you don't say you're not worthy, you won't break the defense. Well, the expected feel of the sharp kunai cutting through the skin and flesh did not appear. Instead, the prey that was clearly in his grasp disappeared out of thin air in front of him. Mochi Zabuza's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Team 7, who had already raised a fighting stance with a confused face. Then he looked at Su Chen, who seemed to have not yet reacted, with a hint of boredom in his eyes. His eyes finally landed on Dasna, who was more than 10 meters away. His chest was heaving violently due to the shock, and his face was frightened and confused. What a fast guy. This should be the ghost and shadow in the fog that the teacher was talking about, right? But what happened just now? Naruto faced Momochi Zabuza in a fighting stance, his expression finally becoming slightly nervous. Did you just let the client escape from the enemy's control in an instant? Haruno Sakura looked shocked. Also, this man who suddenly appeared in the fog was able to skillfully use teleportation ninjutsu to appear behind the client's uncle. He seemed to be a powerful enemy. Jonin level? Is this the guy the teacher was talking about? The so-called ultimate course is finally about to officially begin. Sasuke's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately cheered up. He was not too interested in this guy who suddenly appeared to visually test Jonin's strength. What he cared about was the ultimate course, 870. That could make him stronger. After all, it can be seen from the reaction of this Jonin enemy that Teacher Su Chen rescued the client from him at the critical moment, and he did not see the teacher's movements clearly at all. It's not even clear whether Teacher Su Chen did it. The conclusion is that no matter how strong this Jonin enemy is, he cannot be the opponent of Teacher Su Chen. So, can it be said that Teacher Su Chen does have strength beyond Jonin level? Sasuke analyzed it carefully in his mind. Just now, what exactly? On the other side, Momochi Zabuza's dazed state has not yet been lifted, and his eyes continue to be locked on Tazuna. Is this old guy a powerful ninja? No, he's not pretending to be scared. 3 brats. With murderous and doubtful eyes scanning all the members of Team 7, Momochi Zabuza immediately came to a negative answer. Yep, the eyes of the 3 brats revealed that they were more excited than scared when they saw them, but even a little bit of fear meant that they couldn't possess the kind of ninjutsu that could snatch someone from someone else's kunai instantly. So, it should be you, that guy who is so handsome that people find it annoying. The cold and piercing eyes finally locked on Su Chen after a slight hesitation. I just realized it now. My reaction was too slow. Momochi Zabuza, known as the Demon Man. Su Chen had a slight smile on his face, slightly disappointed. Momochi Zabuza, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, was nothing more than this. Fortunately, he didn't hesitate to endure boredom and 3 troublesome brats. In the end, the other party actually needed more than 5 seconds to think about it before he realized that it was him who saved people from under his nose. A guy so weak that it makes you yawn. Thinking of this, Su Chen yawned without interest. Do you know my name? He has the ninjutsu to save people instantly under my hands. He seems to be a very strong guy. However, does that yawn just now mean you are showing contempt for me? If you underestimate me, you will die miserably. With murderous intent flashing in his eyes, Momochi Zabuza said proudly. He doesn't care what ninjutsu Su Chen used just now. Having that ninjutsu does not mean that he can exert substantial damage speed in real battles. He doesn't even care about his opponent's name, it doesn't matter, no matter who faces him, he will only have the same name in the end. Dead. Advertisement. This is the absolute confidence brought by countless experiences of facing enemies and recognition of one's own strength. Really? I hate guys who are as narcissistic as me, so I can't help but play with you. After looking at the other party, Su Chen said lightly. Regarding Zabuza Momochi's strength, he really didn't have much to look forward to. He simply wanted to see how the opponent would react in anger after being slapped in the face. It should bring a little fun, right? Misty instant. He uttered 3 words in his mouth, and in the thick fog, Momochi Zabuza's figure suddenly appeared behind Su Chen like mist condensed. Die. The kunai thrust out suddenly. No, with only 2 words left, Su Chen's figure disappeared at a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye, accompanied by a strong wind that stirred up the thick fog. Ghost man, you like to peer behind others, it happens that I like it too. Soon. Momochi Zabuza subconsciously widened his eyes. Almost at the moment when the voice sounded from behind, he jumped forward and turned around like the world was upside down. The kunai in his hand decisively turned into cold light. Water-style water DragonBall technique. Before his body fell, and he couldn't even wait to confirm whether the kunai hit Su Chen, Momochi Zabuza quickly formed seals with his hands in midair. Wow! Under the control of water-style ninjutsu, the water in the lake behind him immediately shot out into dragon-shaped rapids strengthened by chakra, stabbing Su Chen like a sharp blade. Still too slow. Su Chen made a disappointed comment, flicked the kunai away with his fingers, and then dodged again at super speed, appearing behind Momochi Zabuza who was still in midair. Boom! The water dragon bomb that landed on the ground exploded with water splashes, and Momochi Zabuza couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. As expected, he was a very troublesome guy, and he actually appeared behind him twice in just a short fight. Strangely, this extremely fast guy showed no signs of using chakra. There are also traces of the churning of the thick fog when he moves, clearly revealing that his movement does not rely on ninjutsu. Is it possible to achieve this level simply by using physical skills? The target was rescued instantly just now, was it also using this amazing physical speed? These thoughts flashed through his mind in less than a second. His broad palm suddenly grasped the handle of the knife and pulled out the big knife on his back. Beheading sword. Swish, brush, brush. After using chakra to adjust his body shape in midair, the beheading sword violently followed the body's rotation, and opened his position with Su Chen. Momochi Zabuza used the spin to face Su Chen, and immediately slashed out pieces of sword light at Su Chen. In the high-speed slashing strike, the decapitating sword, one of the 7 ninja swords, reflected a cold light, which looked astonishing in the thick fog. Wouldn't it be tiring to use such a big knife? Amidst the sword light, Su Chen's figure dodged nimbly. This thought came to mind. I have long felt that the so-called beheading sword is useless except that it is big. Instead, it will make the user consume unnecessary energy. The most puzzling thing is that the setting of Zabuza Momochi is that the Grandmaster is an assassination-type ninja using Mist Shinobi technique and Mist Flash. Is it really appropriate to carry such a big knife? Also, how long does it take for him to swing before he gets tired? That's right, during the tense battle that was dazzling in the eyes of the 3 kiddos from Team 7, Shen was thinking about these issues. Mainly, the opponent is too weak enough to let yourself get distracted accidentally. Advertisement. I can't concentrate on taking it seriously. Class 7 at this time. Teacher, you are so fast. The enemy should be at Jonin level, right? Teacher Su Chen can easily appear behind the Jonin enemy. Also, in the face of Jonin's all-out sharp knife attacks, Teacher Su Chen can easily dodge every attack. This is much faster than chasing birds. Naruto had a look of admiration on his face, looking at Su Chen's figure that was almost disappearing in the light of the sword, with little stars in his eyes. It would be great if one day I could have the speed of Teacher Su Chen. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki. Naruto's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 825. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the handsome silhouette in fascination, 2 words popped out of the sea of chickens involuntarily. So handsome. The teacher who fights the enemy seriously is the most handsome. Although Teacher Su Chen's personality seems unreliable, at critical moments, she always immediately shows a trustworthy temperament. Ding. The bonding target Konoha Village Haruno Sakura's dependence on the host has been detected, and the bonding value is 752. Close black lens bracket. Humph, are you just using speed? Are you teasing the enemy? How could ultimate course be hidden in a battle with such a playful mentality? There was disappointment in Sasuke's cold eyes. I originally thought that the battle between Su Chen and the enemy contained clues to the ultimate course, so I watched it carefully for a long time. In the end, it was discovered that Teacher Su Chen was just treating this battle with a playful attitude. Humph, is it said that the appearance of the enemy in the garden is a sign of the beginning of the ultimate course? However, I have to admit that even Teacher Su Chen, who fights with the purpose of teasing the enemy, is so powerful that it is suffocating. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 551. Close black lens bracket. Well, no wonder the 3 little guys weren't nervous at all when they saw the enemy just now. It turns out it's out of trust in my teacher's ability. Speaking of which, drinking while watching ninjas fighting is really a nice enjoyment. Seeing the scene where the enemy kept waving the sword but was unable to do anything to Su Chen, Dazuna felt calm and took out a bottle of wine from his body and drank it. Jubei commented secretly. Ding. The trust of the bond object Tatsuna from the land of waves to the host has been detected, and the bond value is 250.82. Close black lens bracket. Hoo ho ho. As the heavy beheading sword made 3 sharp cuts at last, Momochi Zabuza quickly retreated and distanced himself from Su Chen. There were several drops of cold sweat on his forehead, and the look of disbelief in his eyes became increasingly intense. May I have your name? He really wanted to know who this guy was who had the ability to avoid frequent attacks from the beheading sword at close range. Are you finally interested in my name now? However, with your strength, you are not qualified to know it. Su Chen shook his head and said slightly seriously. With this level of strength, he wouldn't be able to survive for more than 3 seconds in front of his serious self. Does he deserve to know his own name? The main reason why I played with him was because I was bored during the journey, and I wanted to shock Team 7 by showing off my strength a little bit, and earn some bond points. Also, start the ultimate course, by the way. Stop being so arrogant, I just want to know who is about to die in my hands. Momochi Zabuza instantly broke through his defense, his eyes burned with anger, and veins popped out on his forehead. Are you so confident? But you have to work harder, so that you have a chance to let me. Su Chen tilted his head slightly and smiled arrogantly. When I do something with you, I don't have to work so hard to hold back the urge to yawn just to take care of your emotions. Chapter 52. Behead someone with a big knife and manicure your nails, facing the waterfall. Boom. Another fierce mouth attack made Momochi Zabuza's eyes widen in the rising anger, and his eyes trembled crazily. Arrogant. I have never seen such an arrogant opponent. Not only does he have unbelievable speed, but he is also one of the best at mouth darts, the kind that pierces his heart as soon as he opens his mouth. This feeling is like a kunai passing through my chest, it hurts my heart. The key is that when he was facing the wushuang of his decapitating sword just now, his performance was really like he might yawn at any time. Ah, a person with absolute strength can say such cool words in battle. Speaking of which, stimulating the enemy when you attack is the ultimate course, right? Naruto said seriously, his face looking thoughtful. In several assessments, teacher Su Chen seemed to have used the taunting teaching method, trampling on the self-esteem and confidence of Class 7. As a result, Class 7 has grown every time. For the enemy, it can make the enemy lose their mind due to anger and a defense-breaking mentality and cannot think normally. I understand, this must be the content of the ultimate course. You must learn to speak sharply like this. Naruto thought this silently in his heart. Haruno Sakura's pretty face twitched and she gave Naruto a speechless look. Was this guy taking himself too seriously? No matter how you look at it, using excessive words to stimulate the enemy is a normal operation based on teacher Su Chen's personality, right? How could it be the ultimate course? But I still have to say, teacher Su Chen, who trampled on the enemy's self-esteem, did a great job. Is it really just to stimulate the enemy? Cold gaze. Sasuke, who did not leave the battle for 07 seconds, did not miss any details, and carefully searched for any clues about the course, thought doubtfully. I always felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't find it for a while, but there was a premonition that made people nervous and sent chills down my spine all over my body. What is the problem with this battle? His pupils contracted unconsciously, and Sharingan's bloody light bloomed from the bottom of his eyes again. Ghost man, are you thinking of a countermeasure? I think you should stop working around. Your speed is really bad. Su Chen threw another snarl at him with a look of disgust on his face. HMPH, unknown Konoha village ninja, you deliberately angered me to hide the truth, right? Momochi Zabuza, who had a gloomy face, slowly raised his head, with a cold light that seemed to see through everything in his cold eyes, and sneered. The truth is, all you have is speed, right? Spend all your training on speed and maximize the specialty of expansion. The disadvantage is that you don't have time to practice other ninjutsu. In battle, by showing speed and using psychological offensive to shock the enemy, in fact, he does not have the strength to kill the enemy at all. Is this the truth about this arrogant guy's strength? Otherwise, why delay the time? You want to use psychological attacks to scare me away, right? But it's a pity that your strength has been seen through by me. Momochi Zabuza made a firm judgment, instantly regaining his mentality of being confused by his opponent, and determined that this was the truth. The evidence is that a normal person, with strong killing power, would not be able to just use speed to dodge without launching an attack. Therefore, the answer is obvious. The seemingly powerful and arrogant unknown ninja does not have the strength to kill himself. Well, that's an interesting inference. Congratulations on your success. It gives me an impulse to prove my strength. Advertisement. You think my strength is limited to speed, right? Well, make a promise that I won't use speed in the next battle, if you can defeat me. Su Chen said calmly, you can take away the old drunkard's life. Peeved. Dazna, who was drinking leisurely and watching the exciting ninja duel, spit out a mouthful of old wine after hearing this, and looked at the handsome figure in the fog with a look of shock and resentment. Use my head as a bet, old man, and it's really yours, you're an unpredictable guy. However, since he dared to make this agreement with the enemy, he should have the confidence to let his head stand on his neck, right? It's best this way, otherwise I will blame you even if I am a ghost, old man, arrogant Su Chen. Teacher Su Chen, isn't it too random to make a pact with the enemy by casually taking other people's lives? Haruno Sakura complained loudly and speechlessly. Humph, Teacher Su Chen, who originally thought that he didn't take combat seriously and fought against powerful Jonin enemies with a playful attitude, was already outrageous. Unexpectedly, more outrageous operations were to come. Unreliable Teacher Su Chen. Well, this can't be Teacher Su Chen's hobby, right? It's such a terrible hobby. Naruto shrank his head subconsciously. Mr. Su Chen didn't know how to play. One day, he would regard the lives of Class 7 as a bet in fighting the enemy, right? With the teacher's personality, he can definitely do this kind of thing. HMPH, you are an overconfident guy. I will decide the fate of the old man and yours if you ruin it. He snorted coldly, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth under the bandage, and the moment he formed a seal with his hands, his figure became less tense and angry. Call. He deliberately hid his figure in an attempt to prevent his opponent from judging the direction of the attack. In the next second, he decisively threw out the decapitating sword with all his strength. The sound of the sharp blade cutting through the air was especially harsh in the thick fog. The airflow stirred up by the high-speed rotating beheading knife tore through the misty fog, which was more than 10 meters long. The hot sunlight leaking through the gap in the mist reflected dazzling rays of light on the bright mirror-like blade. Coupled with the power of chakra condensed on it, the rotating beheading sword was as bright as a mass of energy entity, giving off an overwhelming sense of oppression. Is this the true use of the beheading sword? No wonder they say that the 7 ninja swordsmen, acting together, have the power to dismantle a small country. Su Chen commented lightly, then stretched out his right thumb and index finger and pinched it gently. Call. The sharp brilliance of the decapitating sword disappeared in an instant, and all the momentum and strength it carried also stopped abruptly. Only the condensed aura coming from a long distance as the blade rotated at high speed, wrapped in mist, quickly passed by Su Chen's side. The violently flowing mist resembled a turbulent ocean tide, tearing Su Chen's clothes wildly and swinging backwards. However, his tall figure was like a mainstay in the torrent, motionless. Douf. The scene in front of him made Mochi Zabuza gasp in surprise. The decapitating sword that was struck out with all its strength had the power to cut off boulders in an instant, but it was casually pinched by 2 fingers. What is even more shocking is that the opponent did not retreat at all to release force, and did not even withdraw his arms slightly. When all the members of Class 7 witnessed this scene, they were greatly impressed. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 899. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 859. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 588. Close black lens bracket. The hairstyle is a bit messy. Advertisement, it's troublesome to go out on missions with the kid. Even washing up can only be done hastily. It seems that the handsome appearance has been slightly affected. Holding the beheading knife between his fingers, Su Chen carefully examined the handsome face and the slightly messy hair blown by the wind with the help of the bright blade. Well, although the boring journey appearance has some influence. However, he is still very handsome. Then he looked at the nails that hadn't been trimmed in a few days. Su Chen, who had always had a lazy attitude during the battle, frowned slightly for the first time. The nails are a bit too long. It will affect the study of finger-type high-frequency, ultimate ninja techniques, with Oiran Mikami Yui. Under everyone's confused gaze, Su Chen picked up the beheading sword, repaired it, and used it. Then he threw away the beheading sword. This thing is too big to be used as a nail clipper and is not easy to use at all. It is only suitable for temporary use. In comparison, the small and sharp kunai is more convenient. Coupled with the careful grooming of the Oiran's soft, white and warm hands, it's simply not too enjoyable. Su Chen commented silently in his heart. Damn it, you actually used my beheading knife to trim your nails? And you lost it? That's unforgivable. As the 7 ninja swordsman, he has a powerful name that shocked the ninja world, and the decapitating sword is also half of the credit. For him, the beheading sword can even be said to be a part of his life. Spend your life manicuring your nails? Just throw it away like trash after use? This is definitely the biggest trample on your dignity, absolutely, unforgivable. Water-style Great Falls technique. Amidst the violent roar, the lake in the mist surged up, instantly forming a water wall with a height of more than 50 meters, crossing Mochi Zabuza's head, and fiercely suppressed Su Chen. The powerful water-style ninjutsu, combined with the inexhaustible lake water, contains a powerful slap that can instantly collapse the stone wall. In this horrific attack, even if a person with Jonin's strength is hit, the bones in his body will be broken at first, or become a blur of flesh and mud in the water. Mochi Zabuza, who was originally planning to use this ninjutsu at a critical moment, decisively used this move with the mentality of breaking through the defense. Rumble. The next second, the sky-high wall of water completely submerged Su Chen, and the ground beneath her feet was violently shaken. The towering tree next to Su Chen that was affected even broke inch by inch from the violent beating. And was forced into the soil below. It was as if it had been completely wiped out, leaving no trace of a single leaf. Teacher Su Chen. All members of Class 7 suddenly felt nervous. They had never seen such a powerful ninjutsu with such a powerful attack, and they couldn't help but worry about Su Chen being hit from the front. Master Su Chen? Dasna was trembling all over, and his rough face was covered with cold sweat. Under this blow, the tall trees were crushed into powder. Can the flesh and blood master Su Chen withstand it? Humph, you stupid guy, you don't even know how lethal this ninjutsu is, right? You are so arrogant that you give up the opportunity to escape at high speed and choose to face the attack directly. Death will not be a pity. Momochi Zabuza commented with a sneer. Facing the Great Falls Techniques attack, even the elite level Jonin could not withstand it. Therefore, that guy who is so arrogant that it makes people angry is dead. Chapter 53. Washing hair at a large waterfall, advising Zabuza to change career. 3 little brats, you will be the next to die. Momochi Zabuza smiled cruelly, with a fierce light in his eyes, and beat all members of Team 7. He likes the way his prey trembles under his gaze. For him, this is a kind of enjoyment. No, Teacher Su Chen will not be killed under that level of attack. Naruto clenched his fists, and the relaxed posture he had just observed when watching the battle disappeared, replaced by his eyes widening, while drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How could Teacher Su Chen, who could easily teach everyone a defense that could withstand an attack from his little finger, and who should also have strong defense capabilities, die from that kind of ninjutsu? Probably. How could it be like this? Teacher Su Chen, is he really okay under that kind of attack? Haruno Sakura was also worried, and her body suddenly became stiff due to excessive worry. Teacher Su Chen, you'd better be playing tricks on your enemies and nothing will happen to you, otherwise little Sakura won't like you. That's right, it was the first time she felt that Su Chen had to worry about his life and death, and then she discovered that she cared like she liked Su Chen, who often drove her crazy. Humph, childish. A cold and seemingly emotionless voice came from the side, causing the other 2 kids from Team 7 to look at Sasuke in shock and surprise, who had already regained his composure. Sasuke, now is not the time to quarrel, you guy, Naruto blared angrily. This annoying brat actually had the heart to try to quarrel with him when Teacher Su Chen's life and death were unknown. Cold-blooded guy. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura also looked confused. Huh, I'm not talking about you. Sasuke frowned slightly, glared at Naruto and Haruno Sakura with an idiot look, then turned his head and looked at Momochi Zabuza coldly. I am talking about you. Calling me childish? I haven't heard such a joke for a long time. Let me start with you. You are as arrogant as the dead guy. His strong palm grabbed the decapitating sword from the ground. Mochi Zabuza's eyes glowed coldly and he looked at Sasuke with a relaxed attitude. Sasuke, what do you mean? Naruto's eyes lit up at this moment, as if he had some realization. I may be *ch who doesn't always like to speak clearly. What he meant this time is that Teacher Su Chen is okay at all, right? Only I can bully these 3 brats, Demon Momochi Zabuza. The leisurely and relaxed voice sounded in the thick fog, as if there was a powerful magic force that forcibly attracted the attention of everyone present. The glances contained different emotions, Naruto and Haruno Sakura's surprise, Sasuke's calmness that saw through everything, and Inkina's disbelief. Also, Momochi Zabuza was so shocked that he couldn't believe his ears and eyes, and he was so stunned. Send a knife to someone to trim their nails, and then use a waterfall to do it. This is the so-called one-stop service. Advertisement, Ghost. You have great potential in running a bathing center. Are you sure you don't want to change your career? Su Chen, who appeared in the fog, said with a mocking look on his face, and then his body shook out shadows, allowing the water left by the waterfall technique on his body to directly turn into mist during the high-frequency movements. Wet clothes and hair will be dry immediately. After bathing in the waterfall, he reached the peak of his handsomeness. What? I was hit in the front by the Great Falls technique, but there were no scars at all. Mochi Zabuza said in a loud voice. The muscles all over his body tensed up instantly, and while his scalp was numb, there seemed to be an invisible pressure pressing hard on his heart. Is this man a monster? Invincible, species. He, who had never taken his enemies seriously, felt for the first time what it meant to be powerless in the face of a strong person. Ha, Teacher Su Chen is okay. Idiot Naruto, you should have more confidence in Teacher Su Chen like me. How can an attack of that level hurt the teacher? The 2 members of Team 7 suddenly regained their energy, and their slightly hung hearts returned to their stomachs. With Teacher Su Chen here, there is nothing to worry about. This ghost man or something will be beaten down by the teacher soon. Can't wait to see a good show, Naruto said with bright eyes. Well, the enemy is too scared to move. Being teased by someone like Teacher Su Chen who likes to challenge enemies in battle, the enemy should be tortured a lot. Haruno Sakura said easily, completely staying aloof. With such a strong teacher here, there is nothing to worry about. All you need to do is watch quietly as he defeats the enemy and then leads Team 7 to successfully deliver the client to the destination. Haruno Sakura thought in a relaxed mood, childish. This time I'm talking about you too. Sasuke, who looked nervous for some reason, said coldly with some annoyance. Hey, you B*******************, D. You kept looking for trouble along the way. You are jealous that my cultivation speed is faster than yours. Do you want to compete? I, Uzumaki Naruto, will accompany you. Finally, she and Haruno Sakura had the same idea. She was secretly thinking about whether this was the so-called telepathic Naruto. Hearing this, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and said provocatively with an unhappy look on his face. You idiot, I don't want to talk to you, but I will be forced to fight alongside you later. So let me reveal some information to you that an idiot like you can't discover. Advertisement. With that said, Sasuke turned to face the other two people in Class 7, with expressions that were 50% nervous and 50% expectant. Teacher Su Chen obviously has the ability to kill the enemy instantly, but instead of doing so, he tricked the opponent into showing all his powerful moves in front of Class 7. So, put away that relaxed attitude of bystanders. Next, it's our turn to play. Boom. The pressure caused by the cold words is no less than that of the wall of water that was violently photographed just now. The other two brats in Class 7 were dumbfounded at the same time. Teacher Su Chen has the ability to kill the enemy, but he fights with the mentality of teasing the opponent. Is he forcing the opponent to show his moves? The purpose is to let Team 7 understand the enemy and then fight against the enemy? Huh? UB *****************. D. What kind of boring information is this? The enemy should be Chunin, right? We have just reached Chunin strength. Even if the three of us attack together, we will all be killed quickly, right? How could Teacher Su Chen let us deal with this kind of enemy? Naruto demanded angrily, despite a strong feeling that this might be true. Sasuke, is this true? Haruno Sakura, who had accumulated a lot of experience in dealing with bounty ninjas and got rid of her fear, still felt a chill down her spine after hearing this. With the teacher's personality, this kind of random behavior that pits Chunin against Chunin is really possible. Is it part of the ultimate course? However, even if they deliberately let the enemy show off their moves, even if Team 7 knows all of the enemy's, Qian Zhao's, moves, it would be too hasty for Team 7, who had just experienced an actual battle, to take action against such a terrifying enemy. Unless, like last time, the teacher will take action at a critical moment. You'd better be prepared to go all out and don't expect the teacher to save us. The so-called ultimate refers to the difficulty of the course. If you don't take it seriously, you may die. Sasuke warned coldly. Even if he was the first to guess the truth and had been mentally prepared from the beginning, he still had the urge to break out in cold sweat on his forehead. It's a bit exciting. Ultimate course, is it finally here? Whether you die or become stronger depends on whether you can withstand the hunt from Chunin. As for whether Teacher Su Chen is just playing tricks on the enemy, he has no intention of letting Class 7 take action. Sasuke doesn't take any chances. After all, Teacher Su Chen, who seems to have been focusing on the enemy, always uses the corner of his eye to observe the reaction of Class 7, which is an obvious sign. Chapter 54 Desperate Situation. Start the death-like trial. A gust of wind accompanied by mist blew by, and in this hot summer day, it actually had a hint of coldness, making Naruto and Haruno Sakura, who were in shock, feel their skins getting cold. Although I really don't want to believe what Sasuke said, I still think it makes sense. Coupled with the premonition in my heart and Teacher Su Chen's usually unreliable perception. Do you really want to fight against such a ferocious Chunin with Chunin's strength? Will he really die? Haruno Sakura thought with her heart beating wildly, feeling overwhelmed by Alexander. Okay, since this is the ultimate course, can you become stronger by defeating this guy with bald eyebrows? You be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** focus of my strength. After the brief shock, Naruto regained his optimism and spoke with a smile full of fighting spirit. HMPH. If you are too optimistic and don't use your brain, you will die quickly. As much as I hate you too, I still want to remind you that with the power of any one of the three of us, the chance of survival under this kind of Jonin's attack is infinitely close to zero. The only way is to use this time to discuss countermeasures. As the words fell, Sasuke's face showed irritability. He didn't want to cooperate with the other two people from Team 7 until it was absolutely necessary. Although he had learned an important lesson about trusting his companions in the Bell assessment, he still couldn't believe that the other two could cooperate with him to deal with this kind of desperate situation. But he had no choice at this moment but to pin his hopes of increasing his survival rate on Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Hearing this, Naruto and Haruno Sakura looked at each other in silence. Because they knew what Sasuke said was true. No one in the 7th team can be the opponent of Jonin's enemies. The only way is to cooperate with only 190. Well, the three little ones are growing faster than I thought. Especially the cold-faced one. It seems like he has guessed my thoughts again. Are we getting together to discuss a strategy to deal with Momochi Zabuza? As a teacher who loves you very much, I will help you delay a little bit for the last time. Sensing Team 7's reaction, Su Chen showed a rare smile of approval on his face, then turned to look at Momochi Zabuza, whose body was already slightly stiff with a hint of fear. Hey, Ghost, are there any Bath Center type ninjutsu? Like using taijutsu to hit my back or something? But after thinking about it, let it go. With your level of strength, you are not qualified to scratch an itch. Another mouth attack that pierced his heart made Mochi Zabuza's cheeks tremble. Damn it, Zhang. I have never seen such an arrogant guy in my whole life. But I have to admit that this unknown Konoha village ninja does have the qualifications to be arrogant. Super speed, coupled with the astonishing defense that can resist the Great Falls technique, even if it is just a simple Grandmaster Taijutsu, it is definitely existence that surpasses elite Jonin. We can only have a chance of winning by relying on his cooperation. A figure as slender as a virgin appeared in his mind, and an even more annoyed look immediately appeared on Zabuza's face. Jonin, who is as powerful as himself, actually one day came up with the idea of relying on accessories to defeat his opponents. Although he relies on the talent of the blood succession limit and even has strength beyond his own, he has the weakness of pitying his enemies. Facing this heart-wrenching unknown ninja in Konoha village, it's not okay to have that AHFC mentality. Ghost man, are you thinking of ways to defeat me? Advertisement. It seems that it is too difficult for you to find me as your opponent. Out of the mentality of taking care of the weak, I will find you some opponents who are at the same level as you. Just when Momochi Zabuza was thinking about how to attract Minazuki Haku's attention and ask the latter to come as soon as possible, Su Chen's words suddenly made his eyes widen and tremble crazily. Dignity was ruthlessly trampled on again. The rule is, if you kill these 3 brats, you can leave with the old drunkard's head. Su Chen stretched out a finger in a leisurely manner and said with a slightly serious look. All members of Class 7, despite being mentally prepared, were still shocked. Teacher Su Chen said, kill, not defeat. Sure enough, the so-called ultimate course has a level of difficulty that can kill people. Are you using my head as a bet again? Master Su Chen. Dasna sat on a rock and drank heavily. He was no longer as emotional as the first time he was used as a bet. It's stupid to ask. I originally thought that since the journey was far away, I would save some wine. This mentality was completely reversed at this moment. It's better to finish the wine as soon as possible. After all, I don't know if I will be able to enjoy the wine later. Can we only place our hopes on those 3 brats? Looking at all the members of Class 7 who had nervous expressions on their faces, Dasna sighed and drank subconsciously quickly. Teacher Su Chen. Haruno Sakura's eyes trembled and she cried weakly. Don't try to change the teacher's decision with your pitiful expression. As a mediocre kid, you can't arouse the teacher's sympathy. Let's just focus on how to defeat the ghost. Glancing at Haruno Sakura, Su Chen bluntly pointed out the truth. Damn Teacher Su Chen, who wants to get your pity in this way? HMPH. Haruno Sakura clenched her fists and complained, and at the same time subconsciously looked down her neck. The teacher meant that when she grows up, in the future, she will seriously consider her own request, right? If you can survive this ultimate test where you really may die, you should be able to gain the ability to strengthen chi at that part in the future, right? As soon as she thought about it, her pretty face suddenly turned red. I just had the strange idea of getting the teacher's approval in that regard. What a shame. That B************ D Sasuke really guessed it. Teacher Su Chen, don't worry, our 7th class has already discussed a very powerful countermeasure. Guaranteed to beat this guy with bald eyebrows away. Naruto, who quickly regained his fighting spirit, clashed his fists and said passionately. Since it is confirmed that it is the ultimate course that can make you stronger, no matter how difficult the process is, you must work hard to pass it. After all, I want to be a Hokage man. At the same time, he is also a man who will one day surpass Teacher Su Chen. How can you bow your head in front of the most critical course? Idiot. Sasuke gritted his teeth secretly, thinking that he was the strongest among the 3, but he was actually the most nervous one. The guy called Ghost Man used moves against Teacher Su Chen that were definitely not something Class 7 could handle. Advertisement: a little carelessness and someone could lose their life. It is precisely because he is the one among the 3 who knows the strength of his opponent best that he understands how difficult it is to survive. The only hope is to attack by surprise through team cooperation. However, Naruto, a big idiot, revealed the secret of Team 7's strategy as soon as he opened his mouth. This will undoubtedly make Oni-Ren pay more attention to the cooperation between the 3 in the battle. Are the so-called suitable opponents these 3 brats? The unknown ninjas of Konoha are looking down on others. Boom! Momochi Zabuza, who felt unprecedented humiliation, was furious and erupted like a volcano. The veins on his forehead were beating wildly, and his eyes were bloodshot. You actually think that your strength is only worthy of competing against the genin brat from Konoha village? Unforgivable. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. While roaring violently, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and water dragons swarmed up from the lake, stabbing Su Chen away. DS. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flashed with an icy cold light, he stood still and shouted loudly. Boom! A strong aura exploded out with him as the center, and the approaching water dragons were suddenly blown into countless raindrops, falling from the sky. Even the sky-covering fog created by Momochi Zabuza using mist ninjutsu dissipated instantly. After the fog dissipated, the sunshine shone without scruples, and combined with the drizzle that continued to fall, it gave people a sense of oppression of forcibly changing the weather by oneself. Ghost man, if you continue to choose me as your opponent, you will die in an instant. Want to keep trying? The tall figure in the rain turned his face slightly and said coldly. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1365. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1255. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1025. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the figure whose expression had returned to calm, Momochi Zabuza was completely dumbfounded. The feeling of powerlessness in my heart completely turned into despair at this moment. This man definitely has the strength to kill himself in an instant. But why did he let the 3 brats who called him teacher become his opponents? Retreat temporarily, or kill those 3 brats. Momochi Zabuza turned to look at Team 7, a sneer appearing on his face that was originally full of horror. Decided, choose the second option and take action on these 3 brats. No matter whether the unknown ninja in Konoha village kept his promise or not, killing his 3 students would definitely not be a loss for him. Moreover, with that guy's terrifying speed, it's not easy to stay in front of him. 3 brats, you have to decide to die to have a chance to pass this, ultimate course trial. Don't expect the teacher to save you. This trial was specially left for you by the teacher. Then it's time to start, Class 7. Su Chen finished speaking easily and appeared next to Dazna in a flash. Hey, old drunkard, give me the stone. I want to lie down and enjoy the despairing expressions of the 3 brats. Chapter 55. The strategy is to escape? Challenge the ferocious Jonin in a one-on-one fight? Yes, Master Su Chen. Feeling Su Chen's slightly disgusted look, Dazna hurriedly got down from the stone, and then quietly looked at the latter half lying on the stone with a resentful look. Is this guy a devil? Just now he actually said something like appreciating his student's expression of despair. Even if students are taught in this way, it is too harsh. Against the kind of cruel people who make a living by taking other people's lives in exchange for bounties, the 3 little guys might really die. Unfortunately, I silently commented that he was a super qualified teacher before. Dazna didn't understand Su Chen's behavior. Afraid of Su Chen's unpredictable personality, Dazna did not show his emotions. Humph, who wants you to save me, you stinky teacher Su Chen? We can handle it ourselves. Haruno Sakura, who quietly took a deep breath and tried to hide her nervousness, pouted and secretly checked the connection with 3. Phew, fortunately, I was not completely unable to mobilize chi, due to fear like last time. What surprised her was that the situation she faced this time was obviously worse and more desperate than the last time, but she felt much calmer in comparison. As teacher Su Chen said, chi is indeed a reassuring partner. Hey, brat, is your strategy okay? It's about to officially start. Bang bang bang, Naruto, who could even clearly hear his own violent heartbeat, asked pretending to be calm. Hot-blooded is hot-blooded, but facing a cruel Jonin like Kijin, it would be strange not to be nervous. Especially under the premise that teacher Su Chen made it clear that he would not save anyone. Humph, stop looking down on others, Mr. Su Chen. I have grown into a qualified ninja, so I don't expect others to save my life every time. Idiot, are you helping the enemy confirm our strategic intelligence? Sasuke's cold eyes trembled slightly, and he shouted nervously, don't these 2 brainless guys know the current situation of Class 7? Facing a ghost with powerful power, a slight negligence may lead to a tragic death, even if it is just an unintentional negligence. In an instant, all members of Team 7 got into fighting stances, all of them staring seriously at the seemingly impossible opponent, Momochi Zabuza. Well, I finally have a little bit of motivation, but motivation alone is not enough. Advertisement, pain and despair are coming, you kid from Class 7. On the stone, Su Chen, who was half lying in a comfortable posture, took out a bean-shaped snack and threw it into his mouth, showing the mentality of Class 7. Dazna on the side was stunned and wiped cold sweat from his forehead. At this moment, instead of cheering for his students, he was directly attacking. What kind of devil teacher? Those 3 brats are really going to die, right? Turning his cloudy eyes to Class 7, Dazna was nervous and confused, his legs were shaking, and his body was instantly soaked in cold sweat. Momochi Zabuza couldn't help but take a deep look at Su Chen. The arrogant guy actually stole my lines. The key is that what he said was more oppressive than me, so he was very stupid. I understand. Are you going to pass this test and try to hone the 3 brats into emotionless tools? The nameless ninja of Konoha village is very similar to me in terms of being cold and ruthless. In that case, let me help you achieve your wish. Smiling coldly, with the mentality of, even if I am killed by an unknown ninja after killing the kid, I will definitely not lose anything, Momochi Zabuza regained some of his calmness. The beheading sword hung slightly in his hand, and then he looked sideways at Team 7, with a cold light in his eyes that represented the beginning of the hunt. Even if he dies, at least he will finally enjoy the joy of hunting seriously before his life disappears. A guy who compares everything with others will only make his life very entangled. Su Chen smiled faintly and opened her mouth in a seemingly gentle manner. For example, I'm handsomer than you, taller than you, and stronger than you. Also, I have 2 more eyebrows than you guy without eyebrows. How many floors can a bag of potatoes carry? Nothing can compare to the useless ninja who has no eyebrows and only wears a sword to look cool, Momochi Zabuza. Cut. Mochi Zabuza gritted his teeth suddenly, but could only throw an angry look at him. For those who claim to be stronger than themselves, I will let you watch 3 brats die in the most painful way before your eyes. I want to see if you are really as cold-blooded as you seem. Eyes with more murderous intent turned to Team 7 again, and the cold momentum of the hunt made even the sultry summer feel cold. TCH, the guy who deliberately brought hatred to Class 7 is worried that we will die too slowly. 0. Advertisement. Sasuke gritted his teeth again, the pressure doubled. It's officially begun, little devils. In your last consciousness before you die, you must remember that it was the guy you called teacher who caused your death to be so miserable. Holding the decapitating sword in his hand, Momochi Zabuza slowly took the posture before impact. After all, they are just 3 brats who are weak at first glance. There is no need to use powerful ninjutsu. It is just a waste of chakra. You only need to use ninjutsu and a sharp beheading sword to take care of them all. Naruto. Sakura-chan. The moment the battle was about to begin, Sasuke clenched his fists suddenly and shouted coldly. Whoosh. The next second, the other two members of the 7th squad immediately took action, but instead of taking the initiative to attack, they used the speed of chasing birds to run eastward into the woods behind them. Zero. What? Are you so scared that you just run away? Oh, you're a coward. The unexpected scene made Mochi Zabuza stunned for a moment, then his body jumped up and two kunai shot out. Ghost man, your opponent is me. In the cold voice, Sasuke's body flashed, and he faced two cold lights in an instant. He actually intercepted them accurately, and then immediately threw them back. This speed. When he raised his decapitating sword and knocked down the kunai, a trace of surprise flashed across Momochi Zabuza's face. This kid's speed was definitely far beyond his genin status. Is it the result of the teachings of that arrogant guy? As his thoughts turned, the raised beheading sword struck down from top to bottom like lightning. As teacher Su Chen said, your movements must be slow. Sasuke commented coldly while avoiding the sharp blade of the beheading sword. TCH. You damn brat actually underestimated my speed and will chop you into two pieces immediately. Mochi Zabuza yelled, and kept approaching, waving the decapitating sword and sending out cold light, as if weaving into a trap containing cold murderous intent, capturing Sasuke's flexible figure. Swish, brush, brush. As the frequency of the sound of the blade tearing the air became higher and higher, and the attack speed became faster and faster, Momochi Zabuza's expression became more violent, and the surprise in it became stronger. The expectation of being able to kill this kid in a blink of an eye did not happen. The reason was that the speed of this kid was actually 3 times faster than the speed at which he could swing his sword. Chapter 56 Sasuke. This is absolutely intentional. Use speed beyond normal, use decapitating sword and physical skills. There is no way to quickly deal with this brat. After quickly analyzing the current situation, Zabuza Momochi, who was very experienced in facing enemies, retreated decisively and put the decapitating sword back on his back. Then he made a quick seal. Ninpo missed shinobi technique. The kid on the opposite side obviously has an advantage in physical skills. Although it might get him into trouble, it's better to deal with him as soon as possible. Facing his own missed shinobi technique, the kid's speed advantage will inevitably disappear immediately. Then think about how to escape from the sight of the extremely arrogant unknown ninja in Konoha village. Countless battle experiences allowed him to think of the best strategy as quickly as possible. Subsequently, under the mobilization of chakra, thick fog spread out from the surface of the lake like boiling water, covering the battlefield in the blink of an eye, and his figure also faded into the floating fog like a ghost. It's coming, really, is it okay? Dazuna secretly swallowed, and was so nervous that his palms were dripping with sweat. He had been suddenly attacked from behind by this brutal Jonin in the thick fog. His head was almost lost after drinking. 4-6. It was the devil teacher who took action in time that allowed him to save his life. The kid with a cold face all the time, can't he cope with it if he doesn't have that kind of speed? HMPH, have you decided to use this trick, troublesome guy? Cold sweat broke out on Sasuke's forehead, and his whole body entered the most tense state of alert. Sharingan, which was emitting scarlet light, kept searching for that terrifying figure in the mist. Die, kid. A voice as gloomy as hell suddenly sounded from behind, and the sharp tip of the kunai flashed with a bit of cold light and stabbed down suddenly. Behind? At the same time that the cold light touched the back of the clothes, Sasuke's body suddenly swept forward, gathering all his strength to cooperate with his chi, to rush forward suddenly, breaking through the air in front of him, and arousing a strong wind that stirred the mist. After a distance of more than 20 meters, Sasuke stopped, his body trembling uncontrollably in a faint panic. Damn it, I could only barely dodge that attack just now. If I had reacted a little slower, I would have been pierced through the heart by a kunai immediately. As expected, the opponent's thick fog sneak attack will bring about an extremely difficult situation. You escaped, kid. It won't be that simple next time. Let's see how long your speed can be maintained. Opposite him, Zabuza Momochi smiled coldly, looked at Sasuke with the eyes of a dead prey, and his body merged into the thick fog again. HMPH, the guy who always appears behind other people's backs is annoying. Sasuke commented coldly, tensing his nerves again, guarding against the figure that might suddenly attack in the thick fog at any time. Ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke recognizes host and rewards bond value 25. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen, who was half lying on the stone and watching the show, couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Advertisement. The cold-faced kid, who just mentioned, the guy who always appears behind others, must have thought of his powerful speed to easily move behind the enemy, and he must have recognized his own strength. Combined with this, the bond value produced is only a pitiful 25. This weak approval result is obviously diluted by other negative emotions towards oneself. So, the so-called annoying guy also includes myself, right? You don't understand anything about respecting teachers. Sasuke will be beaten up badly later. Su Chen thought gloatingly in his heart. In the misty mist, a looming figure stared closely at the prey whose body was tense due to nervousness, and a sneer spread unscrupulously on his face again. The feeling of enjoying the sweet smell of fear before killing the prey is as fascinating as ever. Konoha Village Unknown Ninja, Thank you for your arrogance and allowing me to enjoy this pleasant taste. The decapitating sword behind his back was quietly held in his hand. As chakra surged, his figure was about to appear behind the prey again. This time, Momochi Zabuza decided to abandon the relatively small attack range of nothingness and use the round sweep of the decapitating sword. In this case, even extremely fast prey would be difficult to escape easily. Almost in the blink of an eye, Mochi Zabuza decisively implemented his strategy and appeared behind Sasuke again. At the same time as the body materialized, the decapitating sword combined with the widely waving arms produced a continuous icy sword light and shadow. Well, feeling the surge of air behind him, Sasuke once again rushed forward with a speed advantage. Under the large-scale sweep of the decapitating sword, the blade was close to his arm and swept ruthlessly. Blood splatters. Sasuke gritted his teeth, trying hard to hide the expression of pain that was about to burst out on his face due to pain. His body rose and fell on the ground several times, and he stopped after pulling away. The wound on his right arm was covered, and blood kept flowing down. Damn it, if you continue like this, you will be killed sooner or later, huh? Muttering in annoyance, Sasuke, who was in a high defense state, found that his opponent's figure had disappeared into the mist again in the next second. At the same time, gloomy and proud voices seemed to come from all directions in the thick fog. Kid, with your level, you will be killed soon. Realize, no matter whether your teacher made you my prey out of experience or not, he is the one who will personally send you to hell. Death miserably with resentment towards him, a stupid brat who only blindly follows orders. As he spoke, Sasuke's eyes trembled, as if he was touched by these words. He subconsciously looked at the leisurely figure in the mist. In a trance, the figure that was so powerful that it suffocated him that night overlapped with this figure. The emotions mixed with despair, disbelief, and deep resentment will be on the verge of breaking out again just like that night. However, the next second, his complicated eyes were covered with firm light, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his cold and handsome face. In order to make us stronger, he who was originally lazy but patiently played with you for so long and forced you to show off all your favorite ninjutsu, how could he be that kind of person? On the contrary, you should be the kind of poor and lonely guy who has never gained the trust of others, never trusts others, and always looks at everyone with a dark eye, right? Advertisement slowly raising his eyes, not only the words and tone, but also the chuckle on his face were exactly the same as Su Chen. Ding! The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's trust in the host has been detected, and the bond value is rewarded 1585. Close black lens bracket. Oh, let's take the teacher's taunting ability as a learning goal, but oral speaking at this level is just a little bit inferior. Let's teach it on the spot. Su Chen thought leisurely, and then a slow voice floated out from the mist. Cold-faced brat, the mouth dungeon attack is almost meaningless. The teacher will help you make up for it. Kijin Mochi Zabuza, as a rebellious ninja of Kirigakure, the Kingdom of Water, lived a life of hiding like a mouse after being ruthlessly betrayed. Even if he continues to live, he will continue to live a miserable and painful life. You who don't trust others easily have been abandoned by this world. You are truly the most pitiable person in this cruel world. And you can't even take down a genin brat, and you have to endure the ridicule of such a brat. If I were you, I might as well seriously consider my suggestion to switch to a bathing center. With your water-style ninjutsu, you must be very good at this kind of business. Under the enhanced version of the mouth dodge attack, boom, violent chakra fluctuations caused by the momentary rage of emotions resounded in the mist, causing the mist to flow crazily like a rabid torrent. Hey, that guy is messing around. Are you deliberately irritating him to the maximum extent? You're in trouble. For a moment, Sasuke couldn't help but feel his scalp numb, and his whole body felt bad on the spot. What he just said was to use psychological attacks to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and there was no purpose of punishing the opponent at all. After all, I'm not a mindless loser like Naruto, so I can't predict how dangerous an angry Jonin is. Well now, the arrogant teacher who seemed to be assisting with his talk directly ignited the anger that caused his opponent to go berserk. This is definitely intentional. 1.6 Ding, there was a slight sound in my heart, it was the sound of breaking the defense on the spot. TCH, we can only enter the next step of the strategy in advance. Thinking this irritably, Sasuke took a deep breath and moved quickly towards the woods on the edge of the mist. Are you going to run away? How dare you humiliate me, you little brat? I'm going to cut you open piece by piece. Boom, a sound like an explosion of thunder vibrated in the mist. Momochi Zabuza, dragging the decapitating sword with both hands, rushed out madly. His eyes were wide-eyed under the huge anger and covered with bloodshot streaks, and a fierce light burst out. Seeing this, the stunned Tatsuna showed the anger that took all his courage to show on his face. Master Su Chen, if this continues, that child will really die. As his teacher, can you really bear to watch him fall in front of you? You shouldn't be like this. Please, please save that child. There is no need for outsiders to interfere in the teaching courses of Class 7. If you talk too much, I will kill you. Su Chen continued to speak calmly from the side, with cold eyes. An old drunkard whose head is worth several million taels. Chapter 57 Defeat Jonin's new ability, Special Concentrated Strengthening of Chi. A big exclamation mark appeared above Dazna's head, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back with a look of horror on his face. With this look, have you really considered doing this? This guy is scarier than the devil. His even more worried eyes fell on the vague figure running fast in the mist. Dasna clenched his fists tightly and allowed all kinds of emotions in his heart to burst out, turning into 2 lines of hot tears. My child, you must live well. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, you must try your best to grasp it. Because your teacher is really not prepared to take action, so you have to rely on yourself for everything. Please forgive me for being such a bad lying old man, it's all because of my shameless lies. Looking at the petite figure trying his best to dodge alone for his life, he shouted feebly in his heart. This kind of look is probably questioning my teaching method. The drunkard old man has no idea that the method of chi practice is many times more difficult than ordinary chakra practice. A bad old man who only abuses his compassion. After commenting silently in his mind, Su Chen's faint gaze once again locked onto the small figure running at full speed in the mist. Is it a strategy to mobilize ki to maximize speed and avoid Momochi Zabuza? This brat seems to have mastered the concentrated enhancement of a single ability. The other 2 brats who chose the same practice direction as this brat for different reasons should also have mastered this ability. So the so-called countermeasures they discussed should be related to this new ability, right? After all, other than that, all members of Team 7 have no other advantages they can take advantage of. Okay, you guys in Class 7, you've done a great job in making me, the teacher, a little bit more hopeful. He commented secretly, and with a flick of his thumb, another bean-shaped snack flew into the air and fell accurately into his mouth. Well, the taste is very rich, much better than ordinary snacks, and even 07 has a rhythm that makes people unable to stop. It just costs a little more, but it doesn't matter, the cost can be made up by the 7th shift wool jelly. The premise is that they can survive this hellish trial. Swish, brush, brush. The decapitating sword that contains strong anger glows with a cold light that makes people feel chill. Combined with the ferocious Jonin's sharp body skills in the rampage state, he keeps chasing and slashing Sasuke's flexible figure. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked a little embarrassed under this all-out attack, and his body was even more messy after trying his best to move. You brat. You can't last long with the amount of chakra you have. There's no need to make such a pointless struggle. Die as soon as possible. Call. A powerful and heavy slash flashed in front of Sasuke's eyes. Momochi Zabuza stepped forward and immediately followed up with a faster spinning sweep. The sharp blade slashed Sasuke's chest clothes the moment he retreated with all his strength. Hoo ho ho. His feet quickly slid back, and Sasuke, who stopped more than 10 meters away, gasped for breath, cold sweat spread all over his body, and stared at Momochi Zabuza with an annoyed look on his face. K-Ren, although it's only a little bit worse, it has proven that your physical skills are useless against my speed. If that doesn't work, just use the most powerful ninjutsu. I won't go around saying that you are forced to use advanced ninjutsu against a genin like me. The cold voice and contemptuous eyes immediately made Mochi Zabuza's anger explode. HMPH. The arrogant kid who is about to die is trying to use provocation to prevent me from using other ninjutsu, right? Then it's as you wish. Your physical strength is about to be exhausted, and you won't be able to dodge my next blow. Mochi Zabuza shouted angrily. Yep, that damn guy. His arrogance looks very much like that unknown ninja from Konoha village. There is no way to kill his teacher, so killing the substitute is a good choice, at least to alleviate the anger a little. Then, come on, advertisement. Sasuke gave him a mocking sneer and slowly assumed a fighting stance again. Crane tail, wide forehead, for the first time, I have trust in you like, leaving your life to others, you must implement the strategy seriously. This is the only chance to win. Quietly gritting his teeth and listening to his increasingly violent heartbeat, Sasuke said silently in anticipation. You brat, if you want to die simply, I'll let you die. Boom, the violent impact of the body contains huge chakra, which actually makes the air torn by the body make a heavy explosive sound. The decapitating sword seemed to merge with the body that turned into a shadow in an instant. Only the flickering light of the sword could be seen, and the entity hidden in the light of the sword could not even be seen. A furious blow combining physical skills and a decapitating sword. It contains the consciousness of death, little devil. The moment the attack was launched, Dasna closed his eyes tightly and his body shook violently. Even though he was an amateur without any chakra, he could still predict how ferocious this blow would be. The child who is almost exhausted will be torn to pieces. At the same moment, the corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and his bright eyes glanced at the woods behind Sasuke. Will Team 7's strategy finally be implemented? Cut. As if he was aware of his own mortality, the little figure with bleeding arms and cold sweat had no intention of dodge. Heiichi's cold eyes bloomed with a mocking light. As he had never seen before, the praised contempt for the hunter made Mochi Zabuza's eyes full of murderous intent flash a trace of surprise. Now, the prey that was so close suddenly shouted. Long time you wait, Uncle Ninja with bald eyebrows. The orange figure suddenly jumped up behind Sasuke. The first thing that caught his eye was a young and energetic face with a confident smile. The escaped brat is hiding at the edge of the woods. Why can't he detect his location through chakra? At the same time that something strange flashed in Momochi Zabuza's eyes, Naruto's figure had already passed the hilt of the decapitating sword, and his whole body was about to hit the former's chest. Hey, a naive guy with no combat experience, do you think you can avoid the tyrannical attack power of the decapitating sword in this way? In a flash of mocking comments, the hilt of the knife hit Naruto's back hard, and it made a sound like hitting a hard boulder, accompanied by the same touch. What? This brat. The original strange feeling expanded crazily, causing the eyes of the guy who thought he was 100 to shake violently, and the sharp pain of broken ribs caused by the violent impact was instantly felt in his chest. Sakura-chan. The moment Mochi Zabuza was knocked into the air, Naruto shouted loudly as he landed. You beat asterisk 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 D. You beat the handsome Sasuke like this, it's unforgivable. With the furious scolding, Haruno Sakura also rushed out of the woods, and immediately flew to Sasuke's side according to the strategy. The two held their hands tightly, and a bright red color appeared on their delicate and cute little faces. Is this how Sasuke's palm feels, powerful yet gentle? Stinky Ino, I have finally surpassed you in an important aspect. If you see this, you will definitely be so jealous that you can't sleep, right? Sasuke held Haruno Sakura's hand tightly, turned around with all his strength, and gave Haruno Sakura a boost. Chunin, who was as fast as a shadow, suddenly speeded up by nearly twice. Sakura-chan. Knock him away with one punch. Holding their palms together, Naruto's cheeks blushed slightly. The palms of the girl he secretly liked were so gentle. It made people have an urge not to let go. With the same rotation and assistance, Haruno Sakura's body accelerated twice, as if it had reached lightning speed. The guy who hurt Sasuke is the most annoying. The fist raised in anger, at the moment when Mochi Zabuza was knocked to the ground by Naruto, he struck decisively. Advertisement bang. Blood burst out from the latter's face. The powerful blow from the tyrannical fist and the turbulent momentum condensed from the super speed assisted by his companions made Mochi Zabuza fly more than 50 meters in an instant. The body is embedded in a huge rock with an amber edge. The rock was filled with cracks and then exploded. Okay, successful. Dazna, who opened his eyes when he heard the strange noise, looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. That terrifying bounty ninja was actually taken care of by 3 brats? Did the devil teacher already know that they had this kind of strength, so he could safely start this kind of hellish teaching? After quietly taking a look at Su Chen, the final conclusion was unguessable. After all, according to the unpredictable personality of the devil teacher, he might have really intended to let the 3 little devils die. Interesting, the 3 imps have indeed mastered the special concentration enhancement of Chi. The cold-faced imp uses all the Chi on speed, and is responsible for making bait, consuming the opponent's patience, and luring the brainless guy away. Arrive at the intended location. The overly optimistic kid can focus on strengthening his defense. He can consume the fatal blow of the ghost. He can survive heavy blows from Jonin's sword hilt and can knock the enemy away. This kid's special concentration enhancement is very good. The tablet kid is responsible for the special concentrated strengthening of power, playing the most important output role and has a perfect strategy. Su Chen smiled slightly, and his eyes fell on Sasuke, whose chest was heaving violently and whose face was still on the verge of exhaustion, with a faint joy of victory on his face. Is this the strategy that this arrogant brat came up with? As expected, he is as smart as expected. He is worthy of the 950 guy who is known as a genius. However, thinking that everything is over and even starting to breathe a sigh of relief is completely naive and inexperienced. You be asterisk 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 D. How are your injuries? Are you okay? Naruto, who thought he had won and relaxed his will to fight, asked casually without seeming to care. Sasuke, let me bandage your wound. And thank you, if it weren't for your strategy, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Jonin. Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke with admiration, while taking out the bandage with distress. This little injury is not worth caring about at all. Sasuke frowned slightly. He didn't care at all whether it was the joy of victory or the severe pain from the wound. He just wanted to know whether Class 7 who passed the trial was qualified to further obtain the ultimate teaching. Teacher Su Chen, if you have achieved this level, you should be qualified to conduct the ultimate course, right? The ultimate course? The other 2 members of Class 7 also looked at Su Chen expectantly. I was so busy enjoying the sense of accomplishment of defeating Jonin that I almost forgot the purpose of this battle. Team 7, who defeated the enemy beautifully, should be qualified to become more fishy, right? All the members of Class 7 thought of this with anticipation. Little devils, are you eager to taste the sweet fruits of victory before it's over? With a playful smile on his handsome face, Su Chen pointed to Mochi Zabuza in the distance. I will give you an extra important lesson. Be sure to hit after defeating the enemy, otherwise, this bad situation will occur. Last hit. The fresh words revealed obvious meanings, causing all the members of Team 7 to wake up instantly. Under a strong premonition of danger, their eyes full of surprise turned to the location of Zabuza Momochi. Water style big. Waterfall, technique. The A-level rebel ninja of Mist Ninja Village, with a bruised nose and swollen face covered with bloodline, and even swollen eyes that could barely open a crack, maintained the posture of his body embedded in a boulder. The trembling hands barely formed a seal, as if all the unwillingness and anger were condensed into the final full-strength blow. Death. You brats of Konoha Village, boom boom boom. As the lake behind him shook violently, a wall of water over 100 meters high rose into the sky. Taishan rushed towards Class 7 and smashed it down hard. Chapter 58 Fist versus the strongest water style. The enemy laughed until he vomited blood. The small eyes under the swelling revealed a cruel light, and under the blood-stained bandage, Mochi Zabuza's mouth showed a strong sense of self-deprecation. He took care of the 3 genin brats and forced himself to use the strongest ninjutsu. It's really you, the unknown ninja of Konoha village who teaches them. Die, these 3 brats from Konoha village, just think of them as my envoys who rushed to explore the way to the underworld before I died. And that arrogant guy, who personally sent 3 students to the butcher's knife, will your heart really not hurt? At least, you will feel a little guilty, you are as cold and heartless as me. The severe pain in his body, the excessive use of chakra, and the water-style ninjutsu with the strongest attack power and the largest range in his life, immediately put him in a dizzy state that could cause him to faint and die at any time. His blurry eyes were widened as much as possible. He wanted to see with his own eyes the 3 brats who dared to hit him hard and were crushed into pulp by the Great Falls technique. Really? Looking at the wall of water that shook the ground, caused strong winds to rise, and even dispersed the fog, blocking the sun, Naruto's whole body froze, and was overwhelmed by the power he had never seen before. Haruno Sakura's bright eyes widened to the maximum extent, and she also felt the aura of fear covering her whole body. Even though she had limited responsibility in battle after 2 battles, she could only stand there blankly. Facing this kind of ninjutsu, she couldn't think of a way to deal with it in the blink of an eye before being hit. TCH, deliberately irritate him and make him not use this move in battle because of his arrogance. After all, there is no way to avoid it. Idiot, why are you still standing there? Mobilize all your chi for defense. Sasuke roared loudly in annoyance. He realized how important it is to be calm in this battle. He was completely panicked when faced with the huge and powerful water wall crushing him. Even if you focus on strengthening your defense and mobilize all your chi to this ability, you won't be able to pull off this kind of move that can crush the ice stone, right? As for concentrating on strengthening the speed, it is too late to escape from the water-style attack range. The best option is actually to gamble your life, and there is still a possibility of losing miserably. Teacher Su Chen is right, it is very important to hit the enemy after defeating him. Once you learn it, you will remember this important lesson and implement it seriously, provided that you can survive the enemy's dying blow. Yes. Unable to think under the huge pressure, Haruno Sakura tried her best to mobilize the ki in her body and focused exclusively on defense. Damn it, I obviously have to pass the trial and learn a stronger, ultimate course, right away. How could I fall under this kind of ninjutsu? I want to become a man who surpasses Teacher Su Chen and obtains the title of the strongest shadow. I won't. Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his whole body shaking violently in unwillingness. Having seen the power of this move, he clearly had a premonition that the consequences of concentrated defense would be death from severe injuries or becoming a cripple. In this case, there is no need to engage in this useless struggle. It's better to give it a try, idiot. Stop messing around, you'll die. Advertisement, Naruto. The other 2 members of Team 7 shouted tremblingly. Don't do that passive thing. You be *********************************** D. I'm going to use my own strategy this time. The figure without looking back straightened up, showing a firmness that he had never seen before, and then formed a seal with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Lines of white smoke exploded around the orange figure, and similar figures suddenly appeared. Concentrate all your energy on your strength, clones, it's up to you. The clones that gathered Naruto's will to win immediately began to cooperate with each other with great enthusiasm. Go ahead and blow it up with one punch, fly me hard. We must protect the cute little Sakura, this is our agreement. Let the bastards watch, we are not the tail end of the crane. Let Uzumaki Naruto protect the honor of Class 7. Damn Teacher Su Chen, I am not a Hokage man, but I want to be a Hokage man, remember this. Little Sakura is so cute, even when she is angry, she is so cute. One after another, the clones tried their best to spin the clones that matched with them into the air to face the water wall. The fists condensed with chi hit the clones on the water wall that were as hard as rocks under the chakra reinforcement, but at the moment of impact, explodes into smoke. Huh? Idiot clones, I didn't let you speak my heart? Multiple shadow clone technique. A look of embarrassment flashed across Naruto's hot-blooded and nervous face, and he continued to use all his strength to release the shadow clone. Bang bang bang. The orange figure like raindrops was constantly being thrown away to hit the water wall, causing the originally solid water wall to burst into pieces of water. Ha ha ha. The stupid guy actually tried to block my strongest water-style attack with his fists. This is the most outrageous joke I've ever seen. Amidst the fierce ridicule, Mochi Zabuza spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his mocking expression instantly solidified into anger. Damn brat, he actually made me, who was seriously injured, laugh until he vomited blood. Continue your useless death struggle, and then die in despair. Mochi Zabuza roared like this in his heart. On the surface, he is doing useless stupid things with excessive enthusiasm, but in fact, he is using shadow clone for a purpose. Well, an optimistic kid who uses his brain a little will always give people unexpected surprises inadvertently. Advertisement. Su Chen silently put away his fingers between his eyebrows, squinting his eyes with a hint of closure. As someone who expects Team 7 to continue to provide for him, of course he cannot just watch the 3 brats who can produce a lot of bond points and earn money for drinking and drinking being crushed into pulp by Little Falls technique. As for the agreement with Zabuza Momochi, if I were the kind of person who would follow the rules, the upper management of Konoha village, including that bad old man from 3rd generation, wouldn't have headaches every day because of me. But now it seems that there is no need to take action. Come on, little brat Naruto who finally learned to use his brain. Multiple shadow clone technique. Excessive consumption of chakra in a short period of time kept creating the orange figure of shadow clone. The power was almost exhausted, and the trembling hands could only form seals. Naruto. If this continues, he will die. Quickly focus your chi on defense. Haruno Sakura's beautiful eyes widened, and tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes. They floated wantonly behind her in the strong wind caused by the pressure of the water wall. She had never felt that the little orange figure in front of her was so tall, giving people such a sense of security that she was alone. I had actually waved my fist at him at every turn. Naruto, I won't hit you on the head again. After everything is over, I'll treat you to your favorite Ichiraku ramen. If everyone can survive. Idiot Naruto, as a result of excessive physical exertion, he was unable to successfully focus on defense. You, brainless guy. Lee's, amidst seemingly irritated and disgusted roars, a similarly small figure flashed in front of the orange figure, spread out its arms, and blocked him with a violently trembling body. What a B*****************. D. Naruto's eyes widened subconsciously. If you dare to say such disgusting words, I will kill you before you get under the wall of water. Damned brainless B****************. D. Turning slightly to the side, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face, then turned to look at the wall of water just around the corner. Will the road to become stronger come to an abrupt end here? There is also the unreliable teacher Su Chen, who really kept his promise and did not intervene in the battle. It can be regarded as one of the few shining points among the many shortcomings, although this shining point seems ironic in the current situation. Wait, that's... The moment he helplessly welcomed the fate of being crushed, Sasuke's eyes suddenly trembled violently, as if he had seen something incredible. At the same moment, the wall of water crashed down. Boom. The ground cracked and rocks shattered. The towering trees at the edge of the forest disappeared in an instant as if they were wiped away. Chapter 59. The Fallen Class 7 was shot away by Shuiwu Yubai. Well, Dazna trembled all over and collapsed directly to the ground, tears rolling down his face. The thing he was most worried about happened. The three little ghosts who had escorted him along the way just disappeared in front of him. Well, drunkard uncle, seeing as you have been drinking that kind of stuff along the way, it must be delicious, right? Really, can I try it? Peeved. Drunkard uncle who likes to lie, this has nothing to do with being delicious. Bar, close black lens bracket. The kid who is naive and optimistic and has a strong curiosity about all new things will never be seen again. Uncle client, this is the lunchbox I brought. You can eat whatever you want. Drinking all the time will harm your body. Me? Just eat some dry food. After all, I am now a powerful ninja taught by teacher Su Chen, so I can eat whatever I want. Close black lens bracket. The violent female kid who always punches the optimistic kid on the head when he says something wrong secretly cares about every companion, even the damn old guy himself who deceived her into embarking on this road of no return. There is also the cold-faced kid with a cold and handsome face, who seems to not care about anything. The only topic he is interested in is strengthening course. But every time there was any disturbance, he, who had the fastest reaction, would immediately stand in front of him. They are all cute little guys, but they are all gone. Ooh, Master Su Chen, why is this happening? It's the lies of a bad old man like me that killed them, right? If I had just mustered up the courage to trade my head for their lives, they wouldn't have to die, right? Why is this the result? In the shadows deep in the woods, a slender figure exuding an icy aura that existed for an unknown period of time, his eyes quietly fell on Tazuna, his fair little face under the mask seemed to be touched, and then his eyes fell on Momochi Zabuza's broken body again, physically. Are you willing to sacrifice your life like bond for your companions? Is there really such a thing in this cruel world? Ha ha ha, childish brat, I was once Kirigakure's powerful Jonin, how could I 607 lose to you weak genin? It's an honor for you who injured me like this and died so simply. Ahem. Momochi Zabuza, whose face was twisted with excitement and screams, coughed up a mouthful of blood again, then gritted his teeth to endure the severe pain that spread throughout his bones. Did you consume too much chakra? You can't move your whole body at all? Why hasn't that damn accessory arrived yet? Ming Ming spent all his chakra and used the powerful waterfall technique for the first time. In addition to killing the three imps in the way, he also wanted to notify him to come as soon as possible and take him to retreat. The guy who was always a little slower than expected. Mochi Zabuza gritted his teeth and thought irritably. The wall of water smashed down by the mountains turned into a raging torrent, spreading wantonly on the battlefield, and then slowly spread along the low-lying terrain. The desolation caused by the death in battle, combined with the light mist and Dazna's unstoppable sad cry, created a sad atmosphere. Hey, old drunkard, when you asked, why, just now, you meant to ask why the three brats are still alive, right? Su Chen's light and slightly playful voice sounded slowly. An overly nervous drunken old man, these three little guys are my carefully taught students, how could they die so easily? Dazna froze, and his surprised eyes quickly turned to the battlefield where the lake water receded. Huh? 3 brats. Boom. The unexpected surprise reflected in the pupils directly brought impact to the soul. The face that was originally occupied by sadness and despair slowly bloomed into an unbelievable smile. What? 3 damn brats, are they still alive? Momochi Zabuza, who also noticed the bizarre scene on the battlefield, His eyes widened as if he had experienced a strong earthquake. Wow, the receding lake water revealed 3 small figures, all of whom were in a state of falling to the ground. Their violently heaving chests and barely opened eyes showed that although they were injured to varying degrees, they were not dead. Impossible. That was a blow from which I gathered all my chakra. Even elite Jonin, who specializes in taijutsu, couldn't withstand it. You 3 are just genin brats, why are you doing this? Momochi Zabuza roared crazily, his swollen eyes opened as wide as possible regardless of the pain, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Advertisement: he is a powerful Jonin, so it was a great shame to be severely injured by 3 genin brats, but in the end, they were still alive after his full blow. Inexcusable humiliation. What's going on? Why can you survive such a powerful water-style ninjutsu? Lying in the mud, feeling severe pain in every part of her body, Haruno Sakura raised her pretty face covered in mud and asked in disbelief. Although the whole body's bones felt as if they had been crushed under the violent blow from the water wall just now, it could be noticed that he did not suffer the fatal attack as expected. It was too late to have the surprise of living in my heart, but instead an unbelievable doubt emerged first. TCH. The messy crane tail, this time, you actually got the limelight. Use Shadow Clone to combine with Chi to concentrate strength, and frequently attack one point of the water wall to create a weak point. At the same time, through calculation, we made the weak point just fall on us. The crane tail started to use his brain, and he did a good job this time. Looking up from the muddy water with difficulty, Sasuke explained with an annoyed look. Damn it, I, who is known as a genius, will one day rely on the annoying tail of a crane to save my life. But I have to admit that the crane tail did a great job this time. Naruto. Was it you who saved us? Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto, who was struggling to get up from the muddy water with a surprised look on her face, and asked in surprise. This companion who was careless all day long and acted as unreliable as Mr. Su Chen actually performed the best among the masters of Class 7 in this battle. By the way, unreliable is not the secret to becoming stronger, right? After all, the most unreliable person is Teacher Su Chen, but he is terrifyingly strong. He, little Sakura, I'm handsome, right? It was a strategy I thought of on the spur of the moment. I thought it wouldn't work, but it seems to be working. You **ch. You stood in front of me just now, and I saved your life. It's even. Don't expect me to treat you to ramen to thank you. Naruto shook his body and reluctantly stood up, turned his face and smiled, with a look of pride on his face. My dream of protecting little Sakura in battle has finally come true. In the eyes of little Sakura, I must be incredibly handsome, right? The kind that can crush a brat from afar, and this guy Sasuke must be envious of me now for leading Team 7 out of danger. This feeling is so good, idiot, what are you laughing at for no reason? Have you forgotten Teacher Su Chen's teachings? Give me a last hit, AHFG, do you want what happened just now to happen again? Seeing Naruto, who was immersed in wonderful fantasy with a silly smile on his face, Sasuke reminded him silently with a big word, on his forehead. Is this guy enjoying the joy of surpassing me? That's for sure. With luck, a perfect strategy suddenly appeared. Well, last hit, I almost forgot. Naruto's eyes returned to seriousness, and he stared angrily at Momochi Zabuza in the distance. Hey, bald-eyebrowed ninja uncle, if you dare to hurt your comrades in Class 7, you must be prepared to die. The guy who almost killed cute little Sakura is unforgivable. Whoosh. After the words fell, Naruto used his remaining strength to throw out a kunai, and his body that finally stood up fell down at the same time. Damn it, I actually died in the hands of such a brat. My name as a strong Jonin will become a complete joke. Isn't that guy showing up yet? Gritting his teeth fiercely, Momochi Zabuza's forehead had veins popping out, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Normally, the weak and exhausted genin could easily avoid the slow kunai shot by him, but now he can only watch the seemingly harmless cold light approaching his chest inch by inch. Advertisement: the next second, the flying kunai quickly froze at a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye. Bang! It exploded just before it was about to pierce Momochi Zabuza's chest. The kunai fragments that fell to the ground exuded a white and cold aura. At the same time, a slim figure controlled by the cold chakra aura suddenly appeared in front of Momochi Zabuza. The ghost's fake girl companion finally showed up, with this figure, tisk tisk. From the appearance point of view, it is indeed an impeccable figure. It's a pity that she is a transvestite and lacks the most important Jushuin. Focusing on the slender figure with a devilish figure, Su Chen commented playfully, expressing that there was no disturbance in his heart. A new enemy has appeared. It's endless, right? All members of Team 7, who had no strength left to launch an attack or even defend themselves, felt their hearts sink at the same time. Naruto complained with a black line on his face. Bye. Kill these 3 brats. How dare you push me into this situation? They must die. Mochi Zabuza shouted almost madly. With Mizu no Yubai's ability, he only needed to move his fingers to kill 3 imps. Even the nameless ninja of Konoha village, who stood far away and possessed super speed, could not immediately save people. As for the issue of retreating after killing the 3 imps, it was also an easy task for Mizuki Shiro, who had the limit of ice escape blood succession. The unknown ninja of Konoha village, even you didn't expect that things would develop like this, right? Kill them. A gentle, sweet, slightly childish voice sounded under the mask, and the cold air from his hands condensed into a slender figure made of ice kunai, and he hesitated briefly. Do you really want to kill someone who cherishes your companions as much as you do? The cool-looking guy, although he seemed to hate his companions, stood in front of them at the most dangerous moment. A girl with a wide forehead, only with a strong belief in protecting her companions, can she produce such a powerful force that she can instantly make Zabuza-sama lose his fighting power, right? The guy in orange clothes obviously seems to be too lazy to use his brain. The perfect strategy he formulated at the critical moment should also be based on the psychological potential of protecting his companions, right? Also, a target worth millions of taels said something like, exchange his life for 3 brats. Is this what partnership feels like? It's something I've never experienced before. Bye. What are you doing standing still? Kill them. Mochi Zabuza urged angrily. The opportunity only lasts for a moment. If we don't take action as soon as possible, that arrogant guy may. Boom. A figure appeared in front of Shuiwu Yubai instantly with a strong wind, causing his hair and clothes to fly up. DB. The unsuspecting Shuiwu Yubai was stunned and subconsciously leaned back. The trial has ended with the traitorous ninja being defeated by the genin brat. Those who rashly interfere with the 7th team will see unimaginable horrors. If you don't know the rules, just take this finger as a warning. Under the messy hair, there's a handsome face with a slight smile. Huh, it doesn't look dangerous on the surface, but what's going on with this stiffness that makes your body afraid to move? Shuiwu Yubai, whose bright eyes trembled slightly in surprise, saw the other party slowly extending a finger close to his forehead in the next second. With a flick of a finger. Boom. A ninja with the rare ability to escape the blood barrier, his body was like a kunai shot by the top jonin with all his strength, and he hit the hard ground 20 meters away. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki has been detected. Naruto's trust in the host is rewarded with a bond value of 1245. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura's trust in the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1256. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's trust in the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1021. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 60 Snacks worth 10,000 taels can make you stronger after being beaten. TCH. The nameless ninja of Konoha Village, as I expected, your promise is worthless. Momochi Zabuza had expected this and complained coldly. Ghost, the rules only apply to you. As the tool of Class 7's trial, it's my gift that you can still breathe. I can only bully Class 7. Everyone else except me will have to pay a heavy price. Su Chen looked over with a cold look and bluntly pointed out the truth. Is Class 7 someone who can be bullied by others if they want to? That is, the ghost who was used as a trial tool was able to obtain this privilege for a short period of time. However, judging from the results, Class 7 was not bullied, but the ghosts were beaten badly. Well done, Class 7. An indifferent gaze fell on all the members of Class 7, and it was a slightly encouraging look. All members of Class 7 felt warm in their hearts. Only I can bully Class 7, although this sentence sounds weird, it is really heartwarming. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki was detected. Naruto was moved by the host and was rewarded with a bond value of 859. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura is detected. She is moved by the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 952. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke was detected and moved by the host, and the bond value was rewarded 528. Close black lens bracket. In a moved mood, Team 7 once again sent a large amount of bond points. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. The innocent Class 7 was indeed the best target. You can get a lot of bond points from them just by pretending to be a match. Super Race Mode is just around the corner. Yes, he has not yet accumulated enough bond points, but he has already begun to think about his next unlocking target. That is the complete unlocking of Wukong character panel. I don't mean anything else, I just think the hairstyle that shoots up to the sky in Super Match Mode is very handsome. Teacher Su Chen, are we now qualified to study the ultimate course? Naruto, who was lying weakly on the ground, endured the pain that might break out at any time and asked expectantly. Teacher Su Chen, you can't lie. We have won, right? Haruno Sakura looked at Su Chen with bright eyes and asked nervously. Ultimate course. What exactly is it? The intense pain radiating from various parts of his body gave Sasuke a sense of danger of fainting at any time. But he still resisted this feeling strongly. Fight hard, even against the seemingly invincible and brutal Jonin, for the answer to the ultimate course. He couldn't wait to find out the answer. Ultimate course. You are already in it. Challenge opponents who are stronger than you, and complete the maximum connection with Chi, in despair and near death. Making Chi stronger is the so-called ultimate course. Su Chen chuckled and announced the answer directly. What? All members of Class 7 were stunned at the same time, and then their faces were filled with black lines. They seriously suspected that Su Chen was perfunctory. And the evidence is conclusive. The so-called ultimate course cannot be said to be highly similar to the lesson. Chi is the best partner, it can only be said to be exactly the same. Advertisement. I thought that a course with the word ultimate, must be very powerful content. The result, this, kids, what's with these suspicious eyes? Are you not sufficiently savvy? Do you need a good explanation from the teacher? Su Chen gently pinched his chin with his fingers, and after thinking for a moment, Su Chen continued. This lesson can be regarded as a continuation of Chi's friendly repair to the owner's body. The content and significance are countless times greater than the former. Those who have the belief that they must win, those who use all their courage to protect what they cherish, those who have the belief that they must become stronger, mobilize Chi to fight with an opponent who is stronger than themselves. Whether they win or lose, they will trigger Chi, close black lens bracket enhancing growth help. To put it simply, the harder you get beaten, the stronger you become. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Class 7 was stunned. The worse you get beaten, the stronger you become? What kind of completely illogical way of practice is this? Is the teacher kidding? Teacher Su Chen, I sincerely ask for advice. Why do you always say unreliable things? You mean that we, who have been beaten badly now, have grown in strength? It's unbelievable. No matter what. Naruto's little face, which was originally full of expectation, suddenly fell down, and he said with a look of disappointment. What? After working hard for a long time, I almost ran out of health bars, and finally passed the so-called ultimate trial. As a result, ultimate course actually teaches people to get beaten? Teacher Su Chen, don't you have nothing more to teach? So you just use such words to deceive children? Haruno Sakura's lips twitched. Now she was even more suspicious that Su Chen was perfunctory with them. After all, what the teacher said just now made no sense at all. Sasuke looked at Su Chen coldly. His slightly suspicious eyes said everything. Don't you believe what the teacher says? Then try to recover your body as soon as possible. I just happen to have some good things here to help with recovery, which will make you happy right away. Friendship price, 10,000 taels apiece. He opened his palm, and a few bean-shaped snacks rolled around in his palm. All members of Class 7 were completely speechless. I once again felt that my IQ was being insulted by Teacher Su Chen. Haruno Sakura clenched her fists and finally couldn't help but complained angrily. Teacher Su Chen, there must be a limit to joking. Isn't this the snack you kept eating along the way? How could it help recovery? 10,000 taels apiece is a friendly price. Humph, a money-grubbing teacher is simply too much. I really thought I didn't realize that the thing in his palm was just a snack. 10,000 taels apiece? It's simply worse than robbing. Are you really sure you don't want to give it a try? Try it first and then pay, or you can complete the tasks and then pay later. It's okay for the teacher. Invalid, no money will be charged. Su Chen, who looked like he was trying to defraud a child out of his wallet, continued to seduce. Huh? If it doesn't work, don't you have to pay? Teacher Su Chen, give it to me. Naruto hesitated for a moment, feeling that there seemed to be no trap, and said with a try attitude. Zero advertisement, smart, here you go. With a flick of his fingers, a snack accurately fell into Naruto's mouth. This tastes so delicious. Wait, this feeling. The next second he noticed that Chi was surging wildly in his body, and his body pain and fatigue disappeared instantly. Naruto's eyes widened suddenly, and then he stood up easily with a confused look on his face. The end of the crane? Naruto. The other two members of Team 7 were instantly stunned. Naruto, who was seriously injured and seemed ready to faint at any time, recovered immediately after eating the so-called snack. This snack is definitely a magical elixir with amazing effects. Teacher, I also want one, and the money will be deducted from future task sharing. Haruno Sakura asked hesitantly, resisting the feeling of distress for her wallet. Open your mouth, it's coming. Snacks popped up, and the next second, Yefa also stood up with a face full of surprise. And then there was Sasuke. This sense of power really makes me feel stronger. Zero Sasuke suddenly looked surprised when he noticed an unprecedented sense of close connection with Chi, and a more turbulent feeling caused by the Chi in his body. The more severely you are beaten, the stronger you become, does not seem to be a cheap joke made by the teacher. Sasuke turned his eyes, wanting to choose an opponent to test his strength, but his eyes fell instantly. Those two guys seemed to have taken the opportunity to escape. Did Teacher Su Chen ignore them because she was immersed in the joy of doing business, or did she let them go on purpose for some purpose? The thought flashed through his mind, and Sasuke, who was more inclined to the latter, decisively walked towards a large rock by the lake in the distance. Then, the fist that gathered Chi punched out with all its strength. Boom! The big rock was blown away more than 30 meters away, fell and disappeared into the lake. Really, have you become stronger? Looking at his fist in surprise, Sasuke still felt a little incredible. The fast boulder just now was at least 1/3 heavier than the one on the 7th team's training ground. This also means that after this desperate battle, my strength has obviously improved significantly. Ding! The bond object has been detected. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke is grateful to the host and will be rewarded with a bond value of 1025. Close black lens bracket. Huh? The brat seems to have become stronger. I feel the same way. The teacher really didn't lie. Naruto said excitedly. He also felt that the sense of strength in his body was significantly improved compared to before the battle. Ding! The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki has been detected. Naruto is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 1352. Close black lens bracket. Does that mean that if you want to become stronger, you will have to be beaten constantly in the future? Haruno Sakura looked frustrated and sighed silently. It turns out that the so-called ultimate course means getting beaten. No wonder teacher Su Chen said that the ultimate course will last for a long time. It means that class 7 will continue to be beaten and become stronger, right? It's so distressing. When she thought that her beautiful and lovely self would have to repeat today's miserable situation again and again, Haruno Sakura felt bad on the spot. Ding! The bond object is detected. Konoha Village Haruno Sakura is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 25. Second close black lens bracket. Chapter 61, Country, Level Trouble, The Worries of the Third Generation. Three little guys are really capable. They defeated such a powerful guy with their own strength. Dazna wiped the sweat from his face with a sweat towel and smiled happily. That devil-like guy believed that he could defeat his opponent with the strength of 3 brats, so he acted so leisurely, right? What an unpredictable guy. Although the battle was brutal, the three of them seemed to have really become stronger through the battle. From this point of view, that arrogant guy is still a qualified teacher. Ding! The trust of the bond object Dazuna from the Kingdom of Waves to the host has been detected, and the bond value is 652. Close black lens bracket. Well, is the old drunkard thinking of something strange? Provide bond value even if you disagree. Glancing at Dazna in surprise, Su Chen immediately said, "Oh, and understood." In the final analysis, the other party is still motivated by the National 3-7 mentality of expecting a strong person, right? Today, the Kingdom of Waves is secretly controlled by Cardo's pervert, and all the people in the Kingdom of Waves, including the drunkard old man, are looking forward to someone saving them from dire straits. Showing a little bit of powerful ability will arouse their strong expectations. The country of Waves is a good place to quickly collect bond points. Su Chen had a smile on his lips and a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As for the ghost guy, he has a special use, so let him go for the time being. Class 7, let's set off. It's time to complete your mission. There shouldn't be any cockroaches blocking the way ahead, so don't look around and wait for the enemy to appear. That's you, Naruto brat. As he spoke, he put his hands behind his head lazily and walked forward slowly. Are there no enemies ahead? How did the teacher know? Naruto had a puzzled look on his face, and followed after him while cleaning the mud off his body. HMPH, complete the mission as soon as possible. The guy who said this is not out of this mentality, he is in a hurry to go to some strange place. Haruno Sakura, who saw through Su Chen's thoughts at a glance, complained in a low voice. Don't think that people don't understand what? The prices in that kind of place are surprisingly high, mean. Advertisement. Damn Mr. Su Chen, I definitely can't wait to make a weird international adult defense game. Humph, boring guy. Thinking again of what he accidentally saw the day before the bell assessment, Sasuke commented in his heart with disgust. At the same time, he secretly mobilized the chi in his body. Well, the amount of chi did not seem to change much. The only change was the activity and intensity. You can indeed become stronger by forcing yourself into a desperate situation and fighting against the strong, but the prerequisite is that you can survive the dangerous battles again and again. Is this the essence of ultimate course? The practice of chi is indeed the kind of way that makes people break out in cold sweat, but can quickly make them stronger. You must work hard. After this mission is over, use this extreme cultivation method to continue to become stronger until you have the strength to kill that man. No, in addition, there are other more difficult goals to achieve. His cold eyes fell on Su Chen's back. Sasuke secretly clenched his fists. The road to spiritual practice beyond teacher Su Chen should be more difficult than imagined. At this time, in the land of fire, Konoha village, there is bright sunshine and cheerful cicada chirping. Is the information true? Is the client of the country of waves really lying? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose arms were supported on the desk, had slight fluctuations in his eyes. Next to him, Kakashi, who was leaning on his desk with his hands in his pockets, nodded slightly after hearing this. It was the information provided by Anbu. Lord Danzo was quite shocked by this and claimed in front of some senior officials that this was the result of Lord Hokage's negligence. Sir Third Generation, you seem to be being targeted. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, with a hint of worry in his eyes. A simple C-level escort mission, due to the latest information about the Kingdom of Waves, has been directly upgraded to A level or above, and may even reach S level. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is due to my own negligence. The arrogant guy brought Team 7 to face the top rich man who single-handedly overturned a small country like the country of waves. It would inevitably involve some troublesome elements between countries. This is by no means the kind of mission where everything will be fine just by simply killing the blockers and transporting the client to the destination. If you are not careful, it may escalate to a country-to-country dispute. A being like Cardo, who is considered one of the top richest men in the ninja world, only dares to do things like control the country of waves based on his own strength. I am afraid that even the naive genin will not believe that he does not have a huge force behind him. The unknown Konoha village is involved. If it is not handled well, it may bring new enemies and a lot of unnecessary trouble to Konoha village. And Danzo, has the desire to replace him still not disappeared? He is really a guy who can use the topic to his advantage. And that guy, 014004207 Filu 160,342,250, advertisement. The moment the tall, handsome figure with an arrogant smile appeared in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his forehead on the spot as if reflexively. Third generation Sama, with that guy here, there is no need to worry about those three brats, right? Kakashi asked doubtfully. That strong and terrifying guy is now the teacher of Class 7, and he is accompanying Class 7 on this escort mission to the country of waves. Even if the difficulty of the mission rises to level or above because the client lied, that guy will definitely be able to handle it. After all, although he is not a ninja, he has been granted special permission to take on S-class missions and has never failed. Off, Kakashi, it is precisely because of the presence of Su Chen in the mission that I have an inexplicable headache. That guy with a bohemian personality will only do things according to his own preferences. The overall situation, the will of fire, and the future of the village will not be factors he considers. Maybe it will cause a dispute at the national level. After taking a deep breath of dry cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. This seems to be true. Kakashi nodded again and agreed. Based on what he knew about the arrogant guy's personality, it was indeed possible for him to cause a big mess during the mission. Third generation Sama, do you need me to go there? Although there is no guarantee that we can prevent him from causing big trouble, but it is better than doing nothing, right? Calculating the time, Team 7 should have arrived in the country of waves by now. It will take at least a few days from Konoha village in the land of fire until you find the 2.5 to the 7th bus. With Su Chen's character, a few days are enough to cause national level trouble. Can you make it? Kakashi couldn't help but think so. Just wait and see what happens, I'm afraid it's too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who held the same opinion, took a deep breath of dry tobacco again and said resignedly. So what if it's too late? Can Kakashi influence that guy's will? Even if you come forward in person, I'm afraid it won't change anything, right? The only thing that can be done is to hope that the guy who never considers the consequences will give some thought to the future of Konoha village. And my situation, old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only pray silently, although he also knew that this wish was really slim. Chapter 62 The public enemy of men in the land of waves, its money well spent. The country of waves. On the seaside, a cross-sea bridge is under construction in full swing. On the half-built bridge, architectural talents from the Kingdom of Waves and people from the Kingdom of Waves from all over the country were busy coming and going, and it looked very lively. This bridge carries the hope of the Kingdom of Waves to the outside world, and is also a special bridge that allows the top bridge builder Dazna to return home after thousands of miles. The weather is very good today, and the construction process is going very smoothly. If this continues, we will soon be able to open a passage that belongs to us people from the Kingdom of Waves. Advertisement. Yes, the weather is so sunny, even God seems to be helping us. We need to work harder. The sooner the bridge is built, the sooner the people of Wave Country can live a good life. Well, I have to work as hard as usual today. Thanks to the addition of top bridge builder Dazna, the inspired people suddenly became more motivated. At the same time, he also noticed three small figures not far away. The forehead protector logo seems to be the ninjas of Konoha village in the land of fire, right? It's just three brats? With them here, do you really don't need to send more people to cause trouble? Even if they are powerful ninjas, they look too small. There are only three of them, which really makes people feel uneasy. I said, even without the protection of ninjas, we have already made the decision to repair the bridge even if 07 dies, so what else do we have to worry about? Even if he sacrifices his life, he must open a life channel for his own people in the Kingdom of Waves. It is this belief that supports the construction talents of the Kingdom of Waves to work hard until now, even if they may suffer life threats from Cardo at any time, they will never give up. I tell you, don't underestimate those three children. They are indeed very powerful ninjas. Even Ki Ren is no match for them. Dazna, who was carrying the wooden stake, walked past everyone, holding the wooden stake on his shoulder with one hand, and holding the sweat towel around his neck with the other to wipe the sweat, and said with a determined smile. Huh? Can you defeat Jonin's brat? It's a bit unbelievable. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously looked at Class 7 again. The cute female ninja was sitting boredly on the railing of the bridge, shaking her long legs. Beautiful and clean pink clothes, spotless white boots, the same cute pink bow, and fluffy and smooth hair. She looks just like any other cute girl. Another kid in orange clothes was sitting cross-legged on the bridge nearby, looking around boredly, and quietly picked his nostrils while the cute girl next to him wasn't paying attention. Advertisement as a result, when he was scanning cautiously, he happened to catch the contemptuous gaze of the cold-faced kid, and he immediately stared back fiercely. As for the third one, the cold-faced kid, with his hands in his pockets and his body leaning against the railing, always looks handsome and thoughtful. His handsome appearance and cold personality make the women involved in the bridge construction work, whether they are young girls in love or experienced men, Baizan's aunts all often looked at him secretly with shy eyes. Are these three brats really powerful ninjas? It's hard to believe. Mr. Dazuna, judging from their age, they should be genin, right? Are they really that strong? One of the younger bridge builders, who knew more about ninjas, asked doubtfully. Because, they have a very powerful teacher. Dazna smiled happily, and a handsome, tall and unpredictable figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Although the way the devil teacher teaches students is unacceptable, we have to admit that he is indeed a qualified guy when it comes to helping students become stronger. Damn it, is that the guy you're talking about? That guy who is more handsome than that handsome kid is simply a disaster for our country of waves. I can't figure out why he is so popular with women. As soon as he appeared, all the women's eyes were straightened, and they almost threw themselves into their arms in public. Isn't it just that he is handsome? Why did he cause such a big sensation? Well, it's actually not difficult to understand. That guy is a very powerful ninja, and he's handsome. Plus, for a ninja of his level, you can make a lot of money just by doing some commission tasks. He can recruit all women. Isn't it surprising that you like it? Although it makes sense, it still makes people feel unconvinced. During the discussion, Dasna sweated in embarrassment and quietly withdrew from the discussion. That handsome guy, devil teacher, has almost become the public enemy of all the men nearby, even his own daughter. However, thanks to this kind of thing, after discussion, everyone surprisingly smoothly agreed to allocate part of the bridge construction funds to send him to the most famous flower building in the city. It's been 5 or 6 days now. Otherwise, with the handsomeness and charm of the devil teacher, Zhang Jin, I don't know how many men would have caused more serious trouble. The flower house in the land of waves is so expensive. When it comes to the price of flower houses, Dasna, who has always been a good-natured person, couldn't help but complain. The other side. In a cool and comfortable room, several Hulu women, also dressed in relatively cool clothes, clustered around a man, with beautiful eyes full of spring and exhales like orchids. Master Su Chen, please eat another grape, it's very sweet and far away. Qianqin's elegant orchid fingers curled up, pinched a ripe grape with pink luster, and gently put it into the man's mouth. Advertisement, it's indeed very sweet. However, as the courtesan of this flower house, you didn't say that you were a performer and didn't buy anything. Now that you are so close, I will misunderstand that you have some intention. Su Chen smiled evilly and looked down at the woman whose whole body was almost pressed against him. Well, the pressure from the 36 drops, the supple skin, the uneven curves, and the cute little oval face, it was him. The type you want to learn more about. HMPH, Mr. Su Chen, why do you want to shame me? I can't help myself. Who told you to make me fall for you with just a few looks? The coquettish reproach in her shy eyes, coupled with the elastic touch caused by the shaking of her body, made Su Chen couldn't help but squint and smile. Although the flower house in the country of waves is a bit more expensive, I have to say that it is well worth it. Especially in this situation where you don't have to spend any money yourself, it's even more worth it. Master Su Chen, I heard from the bridge builders who come regularly to help you pay your bills that you are a very powerful ninja. I really want to see Master Su Chen's ninjutsu. It must be very powerful, right?
The woman lay on Su Chen's lap, looking up at Su Chen's handsome face expectantly with bright eyes filled with gentle curiosity. Ninjutsu. I know some ultimate ninja techniques that you are more interested in. Do you want to try them? She ran her fingers through the other person's hair, causing the woman's cheeks to blush slightly. She took the initiative to put one side of her pretty face close to her palm, and the corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Ultimate ninja technique. Is the showdown finally about to begin? Warren lady, I don't know how long you can last under the ultimate ninja technique with so many moves. As for myself, I can naturally have the Wukong character panel body as long as I want. Master Su Chen, what about us? We also want to see that powerful method. Yes, Master Su Chen, you won't be cruel enough to drive us away, right? We can't bear to part with it. The women around him all made coquettish requests, their voices as sweet as those of warblers and swallows.
Study ultimate ninja technique with them. What a tempting thought. However, as someone who only likes errands, it seems that I can't pass the principal test, so I'll try again later. Ruthless Master Su Chen, you are so poetic, yet you were cruel enough to drive me away. It's not easy to see a man who is attracted to you. Maybe it will be a lifelong regret. Damn Mr. Su Chen, I feel so heartbroken when I think of him eating other people's grapes later. Isn't this the feeling of falling in love? The graceful women who walked out of the room complained with unwillingness on their faces. Chapter 63. Flower House, Ultimate Ninja Technique, Showdown, Agreement with Cardo. In the room where only 2 people were left, the gentle and expectant eyes met, causing the originally cool room to heat up rapidly. Master Su Chen, your hands. This seems to be a taijutsu, not some ultimate ninjutsu. His cheeks were slightly hot, feeling the fierce attack of fast-wandering body technique, and a feeling of being completely manipulated suddenly appeared in his heart. Master Su Chen is indeed a grandmaster taijutsu ninja. As an enemy, he was immediately conquered by his two-handed taijutsu until his whole body became paralyzed. Under the powerful force, his body even trembled violently. Oh my god, this ninjutsu showdown has just begun. Am I about to lose? Advertisement. Even if you have to lose, you can't lose to Master Su Chen so quickly. Unwilling to admit defeat, the woman bit her lip, her starry eyes trembled, and she immediately used her hands to deploy physical skills and actively launched an attack. However, she immediately felt the defensive power coming from her strong chest and abdominal muscles. So strong. There is a terrible premonition that once the duel officially begins, he will be killed immediately. Master Su Chen, have you prepared the ninja tools so quickly? Isn't it too ungrateful to use tough tools to deal with a weak woman like this from the beginning? The hands that condensed the power of taijutsu immediately began to defend against the ninja tools as the words fell. However, the next second, the pupils shook slightly, and his face looked like he was frightened by a strong person. This ninja tool contains a sense of endless power. It is different from ordinary kunai. It is completely the length of a shuriken, and the aura of power covering it gives people a sense of invincibility that is completely unbeatable. He is indeed a powerful and tyrannical man. Not only his physical skills are amazing, but also the ninja tools he uses are of a unique level of immortality. Oh my god, what kind of terrible opponent did I encounter? In this duel, I will definitely lose miserably soon, and I will be embarrassed. The next second, with the woman holding, I will be crushed crazily in this showdown. In shock and anticipation, her fingers containing powerful physical skills slid down to the fatal point without mercy. Bang! The closed door was violently pushed open. Well, the real door to the real room. Tall figures rushed into the room quickly, and then lined up on both sides, interrupting this pleasant and exciting ninjutsu showdown.
Then, a short, fat figure wearing a neat suit and sunglasses, puffing out cigar smoke, walked into the room with an arrogant attitude. The Oran, who was about to be submerged by the tide just now, subconsciously shrank in Su Chen's arms, and her face instantly turned pale. The terrifying Lord Cardo controls most of the business in this city, and this flower house also belongs to him. With the name of pervert, he suddenly appears, isn't it for himself?
I had just prepared to eat a manhan banquet, but if I was forced to eat pig food immediately, it would be even worse than death. But for this city, and even the entire kingdom of waves, Cardo is the king behind the scenes. Woohoo, Lord Su Chen, please help me, but even though Lord Su Chen is a powerful ninja, he probably wouldn't dare to disobey the terrifying Lord Cardo, eh?
Mei Mu was surprised to find that Kaduo, who walked into the room, just looked at her with an evil smile, and then turned his gaze to Su Chen and looked up and down. It seemed that he was far more interested in Su Chen than herself. Quote. The woman's cute little face suddenly twitched slightly. Was it directed at Mr. Su Chen? It is not surprising that Cardo, who is secretly called pervert by everyone, would have such a special hobby. But, Lord Cardo, do you know what kind of opponent you are facing? Lord Su Chen takes action. As a man, you are really going to die.
So please leave Master Su Chen to me. The woman looked confused and shouted in her heart. Su's handsome face fell, and a faint cold light appeared on her originally gentle face. This feeling of being disturbed made him very unhappy. I have the urge to use turtle-style qigong to crush the opponent to ashes. The tall body slowly exuded a slightly angry aura, which caused the woman who was immediately stunned to have her hair and clothes slowly float up, and also slightly changed the expressions of the thugs and Cardo who broke in. Is this Cardo who controls the Kingdom of Waves? He has a reason to die as soon as he appears on the scene. As expected, he has the attribute of villain consumable, and he can be called a little expert in seeking death. Mr. Su Chen, don't be too quick to get angry. We have a huge misunderstanding. We should resolve this misunderstanding through peaceful means. Everything is a misunderstanding caused by that guy called Cayman, Zabuza. I came to Mr. Su Chen immediately when I learned that the misunderstanding occurred, but I have great sincerity. Bang! The cigar dropped to the ground by Cardo, who was in a frightening aura, and hurriedly showed a friendly expression. Oh, the damn Konoha village ninja actually defeated the demon man with only 3 students. He is a rather troublesome existence. Advertisement: he must be taken down as soon as possible, otherwise his intention to completely control the country of waves may be hindered. After Momochi Zabuza, that arrogant guy, was easily beaten to the point of dying, his stupid companion, who was also seriously injured, actually took him to find him, in the hope of getting help. As a result, the ghost man was easily caught, but unfortunately, the guy named White, who he planned to stay to warm the bed, was knocked down by the rapids and his life or death is unknown. Fortunately, the torture ghost man learned important information and allowed him to immediately deduce that the success rate of using ordinary means to deal with this guy named Su Chen was very low. We can only use today's special methods. What's the so-called misunderstanding? Cardo is disturbing my good things. With a cold look of disgust, Su Chen suppressed his murderous intent. He had no other intention and just wanted to see the other party's acting skills. Watching the serious acting of a guy who has already been seen through is also one of his pleasures. Gudong, Kaduo swallowed quietly. Damn, what is this inexplicable pressure going on? Why do you have a premonition that you may be killed at any time? If I had known earlier I wouldn't have come in person. Also, why is the bounty ninja whom I hired at a high price to support the show and embolden him with cold sweat on his forehead? This man who looks very arrogant gives people the impression that he is twice as dangerous as Momochi Zabuza. Ahem, Mr. Su Chen, Cardo Group has always cooperated with the country of waves in a friendly manner. Otherwise, my business would not be spread throughout the country of waves. That be ********* D. Zabuza deliberately destroyed this cooperative relationship and used my name to hunt down the construction talents of Wave Country. Everything was Zabuza's conspiracy. Especially the bridge that is being built in the country of waves. I am preparing to acquire it with the utmost sincerity. How could I send that kind of bounty ninja to destroy it? In order to clear up the misunderstanding, in 3 days, I will bring the culprit ghost to the bridge, punish him in public, and then fund the construction of the bridge. To show my sincerity, I came here to compensate Mr. Su Kong for the trouble caused by the misunderstanding. Cardo, who finished speaking in one breath, finally relieved a lot of tension. After all, the sincerity he brought was enough to eliminate the other party's hostility. As if it was well rehearsed, the moment the fat fingers snapped, 2 figures walked in quickly and respectfully placed 2 heavy suitcases in front of Su Chen. Here is 15 million taels. Please Mr. Su Chen not to interfere in the acquisition of the bridge. Cardo opened the suitcase himself with a forced smile on his face and took the initiative to speak. Damn Konoha village ninjas, I interrogated key information from the people around me. The guy who took advantage of his student's collapse and sold the ninja medicine to restore physical strength at a high price, even a greedy person like me calls him shameless. Greed for money is definitely a weakness you cannot resist. Although I have paid a lot of money to make you stand by and watch my plan to acquire the bridge, taking control of that bridge is tantamount to cutting off the last hope of the people of the country of waves. There will be no more resistance in the future, and no one will sabotage their plan to control the country of waves and make money. In comparison, 5 million a day is just a necessary small investment. Oh, there should be conditions for taking out so much money at once, right, Mr. Cardo? After glancing at the money in the box, Su Chen had a playful look on his face. Cardo, who didn't know whether to live or die, had accidentally saved his own life just now. Mr. Su Chen, during the acquisition of the bridge in 3 days, there will definitely be some troublemakers who will cause damage. For the future of the country of waves, I must bear the pain and deal with them. After all, I cannot affect the welfare of the entire country of waves because of some stupid people. I hope Mr. Su Chen will not interfere when the time comes. It's as simple as that. Huh, stupid Konoha village ninja, you can't guess what I'm thinking, right? Instead of spending money to hire bounty ninjas to hunt down endless supply of construction talents like cockroaches, why not trample on their dreams by taking control of the bridge once and for all? I had no intention of getting involved in such troublesome matters. I hate trouble the most. Su Chen looked uninterested and yawned, indicating that he would not interfere. Huh? Thank you very much, Mr. Su Chen. I won't disturb Mr. Su Chen's enjoyment. Take your time and I will pay for all the consumption here. With a smile of success on his lips, Cardo hurriedly stood up. Damn it, I don't know why, facing the increasing psychological pressure caused by this guy, I should leave here as soon as possible, and then find a girl to relieve my stress. You go first, they will arrive later. Also, to show my sincerity, I will personally send a return gift to Mr. Cardo later. To tell you a little bit, it's the kind of surprise that will explode. Su Chen smiled and pointed at the bounty ninjas lined up on both sides. Advertisement. Well, since it is Mr. Su Chen's request, then I will listen to Mr. Su Chen. I'm leaving. Facing this gentle smile, Kaduo felt numb in his heart for some unknown reason. Damn it. I can't stay in this room for a second. The short and fat figure was like a frightened mouse, running out of the flower house in one breath and getting into the luxurious carriage. Damn Konoha village ninja, you didn't do anything, yet you made me so embarrassed. The guy who took my money shouldn't get in the way anymore, right? Whole coachman, why are you still standing there? Take me away quickly. Cardo, who clenched his fists and looked angry, took his anger out on the soldier. Yes. Lord Cardo. After the coachman was stunned for a moment, he hurriedly drove the carriage out, driving quickly along the main road in the city, and soon drove out of the city. Kaduo breathed a sigh of relief after staying away from the flower building where Su Chen existed. Bang bang bang, at this time, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground accompanied by screams in front made the frightened horses scream in fear, and then fell down with the carriage behind them. Damn it, what is it that actually hurts this uncle? The squat figure crawled out of the overturned carriage. When his angry eyes touched the so-called heavy object, the complaint stopped abruptly. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. Those were actually the bounty ninjas that the arrogant Konoha village ninjas said would arrive soon. He looked at the dying bounty ninjas with confused eyes, and then looked at the flowers that were at least 1,000 meters away from here. Floor direction. A feeling of coldness instantly spread all over Kaduo's body. Is this terrifying power the source of the premonition that I may be killed at any time? What a scary guy that makes people tremble just thinking about it. In the flower building, the room finally became quiet. Now that the annoying cockroaches have left, you should still be in the mood to explore the ultimate ninja technique in depth, right? After flicking away a few bounty ninjas who would arrive soon with his fingers, Su Chen looked sideways at the Oran lady and asked with a chuckle. Master Su Chen. The confused woman's face turned red again, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep admiration. Such a powerful Master Su Chen. It's so powerful that people can't help but feel the strong will to fight. Immediately start a ninja duel with him, and they can fight all night long and never admit defeat. Soon. The system announcement kept ringing in Su Chen's mind. Ding. Detected the strong admiration of Hitano Yua for host in the land of waves, and successfully established a bonding relationship. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The admiration of Hitano Yua, the bond object, to the host has been detected, and the bond value is 696.9. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen, sir. Ding. It has been detected that the bond object Hitano Yua of the land of waves has a strong need for host, and the bond value is 696.9. Close black lens bracket. Mr. Su Chen. Ding. The bond object Yua Hitano of the land of waves has been detected and the happiness filled by the host has been detected, and the reward bond value is 696.9. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen, sir. Ding. The bond object has been detected. Hitano Yua of the land of waves has the greatest happiness in her life due to the host, and the reward bond value is 696.9. Close black lens bracket. Master Su Chen. Can I admit defeat? Ding. The awe of the host, Hitano Yua, the country of waves, who is the bond object, is detected, and the bond value is 696.9. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 64 Cardo appears, the ninja nailed to the stake. In the country of waves, early in the morning, in the woods next to the unfinished cross-sea bridge. Drink. As a slightly childish cry came, a towering tree fell down with a click. Well, Naruto, thank you very much for your hard work. It must be difficult for you to accompany an old man like me to do such a thing so early in the morning, right? Not far away, Dazuna asked with an apologetic wry smile. There is not enough wood used to build the bridge today. The people from the country of waves who are responsible for the wood are cutting down trees every day and night, and they are all exhausted. As a result, I accidentally mentioned this problem last night, and the optimistic kid immediately offered to help, which immediately caused a burst of laughter from the strong loggers. It was not until Naruto, who had gathered chi in his fists, that he knocked down a big tree with one punch. They shut up in shock. How can this immature brat be so strong? Sure enough, ninjas are stronger than they look. Hey, drunkard uncle, don't be so polite. This is also a kind of practice for me. I'm not afraid to tell the drunkard uncle that I have a dream as firm as yours. In order to realize this dream, I will work hard to practice. Naruto turned around and smiled and said passionately. Ah, it must be a great dream, right? Is it what you often say, that you want to become a Hokage man? Dazuna smiled kindly, took out the wine bottle, took a sip, and asked with interest. Besides this dream, there are even more powerful dreams. I want to become a stronger person than Teacher Su Chen. One day I will be more handsome and more fearful than him. With that kind of power, you can protect the people you want to protect. He spoke with great ambition, his face gradually becoming serious. Becoming a strong person like Mr. Su Chen must be very handsome in the eyes of little Sakura, right? After all, I often see little Sakura looking at Teacher Su Chen with admiration. Even when facing that D Sasuke, she wouldn't show that look. So, as long as you surpass Teacher Su Chen, you can get that enviable look, right? Huh? Beyond the devil teacher? Naruto, I think the first dream is more realistic. After Dazuna was stunned for a moment, he truthfully expressed his opinion. Although as an ordinary person who is not a ninja, I cannot intuitively judge how strong the devil teacher is, but his leisurely attitude when facing terrifying enemies and his indescribable huge aura will make people feel terribly strong. Idea. Advertisement so much so that when someone said that they wanted to surpass him, I thought it was impossible to remonstrate. Uncle Drunkard, what are you talking about? How can you pour cold water on other people's dreams? Let's see, one day I will surpass Teacher Su Chen. Naruto said angrily and firmly. I'm sorry, I accidentally said my true thoughts. If you want to surpass that guy, you have to work harder. Dazuna smiled bitterly, touched the back of his head, and said with a slightly apologetic tone. HMPH, a guy who has no idea how strong Mr. Su Chen is. Todoroki, Sasuke, who also easily knocked down the tree in front of him with one punch, frowned and commented. Guys who are overly optimistic always have unattainable dreams. After a few lessons, the strength of all the members of Class 7 can easily surpass the Chunin level. Even a punch that concentrates chi to strengthen the power can instantly make Jonin lose his fighting ability. It is simply unimaginable how terrifying this Teacher Su Chen is. Only by using the ultimate course of constantly fighting against strong men who are stronger than yourself, and pushing yourself to the point of death again and again, can you have a chance to stand up to Teacher Su Chen, right? As for transcendence, even though he is known as a genius, he only dares to think about it secretly. You be ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈ Do you want to fight? It feels uncomfortable to be surpassed by me, so are you looking for trouble? Then come on. Huh, this stinky guy is obviously saying that the one who has the chance to surpass Teacher Su Chen is him, not himself. Then show your strength and let him know that through these few days of practice, you have become stronger, and you have also developed new abilities. TCH. Want to try my new ability? Sasuke turned to Naruto and responded coldly. The crane tail of Class 7 was saved in the duel with the Ghost Man. He really thought he was the strongest one in Class 7. I don't mind letting him see the reality immediately. Call, Haruno Sakura, who was responsible for transporting the downed tree to the bridge with both hands, returned, holding her forehead and sighing. These two guys, no, Naruto is the guy, not the handsome Sasuke. In short, as long as these two people are alone together, they will always be like activated detonators, causing an explosion at any time. In the end, you have to take action yourself to calm the smell of gunpowder. Advertisement, Issa. A slightly gloomy voice came from Haruno Sakura's mouth. Little Sakura. Are you back? That tree is more suitable for making lumber. I've decided, that's it. Don't worry, little Sakura, I will work hard. Sensing the signal from Haruno Sakura's tone, Naruto suddenly smiled awkwardly with a flustered look on his face, quickly changed the subject, and then fled to a safe distance. Ever since the fight with the demon, Sakura's fists have become harder and harder. If she punches her on the head again like usual. Even if you become stronger, you still can't stand it, right? It's better not to provoke the scary little Sakura. Naruto thought weakly. Obviously Sakura is the weakest of the three brats, but she is the one Naruto brats fear the most. No, I should say she cares about the most. Three very interesting little ghosts. After taking another sip of wine, Dasna thought to himself with a look of relief. My mood became extremely relaxed. The construction progress of the bridge is becoming more and more smooth with the addition of more construction talents from the Kingdom of Waves. There was just one thing that made Dasna feel strange. Cardo, who clearly had a strategy to hunt down talents related to the Kingdom of Waves, why did he suddenly stop taking action? The journey of returning talents is becoming more and more peaceful, which is proof of this. That shameless guy was afraid of the Konoha village ninjas because the ghost was defeated, so he didn't dare to make a mistake? Or is it that the strategy has changed and other more terrifying conspiracies are brewing? Dasna, hurry, it's an emergency. An anxious voice appeared along with the figure. The person who came was Boki, one of the bridge builders in the bridge building operation. Pochi, why are you so worried? Dasna asked hurriedly, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Dazuna, Kado's gang showed up. Moreover, they brought with them a ninja whose body was nailed to a wooden stake. That guy from Cardo? The ninja on the stake? Dasna's face darkened slightly. You know that greedy guy in Cardo won't just watch the bridge being built. Is a new conspiracy finally about to unfold? Chapter 65, Companion. 2 words, let the ghost break the defense. Kadota brought nearly 100 people with him, including many bounty ninjas. Now, we are in big trouble. Many cowardly guys have escaped. Dasna, that bridge is the hard work of countless people from the Kingdom of Waves. We must not let it fall into the hands of that pervert Cardo. Pochi gritted his teeth and said, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Facing Cardo, who regarded human life as nothing, his heart was filled with unconcealable fear. But like Tatsuna, he also has something he wants to protect at all costs, the bright future of the Land of Waves. Even if you risk your life, you can never give up the future of the country of waves. Pochi, I understand, let's go together and have a look. Xena, who suppressed the anger that was about to burst out on his face, couldn't help but clenched his fists with a gloomy face. Is Cardo's strategy to directly destroy or capture the bridge? Insidious guy. If you have realized that you will not hand over the Kingdom of Waves to the devil even if you die, how can you shrink back in this situation? Without much hesitation, the two figures quickly ran towards the bridge. Is Kaduo the guy who caused trouble for the drunkard uncle? That kind of guy can be knocked away with one punch. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and said with a passionate expression. Aren't they just hundreds of bounty ninjas? I used to be too scared to move when faced with more than a dozen bounty ninjas, but now I have become very strong. When the time comes, I will show off the results of my practice a little bit and let Sasuke know that he is not a loser. Just watch it, you be ***********. Don't be too surprised. And little Sakura, she will feel handsome soon, right? Okay, let's do it, Naruto. You impulsive guy. Haruno Sakura sighed speechlessly as she looked at the orange figure that quickly rushed out of the woods. Mr. Su Chen's team course is obviously a very profound teaching, but Naruto, why can't he remember it at all? Team 7 is a unit, and the battle with the ghosts also proves that only by acting together can we exert our strongest strength. Also, if you ignore the teacher's instructions after achieving some results in your practice, will this reckless guy really not cause any unexpected troubles later? Sasuke is still calmer and much more reliable than Naruto. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, whose cheeks turned red because she finally had a rare opportunity to be alone for a moment, turned around with a gentle tone, only to see, calm, Sasuke bending towards the bridge in ninja run posture. Advertisement Haruno Sakura. However, even if Sasuke suddenly became as reckless as Naruto and couldn't wait to run out of the woods, his running movements were so cool. As expected of Sasuke, Haruno Sakura admired her double standard in her heart, and hurriedly spread her body skills to follow. With a splash, the turbulent seawater under the bridge slapped against the boulders on the shore and the solid bridge piers, seeming to be infected by the tense atmosphere on the bridge. Amidst the sound of the roaring waves, the people from the Kingdom of Waves, who were hugging the bridge and coexisting with each other, all looked at the figures not far away with nervousness and hatred on their faces. Especially among the bounty ninjas, he is particularly conspicuous, a short and fat figure wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar. He is the unscrupulous rich man, Cardo, who brought poverty and endless nightmares to the country of waves. The abominable Cardo came here personally and brought so many people with him. Does he want to destroy the bridge? That guy seems to be a ghost. Dasna, who came in a hurry, glanced at Cardo nervously. When his eyes fell on the bloody figure on the cross stake, he was stunned. His whole body was covered with coagulated blood, and his limbs were nailed to cross stakes with kunai. His face was almost unrecognizable, but his eyes filled with ferocious light were unforgettable at one glance, and would even suddenly appear in nightmares. Why did the ghost man who was obviously with Cardo become like this? BB. Boom. Team 7 couldn't help but look shocked when they saw Zabuza Momochi's miserable condition, and his nephew trembled slightly in unison. Like Dasna, they also didn't understand why the guy hired by Cardo to assassinate his client was nailed to a stake by Cardo. Don't they have the concept of companion? Is this the real side of cruel ninja world? Hey, that short guy with a stinky face. The ghost should be your companion, right? No matter what the reason is, you shouldn't treat your companions like this, right? You are such an irritating guy. Naruto gritted his teeth and asked loudly. The teacher once taught me through the course that whether it is the most caring partner, Chi, or the other people in class 7, they are all very important partners. Only those who cherish their companions are qualified to become stronger. Although teacher Su Chen did not say this personally, it was his firm understanding. Those who betray and hurt their comrades are the most annoying, unforgivable. 0. Huh? Companion? Are you talking about this damn ninja? He is not my companion. Advertisement, he, at best, can only be regarded as my dog. A dog that cannot bite people for me will be discarded as garbage. As if he heard a funny joke, accompanied by the ridicule of the bounty ninjas who were also amused, Cardo smiled cruelly, and then pressed the cigar hard on Mochi Zabuza's arm. Smoke wafted from the burnt skin. Zabuza Momochi snorted, his sharp teeth suddenly clench, and his fierce beast-like eyes revealed anger, unwillingness, and surging murderous intent. Tisk. As the top jonin in Kirigakure, I ended up in such a situation. In the eyes of others, I am just a dog. Oh, humiliation like never before. And that ridiculous Konoha village ninja brat actually spoke to himself who almost killed him, and even mentioned 2 words that were even more ridiculous. Companion. Cardo, this perverted guy, is not his companion. I have never had that guy in my life. He should be considered my companion, right? No, the word, companion, was his wrong understanding. He only regarded him as an accessory that could be used and consumed. A slender figure with long hair flying appeared in the blurred vision, like a kunai piercing the heart, causing the ghost's eyes to tremble inexplicably. Heart, a pain without warning. That fool, in order to save himself, was severely injured by a finger of an unknown ninja from Konoha village, but he still desperately used the escape ninjutsu. Is he still alive after being knocked down the rapids? Bang 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 bang, this increasingly heartbreaking feeling is, what's going on? Damn it, it's all that stupid kid from Konoha village who childishly mentioned the word, companion, when he mentioned something bad. Damn you brat, I don't need your pity, if I can survive, I will kill you first. Feeling inexplicably irritated, Zabuza jumped to the ground and roared with a broken look on his face. Huh? I don't care about you, you are a guy who doesn't distinguish between good and bad. I'm just unhappy with a guy who doesn't value his friends. Naruto said angrily, quietly gathering his chi, and a faint fighting spirit appeared in his clear eyes. Very unhappy, I really want to fight off that short, fat guy. Chapter 66 The Bloody Battle on the Bridge, something that must be protected with life. A whole Cardo, get out of here, you are not welcome here. You bad guys who trample on other people's futures at will never allow you to destroy the last hope of the Kingdom of Waves. Even if I die, I won't let you destroy the bridge we built with our blood and sweat. We will never give up on our dreams, this is something we must protect even at the risk of our lives. The people in the country of waves were excited. They all held bridge repair tools in their hands and expressed their anger and determination loudly. If you fight a bounty ninja, you will die. Watching your dreams being trampled on, and the future of the Kingdom of Waves returning to darkness that cannot see the light of day, is more uncomfortable than death. Let's water this bridge with everyone's blood. Even if the bridge will be blown up by bastards like Cardo in the next second, the will infected by blood will definitely be passed on. New rebels will inevitably rise from the blood until they tear through the endless darkness that blocks the bright future of the Kingdom of Waves. This is the common will of all those who risked their lives to participate in the construction, just like Dazna, Uncle the client, and everyone. Haruno Sakura looked at the angry wave country people in shock, her eyes gradually becoming serious. Sasuke gave Dazuna and the others a cold look, then locked his cold eyes on Cardo and the others. Humph, these are a bunch of troublesome guys who are wasting their training time, let's use them to conduct a simple, new ability, test. I am not here for these disgusting guys from the country of waves. People who always spit out disgusting words are the most annoying. Arrogantly thinking of this, the chi in his body instantly surged like a sea tide, accumulating a powerful force that was about to explode. Class 7, get ready. Teacher Su Chen is not here, so now I, the strongest in Class 7, will give the orders. Fight away that short, fat, arrogant guy. Bang. The fists collided with the palms hard, making a fierce sound. 823. Naruto said with a fighting spirit on his face. Tisk, Cranetail, you are not the strongest. Naruto, even if Mr. Su Chen is not here, it should be Sasuke, the smartest person in Class 7, who is in charge, right? The other 2 people in Class 7 suddenly had a dark look on their faces. This reckless guy was overconfident. Well, in short, Team 7 is not the kind of person who just watches the bad guys act recklessly. Of course they have to take action when encountering such a thing. Otherwise there is no point in becoming stronger. After Naruto was stunned for a moment, he continued shamelessly. Kado, we have very strong ninjas here, no matter what conspiracy you have, please get out of our bridge immediately. Tatsuna scolded in disgust. The attitude of Class 7 gave him great courage. Yes, if you don't get out of here, you will really be kicked out. You wanton blood-sucking B*************** D from the Kingdom of Waves is not welcome here at all. Go back to your Kado Island. The people of Wave Country became more courageous and cursed one after another. Cardo's face slowly darkened. Damn it, these rats blocking the road dared to scold me? If it weren't for his plan to continue to completely control the Kingdom of Waves, he would definitely kill all these rats and take away their beautiful daughters and wives. They used their twisting bodies and painful screams to slowly eliminate my uncle's anger. But, hey, don't be so impulsive, I'm not here to fight with you. On the contrary, we tried to eliminate the misunderstanding with the greatest sincerity of cooperation. As a good friend of the Land of Waves, I have the same wish as you. I also hope that this bridge, which gathers the essence and hard work of all the craftsmen of the Land of Waves, will be successfully completed. And we will provide workers and materials to help you. Cardo said with a fake friendly smile. Huh? Naruto, who was about to rush over and beat up Cardo, suddenly looked confused. All members of Class 7 were stunned subconsciously. Dazna and other people from the Kingdom of Waves were also filled with question marks by these sudden words. The ruthless pervert Cardo just said that he wanted to help everyone build a bridge? What is this, a secret conspiracy? And what is the misunderstanding he mentioned? Everything is a misunderstanding caused by this guy called Ghost Man, in order to destroy the friendship between me and the country of Waves. By hunting you down and blaming the Cardo group, we achieve our ulterior motives. Fortunately, I caught this guy. To prove my sincerity, I will punish this guy with my own hands in front of everyone. A cold light flashed on the lenses of his sunglasses, and Cardo, who was smiling sinisterly, pulled out the kunai from the waist of a bounty ninja, and without hesitation inserted it into the Jonin's right arm that was nailed to a wooden stake. Well, in the severe pain, Mochi Zabuza suddenly suppressed the urge to scream. Master, do you want to die in such a humble way at the hands of a rat like Cardo? It's really ironic that I, who regard this kind of guy as an ant, would be eaten by ants. Advertisement boom. The sudden visual impact shocked Team 7 and the people from the Kingdom of Waves at the same time. Is it true that this ninja is up to something? He and Cardo are really not in the same group? If so, how could someone hurt one of their own in public? Is this really a misunderstanding? It's so incomprehensible. Cardo, stop talking nonsense here. You are a B************* D who doesn't hesitate to hurt his own people to achieve his goals. The country of Waves will not ask for your hypocritical help. What's more, you are using cooperation to control the only channel that truly belongs to us in the country of Waves. Dazuna revealed angrily. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In order to achieve the goal, those who choose to kill their own people without blinking an eye will only give people a terrifying and devilish impression. Oh, can't you feel my sincerity? Then I'll give you a little more sincerity until you believe it. In the flash of cold light, a kunai was held by the thick palm and stabbed hard again. Bang! In the lightning flash, the kunai made a strange sound, and the cold breath that caused the kunai to shatter instantly spread towards Cardo's arm. Yeah. Caught off guard, Cardo's cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and he withdrew his hand reflexively, finally stopping the spread of the breath. At the same time, he stepped back in horror, and his butt hit the ground hard. Boom! The humanoid ice crystal that suddenly appeared exploded, and a slender figure rushed out from the ice fragments. His delicate and white hands stretched out to Momochi Zabuza on the wooden stake. Brush. The cold light slashed at the petite figure with the whistling wind. Zabuza's delicate hands, which had not yet touched Mochi, hurriedly formed an ice shield for defense, but the ice shield was broken by 10 blows from this powerful force. The figure that was thrown away rolled on the bridge. It was a powerful ice escaper who came to save people with his seriously injured body. The mask cracked and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. At the same time, the beautiful face is exposed. If you don't behead me, will you behead me with a broadsword? His blurry and shaky eyes locked on the sword light that finally stopped, but it came from a bounty ninja who was over 2 meters tall, with a muscular upper body exposed. The beheading sword that Momochi Zabuza regarded as a treasure was being held on his shoulder with a ferocious smile on his face. Ha! Yes, they are the companions of the ghost man who escaped. Ha ha ha, are you preparing to die with the ghost man? You dared to frostbite my right hand, you have successfully lost the opportunity to warm my bed. Bounty ninjas, catch him and let you enjoy it, the furious Cardo laughed maniacally. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of bounty ninjas showed their greed and were ready to move. She is really the most heartwarming beauty I have ever seen. If I could get her, even if I could share it with many people, it would definitely be great, right? Da. The messy footsteps were accompanied by faces distorted by greed, and they rushed towards Minazuki Bai in a swarm. Idiot! Damn it, guy, who asked you to come here? Now that you have saved your life, just like you did before you met me, live as humbly as the cockroach of immune to death. Who needs you to do such a disgusting thing? Beast-like roars erupted from Momochi Zabuza's mouth, and a unique look of worry seeped out of his face twisted with anger. Because, in this world, Zabuza-sama is the only person worth cherishing. So, I'm not used to living like a cockroach alone. Her beautiful face bloomed with an innocent smile, and she said calmly. Idiot. But in my eyes, you have always been just a tired person, a tool for me to use. I don't want a mother-in-law like you, companion, get out of here. Companion. Why, when I say these 2 words, I feel a strange feeling in my heart. Bang 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 bang, what is this pain that feels like a kunai piercing the heart? That kid from Konoha village who said the word, companion. I will kill you sooner or later. No matter in Zabuza-sama's eyes, I am a tool or a burden. In my eyes, Zabuza-sama is the only trustworthy person. I am going to hell with Zabuza-sama, but I am finally able to say these words, so I am very happy. The moment when the flawless little face, which was pale due to the injury, burst into a bright smile. Bang 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 bang, Momochi Zabuza's eyes widened suddenly and he felt a stream of heat flowing down uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Damn it, you actually let me leak such disgusting and unfamiliar things, you guy. So, if you go to hell, take Bai Chi with you, advertisement. The swaying lithe body struggled to get up, condensing kunai made of ice with both hands, and even looked expectantly at the twisted faces rushing towards her. As well as various ninja tools glowing with cold light. Under the sky of falling snow that was reddened by the fire, the figure who was ignoring the possibility of freezing to death and carrying an exaggerated sword suddenly stopped. Close black lens bracket. Whoosh, the ice kunai turned into streaks of cold light, piercing the throats of the 3 bounty ninjas who rashly approached and killing them. Chakra's petite figure, wrapped in coldness, could barely survive the attacks of various ninja tools and taijutsu. The figure who stopped turned his cold face and slowly stretched out his generous palm towards himself. Close black lens bracket. The ice spikes condensed with limited chakra penetrated from the ground. The moment the bounty ninjas jumped into the air to avoid it, the 2 bounty ninjas who were unable to react screamed and fell down. From today on, you will be my murderous tool, and you and I will live a life where you will be killed by the Kirigakure Anbu ninja, so put away your grateful eyes. I hate being numb the most. Close black lens bracket. The little beauty is quite tricky, attacking his legs, even if he has no legs, it won't affect our enjoyment, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, are you a devil? But it sounds exciting. Bang, various kunai and shurikens like locusts flew out of the unfolded scroll. Along with the detonating talisman, fire-style attack, physical attack, and water-style attack, it attacked Minazuki Shiro's lower plate like a dragnet. The ice escape defense condensed in time, the chakra was insufficient due to serious injuries, and it collapsed at the first touch. The petite figure was hit by kunai and shuriken in both legs and fell heavily to the ground. TCH, I didn't just watch you kick off the quilt in your sleep before covering you up. How could a guy with the ice release blood succession limit catch a cold? I just feel that there is no quilt to cover you. Your sleeping appearance is just ugly. She is a beauty with a fiery personality. My desire to conquer has been completely aroused. It has character, I'm looking forward to it too. Ninjutsu fighting like resistance is the real fun of that kind of thing. The men will accept your sexy body. Disgusting faces swayed in the blurred vision, and the already pitiful ice escape chakra instantly turned into ice needles surrounding him, scattering out. Ah! Amidst the screams, the dirty bodies of the bounty ninjas fell into the seawater, dyeing the water red. Tisk, the guys in Kirigakure seem to have learned about our whereabouts. Shiro, please leave alone. Your presence will only affect my uncle's drawing speed. After all, you can't be cruel. You are so spicy that you can only be a troublesome burden. Close black lens bracket. Zabuza-sama. He slowly stretched out his soft little hand, just like he stretched out his generous and warm palm to himself that night. However, the distance of less than 10 meters became as far as a chasm due to his injured legs. Tisk, 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 the guys who were eager to take action were killed instead. But it gives us an advantage, ha ha ha, the little beauty has run out of chakra. This moving body belongs to us. The bounty ninjas who chose to follow the Oriole laughed arrogantly, and they couldn't wait to besiege the city. Boom! An orange figure stood in front of the bounty ninja as fast as an afterimage. The strange aura emitted from the body pushed the bounty ninja back continuously, and several of them even got closer. He rolled to the ground under the force of the explosion. 3.2. You shameless guys, please stop it, I will beat you all away one by one. Naruto, whose face was burning with anger, showed strong murderous intent for the first time and threatened coldly. Naruto. It looks so scary. Haruno Sakura secretly commented in surprise when she noticed that this companion who always showed a silly smile was angry for the first time. HMPH, is it the result of practice that concentrates chi and bursts out of the body in an instant? The end of the crane actually secretly started practicing in the same direction as me. He's an overly competitive guy. Also, this guy actually took action the moment he was about to take action. He was definitely targeted by this guy. As for the reason for wanting to take action, it was not for the ghosts and his companions who almost forced Team 7 to death, but simply to try out the latest achievements of practice. Right, that is it, Sasuke thought proudly in his heart. Ninja brat, your teacher made a non-interference agreement with me. If you rashly interfere in things that have nothing to do with you, you will be punished by the teacher. Cardo reminded with a sinister smile. Teacher Su Chen will not make this kind of cold-blooded agreement with you. He is definitely not that kind of person. When he sees a shameless guy like you, he will just slap him away. Naruto gritted his teeth and said without hesitation, while arching his body and spreading his hand. But, Naruto brat, sensei, I really made that cold-blooded promise. At this moment, a familiar, slightly lazy voice sounded from the office, and then, a figure quickly fell down. Boom, like a huge boulder, the figure fell in front of Naruto, causing the solid bridge to shake. And there was a continuous, click, sound of something breaking. Chapter 67 Disappointed Naruto, the teacher is this kind of person. Dex, I accidentally used a little more force, and the bridge is too weak, right? Su Chen, who had originally thought about harvesting a large wave of wool through some special operations to gain the gratitude of the people of Wave Country, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, For the people of the Kingdom of Waves, this bridge is the way to realize their dream of saving the Kingdom of Waves. If you do this, you, who originally asked them to use the funds to build the bridge to pay the bills at Hulu, will suffer more slander, right? Huh? The bridge was actually. Is he the Konoha village ninja who loves to visit flower houses? Damn it, now we have to increase the process of eliminating hidden dangers and making repairs. The funding gap has become even bigger. However, just a simple appearance can cause such damage to the bridge. That handsome ninja seems to be not ordinary strong. Sure enough, it immediately aroused the emotions of Dasna and others who dared not speak out. It seems that there is no way to harvest their bond value. Is the scene a cliché drama of Tribulation Field? It looks a lot more tragic than expected. His eyes lightly scanned the entire place. The Kirigakure rebellious ninja was nailed to the O7 cross stake. The ice escaped blood successor who fell 10 meters away from the wooden stake. Team 7 was angry, but their emotions became complicated because of his appearance. A man from the country of waves who looked at him and Cardo and others with disgust. And, a brainless bounty ninja with a strong body, exposed muscles, and brandishing a decapitating sword, rushing towards him? This guy who appears out of nowhere can't stop me from getting this woman. Cut it in two for me. The strong bounty ninja, completely unaware of the situation, jumped into the air. The decapitating sword holding the handle with both hands suddenly hit the ground like thunder, exuding a faint chakra luster. Cut it off hard. Judging from the situation at the scene, it seems that a great show has been missed. I can't help it. The young lady in the flower house was too enthusiastic and delayed a lot of time. Thinking of this silently, without even looking at the bounty ninja falling from the sky with the sharp sword light, he casually slapped him with his backhand. Boom! The palm of the hand touched the opponent's cheek and there was a movement like a detonating talisman. The bounty ninja's body, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, was knocked directly into the sea, and a huge wave nearly 100 meters long slid on the sea surface.
With a brush, the decapitating sword that was released from his hand spun rapidly in the air and fell, inserting into the bridge deck in front of the trapped pile. DAUF. Seeing this scene, everyone on Cardo's side gasped at the same time. The guys who just thought they could fight Su Chen felt a terrifying aura wrap around their bodies, and their muscles stiffened instantly. Advertisement. Who is this guy who fell from the sky? How terrible. It completely extinguishes the mentality of trying to make contact with him. The invisible aura radiating from his body, as well as the ability to instantly kill Chunin that everyone saw with their own eyes, all reveal his invincible here powerful strength. Don't dare to mess with it. Don't dare to mess with it at all. Teacher Su Chen, why are you making such a joke as soon as you appear? Also, that slap just now was totally stealing the spotlight. Naruto accused with an annoyed look on his face. Humph, it was obviously his time to appear on stage and show off in front of little Sakura, but teacher Su Chen came back at this time. He must be deliberately trying to steal his own limelight. But, that slap just now was really overbearing. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1025. Close black lens bracket. Teacher Su Chen is here, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. Also, he was so handsome just now. Haruno Sakura looked calm and roared in her heart. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1104. Close black lens bracket. Sasuke gave Su Chen a cold look, with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. When he appeared on the stage, he admitted that he had an agreement with Cardo. What happened? He who often makes people guess what he is thinking cannot really be. HMPH, there's that stinky way of showing up every time, it's completely unnecessary. The seemingly envious comment was immediately exposed by the sound in Su Chen's mind. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's worship of host is detected, reward bond value 852. Close black lens bracket. Teacher Su Chen, you have taken the limelight, now it's my turn, right? Let me punch that short, fat guy away with one punch. Naruto clenched his fists, not intending to let Cardo go. This guy who caused trouble to the drunkard uncle and the entire country of waves, in addition to causing trouble, actually let the bounty ninja attack the cute ice escape girl. Although the bald eyebrow ninja uncle and the ice escape girl are enemies, Team 7, who almost died in their hands, is qualified to kill them. But that guy Cardo, who was once the companion of the bald eyebrow ninja uncle, is definitely not qualified to do such an excessive thing. In short, we must not let go of the guy who has brought disaster to many people, no matter what the reason is. Haha, haha, haha. Ninja brat, didn't you hear what your teacher said just now? Advertisement. He has already made a non-interference agreement with me. Mr. Su Chen, will you abide by your agreement? Cardo suppressed his anger and asked with a smile in a flattering manner. Naruto brat, the teacher just said something about the agreement. Also, his personality of wanting to protect a cute woman when he sees her is very similar to that of a teacher. But let me tell you, that cute girl in your eyes is actually a boy. Su Chen smiled evilly and revealed the answer softly. Nothing else. I just want to see Naruto's interesting reaction when he finds out that the person he wants to hero rescue beauty is a boy. At the same time, see if you will take action if you know the other party's true identity. Ha! Not only Naruto's eyes widened in confusion, but also everyone present. Eyes subconsciously fell on the dying and petite figure. With such a cute face, perfect body, and beautiful voice, he is actually a boy. Old, teacher, you just said, does that cold-blooded agreement really exist? Boom. 800 Naruto, who was confused for a moment because of cute girl turning into a boy, looked at Su Chen in disbelief, feeling as if he had fallen from a height and felt weightless. The other two members of Team 7 also had their eyes trembling slightly, as if their bodies were hit by kunai. The most trusted teacher actually made an agreement with a scumbag like Cardo. How so? Is this true? Dazna's body trembled, as if he had fallen into a cold ice cave, and then began to tremble uncontrollably. The words confirmed twice were definitely not a joke. The powerful master Su Chen actually wanted to watch Cardo kill the two ninjas and then seize the bridge. TCH. For a guy as cold-blooded as me, one day we will meet in hell. Mochi Zabuza showed mockery on his face, and his blurred eyes filled with tears looked at the petite figure lying in a pool of blood. Damn it, I really deserve to go to hell for neglecting this partner, but he shouldn't go with me. The eyes filled with hatred quietly fell on the beheading sword that was very close at hand. Su Chen, teacher, are you really going to watch someone like Cardo do whatever he wants and remain indifferent? Naruto, who stared with slightly hollow eyes and his hair and clothes were stirring in the sea breeze, asked in a cold tone. This expression and tone. So, is there something difficult to understand? Su Chen smiled brightly and admitted without hesitation. Chapter 68 The new ability explodes outside the body. Naruto versus Su Chen. The reconfirmed information made everyone present look in disbelief at the same time. Especially all the members of Class 7, their bodies even shook at the same time, and their unbelievable eyes were locked on Su Chen with a slight smile on his face. Teacher, it turned out that he was not joking, but made such an outrageous agreement with a pervert like Cardo. Teacher Su Chen. Haruno Sakura hesitated, with a slightly disappointed look in her eyes, feeling that the tall figure in front of her even gave people a faint sense of strangeness. Teacher, he does have many troublesome shortcomings, but at every critical moment, he always gives people a sense of peace of mind. But it is really unacceptable to make a deal with such a bad person and just stand by and watch the suffering of the people of Wave Country. Humph, I'm really serious. Sasuke snorted, his expression didn't change much, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. There is some special purpose, right? This guy never acts according to common sense, although he always gives people the impression that he has no sense of responsibility and does not care about anything. He may make unexpected decisions at any time. But he shouldn't be that kind of person, right? The answer cannot be determined. After all, even though I can often guess the teacher's thoughts, sometimes it is difficult for me to make accurate judgments on his behavior. Well, that agreement is actually true. In other words, this arrogant Konoha village ninja will just watch whatever happens next, right? His purpose of staying in the country of waves is really just to visit the flower house. Unfortunately, I still believe that he is here to help us stop guys like Cardo. It's over. This bridge can't be saved. The mood of the people of Wave Country instantly hit rock bottom. Their greatest courage in facing Cardo comes from the mentality of being protected by powerful ninjas. All members of Team 7 are three brats. Although they are very strong, people still cannot fully trust their strength. It can be said that the source of their courage is this handsome ninja that Dazna said, can easily deflect powerful ninjas. My wish to be protected was in vain. Backquote. Dazna, who also felt disappointment and despair, did not speak. Falling into the same mentality, he felt a chill all over his body. That's just an agreement made by teacher Su Chen, so it doesn't stop me from beating that nasty guy away. The B********* D who tramples on other people's dreams at will only deserves to fly out from under my fist. Advertisement. Naruto, who gritted his back molars, eyes blazing with anger and disappointment, once again burst out with a huge aura of chi, then passed by Su Chen and rushed towards Cardo and his group. As a teacher and student, I have my own ninja technique. So, I'm sorry, teacher Su Chen, I have to go against your will this time. Well, in just a few days, I have figured out the technique of leaking chi out of the body and using it purely as a means of attack. I am more enlightened than that bald man who is always sacrificed to the sky. It really matches my judgment of taking over Class 7. Su Chen said. Tisk, with a hint of expectation in her tone, and then the figure swayed and stood in front of Naruto again. Naruto, kid, don't you understand? The teacher said that I have already made a non-interference agreement with that guy. As a member of Class 7, I represent the entire Class 7 when I make the agreement. Quote. So, as a member of Team 7, you are not allowed to interfere. As he said that, he looked sideways at the other two members of Team 7. And you, please don't interfere. After all, keeping promises is a very important virtue, even for a disgusting guy like Cardo. As soon as these words came out, all the members of Class 7 were shocked again, and their disappointment increased rapidly. The people of Wave Country were all stunned again, their despair levels skyrocketing. The most powerful and handsome ninja chose to stand by and watch, and there were at least 3 ninja brats blocking Cardo, so things weren't too bad. After all, they once teamed up to defeat the powerful Chunin. Regarding this point, Dazna often helped the 3 of them brag in front of everyone, and his credibility was very high. I never expected that the handsome and arrogant ninja would just stop taking action himself, and would also prohibit his 3 students from taking action. It's over, this bridge can't be saved at all. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su Chen said it very well. Keeping promises is indeed very important. Then, can I continue my important work? Kaduo laughed so much that his mouth was watering, and his ugly face was distorted in the arrogant laughter. Originally, I was still a little worried about the ninja kid who had the strength to defeat the ghost, but now I don't have to worry at all. And that soft-looking guy is actually a man. I actually thought about taking him away from the warm bed no matter what. I hate this kind of deception the most. Advertisement. Why are you still standing there? Let the ghost watch the guy who dares to frostbite my hand die. Yes. The bounty ninja who secretly breathed a sigh of relief showed a fierce look in his eyes, and the ice escape ninja who had rushed to the ground slowly approached. After learning the truth about gender, they also felt like they were being tricked. On their twisted faces that were originally full of greed, only a strong murderous intention. Go to hell, you guys who pretend to be women. I'm going to cut you into pieces and study why a man can look like this. Anyone who cheats easily deserves to die. Give me, stop, damn it, it's obviously you. Boom, the collapse of trust and deep anger caused the chi condensed in Naruto's body to violently burst out again, and the small figure rushed towards the bounty ninjas like a beast. Well, the bounty ninjas who were instantly suppressed retreated one after another. They were not too worried about this kind of ninja kid. What they were afraid of was the tall Konoha shinobi who had the identity of a teacher. If he attacks his students, they will definitely be killed ruthlessly, right? Naruto brat, you do this troublesome thing again. If you disobey the teacher's will, you will be punished like this. In a leisurely and slightly gloomy voice, Su Chen turned around without looking back, grabbed Naruto's collar, and threw it away. The small figure flipped rapidly in the air, and Naruto, Wang Li's, completely lost his balance. The breath of chi burst out from his body again. He used the recoil to stabilize his body and landed firmly on his feet. Teacher's will is to hate trouble, so he will turn a blind eye to everything, right? I cannot agree with such a will, because I, Uzumaki Naruto, also have a firm will of my own. Anger burst out again in his disappointed and determined eyes, and his small figure rushed towards Su Chen without hesitation. Oh, for the so-called own will, would you not hesitate to take action against the teacher who can make you stronger? Kid, if you do this, you may be killed by me, teacher. Su Chen squinted his eyes slightly, looking a little serious. An interesting kid with strong beliefs. He is worthy of being the founder of Ultimate Ninjutsu, mouth release. When will the other 2 brats in Class 7 choose to take action, or rather, will they not take action at all? Su Chen thought with great interest.
3 Knots Chapter 69 The winning rate is 0, and the reward is a beating. Just think of this as a test of your spiritual practice. Seeing the angry figure charging towards him with the help of the chi overflowing from his body, and the small figure packed with huge abilities, Su Chen smiled faintly. He stretched out a finger in a leisurely manner, and then flicked it. Boom! Naruto's finger that didn't touch Naruto erupted with a strong breath from a distance of 1 meter, like countless detonating symbols detonating at one point at the same time. The tall and handsome figure's hair flew up in the impact of the explosion of chi, and his clothes were constantly torn behind him, outlining his strong abdominal muscles and 8-pack abs. It was as if the person was strolling in the center of a violent explosion without even moving his eyelids. Naruto, on the other hand, let out a short scream out of reflex, and was thrown away by the breath, past the other 2 people in Class 7, and his body rubbed against the ground and rolled for more than 20 meters before he came to a stop. Everyone else at the scene was swaying left and right in the impact of the aura, and all of them looked confused. The energetic kid was actually blocked by the burst of breath from 1 finger? Just 1 finger that didn't even touch him. How strong are the tall ninjas of Konoha village? Especially those bounty ninjas, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is this a ninjutsu? But people can't feel the slightest chakra fluctuation, especially this kind of ninjutsu that is suspected of chakra concentrated release, which must use a lot of chakra. But unfortunately, there is no fluctuation at all. Simple, Tihei? It seems that there is no such physical skill at all, right? After all, from a common sense analysis of intelligence, only the concentrated detonation of chakra is barely reasonable. This guy is definitely a super powerful monster. Naruto. Haruno Sakura's expression fell into confusion due to shock, and quickly turned to worry. Then her beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at Naruto, who got up from the ground with an unconvinced expression and assumed a fighting stance again. If you attack Teacher Su Chen, you will be injured, don't try again. As a student of Teacher Su Chen, he should know how strong Teacher Su Chen is. Advertisement that is a chasm that cannot be crossed at all. Naruto, who knew this clearly, was still ready to rush forward again, just for his own will. He will be beaten badly, right? She clenched her hands in front of her chest, and her poor little face was full of incomprehension. She didn't understand why the teacher would make such an outrageous agreement with that disgusting guy, and she didn't understand why he would do anything to herself just for the so-called, keep the promise, students took action. An unreliable teacher who is always late for teaching is not someone who keeps his word. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, I can't listen to you this time. Watching that kind of bad guy do such nasty things and doing nothing will pollute your dreams. I, like the drunkard uncle, am trying my best to protect my dream. Whoosh, the stubborn figure rushed out again, passing by Haruno Sakura and Sasuke. The aura exploding outside their bodies made their hair messy and fluttering. Looking at annoying things without taking action to stop them is a pollution of dreams? Yes, in that case, every time I think about what happened today, I will feel that I am not worthy of anything. What a bad guy, right? The soft white hands hanging down were clenched quietly, and the invisible breath slowly flowed outside the body. In the clear air under the morning sun, one could see the light distortion caused by the overflowing breath. Bang! The orange figure was easily bounced away again. At the moment when he lost his balance and was about to hit the ground again, a figure quickly appeared from behind, holding the orange figure's body with both hands, and the two small figures landed smoothly at the same time. Sakura-chan. Eh? Is it you? UB asterisk 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 D. Looking back, Naruto looked suspicious and disgusted. He thought it was cute little Sakura who was helping, but it turned out to be this annoying guy. HMPH, don't be too quick to thank me. I just think this is the ultimate practice that can lead to a near-death state. I won't miss this opportunity to become stronger. Aojao snorted, and Sasuke turned his face to the side and said with a look of disgust. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura's pretty face was stunned, as if she was given great courage by this behavior. She slowly came to the two of them, and then turned to face Su Chen. HMPH, although having one more person makes me tired, Abi, there is nothing I can do about it. I will have to face this kind of trouble sooner or later if I am in the same class with you. Listen up, Teacher Su Chen, who is so powerful that people can't help but tremble at the thought of him taking action, must treat him as a mortal enemy who can kill him at any time. Otherwise, you will lose in a very embarrassing way. In a tense fighting posture, Sasuke said with unprecedented seriousness. Huh? Take action directly? Shouldn't we formulate a strategy to act together? UB asterisk 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 D, isn't this too reckless? Advertisement. Naruto complained nervously. Sasuke turned around and gave him an idiot look. He seemed too lazy to explain, but he still said coldly. Any strategy is useless when faced with a guy whose probability of victory is infinitely close to zero. No, it's simply zero confidence. Naruto, number 911. Three brats actually want to take action against a powerful teacher? They. Dazna's eyes widened, completely unable to understand the scene in front of him. He naturally understood the mood of the three brats who acted righteously, and was moved to the point where his eyes heated up. Only. The devil teacher is a very powerful guy, and he can put three little ghosts into dire straits with just a few moves, right? But the three of them decided to take action. Stupid, cute guys, are you deliberately making me, the old man, cry in front of so many people in the land of waves? The warm eyes finally turned into moisture at the corners of the eyes. On the opposite side, Su Chen, who had his hands in his pockets without any pressure and seemed to be playing some kind of fun game, saw a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth when he saw the actions of Class 7. The situation was pretty much what he expected. Team 7 is not the type to blindly follow orders. Just like he is a Konoha villager in name, but he will never change any of his thoughts because of the high-level officials of Konoha. This is an important point. You didn't disappoint me, three little brats. Let's take the subsequent beatings to you as some kind of reward to make you change your rope. Class 7, are you sure you want to go against my will? It's not too late to quit now. Su Chen pretended to have a serious look on his face, and with a stronger aura coming out of his body, Su Chen said calmly. Teachers who stand in front of bad guys are the most annoying. Come on, get out of the way. Amid the cry from the heart, an orange figure emerged from the center. TCH, I'm sure you'll be beaten very badly later. With an annoyed groan, Sasuke's figure also stirred up a gust of wind. Phew, damn Teacher Su Chen, can you please stop touching my hair? It took me all morning to comb it. And this beautiful dress is the last one I brought out. Sighing helplessly and making a request, Haruno Sakura's eyes instantly became serious, her feet made two deep scratches, and she sprinted. Chapter 70 The Ghost Man Goes Berserk, the last flash of the beheading sword. Then, 1 minute later, not surprisingly, all members of Class 7 fell down. What led to this result was just one finger of Su Chen. Yes, with a flick of the index finger on the right hand, he easily completed the defense against the attack of the three ferocious imps from Team 7 and launched a game-like counterattack without mobilizing chi. In just 1 minute, all members of Class 7 were in a dying state. Especially the optimistic guy who had particularly active motor cells and would not give in easily. While he was beaten all over with bruises, he also had a face full of doubts about life. Damn it, I have mastered the aura explosion, I feel very powerful, and I definitely have the strength to surpass Chunin. I knew I would lose, but I didn't know I would lose so miserably. That stinky Teacher Su Chen is indeed so powerful that it makes people tremble. Although it's hateful, it's really strong. Ding! The bond object Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 320. Close black lens bracket. Obviously, I told you not to touch other people's hairstyles and beautiful clothes. The opinions were completely ignored. Haruno Sakura, who was lying next to Naruto, complained angrily as she felt helpless after being beaten violently. Similarly, the mentality of Teacher Su Chen may be hateful but so strong and handsome is also born. Ding! The bond object Konoha Village Haruno Sakura's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 256. On the other side, Sasuke was the one who hit the hardest but was beaten even worse. His unwilling eyes shone with a cold light that could see through everything. Teacher Su Chen really never plays by the rules. It must be intentional to block Naruto this time, right? The purpose is to give everyone a violent beating of a fly? Otherwise, why would he occasionally show a slight expression of approval when fighting Team 7, even though his will to not interfere was clearly violated? Isn't this kind of training that completely keeps everyone in the dark too torturing others' psychology? A guy with terrifying strength and unpredictable abilities. Sasuke cursed secretly. Ding! The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1258. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement accompanied by the pleasant system announcement. Two slightly unexpected eyes glanced at Sasuke, and Su Chen couldn't help but squint slightly. Although the three brats in Class 7 had just launched an attack to blame the teacher, they were still impressed by their own strength, so they generated bond points uncontrollably. Sasuke, who has always been cold-hearted and doesn't trust others easily, is often the one with the least bond value among the three. This time, the most. It is not difficult to understand that this calm and smart guy seems to have seen through his own mind again. An interesting, cold-faced kid with a high IQ. You actually went too far and beat 3 students like this. A guy who likes to visit flower houses is really not worthy of trust. Damn it. Why do you do such a bad thing? This guy is definitely a devil. A selfish guy who doesn't care about anyone but only cares about his own enjoyment. It's over. The only 3 children who can stop Cardo have fallen. The country of waves is hopeless. Fear, anger, unwillingness, resentment and other negative emotions cause deep despair to appear in the eyes of the people from the kingdom of waves present. There is a strong premonition that the bridge that carries the hopes of everyone in the land of waves will collapse soon. But what's more, it's the frustration of being helpless. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. Su Chen is indeed a person who keeps his promise. The 3 brats who dared to break his promise were beaten down. Then I can continue to resolve this misunderstanding with peace of mind? Cardo, whose face was covered in sweat due to the strong showdown just now, quickly came to his senses, and his heart suddenly settled in his stomach. There are no troublesome imps in your way, so you can proceed with your plans with confidence. First, get rid of the ghost and his companions to convey a terrifying message to the people of Wave Country. My uncle, will brutally kill anyone who dares to block the road, even if they were used by me like a dog. In this way, the people of the Kingdom of Waves, who are already timid and fearful of trouble, will abandon their ridiculous dream of saving the Kingdom of Waves in fear. The guy who stripped naked and pretended to be a woman. Although I trust Mr. Su Chen's words that he is a man, I still want to confirm it myself. HMPH, if it's a man, just break it down. After all, this kind of guy who wastes my feelings is disgusting. Holding the fat fingers that relighted the cigar, he pointed arrogantly at the ice escape ninja in the pool of blood. His face was twisted and his mouth was watering with laughter. Then, let's tear off his clothes and find out. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe the boy's information is a misunderstanding. Let's go together. Be careful of this kid's counterattack. Advertisement, expose your true face to me completely. 0. Please give me flowers. The bounty ninjas, who were sure of the information that the terrible Konoha village ninjas are on everyone's side, were so excited that they rushed out again, like a pack of ferocious wolves, pounced on Minazuki Shiro. Stay away from my companions. They should go to hell like me, guys. The eyes that suddenly opened burst out bloodline, like bright red tears, and the angry eyes burned like hellfire. Momochi Zabuza, with a roar, forcefully tore his body off the wooden stake. Ignoring the sharp kunai that nailed his limbs and cutting off pieces of flesh, his shaking body rushed toward the decapitating knife stuck on the bridge in front of him, splattering blood. Click. The moment he bit the handle of the knife with his sharp teeth, he quickly turned his head with the help of his neck and suddenly swung out a sharp knife light. Brush. The bounty ninjas who were caught off guard sprayed out bits of blood and fell down one after another while screaming. Also, Zabuza-sama, did you say the word, companion, just now? Shuiwu Yubai, who was behind him, raised his head, letting the red rain sprinkle on his beautiful face, and smiled. Finally, it was approved by Zabuza-sama himself. Even if you go to hell, it's worth it. BB up pointing arrow. Naruto, who reluctantly raised his head, looked at the rampaging Zabuza with strange eyes. Although the opponent was an enemy who almost killed him, this miserable look of fighting for his companion in the last ditch still touched his heart slightly. If it were you, you would do the same thing for the other members of Team 7, Sakura, even that B************** D Sasuke, who values companion bonding, right? HMPH, when you beat up the bounty ninja, did you deliberately let the big sword fall in front of the ghost? It was done by using the rapid vibration of chi, otherwise, that powerful weapon should have flown out together with the bounty ninja. But how do you know that the ghost will definitely do this? Is it a test? Or can the practice of chi produce terrifying precognitive abilities? Silently thinking to himself, Sasuke, who was completely shocked, looked at the tall figure who was watching this scene with interest with confused eyes. Ding! The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's worship of host has been detected, and the bond value is 1547. Close black lens bracket. Oh, have you read your mind again? This cold-faced kid is so smart that it makes people feel troublesome. Slowly turning his head, Su Chen smiled slightly and winked at Sasuke. Advertisement Chapter 71 You will die no matter what you choose, a terrible multiple-choice question. Boom. The powerful impact of this simple move made Sasuke's eyes widen, and he felt as if his thoughts were being read. What happened to that look in your eyes just now? The so-called chi practice that produces the ability to predict was originally just a guess that even I immediately found a bit ridiculous. But as soon as I had that idea, I was immediately looked at by teacher Su Chen with a mysterious smile. Is it a coincidence? Or is it that the look in his eyes just now meant that he really saw through his mind through some kind of ability? Unsure, Sasuke has a strong feeling that he cannot hide any secrets in front of teacher Su Chen. After all, if it is a coincidence, it is too many coincidences, right? Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's respect for the host has been detected, and the bond value is rewarded 2585. Close black lens bracket. Oh, the cold-faced kid seems to have gotten some incredible information from me. Kid, based on your guess at 590, give me more bond points for the teacher. With a chuckle in her heart, Su Chen felt even happier. In the wonderful show of watching the ghost man kill the bounty ninja, he can still collect bond points continuously, even when all the 7th class who are the targets of the bond points are beaten 10 times by him. Even the flashing light of the beheading sword became particularly bright. As for why the decapitating sword fell so coincidentally in front of the ghost man just now. Of course, I deliberately promoted it with the mentality of watching a good show. The scene where Onigen explodes with emotion, confessing his feelings in a state of death, while guarding Minazuki Shiro, who he keeps treating as an accessory and tool, is a famous scene that should not be missed. After finally coming to this world, how could I miss the fun of appreciating this scene with my own eyes? After all, for a strong man like himself who is terrifyingly powerful compared to the entire ninja world, finding fun is the most important thing compared to boring things like conquering the world. Cardo, you are such a pervert, you actually made Mr. Bai and me like this. I want you to die miserably with a beheading knife. Momochi Zabuza was biting the hilt of the sword, roaring loudly and dragging his seriously injured body towards Cardo. The devilish eyes of hell made Cardo and the bounty ninjas retreat continuously, even though they knew that the ghost man was at the end of his weapon and could kill him with a swarm. But that look in his eyes gave people a strong illusion that if they fought with him rashly, they would be cruelly torn to pieces. Ah, how come this guy who is obviously about to die suddenly? You damn things, hurry up and protect me. Why are you retreating instead? Whoever can kill the ghost man, I will give him 3 million taels. Advertisement Cardo, who is good at using money to control people's hearts, panicked and immediately used his strongest power, money offensive. 3 million taels? It's a number worth risking? TCH. I was almost frightened by the look in this guy's eyes. Even the powerful Jonin couldn't use more chakra after being seriously injured, right? Kill him together and share 3 million equally. Drink. The bounty ninjas, driven by the money ninjutsu, rushed forward one after another, resisting the numb impulse caused by the strong visual impact brought by the bloody ghost. No one uses ninjutsu, because they understand in their hearts that it is unnecessary and is just a waste of precious chakra. A simple ninja attack is enough to send a rampaging ghost to hell. Whoosh whoosh. The kunai light flashed, and the ninja swords and shurikens frantically greeted the ghost. Swish, brush, brush. Using his teeth to perform the decapitation sword technique, he withstood most of the ninja attacks, and also eliminated several bounty ninjas along the way. The ninja that slipped through the net pierced his body at the same time. Wow, the ghost man spurted a mouthful of blood, used his willpower and weak chakra to support his body that was about to fall at any time, and then condensed all the chakra into a spinning body that tried its best. The decapitating sword spun rapidly towards Cardo's direction, cutting off the bounty ninjas along the way into bounty ninja. Ding! Sparks flew from the collision of the ninja tools. The decapitating sword, which was only a few centimeters away from the tip of Cardo's nose, was forcibly ejected by a bounty ninja using the ninja tool and fell into the water under the bridge. So, there is no way to go to hell with that pervert? It's such a tooth-itching pity. Bye, let's go. The angry eyes turned soft as he turned around. As before, the word, gone, was simple, but this moment had a different meaning. Zabuza, because of people. At the moment when the bloody ninja was about to fall, Minazuki Haku desperately used his exhausted chakra, and his petite body hugged Zabuza. The two of them, exhausted and exhausted, supported each other's body in the increasingly fierce sea breeze. Huh? Yeah, the guy who almost killed me is unforgivable. I want to watch them die together with my own eyes. Advertisement Cardo, who was frightened by the beheading sword and fell to the ground, roared crazily. How could this noble uncle be so embarrassed in front of these untouchables from the land of waves? Must die. Death. These two guys are so disgusting that they make you sick. The bounty ninja, whose beheading sword flew away, rushed out, and the huge mace with sharp thorns and a cold light slammed down from top to bottom. Boom! A sudden surge, a strange aura from nowhere suddenly bounced away the two figures supporting the bodies of both parties, and the two figures who avoided the fatal blow fell into the sea involuntarily. In front of the failed mace, the handsome figure with his hands in his pockets narrowed his eyes slightly. Does this mean to challenge me? As a member of the bounty ninja, he should represent everyone's opinions, right? If I really can't do anything to you, I'll just do my best and accept your conditions. Su Chen said with a speechless expression. They all looked at it. It wasn't me who was about to take action, but the bounty ninja in front of him who was waving his mace at him indiscriminately. His attitude was extremely arrogant and his desire to challenge the strong was extremely strong. People can't help but want to help him achieve his wish. As for the two ninjas who were bounced away by his own breath, it was a complete accident. He would not be idle and bored to save people. But having said that, they are indeed ninjas from the Kingdom of Water. They are obviously dying. Their weak breath can still be detected after being swept away by the seawater. How is this going? All members of Class 7 were once again confused and completely unable to understand. The people of Wave Country were all stunned. Didn't this guy make a, not to interfere, agreement with the pervert in Cardo 4.5? What the hell is he suddenly saying, accept the challenge? It's not me, I didn't, there's no such thing as a challenge? Uncle, you misunderstood. It was the uncle who suddenly appeared just now, so. Mace Bounty Ninja suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and subconsciously stepped back, his whole body was completely messed up. You are scolding me for having bad eyesight and being unable to make correct judgments, right? Rude guy, I hate people who curse casually. Bang, casually reach out and crush the opponent's mace, then crush the opponent's Adam's apple, and throw it off the bridge. Then, he turned his cold eyes to the remaining silent bounty ninja and asked calmly. So, please help me recall this. Is there such a thing as a challenge, or do you think it's bad to be looked at by me? Chapter 72. There are pits all over the body, and the eight-handed fist explodes. Under the faint gaze, the bounty ninjas suddenly started sweating. Challenge or insult? No matter which answer you choose, you will be killed mercilessly, right? This is definitely a question, only a fool would answer it. Yes, as long as you don't answer, there should be a glimmer of hope for survival. Facing Su Chen, these bounty ninjas were weak, but that didn't mean their IQs were not online, so they all fell into silence with fear on their faces. Why do they want to challenge Teacher Su Chen? Also, by rashly scolding a powerful guy like Teacher Su Chen for his bad eyesight, isn't this asking for death? I don't understand. Naruto, who was temporarily distracted due to the ghost and his companions falling into the sea, looked at the confused Haruto beside him with his head wet. Did you accidentally miss any key details just now? These bounty ninjas clearly showed fear of Teacher Su Chen, but they suddenly challenged Teacher Su Chen and even cursed him? Are they stupid? Haruno Sakura was speechless. Did Naruto focus on something unimportant in 07 just now? This is not a desperate provocation from the bounty ninja. It is obviously Mr. Su Chen who is deliberately looking for trouble, right? Is it because the ghost man and the girl who looked cuter than him were killed and it suddenly happened? However, just now he clearly showed that he didn't care about the two ninjas at all, and he even had an attitude of gloating and watching the good show. Damn Teacher Su Chen, your thoughts are so hard to understand. TCH. It's exactly as I expected. He deliberately let the big knife fall in front of the ghost man and watched a good show. Terrible precognitive ability, but isn't this reason for taking action too far-fetched? No matter how you look at it, he looks like the most villainous person on the scene. Sasuke was also speechless, and at the same time he was wildly shocked in his heart. Judging from various signs, Teacher Su Chen is likely to have the ability to predict, and this ability is most likely brought about by the practice of Qi. Before even taking action, he can already predict all of his opponent's moves, and can even see through every little thought of his opponent. Scarier than Sharingan. Suddenly, the Sharingan blood inheritance limit that Sasuke was so proud of was no longer fragrant at all. Advertisement then, he continued to provide fetters due to his adoration mentality. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond reward is 205. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 1125. Close black lens bracket. DJ. Well, what kind of strange speculation did this cold-faced kid make rashly? Directly contributed a lot of bond value. Listening to the system's announcement, Su Chen also expressed some confusion, and then squinted at the bounty ninjas again. If you don't answer, I understand. Are you scolding me for my unclear speech? This kind of excessive insult obviously forces me to take action, so let's do it as before. He seemed helpless, and the handsome figure with his hands in his pockets slowly walked forward. Can this also be a reason to take action? Is this an attitude of killing us no matter what? No matter what we do, we will die, right? If we step back with our right foot first, it will definitely be the reason for him to take action, right? This guy is a devil, right? He's completely unreasonable. Damn it. I never dreamed that one day I would be killed by such a terrible guy because of my silence. The bounty ninjas were completely paralyzed by the powerful aura gradually exuded by the slowly approaching figure. Mr. Su Chen, what are you doing? Don't forget our agreement. Cardo's eyes widened, his cheeks twitched crazily in nervousness, and his whole person was swayed by this huge aura. You are scolding me. You were so handsome at a young age, but you have Alzheimer's disease, so you have no memory at all, are you? Su Chen confirmed with gentle eyes. Snap. Kaduo reacted and covered his mouth that he had spoken rashly, using too much force, which was like a slap in the face, because there was a crisp sound. It's over. This guy just showed the attitude of wantonly misinterpreting other people's meaning and deliberately looking for trouble. I accidentally fell into this free trap. Damn it, Su Chen. The boss who lost money still praises you as a person who keeps his promises. You are basically a scary guy who is more like a villain than me, right?
J. Advertisement. Isn't this look in your mind calling me a guy who doesn't keep his word? Quote. This question also cannot be answered. Admit it and you will die. If he doesn't admit it, the hateful Konoha village strong ninja will definitely say that he is insulting his judgment. The key is that silence will be regarded as insulting him, slurred speech. Pit. This scary guy is full of pits. No matter what you do, you can't avoid the bottomless pit. Everyone has clearly issued a challenge but did not take action. Are you insulting that I have weak strength that is not worthy of your action? You guys keep arousing my anger, which makes me very annoyed. Pretending to be gloomy as he spoke, a body appeared among the bounty ninjas, and then, the four people broke out. As the early skills included in the Wukong character panel, they are just boxing skills learned by the panel character in his childhood. Even if placed in the ninja world, they are only below the Chunin level. But when Su Chen combined a large number of skills and used the most amazing chi, it was a powerful, physical technique that completely crushed him. Bang bang bang, the rapid punches made the two hands turn into phantoms, as if 8 hands appeared out of thin air and attacked at the same time. And this year 593 is the essence of 8 trigrams boxing. In an instant, the bounty ninja who did not even dare to take action under the terrible aura let out a continuous scream, and figures were blown to the sea along with the broken ninja tools, and the popping was like a large number of dumplings being dropped into the pot. Turn your back to me. It's obviously saying that I am a weakling who is not worth looking at. With this expression of fear on his face, are you calling me a scary person? You are vomiting blood at me because you think I should wear red clothes instead of the white clothes you are wearing now. You are belittling my dressing sense. There are also a few guys who are kneeling on the ground as if they are giving New Year greetings to their elders. I am still very young, so cursing people casually will always arouse more anger. Bang bang bang. While playing the game, let's find fault together, Su Chen used 8-handed fists at will in just 20 seconds. 20 seconds later, as if the bounty ninjas did not exist at all, they were all taken away by the seawater under the bridge. Only a short and fat figure was left, his whole body soaked in cold sweat, his tight legs trembling wildly, and a look of despair. As for you, as a person who keeps his promise, since he said he would come to the door in person to give generous gifts, I won't bring out the gifts here. Go back and wait for your gift and unshakable surprise. The handsome figure who stopped and put his hands back into his pockets smiled mysteriously and said to Cardo. Chapter 73 Su Chen. I am the man you will never get. Yeah. Cardo, who had saved his life, did not dare to stay here any longer, so he turned around and ran away in a hurry. Ninjas who don't follow the rules are the scariest. There is only a dead end if you continue to stay here. I don't know what kind of terrifying rules this terrible guy will come up with. It's better to run for your life quickly. As for this bridge, which we were originally determined to win, we can only make plans for it later. After all, the ninjas in Konoha village only have an employment relationship with the people of Wave Country, and they cannot protect the bridge forever. There's always a time when I'm not here, right? When the time comes, let's see how I kill these guys who are looking for an opportunity to embarrass me. Call out. The frightened bird-like figure pulled up a string of dust on the ground, and the short and fat figure quickly disappeared into the distance. Okay, have you been saved? But this Konoha village ninja is still untrustworthy. Although he took action in the end, it's still unforgivable for him to kill such a lovely student without mercy. You are completely acting according to your own mood. This kind of person who has no rules is the most terrifying. Cardo was driven away, but I still can't feel relieved. If this guy who has no rules and only cares about his own fun suddenly feels that our wife and daughter can bring him pleasure. Regardless of breathing a sigh of relief, the people of Wave Country looked at Su Chen together with even more nervousness. In their view, people who are not bound by rules, who only act according to their own preferences, and who possess terrifying strength are actually more dangerous people than Cardo. Did the devil teacher's actions arouse suspicion? Now, we are in big trouble. Dasna picked up the sweat towel with still trembling hands and wiped the cold sweat on his head that he even forgot to wipe in the shock. He prevented the students from rescuing the 2 ninjas, and in the process he did not hesitate to seriously injure the 3 brats. But after 2 ninjas fell into the sea, they killed all the bounty ninjas without hesitation. It was clear that Cardo, the source of all troubles, could be easily solved, but yet he seemed to have other plans to let him go. All kinds of behaviors make people's doubts continue to increase, and it is impossible to understand his motives. No wonder the companions in the land of waves look scared. Advertisement. After all, no one knows what this guy who seems to be acting purely out of interest will think of something interesting in the next second, or maybe something quite scary. Thinking of this, Dasna's expression gradually became serious. This look inexplicably reminds me of the ending of 7 Samurai. I see. Sensing the reaction of the people from the country of waves, Su Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The person who was originally regarded as a savior, after the enemy disappeared, was instead feared to the maximum extent because of his own strength. It was just a routine operation of the week, which was not unusual at all. No matter what world it was, this kind of situation abounded. Besides, I never came here to be their savior. After giving a meaningful glance at Dasna and the others, the tall figure slowly came to the front of Team 7, looking down with an interested face. 3 brats, they did a good job. They fought to the last second against a teacher they knew was very strong. In this way, when they meet other guys in this world, even if they expect to be beaten badly, they still have the strength to fight. Courage. Ultimate course has taken a very smooth step. Well, beating him up and giving him some encouragement is the correct way to collect bond points. Why are you still standing there? Where is the bond value? Bring it. Ah, teacher, stopping us from attacking the bad guy and beating us so badly is actually an important lesson in cultivating our courage to take the ultimate course. Su Chen, face. When Naruto, the simplest-minded member of Class 7, heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and trembled slightly. I understand, the teacher deliberately put on that hateful look, but he was actually using this rare situation today to teach. In order to make Team 7 stronger, he did not hesitate to be a bad guy in the eyes of the people of the country of waves. Everything the seemingly ruthless teacher does is to make Class 7 stronger. Teacher Su Chen. Ding. The bond object is detected Konoha village Uzumaki. Naruto is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 3,568. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 4,586. Close black lens bracket. Desi. Haruno Sakura's raised little face also had the same expression, and her cheeks even gradually turned red because she was too close to Su Chen. Teacher Su Chen, who has worked hard to make Class 7 stronger, looks more and more handsome. Ah, it's so distressing. Originally, the most handsome one in my mind was Sasuke, but now I feel that the teacher is on par with Sasuke, and seems to be a little more handsome than Sasuke. Advertisement. Suddenly there are 2 super handsome men in my heart. It's hard to choose, so. Ding. The bond object is detected. Konoha village Haruno Sakura is grateful to the host and is rewarded with a bond value of 3,458. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 4,758. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object Konoha village Haruno Sakura's love for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 262. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the last announcement, Su Chen's eyebrows twitched unexpectedly. Was it a brief feeling of admiration caused by admiration? The psychological world of a little girl who has just begun to have love is really particularly rich. She glanced at Haruno Sakura's tablet with a slightly disgusted look, and said slowly and rudely. Tablet kid, don't look at me with that weird look. You know, I'm not interested in tablet-type women at all. Teacher, I am the man you will never have, so give up on this as soon as possible. Haruno Sakura was stunned and suddenly said angrily. Teacher, what are you talking about again? I won't treat you. Huh, you're an annoying guy who always gets the wrong idea. A trace of surprise flashed across his cute and angry face. Teacher Su Chen, who suddenly said such words, did he see through his accidental thoughts? Is it a coincidence? Sasuke, he probably didn't see it, right? He wouldn't mind. With an uneasy feeling, she secretly glanced at Sasuke aside, and found that the other person didn't put any thoughts on this at all. How Haruno Sakura's mood suddenly became even less beautiful. Sasuke glanced at Su Chen coldly, still looking arrogant, but his mood was as turbulent as the sea water under the bridge. The physical skills you just performed were so amazing. It should be an attack method that uses chi to strengthen strength and speed, and maintain a certain delicate balance to achieve both strength and speed. Taijutsu with this characteristic can not only greatly increase the attack power, but also greatly improve the ability to defend against kunai, shuriken and other throwing ninja tools. Teacher Su Chen, who can easily defeat those bounty ninjas in an instant with just one finger, deliberately showed off this physical skill. Is it for the purpose of teaching? Ding. The bond object Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host has been detected, and the bond value is 2,587. Close black lens bracket. Teacher Su Chen, may I ask what the physical technique you did just now was? Following the system announcement in Su Chen's mind, Sasuke asked respectfully. Chapter 73 Su Chen, I am the man you will never get. Having saved his life, Cardo didn't dare to stay here any longer. He turned around and fled in a panic. Ninjas who don't follow the rules are the scariest. Staying here will only lead to death. I don't know what kind of horrible attack rules this scary guy will come up with next. It's better to escape quickly. As for this bridge that we were determined to build, we can only make plans for it later. After all, the ninjas of Konoha village and the people of Wave Country are only in an employment relationship, and it is impossible for them to guard the bridge forever. There is always a time when you are not around, right? Then, I will see how I will punish these guys who are watching me make a fool of myself. Call out. The frightened figure raised a trail of dust on the ground, and the short and fat figure quickly disappeared in the distance. Well, are we saved? But this Konoha village ninja is still untrustworthy. Although he did it in the end, it's still unforgivable for someone to mercilessly kill such a lovely student. He's just acting according to his own mood. People like him who don't follow the rules are the scariest. Cardo was driven away, but I still feel uneasy. If this guy who has no rules and only cares about his own fun suddenly thinks that our wife and daughter can bring him happiness. Without even having time to breathe a sigh of relief, the people of Bo looked at Chen together with even more nervousness. In their view, someone who is not bound by rules, acts according to his own preferences, and possesses terrifying power is actually more dangerous than Cardo. Has the devil teacher's behavior aroused suspicion? This is a big trouble. Dasna picked up the towel with his still trembling hands and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead that he had forgotten to wipe in his shock. He tried to stop the students from rescuing the two ninjas, and in the process severely injured the three little ghosts. But after the two ninjas fell into the sea, he killed all the bounty ninjas without hesitation. It was obvious that he could easily solve the problem of Cardo, the source of all the trouble, but he let him go as if he had other plans. All these actions make people more and more doubtful and they cannot understand his motives at all. No wonder my companions from Wave Country looked so frightened. Advertisement. After all, no one knows what this guy who seems to be acting purely out of interest will think is fun in the next second, or maybe it will be something quite scary. Thinking of this, Ina's expression gradually became solemn. This look reminds me of the ending of Seven Samurai. I see. Quote. Noticing the reaction of the people of Wave Country, Su Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The person who was originally regarded as the savior, after the enemy disappeared, was instead feared to the utmost because of his own strength. This was just a routine operation of the week and was not surprising at all. No matter which world it was, this situation was everywhere. Besides, I never came here to be their savior. After giving Dasna and the others a meaningful glance, the tall figure slowly walked in front of Team 7 and looked down with an interested face. Three little brats, you did a great job. You fought till the last second even when facing a teacher you knew was very strong. This way, when you meet other guys in this world, even if you expect to be beaten badly, you will still have the courage to fight. The ultimate course has taken a very smooth step. Well, giving him a beating and some encouragement is the correct way to collect bond points. What are you still standing there for? Where's the bond value? Give it to me. Ah, teacher, stopping us from attacking the bad guys and praising us so badly is actually an important lesson to cultivate our courage for the ultimate course. Su Chen, teacher, Naruto, who had the simplest mind in Team 7, suddenly had light in his eyes when he heard this, and they were trembling slightly. I see. The teacher pretended to be so hateful on purpose, and he was actually taking advantage of this rare situation to teach us. In order to make Team 7 stronger, he is willing to become a bad guy in the eyes of the people of Wave Country. The teacher who seems cold and ruthless on the surface, does everything to make Class 7 stronger. Teacher Su Chen. Ding. Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto, to the host, reward bond value 3568. Ding. The bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host, is detected, and the bond value 4586 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Okay. Haruno Sakura's raised little face showed the same expression, and her cheeks even turned red because she was too close to Su Chen. Teacher Su Chen, who has worked hard to make Class 7 stronger, looks more and more handsome the more you look at him. Ah, I'm so distressed. Originally, I thought Sasuke was the most handsome one, but now I feel that the teacher is equally good looking as Sasuke, and Sasuke seems to be a little more handsome than the teacher. Advertisement. Suddenly, there are two very handsome men in my heart. It is so hard to choose. I am so distressed. Ding. Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 3458. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, admires the host, and awarded a bond value of 4758. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Haruno Sakura from Konoha Village, has been detected to have an affection for the host, and a bond value of 262 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the last report, Su Chen's eyebrows moved unexpectedly. Was it a short-lived love caused by admiration? The psychological world of a little girl who is just beginning to fall in love is particularly rich. With a slightly disdainful look, he glanced at Haruno Sakura's tablet and said slowly and rudely. Quote. Small flat kid, don't look at me with those weird eyes, you know I'm not interested in flat-type women. Teacher, I am the man you will never get. Give up on this idea as soon as possible. Haruno Sakura was stunned and immediately annoyed. Teacher, what weird things are you saying again? I won't do that to you. Humph, you're such a nasty guy who always misunderstands me. A hint of surprise flashed across the cute puffy face. Did teacher Su Chen, who suddenly said this, see through the little thoughts that I had accidentally thought of? Is it a coincidence? Sasuke, he probably didn't see it, right? He won't mind, will he? With trepidation, she secretly glanced at Sasuke at the side and found that the other party didn't pay any attention to this money, Li and Zhao, at all. Haruno Sakura's mood suddenly became even worse. Sasuke glanced at Su Chen coldly, still looking arrogant, but his mood was as turbulent as the sea under the bridge. The physical skills just now were amazing. It should be an attack method that uses chi to enhance strength and speed, and maintains a certain delicate balance, to achieve a fusion of strength and speed. Possessing this kind of physical skills can not only greatly increase the attack power, but also greatly enhance the ability to defend against kunai, shuriken and other throwing ninja tools. Teacher Su Chen, who can easily kill those bounty ninjas with just one finger, deliberately demonstrated this kind of physical skill. It should be for teaching purposes, right? Ding. The bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, has been detected to be worshipping the host, and a bond value of 2,587 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Teacher Su Chen, what kind of physical technique was that just now? As the system broadcast sounded in Su Chen's mind, Sasuke asked respectfully. Chapter 74. New cultivation goal, strong people refuse moral blackmail. Yes, Mr. Su Chen, the physical skills just now were so cool. 8 hands. I want to learn. Naruto came back to his senses with twinkling stars in his eyes and asked excitedly. He also felt the power of this so-called physical technique. Whether used as a means of attack or defense, it was a very powerful move. All simple ninja tool throwing attacks will be ineffective in the face of this move. The airtight attack of the 8 hands that appeared in an instant was definitely a headache for Jonin, just from the perspective of physical skills. If I could learn this powerful physical skill, my strength would definitely increase dramatically. Naruto thought with anticipation. Teacher Su Chen, when you showed us that move, are you going to teach it to us? Haruno Sakura's heart was pounding, and she looked up expectantly and asked. This should be equivalent to Jonin level taijutsu, right? If she could learn it, she would definitely make Yamanaka Ino envious and jealous. After all, she was definitely not close to Chunin's strength even though she was getting stronger through regular courses step by step. Under the guidance of the handsome teacher Su Chen, he has already started to learn Jonin level moves. Humph, damn Ino, just wait and see, you will soon be far surpassed by me, Haruno Sakura, and see if you dare to show off in front of me again. Haruno Sakura fantasized excitedly. Are you talking about the 8-handed punch just now? It does look like a very cool and powerful move, but there is no fixed move in reality. Su Chen smiled faintly and continued to explain. The so-called 8-hand fist is nothing more than the comprehensive performance of mobilizing chi to distribute speed and strength in the arms. After saying 620 in one sentence, if you can do this, it is equivalent to learning the 8-handed fist. In fact, if this control ability continues to improve, it will be more than just the 8-handed fist. It can even be the 100-handed fist and the senju fist. Are you looking at me like this and not believing that for a chi practitioner like you, this seemingly powerful move can be easily accomplished? After he finished speaking, he waved his hand slowly in front of him and made a circle. The hundreds of afterimages of his arms following behind made all the members of Team 7 hold their breath subconsciously. They were both in complete shock. This looks like a very complicated move, but for a practitioner of chi can it be done easily? The premise is to improve the ability to mobilize and coordinate chi to a certain level. Teacher, we understand. In an instant, Dao's upward gaze once again showed signs of providing bond value. Ding. Detected that the bond object, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha Village, worships the host, and rewards a bond value of 1258. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, admires the host, and awarded a bond value of 1158. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, has been detected to be worshipping the host, and a bond value of 1024 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. I understand, Teacher Su Chen. I will practice seriously and will definitely learn the 8-hand fist. Naruto said with great ambition. In his excitement, he accidentally moved his body that was almost broken apart from the beating, and he snorted. Damn Teacher Su Chen, he totally disregarded other people's feelings when he took action. But according to the content of BDBE Ultimate Course, after being beaten into this state, you can become stronger after recovery, right? 8-handed fist become stronger, 2 keywords full of absolute temptation, made Naruto excited again while complaining in his heart. Although it sounds simple, it's hard for us to master it quickly at our level. Haruno Sakura thought worriedly, she had finally mastered the technique of exploding the energy outside her body, but before she could be happy, a new and stressful training goal appeared. The pressure is so great. Tisk, have you chosen the same path of cultivation as me? Then let's compete. I won't simply aim for the 8 hands, I must achieve the 100 hands that surpasses Jonin's level of taijutsu. Sasuke, who was secretly setting training goals in his mind, glanced coldly at the other 2 members of Team 7 and quietly clenched his fists. No way, I don't want to be on the same level as this last place guy. I want to become the strongest in Class 7 so that I can unlock more items for the ultimate course. Then, quickly reach the strength to kill the man. Well, you guys are pretty motivated. But with your bodies so badly injured, you won't be able to start training soon. Little ghosts, do you want some beans that can instantly restore your health? With a wicked smile, he opened his palm towards Team 7 again. 3 senzu beans quietly exuded an irresistible aura in his palm. Friendship price, 10,000 taels. Su Chen added like a profiteer. That, in the name of helping to become stronger, the most important purpose of beating up our teacher Su Chen is definitely not to sell the so-called beans. Given the teacher's personality, it's hard not to be suspicious. All the members of Class 7 complained in their hearts. Not only did they not earn the commission corresponding to the difficulty of the mission after completing the mission hard, but they also owed the teacher a lot of money. Dead execution. If the students in Konoha village knew about this, they would probably die of laughter, right? But there is no choice. In order to experience the feeling of becoming stronger after being near death as soon as possible, I can only accept it helplessly. He stretched out his little hand, confirmed the increase in debt, and then took the beans from Team 7 with mixed emotions. The next second, his little face immediately revealed shock. After the near-death experience and the blessing of the magic beans, I can clearly feel that the chi in my body has become more active. After getting rid of the feeling of powerlessness and reconnecting with Kai, the sense of connection was greatly improved. After trying to mobilize chi to strengthen various attributes, I clearly felt that my strength, speed, and defense were greatly enhanced. Even the new ability of the gas explosion outside the body that was recently discovered is more powerful. There is nothing more to say, just provide bond value like crazy. Open black lens bracket AJ. Advertisement. Ahem, Master Su Chen, thank you for your help, but guys like Cardo will definitely come back, can you please Master Su Chen? The people of Wave Country, who had recovered from their shock, suspicion and other emotions, surrounded Dasna and came to Su Chen, who said with a wry smile on his face. Do you think it's wrong for me to let Cardo go, old drunk? Looking at Dasna from the side, Su Chen smiled and said. Our mission was to escort you to the designated location, and we have already completed the mission. The only thing that makes me want to stay here is the brothel in your Wave Country. So if you want to use cheap tears to gain sympathy and take advantage of our minds to do things other than the mission, you'd better stop it as soon as possible. After traveling through time and space and gaining the ability to crush this world, it would be too embarrassing if I were to be conquered by such low-level rhetoric as moral kidnapping. Let's start with ourselves by rejecting moral kidnapping, so that we can ensure a happy mood. After all, the original purpose of this seemingly unexpected C-level mission was to teach Class 7 about trials and the process of collecting bond points. Judging from the harvest from the 3 little ghosts and the more than 100,000 bond points generated, both goals have been achieved. Master Su Chen, I understand. Thank you for your care along the way. Dasna was stunned for a moment, and then said with an embarrassed look on his face. Yes, I already owed them too much by lying to gain their help. Indeed, there shouldn't be more rude requests. The mission has been accomplished, which means that these powerful ninjas will soon leave the land of waves. In the end, we still have to face that pervert Cardo on our own. In the final analysis, it is our wishful thinking that has placed excessive expectations on the ninjas. Cardo, who lost so many people, will one day vent his anger on us, right? Life will become increasingly difficult until the bridge is repaired. The people of Wave Country discussed dejectedly in low voices, feeling hopeless about the darker future. What if the bridge is repaired? It will surely fall into Cardo's hands like other transportation lines in Wave Country. When the decision was made to build the bridge, didn't everyone understand the result? It was just a futile action to keep the spirit of resistance going. Is it time to face reality? The sea breeze passed over the bridge and enveloped the people of Wave Country, as if soothing their increasingly depressed mood. Teacher Su Chen. Naruto took a deep breath, and his gradually determined eyes began to show signs of activating the mouth-to-mouth technique. Little boy, I'm warning you before you make a request. The teacher hates nagging people the most. In 3 days, Team 7 will return to Konoha village in the land of fire. Before that, you should focus on your training. Otherwise, you'll be surpassed by that stinky guy at any time. As for the teacher, you should use these 3 days to find some new fun. He glanced at Naruto lightly, pressed his fingers between his eyebrows without any hesitation, and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 75. The operation doomed to fail, Dasna is abandoned. Naruto, who was about to launch the mouth-to-mouth attack, suddenly had a drooping face. What? The teacher saw through my request before I even made the request to help the drunkard uncle. I had prepared a lot of topics about responsibility, partners, and bonds, but it was like a punch that had been accumulating power for a long time and hit the air directly, making me feel inexplicably depressed. Also, I was just about to ask if there was any chance that the ghost and his companions survived. Although the other party is an enemy, the scene of them fighting for their companions with all their strength and life is very touching, and people even hope that they can survive. However, with such serious injuries and without the magical beans provided by the teacher, it should be impossible for the two to survive, right? Naruto thought to himself with some emotion. Dasna, after thinking it over, I have decided to withdraw from this bridge building operation. On the other side, Pochi, with a guilty look on his face, came to Dasna and said with his head down. Using a bridge to connect to the outside world and creating a life path for the people of Wave Country is actually an impossible dream. I don't want to give my life to meaningless efforts. I'm sorry, Dasna. He clenched his fists tightly, as if these words had exhausted all his courage. With his head lowered, tears welled up from his invisible eyes and kept dripping onto the bridge that he had insisted on building even in the face of threats to his life. Pochi, what are you talking about? This bridge is the only hope for our Wave Country. Do you want your descendants to live under the oppression of Cardo like us because of your abandonment? To build this bridge, to open a passage that will bring life to the land of waves, even if it costs our lives. Isn't this the promise we made together? Are you going to be a nasty deserter, Pochi? The people of Wave Country at the scene made excited accusations. But more people lowered their heads in shame and fell into depressed silence. That was indeed our dream, and we worked hard for it unwaveringly. However, what happened today proved that Cardo would use cruel means to seize the bridge, and everyone's efforts would only become a huge joke in the eyes of people like Cardo. Other than that, it has no effect. You guys who were once as naive as I was, wake up. You guys who hold on to the ridiculous dream that even if you sacrifice for this bridge, at least you will bring the spark of hope to the land of waves, doing this will only make Cardo more and more crazy. This kind of sacrifice is a foolish act with absolutely no hope. This is a fight that is doomed to fail miserably. Sorry, I really can't go on. Amid the excited roar, crystal tears kept exploding on the bridge. Even if he firmly believed that he was right, he still couldn't raise his head, as if he was afraid to face the so-called ridiculous dream that was betrayed by himself. This time, there were no accusations, but more people hung their heads. This is indeed a dream that can never be fulfilled, right? Advertisement. Is the belief that miracles will happen if you work hard really just a foolish dream? Perhaps, indeed, it is time to give up. Pochi, I understand. You can leave now. Anyone who has the same idea can leave. And I can leave with peace of mind without being blamed by those who stayed behind. The expected reproach from Dasna did not come. Instead, he felt a rough and strong hand belonging to a top bridge builder slowly falling on his shoulder. Pochi's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked up at the trustworthy face that he had not dared to face just now, and then he found a faint bitter smile on this face. To be honest, today's bloody scene made even an old guy like me who once made the decision to sacrifice my life feel weak in the knees. You are afraid, which is a normal reaction. There is no need to feel guilty about it. So, leave with my blessing. Dasna smiled calmly. Building a bridge that could be taken away by AB************** D like Cardo at any time, but still firmly believing that it is the hope for the light of the land of waves, does reveal the childishness of believing in dreams and resisting reality. The blood that flowed on the bridge today has made my equally childish companions finally decide to face reality, right? It is easy to understand their feelings, so, as someone who is still dreaming, I have no right to blame those who choose to be awake. Quote. The people who had lowered their heads raised their heads one after another, continuing to feel guilty about the decision they were about to make. I'm sorry, Dasna, what about you? Pochi asked tearfully. I am still the naive guy who believes that if you work hard, miracles will happen. I will stay and continue everyone's dreams. With a faint smile, the drunkard's turbid eyes rekindled the childlike clarity that only belongs to dreamers. Boom. This light flash from his eyes was like the most penetrating and powerful ninjutsu, violently shaking the hearts of Pochi and the others. However, the fear brought by facing the reality did not ignite the extinguished dreams in their hearts. T. A figure slowly turned around, stopped to look at the bridge for which he had worked so hard, and then left helplessly. The remaining people of Wave Country also turned into scattered figures who gradually walked out of the team. In the end, only Dasna was left alone. Well, this way I don't have to worry about that guy Pochi nagging me to stop drinking, and I don't have to worry about my companions dying in front of me. It feels good to work hard to realize your dreams. Dasna let out a sigh of relief pretending to be relaxed, took out the wine bottle and took a sip of wine happily, and smiled bitterly with a seemingly leisurely look. Uncle Alcoholic, being abandoned by your companions, you must be very sad, right? Naruto quietly tightened his grip and said with concern in a depressed tone. Actually not. At least they don't have to face the tragedy like today. Uncle, I'm very happy for them. Dasna smiled sincerely. Request flowers. 0. Advertisement. But, relying on the client alone. Haruno Sakura looked at the bridge that had not yet been repaired, with a worried look on her face, and hesitated to speak. That is, relying on one's own strength, having a dream that cannot be fulfilled, right? It is totally incomprehensible why the client uncle still does this. Okay, I understand. As long as we defeat that guy called Cardo, everyone will come back again, right? It's decided, let's do it. Naruto, who thought he had found the perfect solution, brightened up and said while bumping his fists. Idiot, that's not within our mission scope, and the village will not allow it. Do you want to bring big trouble to Konoha village? Sasuke warned with a cold smile. Ninjas have never been beings that can act on their own will. Even a cage-level powerhouse like the third generation must coordinate all internal and external conflicts while ensuring peace in Konoha village. The cautious third generation would never allow such an act, which might bring war to Konoha village or give other ninja villages an excuse to launch criticism. You arrogant guy, are you afraid of the bounty ninjas? Don't worry, coward, I can defeat them by myself, I don't need your help. Naruto said angrily. Sasuke snorted, not bothering to explain. Naruto, this kind of thing is indeed beyond the scope of our mission. Even if we want to do this, we must first report it to Konoha village. But don't hold out too much hope for approval. Haruno Sakura sighed and patiently persuaded. Do you want to report it? It looks like it's going to be troublesome. Naruto scratched his head, then looked at Dasna. Uncle Drunkard, we will return to Konoha village in 3 days. I will immediately apply to beat that guy Cardo. Just wait for my good news. He said this with a broad smile, looking confident. Really? Thank you very much. That kind of request, I'm afraid. Dasna smiled and didn't say anything else, not wanting to make the optimistic kid, who had finally gotten into a good mood, feel depressed again. Well, it's almost time to get to work. After looking at the sky, putting down the bottle of wine, the lonely figure picked up his tools and walked towards the bridge. The devil teacher's grand appearance just now caused many cracks to appear on the bridge, and precise measurements must be made using tools to develop a repair plan. Uncle Drunkard, I will continue to help you collect wood. With that said, Naruto rushed towards the woods in a ninja-like running posture. Although I can only stay here for 3 days and can't change anything, I will still try my best to help. Looking at the lonely figure on the bridge who was carefully checking, Haruno Sakura also walked towards the woods. HMPH, the guy who was too enthusiastic to buy. Sasuke coldly commented on Naruto's back as he was about to disappear into the woods, then slowly walked towards the various materials that had become messy due to everyone's departure, and silently began to clean them up. Chapter 76. Immortal Beans, Su Chen's Evil Purpose. Fight, fight. In the sea breeze, the waves surged, and the waves kept hitting a piece of slowly melting ice on the sea. The two figures above were covered in blood and were soaked. The dying ninja, who could only barely open his eyes a crack, lay on the ice with a calm look in his eyes. Are you going to hell? Although I have companions by my side, I still feel very unwilling. Surprisingly, he was beaten by those genin brats from Konoha village and fell into the hands of that D Cardo. It was a pity that he couldn't kill those guys himself before he died. It was really an infuriating pity. His eyes slowly turned and fell on the face of the beautiful ninja, and a hint of irritation suddenly appeared on his face. Tisk, he actually said such disgusting words to this guy before he died. How shameful. Bit. A relieved smile appeared on Mizunatsuki's white face. Even though he could feel his vitality slipping away, at this moment he still felt unprecedented peace of mind. Rokuroku-san, because he finally became a fellow worker acknowledged by Zabuza Tento himself. $777. Tisk, if you want to say something corny, I'd rather die right now. As for what I said before, even if you are going to die soon, forget it now. Momochi Zabuza warned coldly, his tone as cold as usual, without any emotion, and even seemed full of disgust. Yes, I will never kill the world again. Just like in the past, Mizuno Haku, who never disobeyed him, responded gently, but the smile on her face did not disappear, instead she felt more at ease. This is Lord Zabuza, who always speaks harsh words, making you mistakenly think that he is the one who is hated. After being confirmed as a companion, I finally understood Zabuza-sama thoroughly. I'm so happy, even though I'm going to die soon. Accompanying Master Zabuza to the unknown underworld, you won't feel lonely, right? Cut. Zabuza Momochi looked speechlessly at Haku Mizunatsuki who was kneeling beside him, his face revealing an uncomfortable look. He could feel that the floating ice that Mizunatsuki Haku had condensed using his last chakra was about to reach its limit. Perhaps in just a few minutes, the floating ice would completely disintegrate. At that time, even he, a ninja from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water and a grandmaster of water ninjutsu, was powerless. It's an ironic ending that the ninja who controlled the water-based ninjutsu, grandmaster, was buried in the sea. Momochi Zabuza thought to himself with self-mockery, but the next second he was attracted by an abrupt shadow that suddenly appeared in his blurred vision. Advertisement. As that, the nameless ninja from Konoha village. The sudden visual impact made him reflexively open his eyes as wide as possible, with a mixture of horror and disbelief. Mizuno Haku, who sensed something strange, looked up with a slightly changed expression. Even his calm state of mind, which was caused by his preparation for death, was completely broken by the figure floating above his head. There is no chakra fluctuation. It's just that he was floating in the air out of thin air, with a playful look on his face that said, it's just basic operation, don't be confused. This powerful ninja revealed even more shocking mysteries. This boat made of ice is not of very good quality. It will soon melt completely. Hey, Ghost, I have a serious question. If you sit on it, won't it feel cold? Su Chen asked with a faint smile, as if he was studying this problem seriously. The ice release ninja is kneeling on his legs, so it shouldn't be too cold. This ghost guy is lying on the floating ice, with his butt in close contact with the ice surface. It shouldn't be cold, right? Mizuno Shiro looked sideways at the strong ninja who suddenly asked a strange question, her pretty little face full of question marks. What kind of weird question is this? But then again, Lord Zabuza, who has already prepared himself for certain death, shouldn't care about such minor details. However, allowing this to happen would seem to be a great disrespect to Lord Zabuza. After thinking carefully for a while, Mizunatsuki stretched out her white and tender little hand to try to help the ghost turn over. Why don't you stop right now, stupid guy? This damn guy deliberately reminded you to do this out of dirty thoughts. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you now. Amid Zabuza Momochi's angry roar, his originally firm little hands immediately retracted, and a faint blush appeared on his face. Do you want to insult me and then watch me die? You unknown ninja from Konoha village, I will not satisfy your dirty thoughts. Deliberately leading by to do strange things, and then using them to laugh at himself, this is what this hateful guy really thinks, right? I never expected that as a Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, I would die under such mocking gazes. I'm not willing to accept this. What a shame. I thought I could see some interesting scenes and even made the trouble to come here for it. There's really nothing I can do with a guy like you who is so wary. Advertisement. Su Chen said in a slightly disappointed tone, and then pretended to think seriously for a while, and a naughty smile appeared on his face again. It's not that there's no other way. Now that we've decided, let's do it this way, okay? With a wave of his hand, two bean-shaped objects instantly fell into Mizunatsuki Haku's hands, and then he looked at the two of them with a smile. Is this the bean that helped the three genins recover quickly? Looking at the thing that fell into his hands, Mizunatsuki's face was full of disbelief. Is this the purpose of this powerful ninja's visit? He who almost killed Lord Zabuza is here to save people. Beside him, Momochi Zabuza was also completely stunned. He originally thought that the nameless ninja from Konoha village came here for some boring purpose. I didn't expect that he was here to rescue people. What is going on? The ninjas from Konoha village must have some ulterior motive for doing this, right? You don't want to waste a person who has a bloodline limit of ice style and a powerful rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village. So you want us to work for you by showing us a little kindness. Forget about it. We won't be pawns in the hands of a guy like you. Give two doomed people a chance to live, expect them to be grateful in return, and use this life-saving grace to make them chess pieces that can be held in your hands forever and used at will. This must be the motive of the nameless ninja of Konoha village. There can be no other reason than this. This guy, who is as perverted as Cardo, must be thinking along these lines. But unfortunately, I won't let him have his wish. Kirin, you are so cautious. I won't let two weaklings work for me. Su Chen immediately smiled. With his own strength and knowledge of the ninja world, there was nothing he couldn't do. Why did he still need a younger brother? I just feel that this guy who looks like a woman seems to have feelings for you that go beyond the bond of a comrade. If you guys continue to live, maybe one day this brat will sneak into your bed. That scene is very interesting just thinking about it. If there is another reason that is not worth mentioning, as the teacher of that optimistic kid, it is only natural for me to take his feelings into consideration sometimes, right? With a wicked smile on his face, Su Chen explained truthfully. In order to depict the confused look of the demon in the scenes that may happen in the future, while also taking into account the mood of the little demon Naruto. Just thinking about the fact that you can get this rare pleasure by using two magic beans makes me excited. Chapter 77 Unlocking the Yellow Hair Mode, the correct way to use the Super Saiyan power. Momochi Zabuza widened his eyes again, unable to believe his ears. The nameless ninja from Konoha village took out the drug that could quickly restore ninjas and was considered a treasure in the entire ninja world, just for shameless fun. And the optimistic kid he mentioned who tried to rush over to stop Cardo from attacking by. The scene on the bridge suddenly appeared in my mind. Did he really save people just because he cared about the little devil's feelings? But he looks like a shameless guy like Cardo. Is the behavior of a strong person so difficult to understand? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Zabuza Momochi was completely confused. So, you should always be on your guard against this guy who has a soft face when he sees you. As for those two things, just consider them as a reward for my pleasure. Of course, you can also choose to throw them into the sea, and that will be none of my business. After a mocking smile in his eyes, a large amount of energy surged out of his body and quickly disappeared into the sky with his body. Only two confused 13th ninjas were left on the ice floe, looking confused. Zai, Master Zabuza, no matter what the purpose of that person sending you this thing is, just eat it. I want to continue my previous life with Zabuza-sama. Mizuno Haku smiled gently and tried to support Momochi Zabuza. Rather than going to hell together, it is better to live on like cockroaches. The life of a confirmed companionship is exciting just thinking about it. Tisk, don't touch me, it will really kill you. You troublesome guy. Momochi Zabuza warned again with a proud look on his face, and at the same time quietly moved to the side with a slight alertness. That damn nameless ninja from Konoha village said something very embarrassing. Just thinking about the way Bai looked at me before, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Damn it, your obscene words have destroyed the important trust. The days when Bai Danshin was treated as a tool and accessory will never come back. Is this the real purpose of your trip to save people? A guy who is evil to the core. He cursed fiercely in his heart, and glanced at Mizuno Bai again with a discerning look. When he met the other person's gentler gaze, he couldn't help but shudder again. What that evil guy said, couldn't it be true? From now on, it's better to keep a little distance from Bai. Advertisement. As the bond value accumulated enough, it's time to continue unlocking the Goku character panel. On the other side, Su Chen flew 100 kilometers away in an instant, sat cross-legged in the sea breeze, and muttered to himself. I have collected enough bond points so quickly, and will soon unlock new progress in the Goku character panel. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. Even without unlocking more skills, with the large amount of ki on the panel and super level skills such as King Ken, he can be invincible before the Ninja World War. But who doesn't want to be the most popular yellow-haired guy in battle? Based on my understanding of Goku's character panel, I only need to use the bond value to advance the progress a little bit, and I should be able to possess the skills of Invincible Dong Hand. System, it has started. Stop talking nonsense and use the bond value to unlock the Goku character panel directly. Su Chen ordered in a calm tone. The next second, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding. Wukong character panel is being unlocked, deducting 103,212 bond points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket unlocked successfully. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the latest progress of Goku character panel. The unlocking level is 49%, and a new skill is obtained, Super Saiyan mode. Current bond value remaining, 47,890. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host currently unlocks panels. Open black lens bracket Wukong character panel, 49%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Karen immortal panel, 100%. Close black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket possess skills. Close black lens bracket. Do you want to integrate the new progress Wukong character panel? Fusion. Boom. As the fusion command was issued, a large amount of Saiyan level chi gushed out of the body frantically, and the chi representing a stronger golden attribute aura filled every cell in the blink of an eye. The anger value in his mind, which was used to unlock the super racing mode, surged like a tide in an instant. Interesting, is it the original setting that the rage value can activate the super race mode? However, this ability to control the rage value at will is really a very thoughtful bonus. Nodding slightly with satisfaction, Su Chen silently gave a thumbs up to the sensible system. After all, with his current strength, looking at the entire ninja world, no one is qualified to make him generate the anger value to reach the level of transformation into Super Saiyan mode. Fortunately, the system thoughtfully solved this problem in advance. Next, let's try the long-awaited yellow hair transformation. At the moment when the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, the tall figure floating above the sea suddenly clenched his fists, freely releasing Hai Gao's anger value stored in his mind. The golden aura belonging to the super race mode was immediately mobilized and burst out of the body like an explosion. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The high-intensity and high-frequency golden aura was centered on the tall figure. The moment it was completely released, the entire ocean seemed to be forcibly shaken, and the originally restless sea surface was stirred up by huge waves. The Super Sport mode's smooth hair texture and powerful hair dyeing function made the originally messy black hair emit a dazzling golden light, and under the impact of the breath, it also swung violently and soared into the sky. This sense of power is pretty much what I expected. Touching his chin gently, Su Chen decided to try the power of the super race mode. However, with such a huge force, if we are not careful, it will bring a huge disaster to the land of waves, right? But this feeling of being full of energy but unable to vent is really a bit. How about trying out this power on something fun? With a faint smirk on his face, he maintained his Super Saiyan mode and flew towards the flower building in Wave Country without hesitation. Using the power of Super Saiyan to destroy the land of waves or to control the entire ninja world is too boring. If you really think it can be fun, you don't have to unlock the Super Racing mode, you can easily do it with your previous strength. The correct way to use Super Racing mode is to use it for interesting things. 253. Wave Country, Flower Tower. In the elegantly decorated room, the woman was lying on her side on the bed, her two crossed white legs rubbing against each other in boredom. Humph, Master Su Chen clearly said he would be back soon, but he didn't show up for several hours. It really makes me feel resentful and miss you. She bit her rosy lips lightly, as if recalling the previous ninja war. Her delicate little face had the charming color of peach blossoms in March under her beautiful eyes that gradually became blurred. Bang! The door of the room was knocked open by a strong aura, and then a handsome figure emitting a golden aura appeared on the scene. Master Su Chen, your body. The frightened little bird-like body sat up subconsciously, and her flawless jade-like face was filled with deep surprise. Is this some weird ninjutsu? And what's with that golden, flowing hair? It feels so oppressive. Feeling the powerful force that was about to be exerted on her, the woman's legs softened and she stretched her hands with a hint of fear. With the blessing of this strange ninjutsu, Lord Su Chen, who was already so strong that he had to walk with the help of the wall, will inevitably become even more powerful. It will be damaged by the pills. The woman bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and thought worriedly. I want to play 10. The next second after he finished speaking with a domineering look, the corner of his mouth rose with a faint smile and corrected himself. It should be 100 opponents. After all, I am now so strong that even I feel my fighting power is terrifying. Chapter 78. Highest alert, Cardo is frightened. The country of waves. On the bridge regarded as a passage of life, the midday sun scorched the back of the busy lone traveler, and beads of sweat as big as beans kept dripping and splashing on the bridge surface. Huh, I've repaired another crack. We're one step closer to completion. Lord Su Chen is too reckless. Why did he target the bridge that we worked so hard to build? Dasna straightened up, grabbed the towel around his neck with a look of accomplishment, and wiped the sweat off his face. Then, he turned his head to look at the woods not far away, listening to the energetic sounds of Class 7's hard training. These three little brats are working unexpectedly hard, I have to work harder too. The past 2 days have been peaceful and calm. Cardo has not sent anyone to cause trouble, and the devil teacher has not appeared since he made the agreement to leave the kingdom of waves in 3 days. Are those people from Cardo afraid of these three little devils? After all, They are little guys who can team up to defeat powerful ninjas like Onito. But what about after tomorrow? Thinking that after tomorrow, the powerful ninjas of Konoha village will return to Konoha village, this bridge will be coveted by Cardo again. The good mood was suddenly shrouded in a cloud of haze. Anyway, don't think too much, drink some wine and continue with the hard work. Trying his best not to think about the drunken old man the day after tomorrow, he leaned leisurely on the bridge, took out the bottle of wine and took a sip. Well, there is nothing more relaxing than a sip of delicious wine that makes you forget your worries temporarily after work. In the woods not far away, Haruno Sakura, who was sweating all over after a training session, looked at the two figures in front of her speechlessly. The figure in orange clothes was shaking his arms quickly, trying to use teacher Su Chen's powerful move that looked like 8 hands attacking together. Since the balance between power and speed of chi cannot be easily achieved, it looks like the visual effect of a duck trying to take off on the water. Sasuke, on the other hand, remained calm as he continued to knock down trees with his fists. Unlike his training 2 days ago, he seemed to be deliberately mobilizing his chi to try to balance strength and speed when punching, and occasionally he could even create a phantom of his arm in an instant. The client is the only one working there, and it seems like he doesn't need that much wood, right? Two guys who work too hard just to practice, totally disregarding everything else. Silently complaining in her heart, Haruno Sakura looked at a large area of fallen towering trees that needed to be cleaned up, and fell into deep thought. Sakura-chan, I think I've made some progress. At this moment, Naruto's excited voice came. I have mastered a great trick by accident. Look, this is my Uzumaki Naruto's 8-handed fist. Advertisement. Did it work? The attention of the other two members of Class 7 was immediately drawn to him, and there was a hint of anticipation in their serious eyes. Especially Sasuke, his eyes gradually became colder and he clenched his fists nervously. Although he was hitting trees, it was actually a unique way of practice that he had figured out by himself, and the goal was to complete the 8-hand fist. In his opinion, to achieve the effect of 8-hand fist, it is not only about learning powerful moves, but more importantly, it is about mastering the balance between strength and speed. This represents another important step forward in the practice of chi. Unexpectedly, the guy who I regarded as the last one actually finished before me. It makes people inexplicably irritated. Naruto, did you really do it? It's only been 2 days. Haruno Sakura said in surprise, feeling a little gloomy. She also practiced hard in the same direction in her own way. Although she had made some progress, she was still far from completing that move. Although handsome Sasuke, like himself, has not yet learned the 8-hand fist, it is obvious that he is not far from success. In the end, I ended up being the last in Class 7. Will Sasuke continue to hate me? Thinking of Sasuke's words, I hate being the last one in the class, Haruno felt even more depressed. Hey, Sakura, watch out. And that cocky guy, don't be too envious of me, just keep working harder. Naruto looked at Sasuke provocatively, then instantly became serious and spread his arms, then swung them violently, leaving a series of afterimages. The next second, the seemingly irregular afterimages gradually solidified, giving people the feeling that 8 hands were waving together. DF. It lasted for just 2 seconds before the solid arm dissipated into a shadow again. This is all I can do for now. If I continue to practice hard, I should be able to show the same results as teacher Su Chen soon. How about it, Sakura? I'm awesome, right? Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura with an expectant smile on his face, waiting for praise. Well, it can only last for a few seconds, but it's indeed very impressive. Haruno Sakura sighed secretly and agreed weakly. Even though it can only last about 2 seconds, Naruto's training results are still the best among Team 7. Will Sasuke be in a bad mood because of this? As a genius, he would be upset if he was surpassed by someone he considered to be the last one, even if it was just once in a while, right? Looking at Sasuke quietly, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but think worriedly. Humph, don't bring out something of that level to embarrass yourself. I don't have time to watch such boring performances. Sasuke commented calmly, then put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly into the depths of the woods. Advertisement. Tisk, I was accidentally overtaken by the last car. I feel so unhappy for some reason. The gap that has been left behind must be caught up as soon as possible, otherwise the guy with a broad forehead and the last one will give him the same disgusting look as before. Have I suddenly become concerned about my image in her eyes? After a moment of shock, a forced look of disgust immediately appeared on his cold little face. No, I just don't want to be overtaken by the last one. Yes, that's it, Sasuke convinced himself in his heart. At the same time, on the other side of the land of waves, on Cardo Island. Under the scorching sun, figures kept pouring into Cardo Island from the docked ships of all sizes. The bounty ninjas all looked excited and discussed casually. Although it's only 100,000 taels, it's a month-long escort job, so the final reward is quite considerable. That guy Cardo suddenly gathered all the bounty ninjas near the wave country. Is he going to start a war against the wave country? But the mission manual clearly states that it is just a guard job. It is said that the guy has offended a scary person. But don't worry, with so many bounty ninjas here, even the scary elite Jonin wouldn't dare to rush into Cardo Island, right? Having said that, it still makes people inexplicably worried. That guy Cardo is just a pervert with a lot of money but a small courage. I heard that he has been locking himself in his room and dare not go out since he returned to Cardo Island. I am very curious about who could scare him like this. While chatting, a tide of figures, under the guidance of the staff, rushed to the square in front of the Cardo Tower. An hour later, a short and fat figure appeared on the top of the tower. He looked down at the dense crowd of people below, who were as dense as ants. Then he smiled coldly and breathed a sigh of relief. The damn arrogant ninja from Konoha village was left with a nightmare-like shadow by me on the bridge. There is also a promise to personally deliver the gift. It was obvious that he was going to come to my door in person to threaten me. However, even though you are so strong, you wouldn't dare to come to the door so easily when facing so many bounty ninjas, right? Ha 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 ha. Nonsense. You're just talking nonsense to scare me by saying you're sending me gifts. Amidst the laughter that was clearly meant to comfort himself, a figure floating in the air above the top of the tower couldn't help but touch his chin in confusion. I suddenly remembered something strange and laughed so happily. I'm very curious. I have to ask in person. With a faint smile on his face, Su Chen's figure slowly fell downwards. Chapter 79. Kamehameha debuts, despair falls from the sky. Bounty ninjas, you can earn so much money just by doing a month's escort work. You should show some gratitude to me, right? At the top of the tower, seeing so many bounty ninjas responding to the call of money, Cardo suddenly straightened his back. This kind of gratitude that uses money to control human nature is so wonderful that it makes people immediately feel a strong self-confidence that can control the world at any time. Money is also a kind of power, and it is the most powerful kind. These poor bounty ninjas who are enslaved by money, show your ugliness as much as possible. I can't wait to admire your faces distorted by greed. Cardo leisurely lit a cigar and waited silently. Wow. There was a tide of response from below the tower. Mr. Cardo, thank you for the reward. Only Mr. Cardo, a top tycoon, can provide such a leisurely work schedule. Please accept our heartfelt thanks. From this moment on, all my ninja tools and ninjutsu belong to Lord Cardo. They will shine the brightest for Lord Cardo. Mr. Cardo, who can control the kingdom of waves and amass countless wealth by himself, is taller than this tower. Fight, fight. Amid the pleasant praise, Cardo's mouth corners slightly raised. What I want is this pleasant feeling of controlling people's hearts. Even the fear in my heart towards that arrogant ninja from Konoha village disappeared in an instant. Aren't you going to come and personally deliver the so-called gift? Uncle Cardo, I'm not afraid at all with so many followers. Not afraid at all. Quote ? Quote. Floating in the air. What's going on with this huge aura? What a powerful impression. Is that the powerful Konoha village ninja who caused Cardo to lose nearly 100 bounty ninjas? The surging sound suddenly stopped as if the tide was receding, and was replaced by quiet whispers. All the bounty ninjas looked up at the figure floating down from the top of the tower. Their distorted expressions from excitement at receiving the huge bounty gradually turned into a state of confusion. A powerful look and feel. As the figure slowly and forcefully pressed down, an invisible and huge aura was revealed. An unprecedented atmosphere of danger. The confused and ugly faces couldn't help but have a strong bad premonition. Well, master, do you want me to stop? Advertisement. This level of gratitude doesn't seem to be enough. Cardo frowned slightly and looked down in confusion. Humph, you who are enjoying my kindness, shouldn't you try your best to offer me words of praise? This is a loss of words, you uneducated guys. The look of contempt he gave downward suddenly turned into a mixture of bewilderment and confusion, and the next second, a sense of premonition that made the short and fat figure's eyes suddenly widen. Bang! The cigar that had been lit not long ago fell to the ground again. Something is wrong. Why are these damn bounty ninjas looking at me with fear behind me? Did someone appear, a scary person? In the premonition of fear, as if by telepathy, a tall, handsome and arrogant face with a slight smile suddenly appeared in my mind. The bloated face was instantly covered with beads of sweat, and the legs were just like the hundreds of women in the brothel at that moment. Even though they were in a deep sleep of exhaustion, they were still trembling crazily. Cardo, the gift you promised me is here. Just like you said, I am a man who keeps his promises. A calm voice sounded behind him, with a hint of amusement. To you, Cardo, it sounded like thunder that could scare people to death. Master Su Chen. Cardo turned around suddenly, as if he had run into the most terrible nightmare of his life. His body staggered backward and accidentally hit the guardrail on the top of the tower. When he was about to fall, he was easily pulled back by a strong hand. Don't be so nervous. It's just a gift. As the recipient of the gift, Mr. Cardo should be happy. After saying that, Su Chen patted the other person's shoulders with his hands warmly, and in front of everyone's confused looks, he even held the other person's shoulders and pressed them on the chair next to him. Well, feeling even more confused, doubly confused, Cardo looked up with a face full of question marks at the handsome and gentle smiling face in front of him that made him jealous. So, did I misunderstand? The damn arrogant ninja from Konoha village is not here to cause trouble. But what was that horrible premonition just now? Quote. The bounty ninjas who had the same feeling breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. What? I thought a powerful enemy had arrived. After all, the guy who could allow Lord Cardo to summon almost all the bounty ninjas around the land of waves must be as powerful as this guy who can float easily using chakra. How could a perverted and gentle guy like Cardo be an enemy? Maybe he was attracted by the bounty and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. With such a BDAD, strong ninja working together to protect everyone, there is no need to worry even if the enemy is a super Jonin level existence. Ahem, Master Su Chen, you don't have to be so polite about gifts. He forced a smile on his fat face. In comparison, Cardo, who knew Su Chen better, couldn't calm down at all. The personality of this arrogant ninja in front of him is completely unpredictable, and it is only because of this that he gives people a sense of unfathomable danger. How can that be possible? The carefully prepared, earth-shattering gift must be delivered. After all, it contains my explosive thoughts. Advertisement. Su Chen smiled mischievously, and then said calmly. Don't you want to know what the gift is? What's the gift? Cardo shrank his neck, feeling that there was something wrong with this smile, and asked subconsciously. Do you know what ha mie ha is? I have no idea what this is. Countless question marks appeared on Cardo's face again. What the hell is ha mie ha? Is it the pronunciation of some kind of bird language? Su Chen nodded, indicating that he could completely understand it. After all, this world was a Taiwanese translation, version world, and people in this world where everyone spoke with a motorcycle accent did not understand the meaning of those 5 words at all. And the destructive energy contained in it. I can't do anything about you. You forced me to show it to you. Don't be so shocked that you turn to ashes. With a faint voice, Gundam's figure floated up again, gradually flying higher and higher until it reached a height overlooking the island. Flying again, and it was done so easily. What kind of powerful ninjutsu is this? Why, no signs of chakra use. He is clearly on our side, so why do I feel like I am sweating profusely when I see him flying? This has a bad feeling. Is he going to use some kind of ninjutsu? Wake up, everyone. How could someone who scared that pervert Cardo like this be on our side? He's the enemy who easily killed hundreds of bounty ninjas. Wow. The bounty ninjas who finally regained consciousness at the last moment all took up fighting stances and looked nervously at the figure in midair that seemed to be about to launch a powerful ninjutsu. It should be the kind of ranged ninjutsu attack that comes from the sky. Fortunately, we have the advantage in numbers and can use a variety of defensive ninjutsu to resist it. Watch carefully, I will only show you once, and then, it will be, ha, mie, ha. The figure floated with a slight smile on his face, accompanied by words coming from the sky, with his half-clenched palms aligned at the wrists and slowly pulled to the right side of the body, and the voice stopped abruptly when the last word was about to be uttered. Tisk, the way you pronounce the skill name is so childish, I can't get used to it at all. Forget it, just come directly. With a silent complaint, the large amount of chi that instantly gathered between his palms directly changed its properties and turned into a ball of light that condensed huge energy. Buzz buzz. As the breath fluctuated and a loud noise was heard, the light ball quickly expanded to fill both palms. The dazzling light was like a second sun, scattering thousands of golden rays in the air, making all the dark corners of the entire Cardo Island as bright as day. The huge breath was like a hurricane, pressing down from the light ball in waves. All the bounty ninjas who were ready for defense were stunned. Feeling this huge energy that I dare not even dream of, the unprecedented breath of despair gushed out from every cell of my body. Chapter 80. The Chunin exam is approaching. Let Class 7 blind all eyes. Ah my, is this the so-called gift? I knew that the damn Konoha village ninjas wouldn't be so kind as to send any gifts. It's over. Cardo, who was sitting on the chair, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He clenched his teeth, trying hard to resist the infinite fear and despair that surged from the depths of his heart as the light became more and more dazzling. Even if that scary guy hears it, it doesn't matter, right? After all, there is no way to avoid this ridiculously powerful ninjutsu. The ultimate dream of amassing countless wealth, becoming the richest man in the ninja world, making those strong and muscular male ninjas kneel on one knee and bow their heads due to the pressure of money, and making those sexy and beautiful female ninjas kneel down, is about to be dissipated in this bright light that is more dazzling than the sun. I'm so unwilling. If it weren't for the appearance of this arrogant ninja from Konoha village, these dreams would have come true soon. Damn it, it's all because of this guy who is so handsome that people get jealous for a long time after just one look. I will not show my ugly side before I die. Even if I die, I will stand up and disappear with dignity. I am the richest man in the entire ninja world. The short and fat body struggled to get up, and then failed. Quote. Damn it, I was completely unable to move due to fear. The terrifying aura released by that guy floating in the air seemed to crush even my firm belief in an instant. Also, what's with the warm and wet feeling that's gradually spreading around the crotch? He lowered his head with a look of humiliation, his cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and his determination to die bravely collapsed. Uncle Su Chen, spare my life. Finally accepting his own cowardly and fearful personality, he raised his head and screamed for mercy. What is this horrible feeling? No chakra, not even a bit of chakra. Damn it, facing this kind of oppression, why do people feel that being killed as quickly as possible is a relief? Are you going to sacrifice your life here just for a little reward? I won't accept this. It's too late to beg for mercy now, right? The bounty ninjas who had originally hoped to use a large number of defensive ninjutsu to resist the terrible attack all chose to give up treatment under the strong pressure of the breath that was as fierce as a hurricane. Not feeling the chakra does not mean that one should hastily assume that this is a ninjutsu with weak attack power, or a genjutsu that simply creates a terrifying illusion. On the contrary, it can be clearly felt that the deep-rooted fear in the international community triggers a strong premonition of death. Whatever that terrible ninjutsu is, bring it down as soon as possible. Compared to dying in a powerful attack, this kind of pre-swing that brings people close to collapse is more tortuous. Advertisement. The next second, as they wished, the dazzling ball of light turned into a beam of light containing unimaginable energy and pierced into Cardo Island. Boom. The ground shook, dust covered the sky, buildings collapsed, and countless cracks spread across the entire Cardo Island with the impact point as the center in the blink of an eye. The wildly expanding cracks were then filled with surging sea water, like streaks of blue lightning cutting Cardo Island into pieces. Then they gathered into one mass and engulfed the entire island. It seems like we've overdosed our efforts. It's a pity to waste the wealth on the island. The ball of light in his palm went out, and Su Chen couldn't help but sigh secretly. He even sacrificed his image and gave up collecting the bond points of the wave countryman, allowing Cardo Zhang's arrogance to swell to the point where he could feel at ease to kill him and seize his wealth. So, because I don't use Kamehameha often, I accidentally used too much ki. Never mind, let it be. Compared to all that wealth, occasionally releasing the power that can wipe out an island in an instant is also a kind of pleasure. As for the fun that follows, the tall figure in the sky who had just destroyed the Cardo Island and sent away thousands of ninjas with bounties in the process narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a hint of expectation at the corner of his mouth. The Chunin exam seems to be approaching. It would be quite interesting to let Class 7 take the place of me in the exam. When the geniuses sent by each ninja village feel the terror that Team 7 is about to inflict on them, I wonder what interesting expressions will appear on those confused little faces. What is certain is that the teachers in Konoha village will have very rich expressions. Another fun thing is the scene where the long-tongued man secretly invades Konoha village, but it is hard to be sure whether that disgusting guy with a long tongue will come. After all, the psychological shadow that he had left on him was even larger than the entire wave country. It's decided. Class 7 will represent me, the teacher, and blind all the ninja villages in the Chunin exam. Thinking about that kind of fun, I actually felt a little excited. The figure in the air then turned into a phantom, stirring up countless waves along the way, and headed towards the bridge of life in the kingdom of waves. The sun was so hot that the air around the bridge seemed to be distorted. There was no one on the bridge, not even the stubborn lone figure. After a moment, quote. Dasna, who was sweating all over, carried a large food box in one hand and wiped his sweat with a towel with the other hand, and came to the woods panting. When he heard the movement of Team 7 in the woods, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. Request flowers. 0. Advertisement. The way these three children tried so hard to become stronger really resonated with the old man psychologically. It's just a pity. I restrained myself from thinking about things that would make me depressed, found a piece of grass covered by the shade of trees in a little cooler, carefully spread out the picnic blanket, then put my hands to my mouth and shouted into the woods. Little brat of Konoha village, lunch is ready. Even if you work hard to become stronger, you still have to eat. Soon after the words were spoken, the 7th class, also covered in sweat and dirt, walked out of the woods one after another. Hey, drunk uncle, let me tell you, I have made great progress. I am one step closer to becoming a Hokage. The little boy in orange clothes walked out first, with a proud and innocent smile on his dirty face. It only took one day to maintain the effect of 8-hand fist for more than 2 minutes. Although he was not able to reach the level of teacher Su Chen who could make hundreds of hands appear out of thin air with a wave of his hand, it was already an improvement that surprised him. _0. As I gradually figure out the trick, I should be able to fully master the 8-handed fist soon, right? Then he glanced at Sasuke beside him with a hint of disdain. Humph, this arrogant guy, he clearly couldn't produce the effect of 8 hands before, but today he can actually maintain it for about 3 minutes. I have to work harder and surpass this guy as soon as possible to restore my image in Sakura's eyes. Naruto thought secretly. Haruno Sakura, with a look of loss on her face, let out a sigh silently, and her depressed mood continued until this moment. No matter how hard you try, you can only maintain the effect of the 8-hand fist for about a minute. I'm afraid he can't escape the title of the last one in Class 7. I originally hoped to narrow the gap by working hard and gain the recognition of handsome Sasuke. In the end, even Naruto, who used to be the last one in the class, couldn't compare to him. Really, you're a very capable kid. After you have eaten and regained your strength, you might make a new breakthrough soon. Dasna smiled kindly and carefully placed the rich, carefully cooked food on the picnic blanket. Barbecue. Grilled fish. There are many delicious foods. Drunkard uncle, are you preparing so many delicacies to celebrate our progress? Gurgle. Naruto's stomach immediately reacted under the temptation of the sight, smell and taste, and he sat down with the other 2 members of Team 7. He immediately started to eat voraciously. Dasna smiled with a complicated expression and nodded slightly. Well, sort of. The most important reason is that today is the day you 3 leave. So I thought I'd spend a little money so that every time you think of me, an old man, you won't only remember my humble appearance. Chapter 81. To become stronger, you must pass the test. The three little figures who were eating to replenish their energy and preparing to work hard on their cultivation stopped what they were doing when they heard this. Yes, I was so busy practicing that I forgot that today is the day I leave the land of waves and return to Konoha village. Once everyone leaves, the already lonely drunk uncle will become even lonelier, right? After all, he was abandoned by his companions, and now everyone has to leave him too. Uncle Client, after we leave, if you are alone. Haruno Sakura was kneeling on the picnic blanket, holding a rice ball in her hands, and seemed to be worried but hesitated to speak. The uncle who is the client and has built the bridge on his own will be in a very dangerous situation after Team 7 leaves. The cruel guy who nailed his former companion, the demon, to a stake in order to intimidate the people of Wave Country will sooner or later use the same cruel means to deal with the client uncle. Although I don't want to say such obvious things, I'll just avoid it for now. When the time is right, I can once again ask Konoha village to solve the problem. Sasuke reminded calmly. The stubborn old man who stayed here to build the bridge alone will definitely be killed after his protector leaves. The only wise thing to do is to submit the letter of authorization to Konoha village again. But since the mission involves a top tycoon like Cardo and is related to the fate of a country, the level must be around S level. The commission corresponding to the mission level was a figure that was difficult for the poor and stubborn old man to reach. Especially when other people in the Wave Country chose to give up this bridge, the difficulty of launching another commission increased significantly. But this is the only option. Stop for a while, and then ask Konoha village to do something new. A barely perceptible bitter smile flashed across Dazna's seemingly calm face. That's a good idea. I'll keep it in mind and consider it seriously. As the one in Wave Country who was most anxious to solve the problem, hadn't I ever considered this strategy? But it is difficult to achieve. Without the support of other people from the land of waves, he was completely unable to initiate a new commission. Naruto thought about it seriously, and then smiled and said, Uncle Drunkard, you don't need to worry about this problem. When teacher Su Chen comes, I will apply to stay here to help you repair the bridge. After all, I have found the direction of my practice. Even if I am alone for a while, I can continue to become stronger. Advertisement. With a chuckle, the optimistic kid, who thought he had found a good solution, regained his appetite and ate the barbecue with his mouth full. Through the practice in the past few days, I found that as long as I continue to improve the effect of 8-hand fist, I can continuously improve the balance skills between strength and speed, and achieve the effect of becoming stronger and stronger. This course alone requires a lot of practice time. So it's okay for me to stay here and protect the drunk uncle while practicing alone in this direction, right? But this way I won't be able to see the lovely Sakura every day like before. Sasuke turned his head and looked at Naruto, and reminded him coldly. Idiots who think they can easily solve problems, you will miss the Chunin exam. Arrogant a-hole. Sakura, you saw it too, didn't you? He was the one who deliberately provoked me this time, Hearing the word, idiot, Naruto, who was used to being furious, then became confused. Chunin, exam, HMPH, I'm too lazy to explain to you. He lowered his head slightly and tore the barbecue with his powerful white teeth, a hint of expectation quietly revealed on his handsome and cold little face. As a practitioner of Kai, he doesn't care much about the ninja level itself. However, if you want to execute the ultimate course and become stronger, you must upgrade your level. Before the Chunin exam, you must work hard to become strong enough to pass it easily. Sasuke thought with silent determination. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto with a slightly blaming look. This guy who ranked last in the ninja school could easily forget even the most basic knowledge. In comparison, although he is excellent in all aspects of knowledge, he has successfully replaced Naruto and become the last one in Team 7. I'm very depressed. Then he patiently explained. The Chunin exam is an important exam held twice a year to assess the training of genin after leaving the ninja school. It is also an important occasion for Konoha village and other ninja villages to understand each other's strength of new ninjas and the development status of the village.
After passing the rigorous examination, genin can be promoted to Chunin. In addition to having their training recognized by the village, becoming a Chunin can also allow them to take on more difficult commissions. For our Team 7, whether or not we can get this title is not the most important thing, right? The important thing is that only by becoming a Chunin can we have the opportunity to encounter stronger enemies during the mission. After saying that, the cute little kid with a wide forehead let out a sigh, looking a little lacking in confidence. Before his practice of Hachisuken had made any significant progress, he was about to face the difficult Chunin exam. The pressure is so great. Advertisement, oh, Sakura, you mean the ultimate course? Where Songyu has to fight powerful opponents to become stronger? It is true that only by obtaining the title of Chunin can you have the opportunity to continue the course. Naruto scratched his head in confusion and glanced at Dazna. If you protect the drunk uncle here, you will lose the qualification to become stronger. After all, if you continue to perform tasks as a genin, at most you can deal with the bandits who block the road, and the probability of encountering a strong opponent is very low. For a so-called C-level mission like this, the appearance of a ghost is purely accidental. Without his own protection, the drunk uncle would probably be killed by a cruel guy like Cardo soon, right? What to do? So confusing. Naruto fell into silence and suddenly felt that the grilled fish in his hand was not fragrant at all. Ah, kid, don't make that expression. It makes me look like a weak and pitiful person who needs protection. Since it's an important exam, just go and take it. As for me, I'll seriously consider the advice of that kid and stay out of the spotlight first, and then resubmit the commission. Maybe you will become stronger after passing the exam and accept the mission. Dasna took a sip of wine, laughed, and said in a nonchalant manner. Really? Did the drunk uncle decide to start a new commission? Then there's nothing to worry about? I'm not qualified to participate in a mission of this level, but the Jonin of Konoha village are all very powerful. Let them help me beat up that disgusting guy Cardo. Naruto's eyes lit up, and his mood and appetite immediately recovered, and he continued to eat with relish. Glancing at Naruto, Sasuke cursed in his heart, "You childish guy, for not being able to hear such obvious words of comfort." 3.4. Haruno Sakura sighed silently in her heart and forced herself to stop the urge to remind her. What a cute and carefree little guy. Dasna smiled from the bottom of his heart and took another sip of wine. Even though I felt that this way of drinking was not satisfying, I still suppressed the urge to swallow it in big gulps. The devil teacher might appear at any time to take the three little devils away, and I, an old man, could not let the last image of myself left in their minds be a drunken appearance. It looks delicious. Is this a farewell meal? As a faint voice sounded, a figure floated down from midair, sat down next to Naruto without any courtesy, picked up the food and started swallowing it in big mouthfuls. After unlocking the super racing mode, he directly took care of 100 enemies, which took quite a while, and then he sent a gift to Cardo thoughtfully. What a busy day. I'm a little hungry, so let's just eat something. Then, in front of the confused eyes of Team 7 and Dasna, all the food on the picnic blanket was eaten up. Chapter 82. The exam is too easy. It's directly upgraded to hell difficulty. Class 7. I was completely speechless. I have never seen such an unreliable teacher. It would be fine if he didn't show up, but when he does, he always creates troubles of varying sizes for people. This sumptuous lunch was carefully prepared by me for the three little kids, but it all went into the devil teacher's stomach. This was a lunch with profound meaning. The atmosphere of reluctant farewell just now was also ruthlessly destroyed. Huh. Touching his forehead quietly, Dasna, who dared not speak out his anger, could only complain inwardly. Drunkard old man, what's with that look? Are you saying, I hate the guy who ate all the food even though he didn't do anything? Huh? Lord Su Chen, that's not the case. I just feel a little depressed when I think that Lord Su Chen will be leaving with the three children soon. Dasna hurriedly waved his hands with an awkward smile on his face, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It's so scary that he can easily see through other people's minds. Teacher Su Chen, is the Chunin test 13 very difficult? With our level, will there be any problems? Haruno Sakura asked weakly after finishing her rice ball and placing a cup of hot tea in her hands. The thought of facing talented contestants from other ninja villages in the Chunin exam intensified his fear of failure. After all, this Chunin exam, in addition to selecting qualified genin who are eligible for advancement, is also an important occasion for each ninja village to demonstrate the strength of their new ninjas and win honor for the village. I'm sure there will be many genius-level genins like in the past, right? Flat kid, are you worried about the Chunin exam now? That kind of simple exam is too easy for you, Class 7. You can pass it easily, Su Chen replied calmly. The Chunin exam is indeed a hellish level of difficulty for other genins. In this year's exam, only the kid Nara Shikamaru successfully passed and obtained the title of Chunin. Even the outstanding protagonists of Class 7 failed to pass. But that was the result of the 7th class under the dead-eyed Kakashi's teaching. For a 7th class as strong as the one he taught, wouldn't it be easy for them to pass a small Chunin exam? Really, Teacher Su Chen, although I'm still a little skeptical, I feel much more relieved when I hear this. Haruno Sakura's eyes lit up, she sat up straight, and her worry dissipated a lot. Ah, it's not a very difficult exam. I thought I would meet some strong opponents, but it turned out to be a very boring exam. Naruto complained with a little disappointment. It is indeed very exciting to pass the exam easily, but if you don't meet a challenging opponent in the exam, it will be boring even if you win. Easy to get the Chunin qualification. Sasuke muttered to himself in thought, feeling a little disappointed at the same time. Tisk, if that happens, I won't be able to take the ultimate course during the Chunin exam, and my wish to encounter a genius-level opponent will probably be dashed. You two little brats look very disappointed. In that case, the teacher will satisfy your love of challenge and increase the difficulty of the exam appropriately. A malicious smile appeared on his handsome face, and he threw the last meatball into his mouth, and then said lightly. It's an upgrade that class the 7th may not be able to pass even if they work very hard. It's hellish difficulty. Boom. All members of Class 7 were stunned on the spot, their eyes wide open at the same time. Teacher Su Chen, can I take back what I just said? Isn't it too much of a stretch to directly raise the difficulty to hell? Advertisement, teacher, you're not going to make it impossible for us to pass the exam, right? Naruto's cheeks twitched wildly and he immediately became emotional. Ah, the reason why I said those words just now was just that I wanted to pretend to be as handsome as Teacher Su Chen and gain Sakura's approval. I really don't mean to increase the difficulty of the exam, not at all. How did things turn out like this? Hell, how difficult is that? Even if you try your best, you may not be able to pass it. How difficult is that? Haruno Sakura's hair fluttered slowly in the messy breeze. The cute ninja, who had just regained some confidence, turned on the emo mode directly, and her hair kept fluttering in the wind. Damn, teacher Su Chen, whose personality is so unpredictable, is he enjoying torturing Class 7? He actually raised the difficulty level of the Chunin test, which Class 7 could have easily passed, to the Hell level. It should be the same level of difficulty as the Bell test. The dissipated pressure has come back multiplied 100 times. The scary devil teacher. Even Dasna, who was an outsider and did not have to face the so-called Hell difficulty exam, was so nervous that he broke into a sweat. Humph, teacher Su Chen, there should be a limit to joking, right? The content of the Chunin exam is decided by the upper echelons of Konoha village headed by the Hokage. As a teacher of Class 7, you are not qualified to participate in the formulation of the rules, right? After a brief moment of confusion, Sasuke frowned slightly, and then analyzed calmly. Huh? You were really just joking, I thought. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he and Haruno Sakura raised their little faces to look at Su Chen. Cold-faced brat, that's true, but Team 7 has its own exam standards, which are different from the exam rules set by Konoha village. To put it simply, we are using this Chunin exam to conduct Team 7's own, Hell difficulty, exam. Su Chen smiled faintly and glanced at Sasuke, correcting him. There is another point that is wrong. It is an absurdly wrong idea to simply think that I am not qualified to change the rules just because I am the teacher in charge of the class. As long as the teacher wants, let alone the rules of Konoha village, even the rules of the entire ninja world, 920 will be changed for me. Hearing this, the hearts of all the members of Team 7 trembled slightly at the same time. Well, what arrogant words. Although it is hard to believe, what is the invisible and huge aura that accompanies the words? Even if he is bragging, he must have considerable confidence. The uncontrollable emotion of looking up quietly erupted. Ding. The bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha village, is detected to be in awe of the host, and the bond value is rewarded with 856. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's awe of the host, is detected, and the bond value 987 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's awe of the host, is detected, and the bond value of 542 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. This seemingly boastful tone seems to be filled with absolute confidence. Is the devil teacher so strong? His arrogant declaration of changing the entire ninja world by himself does seem too outrageous at first glance. But why'd I always feel that it is not just bragging? Chapter 83 Goodbye to the Land of Waves, Terumi Mei's Beautiful Rage. Yes, the men who are repairing the bridge. Why are they here? Naruto, who also noticed the scene in the distance, said in confusion. It's Pochi and the others, they're going to. When he saw his companions returning with a large number of bridge repairing tools, Dasna's eyes trembled and his heart seemed to be deeply touched by something. Pochi, what's going on here? Although he already realized what was happening, Dasna still couldn't believe this sudden surprise. Dasna, I'm sorry, it's really hard to leave you here alone. Besides, I can't bear to hide at home and watch the hope of wave country fall into the hands of a B************** D like Cardo. People who shared these thoughts with me decided to continue building the bridge. Pochi gave an apologetic smile and told the truth. It is indeed naive to build a bridge that could be easily taken away by Cardo at any time and regarded as the only hope for the Kingdom of Waves. But hiding at home and living without hope feels even worse. In comparison, even working hard for a childish dream is far more hopeful than living without a dream. Besides, what if a miracle really happens? Yes, Dasna, we have figured it out. Even if we build a bridge that could be taken away, it is better than doing nothing. At least, we have conveyed our spirit to the other people in the Kingdom of Waves. Even if we fail, they will continue to work hard and one day they will find the hope that belongs to the Kingdom of Waves. It seems like it's a good deal to give my life to this bridge. The craftsmen all smiled frankly and said that the bloody battle on the bridge that day was indeed shocking and even made them want to escape. However, after seeing the reality clearly, they gradually yearned for the beautiful dream they had worked hard for before. Asterisk. Crystal liquid slowly rolled down from his trembling eyes. Dasna didn't know what to say in his excitement, but a smile slowly broke out on his face. Everybody is back. The common dream of the Land of Waves also came back with them. Before I knew it, my motivation seemed to have suddenly become abundant. Dasna thought sincerely. Didn't those uncles leave because they were afraid of Cardo? It seems like they are all back now. I don't understand. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in confusion, completely understanding these people's behavior. With so many companions around, even without Team 7, the drunk uncle wouldn't be lonely, right? The big problem that made people worry was easily solved. The other two members of Class 7 watched this scene silently with complicated expressions. The idea of avoiding Cardo and then finding a way to re-entrust Konoha village to assist in building the bridge seemed to be a little easier with the appearance of these people. However, the difficulty of fabricating a task will cause the client to lose the trust of the top leaders of Konoha village, and there are more difficulties to overcome. If I leave them here and return to Konoha village, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest in peace, right? Can't stand the torment of conscience, so choose to face danger with the drunk old man. A group of people who are obviously very old but as naive as children. Class 7, let's go. Advertisement. He glanced over there with an uninterested look, yawned in boredom, then put his hands behind his head and headed towards the woods. Eh? Teacher Su Chen, don't you want to say goodbye to the drunk uncle? Naruto asked in confusion as he chased after him. Because I hate this kind of cheesy and disgusting scene, I have to leave before they see it. That kind of thing is too boring, Su Chen replied calmly. Oh, that's it. Looking back at Dasna and the others, Haruno Sakura also hurriedly chased after them. Mr. Su Chen, you are really not kidding me by increasing the difficulty of the exam for Class 7 Chunin? Rather than whether the lack of a farewell message would disappoint the client, she was more worried about the upcoming Chunin exam, especially since teacher Su Chen mentioned that the difficulty of the exam would be increased specifically for Class 7. It's boring to make jokes like that. Watching you suffer in the hell difficulty exam is the real fun. So, how could it be a joke? I took over Class 7 myself. Besides collecting the benefits and bonding points, what I was most looking forward to was absorbing the fun from the 3 little kids as they suffered during their training. When these 3 little devils understand this, they will stop asking similar stupid questions. Damn teacher Su Chen. Haruno Sakura was stunned for a moment, then quietly clenched her fists, her bright eyes filled with anger and regret. Other teachers should be detailing the difficulty of the exams that are relatively simple for the genins they teach, right? Only the hateful teacher Su Chen didn't think so. Instead, he took the initiative to increase the difficulty for Class 7. This guy is indeed the devil teacher that the drunk uncle called him. HMPH, is it hellish difficulty? If I practice hard during this period, I should be able to handle it easily, right? Sasuke, who was following behind Su Chen with his hands in his pockets, thought secretly, from now on, except for sleeping, I will use every second to strengthen my connection with Chi. Silently mobilize the Chi in your body and keep the Chi in the most active state during walking. A hint of anticipation for the Chunin exam appeared on his cold little face. Dasna, everyone, there's good news. On the other side, Dasna and others who were experiencing the sickening scene that Su Chen hated, were all attracted by a figure running from a distance, and they quickly recognized that this person was also one of the bridge builders. Good news. There doesn't seem to be any good news recently. It's strange that I don't look forward to it. Yes, in the land of waves, there hasn't been any so-called good news for a long time. In this regard, Dasna and others reacted calmly. They were about to lose their protector and might face the perverted rich man Cardo at any time. In the face of this terrible, bad news, they really couldn't muster any interest in the good news. Dasna, Pochi, the news came from the fishermen on the coast. The entire Cardo island suddenly disappeared. And that D Cardo seems to have disappeared along with Cardo Island. The land of waves has been saved. A gust of sea breeze swept across the completely stunned faces. Everyone's eyes widened and their brains were buzzing with the earth-shattering impact of this news. There is a feeling of being in a daydream. Cardo, along with Cardo Island, disappeared? Did the miracle that we waited for by persisting in our dreams finally appear? You don't believe me? The fishermen on the coast are not the kind of people who will tell lies easily. The other people in the wave country who have disappeared are celebrating. Advertisement, the news is real. The nightmare of wave country has finally ended. In the emotion of surprise, in the trembling voice, there were tears that kept rolling down, as if illuminated by the bright future of the land of waves. Even the oil drops are much more crystal clear and brighter than before. Is the nightmare really over? Has this miracle really happened? Has the life of poverty and darkness finally come to an end? It seems unnecessary to spend more effort to build this bridge. Wow, I am so happy that I can live to see this day. I can't help crying. Figures began to tremble. Tears of joy flowed from different eye sockets at the same time. Under the scorching sun, the surroundings of the Kingdom of Waves became much brighter. Is this the miracle brought by this bridge? Then, we must complete it more seriously, isn't that right, everyone? Dasna said with a smile on his face, and these words immediately attracted the response of the craftsmen of Wave Country. They picked up their tools and walked towards the bridge together, all of them looking very motivated. Yes, good luck should be brought by this bridge, right? Then build it carefully. After all, it has always represented the hope of the entire Wave Country. Is it a miracle, or is it that strong devil teacher? In a trance, a strange thought flashed through his mind, and Dasna inexplicably thought of the extremely arrogant words of the devil teacher. As long as I want, not only the rules of Konoha village, but even the rules of the entire ninja world will change for me. Close black lens bracket. Then he immediately smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? Even if you are as strong as the devil teacher, you can't possibly have the terrifying power to make this island disappear, right? The 3 little devils and the devil teacher? Subconsciously turning to look in the direction of the picnic blanket, Dasna was stunned. They left, after all, today was the day they were going back to Konoha village. Is it because they had clearly expressed their dislike for the disgusting devil teacher that the 3 little devils left without saying goodbye? You guys need to work hard to become stronger. One day, even in a remote country like Wave Country, everyone will know your names. With a qualified devil teacher teaching me, this day should come soon. Goodbye, 3 cute little ghosts, and the devil teacher. Dasna wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with a sweat towel, slowly stretched out his hand and waved earnestly in the direction of the woods, sending his most sincere expectations. 5 days later. The land of water, the hidden mist village. Mizukage office pregnancy. So, according to the Anbu's tracking report on the traitor Zabuza Momochi, he and the ice release bloodline Genkei user died at the hands of that top tycoon named Cardo? And there are ninjas from Konoha village involved. Amidst the cold yet pleasant voice, the red chair that represented the status of Mizukage slowly turned around, revealing a figure with an impressive figure, waist-length reddish-brown hair, and a cold and moving face. The tight body wrapped in the off-shoulder long dress, with the delicate white jade hands put down the report from Anbu. The long legs that were faintly visible through black fishnet stockings were untied from their folded state and stood up. Then let that fellow named Cardo pay the price. As for Konoha village. The scarlet lips slightly raised, and a sneer gradually spread across the beautiful face. That old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen must give me an explanation, otherwise. Chapter 84 Terumi Mei. It's him, the man who took advantage of others' misfortune. There was a cold smile on the beautiful face, and a faint sense of oppression spread from the pleasant voice, causing Ching and Chojuro who were standing in front of the desk to pause for a moment. With his tyrannical ability, he eliminated the Blood Mist Village, of the Hidden Mist Village and ended the reign of terror of the 4th Mizukage Yagura. The Mizukage, who possesses double blood limits and a beautiful face, is by no means as gentle as he seems. Go to Konoha village and seek justice. This seems. Chojuro looked at Terumi Mei with blushing cheeks and scratched his messy white short hair with mixed emotions. The horror that the Blood Mist Village brought to the Hidden Mist Village made Lord Mizukage cherish the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village even more. Even if it was Senior Kido who was considered an A-rank traitor by the Hidden Mist Village and must be captured. Mizukage-sama's attitude is that only the Hidden Mist Village and she, as the Mizukage, are qualified to deal with the group. If anyone else takes action, it would be a great disrespect to Mizukage. And such people usually have to endure the beautiful wrath of Mizukage-sama, which is never fun for them. The shy ninja lowered his head slightly, trying to avoid his eyes from contacting the proud parts of the curvy figure in front of him, and made such a judgment in his heart. On the side, a serious ninja with a black eye mask covering his right eye with a stern look on his face glanced at Chojuro. Mizukage-sama, things are not as simple as the information provided by Anbu. That is just written information that can be seen by all operators in Kirigakure. Next, the top-secret information that only Mizukage-sama can obtain has revealed some interesting information. After saying that, he turned his cold eyes to Chojuro. I see. Mizukage-sama, Chojuro will take his leave now. The shy ninja, who had been slow to react to certain things for a long time, hurriedly reacted and fled from the Mizukage's office. Then, the figure who walked out of Mizukage's office breathed a sigh of relief. Top secret information, or something like that, I'm not curious at all, that's information only a few people including Mizukage can access. Even if necessary, this kind of information will be selectively concealed from the top leaders of Kirigakure. Given my status, I shouldn't know the content of the intelligence, and I'm not even qualified to be curious about it. Mainly, every time I face Mizukage-sama, the heavy feeling makes me. The image of hugeness, BDCB, and fullness that made people even forget to breathe subconsciously emerged in his mind, and the shy ninja's cheeks suddenly turned red. Advertisement, did Senior Guiron die just like that? What a pity. But there seems to be some hidden story behind his death, and it also involves Konoha village. I hope it won't be a big problem that will cause the two ninja villages to become enemies, especially at such a critical moment as the Chunin exam. Chojuro thought so with excessive worry, in Mizukage's office. You look very serious. Is this important information about Kirigakure? Sitting down again, her plump yet well-shaped legs wrapped in fishnet stockings were crossed again, and the cool figure asked casually. Mizukage-sama, the Kirigakure Anbu has collected some very noteworthy details while tracking down the traitor Zabuza Momochi. The following is the content of the top-secret information. 1. The beheading sword demon Momochi Zabuza once assassinated the top bridge builder of the Wave Country who was protected by the ninjas of Konoha village as a bounty ninja. According to rumors from the people of the Wave Country, the rebellious demon ninja was defeated by a low-ranking farmer. 2nd, the object of Mizukage-sama's wrath, Cardo, has been confirmed dead. Along with his death, his home base, a small island called Cardo Island, also disappeared into the sea. 3rd, that is, the most noteworthy content of top-secret intelligence. A more solemn look flashed across the eye of the eyepatch ninja, and he emphasized the following words. At the same time as Cardo Island was destroyed, several fishermen from Wave Country who were out at sea saw with their own eyes a dazzling ball of light appear above the island, which then turned into a pillar of light that penetrated the entire Cardo Island. There seems to be an unidentified figure in the ball of light. The clear and cold eyes trembled suddenly, and a hint of surprise flashed across the fair and flawless face. A ball of light in the sky? A pillar of light falling from the sky? The man hiding in the light. The familiar scene instantly brought back the memory to that unforgettable night. The little heart, as cold as the outside, seemed to be melted by something in an instant. Boom, 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 only the sound of the girl's beating heartbeat sounded quietly behind her proud part. Oh, I accidentally saved a very beautiful woman. Tisk tisk, it looks like he is the Mizukage of Kirigakure. Close black lens bracket. You have successfully aroused my interest, a woman who can make Akatsuki, send out 2 strong men to deal with you at once. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, that guy pretending to be a good loser is trying to repeat his old tricks. Is he addicted to controlling the Mizukage? The semi-comatose state, the hazy look, and the ups and downs. Sometimes I really hate myself for having the troublesome shortcoming of not taking advantage of others. Close black lens bracket. Severely wounded by two mysterious ninjas wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds, he fell into a semi-comatose state, and only saw the two mysterious ninjas being bounced away by the beam of light that fell from the sky. Then, in the faintly dissipating gaze in the sky, a tall figure floated down. In the blurry feeling that I might faint at any time, I couldn't see the true face of the man falling from the light, but I vaguely felt that he was very handsome. Then, as the man was talking to himself, she fainted. When he woke up, he found himself lying in his own bedroom in the hidden mist village, and was wearing his only set of translucent pajamas. Humph, didn't that man say he wouldn't take advantage of others in distress? Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Does the standard for him have to be to do that kind of thing? This kind of rude behavior of secretly looking at others naked can also be considered taking advantage of someone's misfortune, right? After all, I am still a yellow flower. Mizukage-sama? A look of surprise appeared on Ching's serious face, and he looked at Terumi Mei, who had always given him a cold impression, with a little disbelief. What's with the sudden blush on my cheeks? And his legs were quietly tensing. Even though the movement was not big, how could it escape the eyes of a powerful ninja like himself? As for the complex emotions that trembled in the eyes that were always calm, Mizukage-sama, who would immediately go berserk upon hearing the two keywords, marriage, or love, was just showing a complicated state like a girl in love? Just because of the contents of top-secret information. It seems that there are no details in the content that can melt this beautiful iceberg. Ching, who was filled with countless questions, tried hard not to show his embarrassment. Ahem, Master Mizukage, the report is not over yet, there are some more important details to come. It's about the three Konoha genins and their class teacher. Chapter 85 Terumi Mei's Determination, the Shocked Third Generation. Well, go on. Terumi Mei, who noticed the loss of composure, quickly regained her composure and spoke calmly.
4 ninjas from Konoha village. 3 of them are genin who have rich combat experience and teamed up to defeat the Oni. The other one is their class teacher, a ninja named Su Chen. Especially the teacher named Su Chen, who is not one of the famous ninjas in Konoha village, so there is very little information about him. But judging from the results of his teaching, he was able to teach 3 genins who had just graduated from the ninja school the ability to defeat the Jonin together. His true strength must be at the Super Jonin level. 1. Ching analyzed carefully, his slightly furrowed brows making his serious expression look more solemn. If it were any other time, when such a powerful character suddenly appeared in other ninja villages, they would just need to pay a little attention. Now is a critical juncture in the Chunin examination. It is quite a headache that the ninjas of Konoha village could train 3 genins to this level. After all, the Chunin exam is not just to test the genin's ability, or to examine the comprehensive strength of the ninja village. Whether the genin of the ninja village can stand out in the exam is also related to the status and honor of the ninja village in the eyes of various countries. The genin of Konoha village actually have the strength to join forces to defeat the Jonin. Even if it is an isolated case, it deserves serious consideration. Ching, do you lack confidence in the genin sent to take the exam? Terumi Mei cast a cold gaze at the ninja standing in front of the desk, and frowned slightly. Well, not really. But, if the witness information is true, is it possible that the disappearance of Cardo Island is related to this Konoha village ninja named Su Chen? A person who can unleash such a powerful ninjutsu is not only a huge threat to other ninja villages, but it's also not good news for the Hidden Mist village, right? Of course, there is no evidence to prove this speculation, so we can only prepare for the worst. On the opposite side, Terumi Mei's expression changed subtly again after hearing this. Konoha village, Su Chen. Could it be the guy who keeps saying, don't take advantage of others' misfortune, but shows off his body without hesitation? He is a ninja from Konoha village. And he also taught a genin kid who was strong enough to defeat the Jonin. The unreal handsome figure in the blurred vision, and the magnetic voice that seemed to have magic and made me unable to forget it, is it from the person named Su Chen? It seems that the mystery is only one step away from being solved. Humph, if he is really that rude guy, I must thank him for saving my life, and then make him pay for his frivolous behavior. Advertisement. A handsome blurry figure, with a magnetic voice that makes your heart beat faster. The beautiful figure subconsciously bit her scarlet lips with her pearly teeth and accidentally entered a trance again. Green. It seems that I have never seen Mizukage-sama show this kind of expression before. This is definitely the perception of a young girl in love. The problem is, this top-secret information does not contain any reason that could make the ice-cold Mizukage-sama show such an expression. It's so damn hard to satisfy a woman's mind. Even the usually calm and serious ninja, genin, was in a messy mood and couldn't help but silently make such complaints. Since this is a character that deserves special attention, let's change our previous exam plan. Following this Chunin exam, I will personally go to collect information about the ninjas of Konoha village. Well, it's decided. Damn it, did I just think of that rude guy and accidentally lose focus? Wouldn't a ninja like Ching with a sharp eye see through my thoughts like this? As the dignified Mizukage, he was seen by his subordinates behaving in a manner unbecoming of his status, and he now had one more reason to severely punish the rude guy. Muya village Su Chen, you'd better not be the guy who saw me naked, otherwise, you will be miserable. Terumi-May thought inwardly with shame. Will Mizukage-sama go to Konoha village in person? Everything will be arranged by Mizukage-sama. A brief moment of surprise flashed across Ching's face, and then he said goodbye, deciding to study this top-secret intelligence carefully. Since this information came out, Mizukage-sama has behaved in unexpected ways time and again. Especially after the name of the Konoha ninja named Su Chen appeared, the busy Mizukage immediately decided to go to Konoha village in person. Could it be this guy who made Mizukage-sama show the expression of a girl in love? Konoha village. Under the setting sun, the village, which had been busy all day, gradually fell into the tranquility before nightfall. Hokage building, in the Hokage's office. Advertisement. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was puffing on his pipe, was looking at a pile of reports on the various missions carried out by the various teams of genin on the table. As the Chunin exam is approaching, the third generation is more serious than ever in reading these reports. After all, this is the most intuitive way to examine the abilities of all genins. It can even be said that the performance of each class in the comprehensive report determines whether they are qualified to take the exam. This is the action report of Team 7. Has Team 7 returned? This is my first time submitting something like this, so I'm looking forward to it. When he found the first mission report of Class 7 suddenly appeared in the report, the hand that was about to take the pipe from his mouth stopped instantly, and then gently turned it over. Just half a minute later. 0. The old face showed a little surprise, and the slightly opened mouth almost made the pipe fall down. Did Team 7 have a confrontation with the demon who was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen during a mission? The 3 little genin brats from Team 7 actually defeated the A-rank rebel ninja. Moreover, have all the problems of the Wave Country client been resolved? The most noteworthy thing is the current strength of Team 7. Although they joined forces to defeat Jonin, their growth rate is a bit too terrifying. That guy who wasn't even a ninja had an incredible talent for being a teacher. Also, all client issues have been resolved. It seems that it is not as simple as simply completing the escort mission. That guy who never considers the future of Konoha village, wouldn't he do something troublesome again? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his forehead with his hand as usual, and had a very bad premonition in his heart. Third generation, it seems Team 7 is back. It seems they have started intensive training right after they came back. Su Chen seems to be very confident that Class 7 will pass the exam. A faint voice sounded in front of him, and Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly into the Hokage's office. You are in charge of investigating the possible impact of Team 7's mission on the village. You seem so relaxed. You must be bringing news that will make people feel relieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head and asked with a hint of anticipation. On the contrary, it's news that will surprise everyone. Kakashi sighed silently and said in a slightly helpless tone. Chapter 86. Cancellation of the exam qualification. Let you fly out of Konoha. Oh, it seems that we have collected some interesting information. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment while smoking his pipe. The news from Wave Country is that Cardo, who may have caused trouble for Konoha village due to his status as a top tycoon, has completely disappeared. Noticing the slightly worried look from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi added. It's not what the Hokage was worried about. The guy with the unpredictable personality didn't do it himself, at least on the surface. According to the open intelligence, Cardo, who is known as the top rich man and controls the entire Wave Country, died in the tsunami. Buried in the sea with him was the small island called Cardo Island, which represented his power and status. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked deeply at the white-haired ninja. The source of all the troubles died of distraction at the critical moment. Isn't it too coincidental? It is this incredible coincidence that makes the important information of 553 become open information. In other words, the so-called surprising news is hidden in the part other than the open intelligence. Could it be related to that mysterious and chaotic guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so as he exhaled a puff of smoke. There are many doubts about the claim that Cardo died in a tsunami. First, a tsunami that could submerge a small island did not reach the coastline of Wave Country. In fact, according to many testimonies, it was calm that day. The second suspicious point is that someone saw a second sun appear in the sky, emitting a dazzling beam of light, and the landing point was suspected to be in the direction of Cardo Island. It was like a kind of ninjutsu that was incredibly powerful. The white-haired ninja dead fish, with his hands in his pockets, had a hint of emotion in his eyes, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously. It was only after all this that Team 7 left the land of waves. Quote. Sarutobi Hazakiri. The action of smoking a pipe paused again. Is this another piece of foggy evidence that the arrogant guy is so powerful that it is unbelievable? Why wasn't he too shocked? Even though all the evidence was indirect, he had already assumed that he was strong enough to easily crush the tailed beasts, right? Mr. Third Generation, do you want to continue investigating? To be honest, I am also looking forward to the results of the future investigation. Kakashi asked calmly. No, stop collecting all intelligence about that guy, and don't reveal even this intelligence to the doctor. The fact that Konoha village has a being powerful enough to make all the ninja villages tremble is not entirely a good thing for the village. It is likely to disrupt the current peaceful state of the ninja villages. Advertisement. With almost no hesitation, the deep-minded old man in the smoke spoke carefully. I see. If we do that, we will attract the hostility of other ninja villages who are too nervous. Kakashi nodded, indicating that he could understand it completely. After all, the so-called peace between the various ninja villages was based on a delicate balance of power. Even if the information about that guy's powerful strength was just a figment of the imagination, it might lead other ninja villages to jointly target Konoha village. However, third generation sir, all this is based on that guy continuing to hide his strength. If Team 7 shows strength that should not belong to them in the Chunin exam where ninjas from other ninja villages gather, the guy who is the head teacher of Team 7 will still become the focus of attention, right? Kakashi reminded. So, I am considering canceling the examination qualification of Class 7. As the white-haired ninja's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Cancel the qualification of Class 7 to take the Chunin exam. Although this is indeed a way to not expose the strength of that arrogant guy, but will it bring down that guy's wrath? After all, the lazy guy who always enjoyed life and was depressed finally took over the 7th class for unknown reasons and taught the 3 troublesome kids seriously. Finally, when they got the chance to show off in front of other ninja villages, the 3rd generation adults wanted to disqualify Chunin from the exam. I couldn't imagine what kind of terrible reaction Su Chen would have when he heard the news. Yes, as a good friend of Su Chen, I not only successfully understood the meaning of Zubi, a new word that is unfamiliar to the entire ninja world, but also had a strong premonition of how terrible he would be if he got even the slightest bit angry. Although, I have never seen Su Chen angry. It is precisely because of this that it is hard to imagine how terrifying he would be when ignited by anger. A guy who smiles all day long will inadvertently give people a sense of awesome power. Once he gets angry, that power should increase 100-fold, right? This feeling, just thinking about it, makes people shudder. I seem to have heard someone say that the Chunin exam qualification for Class 7 will be revoked. This is really infuriating news. Boom. The cold voice suddenly came from outside the door, causing the white-haired ninja, who was already sweating profusely, to open his eyes reflexively. Behind the desk, the seemingly calm third-generation old man's heart skipped a beat. Advertisement. That guy heard it, and now we are in big trouble. The idea of disqualifying Class 7 from taking the exam needs to be supported by a series of reasonable reasons, even to the extent that this troublesome guy would find it reasonable. If necessary, send him away with a task that pays far more than normal. I never expected that he would hear it as soon as I said it. D. The figure smoking the pipe seemed calm as before, but a bead of sweat quietly slid down his forehead. Boom. The figure outside the door approached the desk in an instant. The strong wind stirred up by his quick movement made all the paper documents fly. A slender and powerful hand grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's collar, and the tall figure squatted lazily on the desk, looking down at the old face in front of him with amusement, which was full of astonishment and shock. Word by word. Third generation old man, if you have the guts, say what you just said again. Su Chen, this is too outrageous. How dare you do this to the third generation adults? The white-haired ninja, with his eyes trembling wildly, subconsciously assumed a fighting stance. Chirp, 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 and under the lightning-style ninjutsu, which sounded like the singing of hundreds of birds, blue electric light kept flashing on his right hand. The left hand is placed next to the covered 5.4 eye, ready to expose the Sharingan from a friend at any time. Tisk, facing this guy, have you subconsciously prepared to use all your trump cards before you even start? Kakashi, if you dare to attack me from behind, you will fly out smoothly. Konoha village. The moment his handsome face slightly turned to the side, with his serious eyes and cold tone, an indescribable power suddenly burst out. DB. Under the unprecedented pressure, even the chirping of Chidori suddenly became much dimmer. Su Chen, Jung Wei, can you let go of my hand now, please? With a severe headache, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and chose to retreat helplessly. After all, this guy who keeps his word can really beat up Kakashi who has to protect himself. Chapter 87. Chief Examiner. Love is too troublesome. Kakashi's eyes widened again, and his mood suddenly became chaotic. The idea of disqualifying Class 7 from the exam had just come up, but it was dispelled by this scary guy Su Chen. And by directly threatening the Hokage. You are worthy of it, Su Chen. With a silent sigh, the white-haired ninja retracted his ninjutsu and put his hands back into his pockets the moment the arrogant voice let go of the third generation. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the situation just now continued to stalemate, I would have been forced to take action to protect the third-generation adults, and my posture of flying out of Konoha would have been very smooth. Third-generation old man, don't think that you can just pretend nothing happened by changing your mind. At least give some compensation to show your sincerity, right? Putting away his cold attitude, Su Chen came down from the desk with a faint smile and spoke casually. Third-generation old man, I was so kind to spare your life just now. Is it okay to ask for a little compensation? Compensation. Is it an unacceptable price to pay for an idea that has not yet been formally decided? He took a puff of his cigarette depressedly, hiding the messy twitching of his mouth, and his face darkened slightly. You guys who never consider the consequences, stop it now. Third generation old man, are you sure you don't want to hear my terms? If that happens, I will make sure that all genin who take the exam, except for Class 7, will fail the exam. And I will make sure that Class 7 will leave a terrible psychological shadow on all genin. Is this okay? With a wicked smile on his handsome face, Su Chen threatened lightly. Quote. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Su Chen with a look of resentment, and the corner of his eye twitched suddenly. I also had a feeling that this troublemaker would really do that. The Chunin exam is an extremely important occasion for each ninja village. If this kid disrupts it without considering the consequences, the chances of Konoha village being targeted by other ninjas will immediately increase greatly. Why not listen to what the so-called compensation is, and then consider it? This guy has been threatening the Hokage since he first appeared. Even in the entire ninja world, he is the only one who has such courage. Kakashi held his forehead with his hand, saying that he couldn't bear to watch it at all, but he was powerless to do anything. What a hateful guy who can easily make people depressed to the point of wanting to die. Advertisement. Third generation old man, this look in your eyes, is it love? In that case, let's announce the compensation. I will be the chief examiner of this Chunin exam. What? The two figures in the office shook at the same time, both with confused expressions as if they were doubting their ears. Even if I racked my brains, I would never have thought that the compensation request from the forum would be this. Four confused eyes were focused on that handsome figure at the same time, and the air was as quiet as if it was frozen. The other side. Sakura, you must work hard today and try to pass the Chunin exam. Also, I've put some snacks specially prepared for teacher Su Chen in the bag. Please convey my gratitude to teacher Su Chen for teaching my daughter so carefully. A gentle female voice came from Haruno's apartment, and a cute figure walked out quickly. Got it, Mom. I have some important training to do today as well. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. Haruno Sakura responded casually, and subconsciously grabbed the strap of her bag, with a hint of nervousness appearing on her little face. The Chunin exam is coming soon, and many unfamiliar faces from other ninja villages have appeared in the village. In the past few days since the 7th team returned from the mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke and Naruto have been practicing hard. They should have made some progress, right? On the other hand, although I have made some breakthroughs in the connection of chi, and can easily maintain the 8-hand fist for more than 5 minutes, I don't have the confidence to pass the test. Humph, it's all the fault of that damn teacher Su Chen, who said he would raise the difficulty of the exam to the level of hell. In addition, it is rumored that there are powerful characters among the genin from other villages who come to take the exam. Huh, I must work hard and not let the hateful teacher Su Chen look down on me. The cute ninja secretly encouraged himself, took a deep breath, and then headed for the agreed location, the Team 7 training ground. Hee. I heard that the handsome master Su Chen is back. Really, it feels like I haven't seen him for a long time, even though it's only been a short while. Master Su Chen, who teaches students seriously, gives people a sense of reliability. Hee. You all blushed immediately when you mentioned Lord Su Chen. Tell me the truth, did anything happen between you and Lord Su Chen? Well, I really want to, but I heard that Lord Su Chen said that he hates love because it's very troublesome. He likes direct relationships, the kind that. Advertisement. Yes, I can think about it. As the Chunin exam is approaching, there are many more female ninjas on the road these days who are responsible for maintaining order in the village, and voices discussing Su Chen can be heard everywhere. Upon hearing this, Haruno Sakura's face was filled with black lines. The unreliable teacher Su Chen is surprisingly popular among female ninjas. But it's no wonder. Even I get distracted when thinking about a strong and handsome guy like teacher Su Chen, let alone other female ninjas. The figure that she hadn't seen for a few days appeared in her mind again, and the female ninja couldn't help but quicken her pace. Finally I can see everyone again, especially Sasuke. Yes, I am not so impatient just because of teacher Su Chen. Class 7 training ground. Under the rosy glow, on a field far away from Konoha village, a figure with his hands in his pockets was looking thoughtfully at the place where the big stone was originally placed. Not long ago, 947 was still working hard to achieve his goal of knocking the boulder away. With his current strength, he could easily crush it with his palm, right? They were much closer to their goal of killing that man. And all of this was brought by teacher Su Chen. Huh, I knew it. Teacher Su Chen is late again. Only the stinky guy is here. A figure flashed, and Naruto, who was about to use super speed to make a handsome appearance and attract Sakura's approving gaze, complained a little dejectedly. HMPH, you're the last one. Your training is going pretty well. It must be very difficult to increase your speed to this level through chi, right? Sasuke glanced at him coldly and sneered. Yukaki B****************** D, you always have that irritating look in your eyes. You should be the last one in the group, right? After all, my progress in cultivation has always been faster than yours. Giving a sneer back, Naruto said confidently. Then, let's give it a try. Sasuke turned slightly to face Naruto, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his cold eyes. I haven't seen you for a few days and I'm very curious about your level of cultivation. He was confident that he could pass the Chunin exam, and his only concern was Naruto, who was also a practitioner of Kai. It just so happens that teacher Su Chen and Xiaoying are not here. I am also very curious about the results of your practice. Be prepared to be knocked out in a moment. With a chuckle, the orange figure rolled up his sleeves and rushed over without hesitation. Chapter 88 Sakura. Naruto is so tough. A headache-inducing exam strategy. Humph, you arrogant guy, you should be the one flying out later. He snorted coldly, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, his eyes fixed on every move of the orange figure. Whoosh. The small orange figure stirred up a strong wind at an extremely fast speed. The rapidly shaking body turned into an increasingly blurred figure in an instant, and then the whole person disappeared in the dust. Is it the balance between force and speed that uses the techniques of the eight-handed fist in body movements? The tail end has made a lot more progress than I thought. A hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes, and a sneer spread from the corner of his mouth to his face. His fast-moving sight kept catching the figure that was so fast that even Chunin Cheng Kong could not see it with the naked eye. You idiot, are you still not going to take your hands out of your pockets? Stop looking down on people. Boom. With the sound of air exploding, with the help of the powerful chi exploding outside the body, an orange lightning-like shadow flashed and passed in front of the figure, who immediately took a step back calmly with his hands in his pockets, leaving a gully more than 10 meters long on the ground. So soon, Naruto once again turned into a shadow in the air and kept moving, with a look of surprise on his face. Damn it, this is a fast attack move developed by me through practicing eight-hand fist and then applying the tricks I learned to my entire body. I had originally wanted to show off my skills in front of teacher Su Chen and win his recognition. This arrogant fellow actually hid with his hands in his pockets. Has he made such great progress in his practice in the past few days? A surprise move that uses speed to make it difficult for the opponent to see where the attack is coming from. It's a pity that they were all seen. Sasuke commented coldly, not even needing to use the Sharingan, relying on the quick reaction ability brought by key training, he could easily see every move of the tail end. So, this guy who was so smug about his progress has only grown to this extent. Then try to see clearly what's next, you overly proud guy. A faint angry sound was heard in the air, and the fast-moving afterimage was split into two into four, and in just less than a second, 8 afterimages crisscrossed each other. The cold eyes of the cold figure finally robbed him subconsciously. Multiple shadow clone technique. No, there is no chakra aura. It is the result of practicing and applying the full effect of the eight-hand fist to the body. This troublesome guy can actually use teacher Su Chen's eight-hand fist flexibly. After a moment of surprise, he finally pulled his hand out of his pocket. Although he could no longer lock onto his opponent's body with his fast-moving eyes, the cold-blooded kid was not panicked at all. It shouldn't be that difficult to achieve this level, right? 84R. Advertisement. With a contemptuous tone, Sasuke's figure flashed and disappeared, and turned into 8 high-speed moving afterimages, intertwining with the other 8. Bang, bang, bang. The power showdown between the two entities made a roaring sound, and the continuously exploding air currents turned into stronger and stronger winds, making the branches and leaves at the edge of the woods rustle. You idiot, did you choose the same path of cultivation as me on purpose? You can only imitate someone who has no original ideas of your own. Tisk, I won't do such a boring thing. As long as I master the essence of eight-handed fist, I can do it immediately. HMPH, stop bragging. Even if I choose the same training path as you, I won't lose to you. Akaki B ******** D. I've already told you that I don't care about the direction of your cultivation. Are you really listening? An increasingly fierce verbal battle unfolded simultaneously among the shadows. A pink figure appeared quietly, with a complex complexion on her pretty face. Have the members of Team 7 become so strong? From a taijutsu perspective, they are close to Jonin's strength, right? Besides, I was just a few minutes late, and these two troublesome guys started fighting. This time it was even more excessive, he actually took direct action. Well, handsome Sasuke isn't the type to initiate a fight, so it was Naruto, who inexplicably hates Sasuke, who started it, right? Naruto. A delicate rebuke sounded, and a guilty response immediately rang out from the battle group of intertwined shadows. Well, the moment he was distracted, there was a loud bang, and the orange figure was hit by a fist, flying 20 meters away and crashing heavily in front of Haruno Sakura. Ah, you damned idiot, you're trying to sneak attack me when no one is paying attention, right? Sakura, what's that scary look? The moment he was hit, he used ki to strengthen his defense in time. Naruto, who was covered in dust, jumped up immediately. Just as he was about to fight again, he noticed two eyes burning with anger. Oh, what a scary Sakura. Naruto, what are you doing? Today is an important day for Mr. Su Chen to formulate a strategy for the exam for Class 7. Can you please give me some peace of mind? The white and tender fist from above hit Naruto's head without hesitation, and the wind from the fist immediately blew down from top to bottom, causing the dust on the ground to rise around the orange figure. The next second, the angry and delicate little face turned into astonishment. So hard and painful. This troublemaker has his kai subconsciously enhanced his defense to this extent. Advertisement. As expected, I was still the last one among the 3 people in Class 7. Xiaoying, I won't dare to do that next time. Naruto, who was nailed into the ground by a punch with only half of his body exposed, said weakly. I had hoped to gain Sakura's recognition by showing off my training results, but as usual I was beaten up. I was so depressed. HMPH, boring guy. Putting his hands back into his pockets, Sasuke leaned against the tree again, waiting for Su Chen to arrive. Quote. This is playing whack-a-mole. The hell difficulty Chunin exam is approaching, and I still feel like playing games. Very good, it seems that Class 7 is very confident. The figure that fell from the sky kicked up a cloud of dust, and Su Chen's teasing voice sounded leisurely. Teacher Su Chen. All the students in Class 7's eyes lit up and they instantly turned into well-behaved pupils, looking up at the tall and handsome figure with anticipation. Ding. Detected that the bond target, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, worships the host, reward bond value 528. Ding. The bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host, is detected, and the bond value of 587 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, has been detected to be worshipping the host, and a bond value of 358 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Chen couldn't help but smile secretly. Well, the training of the wool-pulling targets of Class 7 was very successful. It has reached the level where he can gain bond points just by appearing in their field of vision. Teacher Su Chen, these are the snacks my mother brought you, saying thank you for your careful teaching. Haruno Yingli Manuo Zhao immediately handed over the prepared snacks, and then looked up expectantly and asked. Well, Mr. Su Chen has prepared a strategy for Class 7 to take the Chunin exam, right? So excited, he must be very good. While talking about increasing the difficulty of the exam, he also worked out a strategy that would allow Class 7 to pass easily. Yes, that's definitely the case. Haruno Sakura thought with confidence. Are you going to announce the strategy? I'm inexplicably excited. Teacher Su Chen, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm ready. Naruto, who was also looking up, said excitedly. The strategy was already implemented before you played the whack-a-mole game. I'll rush over and find a reason to threaten that old third-generation guy, and ask him to appoint me as the chief examiner of this Chunin exam, and naturally increase the difficulty of the exam to hellish difficulty. That's all the strategy. In order to make Class 7 suffer, I, the teacher, can say that this is the first time that I have gone to such great lengths to do so. Throwing a shrimp cracker into his mouth, Yin Chen said leisurely, enjoying it. Chapter 89. Miss Hulu, we saved the ninja world. Teacher Su Chen is the chief examiner for this Chunin exam. In order to increase the difficulty of the exam, he threatened the third-generation grandfather and snatched the qualification. His purpose was to watch us suffer in the exam. His face fell, and Naruto looked at Su Chen with resentment, his eyes twitching slightly. Haruno Sakura was speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with regret. Listen, the purpose of increasing the difficulty of the Chunin exam is to make Class 7 suffer, and it is said calmly in a matter-of-fact tone. Is there such a teacher? I even brought him a whole bag of snacks. Hell difficulty. It's compared to the previous strength of Team 7. We have strength close to Jonin, so we are not afraid of hell difficulty at all. Sasuke said with a confident arrogance. All those who took the exam were genin, and most of those who were eligible to register were naturally Chunin of around the same level. The fighting power of himself and the last place team is already far beyond this level. Even if other geniuses appear in the exam, Class 7 has the ability to fight with them. In addition, the chief examiner is Mr. Su Chen, who seems to always trick Class 7, but actually always protects the students at the critical moment. Class 7 has an absolute advantage, there is nothing to worry about. What the idiot said is right. With the current strength of Team 7, we don't need to worry about the difficulty of hell. The difficulty of hell is for other candidates, right? After being reminded, Naruto, who had the same idea, grinned and figured it out immediately. Having said that, what teacher Su Chen said just now still makes me inexplicably worried. Haruno Sakura let out a light breath, still unable to muster up confidence. That's all for today, little devils, be prepared to face hell. As the chief examiner, I will relax and prepare for the exam. Then he threw away the packaging of the shrimp crackers and put his hands in his pockets again. The ladies in the flower house who I haven't seen for many days must miss me very much. It's time for me to go visit them and discuss the ultimate ninja method in depth with them. It's not that I'm too fickle, but this body contains a large amount of chi and is extremely energetic. There are currently 2 known ways to relieve this feeling of being pent up and about to explode. Advertisement. One is to occasionally fire a full-power Kamehameha or Qigong cannon. This method of relieving stress has been tried by performing S-level and above tasks at a high frequency, but it is not very efficient. And sometimes, if you accidentally use too much force, you will often destroy mountains, forests, etc. If this continues, it will sooner or later attract the attention of the ninja world. Judging from the overly nervous nature of the various ninja villages, they might directly launch a ninja world war against him alone. Not only will it bring you the most annoying troubles, but if the troubles accumulate to the point where you develop the mentality of, it's too troublesome so I might as well destroy the world, you will lose a lot of fun. After all, it was not easy to come to the ninja world, and there were many well-known scenes that I didn't see with my own eyes, which was a pity. Let's enjoy these fun things first, and then think about destroying the ninja world. Ladies of Hulu, you who accidentally saved the ninja world, are more worthy of respect than Shadow. As for why I didn't go find those pretty female ninjas who looked at me with glare. The answer is trouble. They approach me with the purpose of love, but once they have a real relationship, they are bound to get into emotional entanglements, which is a headache just thinking about it. Female ninjas who simply lust after their own bodies should be avoided as far as possible. My past life experience tells me that even though we have traveled to the world of ninjas, we still have to fall into the sea of love and suffer. Isn't that pure wisdom? Su Chen thought as he thought. Then he prepared to use his physical skills to quickly move to the brothel he frequently visited, and make a dramatic and handsome appearance. Past experience told him that a very explosive B-Deb-style appearance would add interest to the scene. The moment he was about to use ki to move, his bright eyes suddenly narrowed slightly and looked towards the woods in the direction of Konoha village. Interesting, the feeling of this faint aura is very similar to the 10 people I saved from Akatsuki many years ago. Finally, I found myself. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei. Water style. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A pleasant noise came from the woods, startling the 3 kids from Class 7 and making them look in the direction of the sound subconsciously. Wow! The dragon-shaped water columns generated by the change of chakra attributes swept across the towering trees, causing the densely packed trees to fall down like grass. Advertisement. The water column carried a powerful impact force and smashed down towards Su Chen with a clear target. You are a dual-blooded limiter, with a more powerful attack method, but you deliberately use the water style. It's hard to see through a woman's mind. Is it because she's bigger and thicker? While lightly teasing, the seemingly motionless figure was instantly swallowed up by the water dragon. He can't even avoid ninjutsu like Water Dragon Bullet. He's not that man. In the woods, there was a proud figure, surprise in her beautiful eyes, and a hint of disappointment on her cold face. What a pity. After all, this man named Su Chen is very handsome and fits the image of that man in her mind. Are you talking about that childish ninjutsu? I dodged it so easily. A naughty voice sounded behind him, and the breath of a man who was close at hand brushed the sensitive back of his neck. His beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and his body quickly leapt forward, his hands quickly formed seals. Water style. The art of waterfall. The figure in midair suddenly burst out with a large amount of chakra, and the attributes changed almost at the same time. A waterfall appeared out of thin air with a stronger striking force, smashing towards the figure that was floating out of thin air. The moment the waterfall blocked his view, Mizukage's face flashed with surprise again. Can you float in the air easily without chakra? Facing his own waterfall, his handsome smile didn't even waver, he was as relaxed as if he was welcoming the gentle spring rain. What is this invisible strong sense of oppression? Is he really not the man falling from the light? Bang bang bang. Beneath the thick and round inner fortress in Su Chen's eyes, there came a small panicked heartbeat that had nothing to do with the battle itself. Wow. In the waterfall that contained a huge impact force that could crush boulders, which had not yet completely smashed down, that terrifyingly leisurely figure passed through with ease and instantly approached within the distance of touching the tip of his nose. The inner fortress suddenly felt like it was being squeezed by a solid chest. I thought you were faster, so I got a little closer. You took advantage of me accidentally. Never mind. Since you're a woman, I'll just reluctantly forgive you. Su Chen said in a helpless tone, there's really nothing I can do about you. Chapter 90. Fighting or flirting. The messy Konoha ninjas. The strong touch at almost negative distance suddenly produced an electric shock-like impact that spread throughout the body in an instant. A look of surprise quietly moved on the pretty face that was slightly angry. Lei lightning-style ninjutsu. Mizukage reacted immediately and her delicate face turned slightly red, feeling ashamed for this sudden and stupid judgment. Then, chakra aura burst out from her body rapidly, and a water clone was condensed, and her graceful figure escaped from this heart-pounding intimate contact. They say women are made of water. It's just a metaphor. I use my shadow-level strength to realize a metaphor. Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, you are very, very boring. Amid the mocking voices, Su Chen casually slapped the water clone apart and pressed his body forward again. I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to see this icy beauty who was as cold as ice for thousands of years, feeling extremely embarrassed and angry but unable to do anything about it. It's actually quite fun. Damn you, how dare you, HH. Noticing the speed of the handsome figure, she didn't even give herself time to complain, her beautiful eyes, as clear and bright as gems, were completely filled with anger. He was the shadow of the Hidden Mist Village, yet he was suppressed by the ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village using this fighting method in front of everyone. How would Ching and Chojuro see me? The honor of the Hidden Mist Village was crushed by this guy Su Chen. Unforgivable. Boom. In an instant, more powerful water-style ninjutsu kept bombarding the rapidly approaching figure, but he was surprised to find that all of them were easily resolved by the opponent's physical skills. Not far away, 2 stunned figures looked up at the 2 figures flying through the woods, somewhat bewildered. Ahem, why do I feel like Lord Mizukage and this powerful ninja from Konoha named Su Chen have known each other for a long time? The way you do it is like. Chojuro stared blankly, and weakly judged that the words he dared not say were like a flirtation. Yes, it has this kind of bizarre feeling, although I have no idea what is going on. Chojuro, watch your words. If Mizukage-sama hears you by accident, you'll be in trouble. Advertisement. A look of deep doubt also flashed across Ching's seemingly expressionless face. They really knew each other, right? And Lord Mizukage, after arriving in Konoha village and settling the Kurigakure genin who were taking the Chunin exam, the first thing he did was not to meet with Konoha village's Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he found out where this guy named Su Chen might be and rushed here without stopping. Then, with a complicated expression, he took action directly. The point is, even though he has more powerful ninjutsu, he chose to use water style, which looks like he is testing the opponent. And this frivolous ninja Su Chen who appeared in the top secret information, was able to easily suppress the Mizukage-sama, even if it made the Mizukage-sama who was not at full power look a little embarrassed, it was enough to prove that he had the strength of a shadow, right? Well, then, should we take action? Chojuro asked in entanglement. As the temporary guard of Mizukage when she came to Konoha village, it seemed a bit inappropriate to just watch her being crushed by the ninjas of Konoha village. But considering that this fight looks like two people who knew each other and had a close relationship, flirting with each other. If I intervene rashly, I might just incur the wrath of Mizukage. Here, let's see and then talk about it. Xing let out a breath barely perceptible, and fell into the same dilemma. The next second he glanced in a certain direction. Before we take action, we should at least see the attitude of the group of people who suddenly appeared, right? Just now, I clearly sensed a huge chakra aura appearing in that direction, and there was more than one. Did the battle between Mizukage and Su Chen attract the attention of other ninjas in Konoha so quickly? In the distance, on top of a tall building, a white robe representing the identity of a shadow fluttered in the air caused by the battle between two shadow-level powerhouses. At his side, a row of Anbu ninjas were half kneeling on the ground, waiting for instructions to attack as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Especially among the female ninjas, the urge to take action is particularly strong. Humph, he actually attacked the handsome Lord Su Chen. Even if he was the Mizukage from the Hidden Mist village, it was unforgivable. Especially in this situation where it was like a couple having a tantrum and neither side was serious about the attack, it was even more frustrating. Disperse. With a solemn expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered carefully, then waved his hand at the Anbu ninja, and the half-kneeling figures with strong execution ability instantly escaped. He also saw that this battle was somewhat unusual. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, who has been exercising maximum restraint, is not targeting Su Chen, but rather is testing him. There was no need to attack Mizukage for this, so as not to cause further hostility between the two villages, whose relationship was already secretly tense. Advertisement. This guy Su Chen must have provoked the Mizukage of Kurigakure before, right? This frivolous fighting style doesn't seem like a serious attack. Beside him, a white-haired ninja with dead eyes, his hands in his pockets, commented in a helpless tone. In this situation, one can see without the Sharingan that Su Chen seemed to have offended the Mizukage in some way before. On the other hand, the latter clearly had an attitude of revenge, but his behavior was more like the harmless rudeness of a girlfriend. This guy who always says he hates trouble but keeps creating trouble on the other hand, even doesn't let go of the shadows from other villages. You are the biggest troublemaker, Su Chen. Kakashi complained silently in his mind. Sharing the same sentiment were the Konoha high-ranking officials, the outstanding jonin of various levels, and the teachers of each class, who were also attracted by the noise of the battle and rushed over as soon as possible. The Asuma Sarutobi. Why does this battle look like the wife's rampage after discovering her love affair? Is there any hope for me and Xiao Hong? He took a puff of cigarette silently, secretly glanced at Yuhi Kurenai not far away, and felt a little secretly happy in his heart. Yuhi Kurenai. This abominable guy who hangs out in brothels all day, did he have some unspeakable past with the Mizukage? Otherwise, why is there such a strange atmosphere in the battle? Humph, as expected, the guy who always smiles and caresses his breasts openly after drinking is far more shameless than I imagined. You must decisively remove him from your drinking buddies. But what's going on with this sour feeling? Might guy. He dared to fight the Mizukage of Kurigakure using only physical skills, and he had an overwhelming advantage. This is the sign of a man's burning youth. Huh, is this guy's physical skills too strong? Seems to be stronger than this physical genius. Team 7. It's okay that they can deal with an opponent as powerful as a demon easily, but they can still easily crush this more terrifying woman. Is he getting stronger when facing a strong opponent, or is he so overconfident that he feels that even at this critical moment, he doesn't need to take it seriously? Ding. Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha village, admires the host, and awarded a bond value of 2,584. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host, is detected, and the bond value is rewarded with 2,565. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha village, has been detected to be worshipping the host, and the bond value of 2015 is awarded. Righteous close black lens bracket. Chapter 91. You look so smooth in your pajamas. Above the woods, two fast-moving figures kept crossing each other. Terumi Mei's face was filled with mixed emotions, and the shame and anger became stronger. She discovered that the hateful Su Chen, who was fighting with her, had a frivolous look with a smile on his face from beginning to end, as if he did not take her, his opponent, seriously at all. Damn it, I am the Mizukage of Kurigakure, and he dares to treat me like this. Also, as he kept getting closer, why was my panic growing stronger and stronger? This feeling is very similar to the feeling I had when facing that blurry figure that day. It is almost certain that this is the man I am looking for. Humph, I can never forgive a guy who sees me naked. Subconsciously biting her lips, her cold eyes burst with fighting spirit, she dodged and distanced herself, ready to unleash her terrifying bloodline limit ninjutsu. Mizukage, did Su Chen offend you? It seems a little inappropriate to perform that kind of ninjutsu in Konoha village, right? The old voice was transmitted to the center of the battlefield through chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his hands behind his back, instantly entered the battlefield and fought between the two. The tender white hands that were about to form the seal suddenly stopped, and her dark eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Did the commotion of the battle alert the Konoha village? Even the Hokage personally took part in the battle. Blame that frivolous guy for losing his mind and almost doing the stupid thing of delivering the handle to Konoha with his own hands. But how should I explain this battle that I started and for which I cannot explain the reason? After all, the reason for the move was to find out whether Su Chen was the man who saw her naked body. Third generation old man, Mizukage and I are having a great time. It's not a good idea to disturb others rashly, right? On the opposite side, Su Chen, whose body was floating in the air, frowned. I had a lot of fun in the battle just now. The beauty of the swaying movement was really amazing. Otherwise, with his own strength and trouble-hating personality, he would have slapped his opponent away long ago. This old man from third generation is so blind that he has to interfere when he is having fun. Just for fun, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Su Chen with a strange look. When fighting with a shadow-level warrior, not only did he behave in a relaxed manner throughout, he even said something like, "It's just for fun." Looking at the entire ninja world, this guy is the only one who can do this. Hokage-sama, I was just curious about the existence of such a powerful ninja in Konoha village, so I couldn't help but spar with him. Please don't mind it. Unable to explain the real reason, the Mizukage of Kurigakure quickly regained his composure and spoke calmly. Fighting a strong man of his level is just for fun. Humph, Su Chen, I'll remember you. One day I'll make you pay the price. The beautiful figure gritted his teeth and complained secretly. Really, since it's just a sparring match, there's nothing to worry about. The sparring is over, Master Mizukage. Why not go back to the inn and have a good rest? Also, Konoha village welcomes the allies of Kurigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen said politely. Well, thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll go back first then. He glared at Su Chen with cold eyes, and his figure turned into a fragrant breeze and moved in front of Ching and Chojuro, leading the two of them as they walked towards the direction of Konoha village. Mizukage, please add that you look so good in your pajamas. Quote. Advertisement. Su Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. Boom. These simple words caused all the ninjas present in Konoha village, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, to have their pupils tremble. All the members of Team 7 paused for breath, looking in disbelief at the Mizukage who suddenly stopped and clenched his fists. Wearing pajamas. Very smooth. Oh my god. What kind of information-filled devil's speech is this? In other words, he had seen Mizukage in pajamas. As for the evaluation of being very smooth, it is enough to cause explosive imagination. Asterisk 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who always behaved calmly in the face of everything, looked at Su Chen deeply with a broken look in his eyes. He was experiencing the greatest confusion in his life. I originally thought that it was just some kind of relationship between me and Mizukage of Kurigakure. This sentence very smooth proves that the complexity of the relationship between the two is 100 times more than I expected. What unspeakable things did this guy, who was known for his unruly ways in Konoha village, do to Terumi Mei? I dare not think about it. I can't even imagine it. Also in a state of confusion were two other ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, Ao and Chojuro. However, besides the confused look, there was also a complex look as if he had suddenly realized something. I have seen Mizukage-sama wearing pajamas, and through some unspeakable experience I came to a very smooth conclusion. Well, it all makes sense. No wonder Mizukage-sama acted so strangely during the fight just now. So she came to Konoha village not to gather intelligence, but simply to meet this man named Su Chen, right? I accidentally ate a very big melon. Has this guy's relationship with Mizukage reached the point where he can see her in her pajamas? Kakashi's dead fish eyes shook wildly, which was rare. Humph, you frivolous guy, I can't stand it anymore. Yuhi Kurenai, feeling inexplicably angry, glared at Su Chen fiercely, then turned and left. The moment she turned her head, an unconcealable look of disappointment was revealed on her pretty face. Xiao Hong. This guy Su Chen is really too much to be surprising. But this is more in line with his personality, and it is indeed something he can do. Asuma Sarutobi complained softly, feeling secretly delighted in his heart. Well done, Su Chen. Now Xiao Hong will be completely disappointed in you, right? The long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. Sir Su Chen actually has that kind of relationship with the Mizukage of Kurigakure. No wonder he usually avoids us. Compared to Mizukage, we are indeed. I heard the sound of my own heart breaking. I can't bear to watch this anymore. I want to be sad alone for a while. The other female ninjas from Konoha village present all expressed their disappointment. Advertisement. Then, it gradually dispersed. After all, this is the privacy of both parties. No matter how sweet the melon is, it is not advisable to eat too much. Moreover, it was obvious that the two had reunited after a long separation. After a fight like flirting, the atmosphere was full, and they would probably do something that should not be seen by others. Whoosh, 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 the figures with the same mentality chose to leave the rest of the time to Su Chen and Terumi Mei. Hey, you're always giving me a headache. Feeling speechless, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and chose to leave. Huh, teacher Su Chen, does he like to see other people wearing pajamas? What does, very moist, mean, Xiaoying? Naruto, with a confused look on his face, turned to Haruno Sakura and asked eagerly. This is another new word coming from an adult. I'm very curious and would like to know its specific meaning. Bang, he was responded with a fist from above. Sakura, I think I understand. I won't ask any more questions. Naruto, who was squatting on the ground covering the big bump on his head after taking a heavy punch, said weakly. I see, it must be a bad new word. I should have thought of this earlier. With teacher Su Chen's personality, the group wouldn't say anything nice. More boring things have happened. Are you going to stay here and prepare to endure the Mizukage's wrath? Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, said something coldly, and walked slowly into the depths of the woods. Teacher Su Chen has the strength to easily restrain shadow-level warriors. Just as he expected, the speed at which his chi training improves his strength far exceeds that of chakra. Now that this information has been thoroughly proven, we must continue to practice diligently without any doubt. Soon, I will be able to kill that man, right? Naruto, let's go practice together. I don't want to see boring scenes of adults' emotional entanglements. Haruno Sakura was inexplicably unhappy. She glanced angrily at the figure floating in the air and caught up with Sasuke. Well, it's time to continue practicing seriously. After all, as the chief examiner of the Chunin exam, Mr. Su Chen may really raise the difficulty to hell level. He kept rubbing the big bump on his head with both hands and rushed towards the woods. Regarding 1.1, Mizukage-sama, should we also step aside? In the awkward silence, Chojuro asked tentatively. Go back to the hotel. As for what that guy said, forget it completely. If you dare to say another word in the Hidden Mist Village, I will pursue it to the end. The figure with clenched fists and slightly trembling body said coldly and continued to walk forward. Su Chen, that man is really you. Then just wait patiently, I will let you know how scary I am, even though I look so moist in your eyes. TRND. Although it is very frivolous, it is a compliment from the heart. Does this shameless guy really think he is so good? Under the hair, on the face full of anger, faint red stars appeared again involuntarily. Yes. Mizukage-sama. After Chojuro, who was slow to react, came to his senses, he hurriedly made the assurance. Then he scratched his head in confusion. He chose not to stay here and face Su Chen alone. Was it because of Shadow's pride, not anger? After all, although Lord Mizukage tried hard to pretend to be furious, he was not really angry from beginning to end. If he wasn't a close confidant of Mizukage-sama, Mo wouldn't be able to tell the true emotions. Chapter 92. Being targeted by everyone at the beginning. The atmosphere of hell is full. In midair, seeing the people from the Hidden Mist Village leaving, Su Chen couldn't help but smile playfully. Leaving now, I haven't had enough fun yet. However, for me, the savior who once saved you from Akatsuki, I started with a set of water-style skills. This woman is very impolite. I will find an opportunity to slap the tight, round and smooth drum with my palm to teach her how to be polite to her savior. Should be fun, right? Now, of course, I have to go to the brothel to vent my anger that is enough to destroy the world. Ladies of Hulu, your chance to save the ninja world is coming again. The figure swayed in the air and disappeared into the air in an instant. Deep in the woods, two fierce gazes slowly dissipated in the shade of the trees. The Leaf Village actually has such a cage-level expert. The guy who was going to cause a big disturbance in the Leaf Village should also know about this, right? He was originally from Konoha Village, there is no way he doesn't know the existence of this guy named Su Chen. Even so, the goal is to destroy Konoha Village. Or is there a way to deal with Su Chen? Maki from the Sand Village murmured, with a look of deep doubt on his gloomy face. Forget it, let's just wait and see. Even if the Plan 13 to invade Konoha Village cannot be achieved, that frightening guy like Lion Majesty can at least take the opportunity to severely damage Konoha Village if he makes a big fuss here. The sneaky figure slowly turned into sand the next second, blending with the dust on the ground and disappearing. Konoha Village. July 1st. It was the time when the Chunin exams were about to begin. The entire Konoha Village was several times more lively than before. The genins from various ninja villages that had arrived earlier had already gathered in the examination room waiting. Before the exam even started, a tense atmosphere filled the entire place. Whispers could be heard everywhere, and the topic was focused on the chief examiner. It is said that the chief examiner has spread the word that the difficulty of the exam will be increased several times based on the original difficulty of the exam. I'm so worried. I've heard that rumor, too. I heard that he, the teacher in charge of Class 7, enjoys watching the students suffer during his training. What a creepy guy. The pressure is so great. Just hearing the name Su Chen makes my legs go weak. I have a feeling that it will be difficult to pass the exam. Besides, it is said that some very powerful people will appear in this exam. The genins, who lack confidence, expressed their concerns about the upcoming Chunin exam. Advertisement. Even some genins who thought they were not strong enough had already started to back out. The rumor that there will be some powerful guys in the exam is already stressful enough, and the chief examiner is Su Chen, who claims to raise the difficulty of the exam to hell level. Life is really unbearable. Isn't that Team 7? Humph, the chief examiner is their class teacher, so he should be biased towards them in the exam, right? I get angry just by seeing them. Maybe they have information about the exam. Quote. With the appearance of three figures, they instantly became the focus of the whole audience. All eyes were focused on Class 7, with all kinds of complicated emotions. Not only was there envy, jealousy and hatred, but there were even a lot of hostile looks. Sakura, you cocky little brat, everyone seems to think we are all rivals. You must have heard about the powerful training results of Team 7, so you look at us like that, right? Noticing the strange looks, Naruto smiled broadly, feeling very proud. That wasn't a hostile look at all, it was clearly a look of fear towards Class 7. Who leaked the news? There's nothing we can do about him. Naruto thought so happily. Haruno Sakura let out a nervous breath, and the pressure increased again. Even before it started, I had a strong feeling that everyone was going to target me. This must be the real purpose of teacher Su Chen deliberately publicizing himself as the chief examiner and the teacher in charge of Class 7. Okay, that's how we play it, right? Congratulations, teacher Su Chen, you have successfully made me feel the atmosphere of hell difficulty. HMPH, I hate this feeling of being the center of attention. The cold-faced kid glanced at the entire audience with icy eyes, his gaze lingering briefly on a few noteworthy figures. Even though he was full of confidence, he still felt a sense of nervous excitement. The ninjas from the Sand Village, especially the red-haired ninja carrying a huge gourd, are obviously full of hostility towards Team 7. The genin from Sound Village also seemed to be paying attention to Team 7. No, to be more precise, that look seemed to be deliberately observing me. Are you afraid of Uchiha's reputation as a genius? As for the other genins in Konoha Village, most of them looked at Team 7 with resentful eyes. This was the hostility that teacher Su Chen had brought to Team 7. Well, it's a good start. Once the exam comes to the confrontation part, Class 7 will be targeted to death. The taste of hell difficulty, see it. Advertisement. Naruto, right. We're all ninjas from Konoha Village. Can you share a little information about this Chunin exam? A cute-looking female genin from Konoha Village smiled sweetly and asked in a soft voice that was so sweet that it was sickening, while staring with her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. The teacher who was the last in line in the ninja school is the chief examiner of the Chunin exam. This guy should get the information about the exam content first, right? Naruto blushed when he was noticed by a beautiful female ninja for the first time. He touched his head and said with a smile. Information? Really not. A strict teacher like Mr. Su Chen would never help our Class 7 cheat. On the contrary, in order to use the Chunin exam to hone our 7th class, we grabbed the chief examiner qualification and increased the difficulty of the Chunin exam. So how could it possibly reveal information about the exam? As soon as the words fell, the cute female genin was stunned on the spot, and the entire examination room suddenly fell silent. This big idiot. Sasuke secretly held his forehead and rashly revealed the truth that the reason why the difficulty of the exam soared to hell level was to train Team 7 Gold brought more hostility to the entire Team 7. 003, this guy with a selectively online mind, doesn't he realize the seriousness of the situation? Haruno Sakura's pretty face twitched, feeling the angry gazes that could burn the air, and the whole person became even more messy. Does Naruto think that he is not being targeted enough? So, they are the reason why the difficulty of this exam task has increased. Damn it, such an important Chunin exam has become a testing ground for their 7th class. In that case, we have to train Konoha Team 7. That makes sense. Let's let the chief examiner have his way. The discussion that broke out again was mixed with the harsh sounds of grinding teeth, and some teams even began to look for other teams to form a team, with the goal of targeting Class 7. Everyone is forming a team. Would you like to form a team with our Class 7? Let me tell you in secret, our Class 7 is very strong. Naruto, who was completely oblivious to his situation, enthusiastically invited the Konoha female genin in front of him to form a team. Well, forget it. The confused female genin turned and walked away decisively under Naruto's questioning gaze. Teaming up with Class 7, who were targeted from the start, will lead to a miserable end in the exam, right? Damn it, I just said a few words to that last guy, will I be targeted for this? I have a bad feeling. The Konoha female genin thought so worriedly. Chapter 93 Sasuke vs. Rock Lee. Gate of opening, open. I'm so nervous. The hell level difficulty should be hard to pass, right? At this time, not far away in Konoha's 3rd team, the cute ninja complained every day. Humph, for the sake of Class 7's training, you're messing with such a serious exam. Hyuga Neji's cold eyes instantly locked onto the equally cold little figure in Team 7. He was very disappointed with this guy who was also known as a genius. He had clearly noticed that Team 7 was being targeted by everyone, but he remained unmoved. His eyes even showed a sense of excitement about facing a challenge. This arrogant guy must be taught a lesson when the opportunity arises. As for the other two people in Class 7, Haruno Sakura looked nervous in the atmosphere of being targeted. Naruto was totally confused and kept scratching his head. It's obvious at first glance that he's a very weak guy and has no right to be his opponent. So, genius of the Uchiha family, suffer for your arrogance that allowed you to change the exam rules at will by yourself, Mr. Inchin. He clenched his fists secretly. As a bird in a cage, he was particularly sensitive to the word unfair. In his opinion, arbitrarily increasing the difficulty of the exam for the purpose of training Class 7 is unforgivable and unfair. That broad-foreheaded girl seems very worried. Should we go and tease her? Is this a good time? Team 10 of Konoha Village, Yamanaka Ino thought with glee. When he realized that wide forehead was really under a lot of pressure, he sighed secretly and immediately gave up the idea of going forward to cause trouble. There was even a tiny urge to go forward and comfort him. Becoming the target of all genin, she must be very scared, right? After all, he used to be a weak kid who would cry whenever he encountered difficulties. Hey, Sakura, a familiar cold voice sounded, causing the originally depressed Haruno to raise his eyes. What came into view was the handsome figure of Sasuke with his hands in his pockets. Boom, 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 my heartbeat quickens. If you take the initiative to talk to yourself, it must be because you realize that you are under too much pressure, so you decide to comfort yourself. Finally, I became someone he cared about a little bit. Humph, Ino, just watch me, I'm going to win. Her beautiful eyes, full of expectation, trembled slightly as she looked up at the little face opposite her, waiting for the long-awaited love from Sasuke. Advertisement. Put on some spirit and stop looking like a slacker. If that happens, it will hinder Team 7. After the cold voice, Sasuke turned back to his original position. Boom. The dream was shattered like 100 times critical hit, leaving Haruno Sakura stunned on the spot. It turned out that he was afraid that as the last one in the class, he would affect his performance. Am I so annoying because I am such a loser? Tears quietly slid down the panicked face. Hey, you cocky guy, you, Naruto clenched his fists, and the licking soul possessed him again, but before he could finish his words. Hey, you arrogant guy, isn't it inappropriate for you to treat your companions like this? Genin Rock Lee from the 3rd class, wearing a blue tights, thick eyebrows and round eyes, walked quickly along with the sound. Sakura is your partner in Team 7. Shouldn't you comfort her at this moment? The guy who said that to his companion should apologize immediately. There was a look of extreme seriousness in his big round eyes. I wanted to take this opportunity to confess my feelings to Sakura, but how could I just watch her get bullied? Oh, what else? Thick eyebrows. Sasuke immediately turned away and sneered. Otherwise, I don't mind issuing you a man's challenge before the exam begins. He slowly took up his stance, pushed the back of his right palm forward, and a strong fighting spirit suddenly surged in his bright round eyes. Like Hyuga Neji, he was also very curious about the results of the recent training of this genius from the Uchiha family. Let's consider this competition as a manly gift to Sakura. At the same time, take the opportunity to observe the practice of Class 7. If you challenge me rashly, you will regret it soon. A confident sneer appeared on his slightly tilted face and was instantly skillfully mobilized to every cell in his body. A breeze centered on him, slowly rolling up the dust on the ground, and an invisible pressure spread throughout the venue in an instant. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's not that powerful, but it feels weird. It is said that the teacher in charge of Class 7, Su Chen, is a master of the secret technique of hiding chakra. It is not strange that his students can use something similar to ninjutsu, right? Chakra, the source of all ninjutsu and taijutsu power, can be hidden. That's outrageous. Advertisement. It should be because of the consideration that the opponent cannot judge the power of ninjutsu based on the amount of chakra. His students seem to have mastered this secret technique easily. Team 7 seems to be more powerful than expected. During the battle between Su Chen and Terumi Mei, a lot of incredible information came out. The genins in the waiting room subconsciously connected the scene before them with the intelligence and began to imagine it in their minds. People without manners should bear the brunt of youth. The next second, a blue figure appeared in front of Sasuke like a kunai shot with full force, and its flying right foot smashed down from top to bottom, attacking Sasuke's shoulder. HMPH. A hint of sneer flashed in Sasuke's cold eyes, and he dodged it easily. Bang. The impact of the ground immediately caused cracks to appear on the hard floor. You're great at evading with physical skills, you idiot. He subconsciously exclaimed in admiration, and the blue figure turned into afterimages, and its hands and feet attacked in turns, and dense rain pressed down on Sasuke. He coordinated with his thoughts in an instant, adjusting the balance between strength and speed at the first opportunity, allowing Sasuke to respond with strength and speed to easily crush the opponent's fists and kicks. His physical skills are better than Xiao Li's. What's going on? Tien, Rock Lee's companion, was surprised when he saw this. Xiao Li, who is called a physical arts genius by his teacher, has attainments in physical arts that are so great that even a genius like Neji can't help but look askance at him. How is it possible that Sasuke's taijutsu is better than his? Strange, why can't I see the flow of chakra, but something else, something strange. Hyuga Ninki quietly opened his Byakugan to find out what was going on, and the next second his white eyeballs trembled slightly. The genius of the Uchiha family does not use chakra, but an unknown, more powerful energy. It is larger and more active than Shaoli's chakra, and it seems to consume very little energy when used in physical techniques. Compared to chakra, which is consumed continuously during battle. Humph, Shaoli, the longer you delay, the worse it will be for you. Use that move, Hyuga Neji reminded coldly. That move. Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly, and then he saw Rock Lee clenching his fists after making a feint and distanced himself from him. 8 gates Dunjia gate of opening, Jia. Boom. The violent chakra aura quickly lit up the relevant acupuncture points, and the aura it triggered made Rock Lee's hair fly high. A more powerful feeling instantly caused many genins present to feel slightly startled. What a strong feeling. Chapter 94. Protecting the cub openly and honestly, don't do this next time. As the 8 gates was opened, the related acupoints were forcibly activated by chakra, greatly increasing Rock Lee's speed and strength, and his body was ejected again. Bang! The hard floor was cracked by the steps. A powerful figure suddenly approached Sasuke and with a beautiful kick, Sasuke was kicked into the air. Cut. Sasuke was hit by the sudden burst of speed and force, and temporarily lost his balance, falling headfirst from midair. It's a move similar to the 8-handed fist that balances power and speed. I underestimated the enemy, but it's not a big problem. It can be clearly felt that compared to the effect of 8-hand fist, Rock Lee's moves are a little lacking. Especially when even if he used his chi to defend himself against the sharp kick, the only effect of this attack was to make him lose his balance. A sneer appeared on the slightly stunned and cold little face. It's not over yet, idiot. Swoosh. The blue figure, ejected again with the help of chakra, immediately appeared behind the falling figure at an astonishing speed, also in the upside-down position. The bandages wrapped around his arms suddenly burst open like a lotus and quickly wrapped around Sasuke. Yes, that move. Is this really okay? Tiantian, who is also in the 3rd class and has cute twin ponytails, has a look of nervousness on her pretty face. Primary Lotus. A very powerful physical technique. The specific operation is to make the enemy lose balance in the air, wrap the enemy with bandages to make it unable to resist, and then the caster and the enemy are smashed down from midair. Defeat the enemy with a powerful attack. An enemy who lands headfirst will instantly lose his combat experience, even if he is also a powerful physical grandmaster. Is it a bit too much to use this trick on a friend who is also from Konoha village? What's more, that's handsome Sasuke. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino screamed at the same time, and in such a hurry they were completely unable to hide the concern on their faces. There's something about thick eyebrows, but not much. At this level, Shupawe can easily handle it. I wonder what Sakura is worried about. Naruto commented calmly, assuming that the training progress of the stinky boy was similar to his own. Given his reputation as a genius, it shouldn't be a problem for him to have the same level as me, right? Advertisement. Well, I just took the opportunity to pick my nose secretly while everyone's attention was not on me. The 2 guys fought in such a closed BDFI space indoors, and the dust was flying everywhere, making their nostrils itchy. Naruto, who was not worried at all that Sasuke would be defeated, looked around carefully and then started picking his nose. He didn't notice at all that Hyuga Hinata, who was wearing white clothes and had blushing cheeks, was nervously touching him with her 2 index fingers unconsciously, secretly observing him. Everyone's attention is on this battle, so no one will notice me peeking, right, Naruto ni? Picking my nose. By the way, Naruto brother's nose picking posture is so cool. The nervous and shy cute female ninja with white eyes couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of her heart. Call out. In midair, the bandages that were fully unfolded from Rock Lee's body, under the control of chakra, were like living snakes, madly wrapping around Sasuke. Do you want to restrict my ability to move in this way and then smash me down? You probably don't know how terrifying the concentrated defense ability of Chi is. Then I'll shock you a little, thick eyebrows. With a sneer, Sasuke, who could have used Chi to explode outside his body to forcibly change his unbalanced state, chose to use the special concentrated strengthening of Chi. If the user falls with the enemy, will they also be hurt? Therefore, the final result of this move can only be that the user is injured, while the attacked party himself remains safe and sound. It is better to lift a rock and drop it on your foot than to be defeated by your own hands. Thick eyebrows, just wait, make a fool of yourself. It's really not reassuring at all. At the back of the crowd, a tall and handsome figure who seemed to be unable to bear it any longer shook his head slowly. He couldn't wait to torture Class 7 and the other genin brats with the first exam. The cold-faced little devil used this fighting method to delay time. The reason why I didn't intervene just now was that I wanted to enjoy the fun of the surprised reactions of the surrounding little ghosts after the cold-faced little ghost killed the physical genius in seconds. Compared to the fun of the first exam that he had carefully prepared for, the fun of trying to use the defense enhancement of Chi to make his opponent suffer the consequences seemed less exciting. So, you 2 little devils who are delaying time for no reason, just stop it. Advertisement. Then, with a move of his body, the strong wind created by his body movement almost made the genins lose their balance and screamed, and Su Chen's figure instantly appeared behind Rock Lee. Well, Rock Lee, who suddenly noticed the appearance of a powerful figure, was stunned for 10 seconds. Then I felt a strong hand grabbing my bursting bandage and throwing it away. Ah, an irresistible force turned Rock Lee's body into a blue shadow again, faster and more powerful than before. Bang, The whole person hit the ground like a meteorite, the floor collapsed into a circular pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters, and Rock Lee, who was knocked unconscious, lay in the pit with his arms and legs spread out. Another small figure in the air was stunned for a moment, then his body released a breath to adjust his balance and landed easily. The entire waiting room suddenly fell silent. Everyone's confused gaze shifted away from Rock Lee, whose head was full of stars, and focused on Su Chen's falling figure. Good, such a fast speed, I couldn't even see how he appeared. Is this the strength of the chief examiner? Although it's not surprising that he can be so fast as a teacher, I have to admit that I was still shocked. The chief examiner seems very gentle. Is the so-called hell difficulty just a rumor? HMPH, I advise you to give up that childish idea. Of the two parties who fought, the one who was his student landed safely, while the other was directly knocked away by him. This is enough to explain the problem, right? So, it seems to be true that the Chunin exams are a tool he uses to train his students. Hateful. After the horrified look, the Genins looked even angrier. The teachers and students of Class 7, who were all present, immediately became the targets of Ranhuo's scorching gazes. It is forbidden for candidates to fight privately with each other. The other candidate will also be punished. So, the other two kids in Class 3, don't look at me like that. I, the chief examiner, am very fair. With a faint smile, Su Chen turned to face Sasuke and walked closer step by step. Then, under the nervous gazes of the other two members of Team 7, the expectant eyes of all the members of Team 3, and the gloating gazes of many Genins, he slowly stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Sasuke's shoulder. Next time, don't do this again. Boom. This completely unexpected scene made all the Genins in the examination room dumbfounded instantly. Chapter 95. First scene, Torturer Ibiki appears. Next time, no, like this. Can this be called punishment? Compared to the punishment Rock Lee received when he was thrown out and hit the ground hard, temporarily losing his ability to move, this is not even a punishment, right? The third team, including Rock Lee who had regained consciousness, were all stunned and yelled wildly in their hearts. The other Genins in the examination room all had their cheeks twitching at the same time. This arrogant chief examiner is so blatantly biased towards his own students, and in front of so many people. He is not afraid of arousing public anger. Is this really a good thing to do? This has nothing to do with punishment, right? Damn it, the chief examiner is obviously biased towards his own students. He hastily raised the so-called hell difficulty. Is it aimed at others? The purpose is to let his students pass the exam easily. It's so unfair. It makes me so angry. I feel like my confidence has been hit hard. My dream of becoming a Chunin is over. Before the exam even started, the overwhelming pressure from the chief examiner weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Some Genins who had poor tolerance for stress even walked out of the exam room silently. As for taking the exam, join the yarn. Under such unfair rules, in the end, only Class 7 will be able to pass the exam, right? The others are just runners-up for Class 7's training. What's more, just now Class 7 and Class 3 both showed combat performance far beyond imagination. Once faced with the competitive examination stage, they will eventually be ruthlessly crushed and eliminated, right? So there is no need to bear this kind of pressure at all. With such a mentality, the Genins walked out of the examination room one after another with frustrated looks. Are you giving up just like that? I have to say, it's a wise choice. At least this way, we don't have to face the terrifying power of Team 7. From the corner of his eyes he caught sight of the dim figures quietly leaving, and Chen gave them a silently approving look. Yes, Teacher Su Chen, I won't do this next time. Sasuke, who was also confused for a moment, looked touched and turned away proudly, as if he was a little offended. Ding. The dependence of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, on the host is detected, and the bond value 1582 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. The system broadcast sounded in Su Chen's mind, but immediately exposed his true feelings. Quote. Haruno Sakura, who had been showing a lack of confidence before, suddenly had bright eyes. Teacher Su Chen favors Class 7 so much, so the so-called torture of Class 7 must have been just a casual remark. At the critical moment, he will definitely make a handsome appearance to help Class 7 pass the Chunin exam smoothly. Humph, damn Teacher Su Chen, this is your real plan, right? Advertisement. It must be Cheng. Ding. The trust of the bond object Haruno Sakura from Konoha Village in the host is detected, and the bond value 2546 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. I thought it was a punishment that would send the stinker flying, but it turned out to be just a painless lesson. That doesn't count as a lesson, does it? Naruto said weakly with some disappointment, expressing how unhappy he felt about seeing his expectations of Sasuke being beaten to pieces were dashed. However, the series of moves that Teacher Su Chen had just displayed at the moment when the two sides were deciding the winner were simply amazing. Ding. The bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host, is detected, and the bond value of 1250 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Chief Examiner, it seems inappropriate to treat other candidates unfairly like this, right? Isn't it too much to reveal your intention to favor your own students in the exam? With a cold voice, the red-haired figure from the Sand Village with his arms crossed in front of his chest took a step forward and looked at Su Chen expressionlessly. That's right, Teacher Su Chen, I can't accept this kind of unfairness. The bird in the Hyuga family's cage, who was born to hate the word unfair, also mustered up the courage to protest. Right. Exams are supposed to be fair. There's no point in having a test where you can predict the results before it even starts. Konoha's Team 7 will definitely pass the exam, right? After all, you, the protective teacher, will be the chief examiner. It's really unacceptable. The suppressed emotions started with Gaara and Hyuga Neji, directly detonating the entire exam room. The dissatisfied genins accused one after another. Su Chen smiled faintly, his eyes swept across the slightly angry faces, and then spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Those who feel it is unfair can choose to withdraw from the exam. No one is stopping you, right? Silence. The entire examination room fell into silence again, with confused and defenseless faces everywhere. Can people who feel it is unfair withdraw from the exam? This guy has completely given up pretending. I am even too lazy to use sophistry to explain and appease. Completely ignoring the rules, cheap attitude. 2. Hyuga Ninki clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead bulged slowly. Quote. Quote. Gaara looked at Su Chen deeply. If you don't accept, you can leave. Advertisement. Why do I feel that there is some truth in this? Faced with rules that are difficult to change, as someone who wants to become a Chunin, my first reaction is to feel that it's unfair. That's really disappointing. Congratulations, whether or not you have a chance to pass the Chunin exam, you have learned an important lesson. There is no fairness in the ninja world. Yes, I want to treat you to a meal, Su Chen said casually in a lazy manner. In the ninja world, you can actually hear the word fairness. It's really hilarious. Is it fair for the optimistic kid who had 9 tails sealed inside him to endure the hostility and isolation of the ignorant people in the village? The ridiculous guy who held the future of the village in his arms slaughtered almost his entire family. Has the cold-faced kid, who has had the shadow of hatred planted in his heart since childhood, ever felt what fairness is? In the Konoha village where the average female ninja cup number is above B, the flat kid can only be rated as flat by himself. Isn't that unfair? As for myself, I can easily gain the power to destroy the world by taking advantage of others. This is a bug-level unfairness to this world. Therefore, fairness does not exist in this world. As soon as the words fell, the confused little faces suddenly turned into a look of contemplation. Hyuga Neji seemed to be deeply touched, and his eyes trembled. When faced with unfairness, we should not complain, but work hard to break it. I have learned my lesson, damn examiner. I will take this opportunity to break the chains of injustice surrounding me with my own hands. He looked deeply at Hyuga Hinata not far away with cold eyes, and clenched his hands subconsciously. The other genins, who seemed to be deep in thought, looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes. What this arrogant chief examiner said seemed to make sense. Kit, are you sure this isn't a makeshift excuse to justify favoritism towards one's own students? It makes people very suspicious. Okay, that's it for the warm-up for the first exam. You who are known as the sadist, it's your turn to explain the precautions for the first exam. Su Chen, with his hands casually placed behind his head, spoke to a burly man with a scary scar on his face in the corner. Sadistic, maniac. The ominous premonition brought by the terrifying title made all the candidates' hearts tremble inexplicably, and their nervous eyes were locked on the figure that had walked out. Quote. Morino Ibiki-sama from the interrogation department is the examiner for the first round. Many genins from Konoha village subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Psychological pressure soared again. Chapter 96 is so simple. Candidates. Damn, it's too careless. Some genins in Konoha village felt their hearts tighten, and the huge pressure that could not be hidden spread out from their confused eyes. Ibiki, the Anbu torturer, is said to be extremely gruesome in his treatment of his subjects, using both physical and psychological torture. Almost everyone who was tortured by him quickly went into a state of collapse. Damn it, is the examiner of the first exam such a terrible person? Plus Su Chen, who is also good at creating endless pressure on others with just one sentence. Is the first exam going to be the legendary hell level? Boom, boom, boom. In the quiet waiting room, the accelerated heartbeats of many genins in Konoha village could be heard clearly. The genins of other ninja villages don't know what kind of existence Ibiki is. But the examiner's word, sadist, already revealed information that made people feel more stressed. Combined with the way the Konoha genins looked at Ibiki and the infectious heartbeat. The tense atmosphere in the examination room was doubled again on July 20th. I declare that the Chunin examination officially begins, and the first round is the test. The rule is that those who fail will be disqualified from the exam. As for the other rules, the burly figure with 2 shocking scars on his face and eyes as sharp as knives, known as the sadist, spoke in an extremely oppressive voice. Turning his gaze to Su Chen, who looked bored, will be announced in the examination room by the chief examiner, Lord Su Chen. Next, the candidates will enter the examination room on my left. Humph, I was supposed to be the one leading this exam, but this guy who didn't look like an examiner at all actually used special means to obtain the qualification of chief examiner. It's very frustrating. The unprofessional fellow actually claimed to increase the difficulty of the exam, and even bluntly overturned his previous exam plan, which could be described as the epitome of mental torture, on the grounds that it was not difficult enough. I'd like to see how a guy who is not good at mental torture can come up with a better exam plan than mine. Yes, the theme of the first written test is to use mental torture as a means to achieve a certain assessment purpose. Grandmaster Ibiki is proficient in various interrogation methods and is a master in mental torture. He does not believe that an amateur like Su Chen can come up with a better testing plan. Ah, this is the most headache-inducing written test. This time, it's over. The optimistic kid who had a look of confidence and expectation just now had a dark face and looked deflated. When I was in ninja school, I was called the last one by other students. One of the important reasons was that I never passed the written test. Yes, the kind that never happened once. The difficulty of the written test questions of the Chunin exam should be more difficult than the ordinary test questions, right? Advertisement. Plus, teacher Su Chen took the initiative to increase the difficulty of the exam. Ah, it's so confusing. Naruto thought so in a messy way, glanced weakly at Haruno Sakura beside him, and tightened his palms slightly. How can I admit defeat in an exam like this? If I don't even have the courage to walk into the exam room, Sakura will look down on me, right? As his eyes gradually became firmer, the orange figure took a deep breath and followed the other two students from class 7, nervously walking into the examination room. A few minutes later, behind each desk, there were nervous little faces, waiting for Su Chen, who had already entered the state of appreciating the suffering expressions of the candidates, to officially announce the examination rules. Morino Ibiki's gloomy gaze also fell on the handsome figure beside him, and he seemed to be curious about the specific content of the written test. The following are the rules for this written test. A handsome figure came with a faint smile, with a hint of gloating. The rules are simple. Just write the answers on the test paper, whether right or wrong, and you will pass the test. What? Almost all the candidates expressed shock in unison, and some even suspected that they had heard it wrong, looking at Su Chen with confusion. What the hell? Write down the answers, right or wrong, and pass the test. Isn't this too simple? This means that you can be judged as having passed the exam by just writing something on the test paper. Who the hell said this was a hellish exam? It's really, really simple. Could it be that everything that happens in the waiting room is the real content of the exam? The purpose is to test our ability to withstand pressure and our determination to pass the exam. That makes sense. So the so-called formal competition is more like a ceremony to pass the exam, right? It always feels like it's not that simple. But those who couldn't handle the pressure and couldn't accept the unfairness did leave. The elimination rule in the exam came into play at that time, right? The difficulty of hell is just like this. Following the self-righteous operations of the analysis expert in Genin, many people breathed a sigh of relief. I passed the first exam so easily. It's so simple that it's hard to believe. Even though he never showed any unnecessary facial expressions, his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. It turns out that you shouldn't have any expectations of a layman. Advertisement. This simple competition content is in line with the personality of this lazy guy. However, this deviates from the theme of achieving a certain assessment purpose through mental torture. The guy who likes to mess around, this time he is too messy. Beneath the gloomy expression, Ibiki was complaining from the bottom of his heart. Teacher Su Chen, he wouldn't do it for me, so. Naruto, who was also confused, came to his senses, looked at Su Chen with trembling eyes, and was so moved that he almost cried. Knowing that his students were incompetent in the exam, teacher Su Chen threatened the third-generation grandfather to seize the qualification of chief examiner and directly reduce the difficulty of the written exam to the lowest level. The most handsome, Ding, detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 2,589. Close black lens bracket. Ding, detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 3,582. Close black lens bracket. Ding, detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 3,258. Close black lens bracket. Amidst the emotions so strong that they made people want to cry, Naruto, who misunderstood, frantically provided bond value. Can't stop it. This kid, what strange things are you thinking of again? How grateful you are to me now, how much you will hate me later, right? You little brat who trusts others so easily. A faint smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth, and with a slight wave of his hand, the test papers in front of him flew out at the same time, and each one landed accurately on the table in front of a candidate. Is this a blank piece of paper? When the candidates saw the content of the test paper, they were confused again. Afterwards, the little expert in intelligence analysis frowned and smiled with confidence. According to the rule that the chief examiner just said, you can pass the test regardless of whether the answer is right or wrong. 3.0, no matter what you write on the paper, it will be considered an answer that can pass the test, right? Sure enough, the stress test in the waiting room is the real content of the exam. Then you're welcome to pass the exam. These words immediately made all the confused little faces reveal a look of sudden enlightenment, and then they all picked up their pens, ready to write down anything that can pass the exam. Well, what should I write? Just write some words of gratitude to teacher Su Chen. After all, this is a super easy test that I carefully prepared for. After a little thought, Naruto smiled and picked up the pen confidently. Little devils, it's too hasty to make such a hasty judgment. With a relaxed voice, the corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and then at the moment when the candidates' pens were about to touch the test papers, he released a huge breath that made the whole classroom tremble suddenly. Afterwards, the movements of everyone in the examination room seemed to be frozen, and they were instantly frozen by the sticky breath. Chapter 97 You be the interrogator, Ibiki kneels down. Buzz, suddenly the air mixed with the breath made a short and sharp sound, and as far as the eye could see, the movements of all the candidates seemed to be pressed that stop button. But it couldn't stop the little faces from showing expressions of deep shock. They found that there seemed to be a strange vibration in the air, which stuck to all their actions. I can't move at all. First, they use a blank sheet of paper and write down the rule that any answer can pass the test to give the test the best hope, and then use strange ninjutsu to restrict their actions. The strongest mental torture. For the first time, Ibiki's expressionless face showed shock. Although he was not targeted by Su Chen's aura, he also had the illusion that he was under tremendous pressure. In terms of mental torture, I was easily surpassed. Compared to me, who only tortures people at work, this guy also enjoys torturing others all the time in his life, right? Seeing the confused expressions of the examinees, they immediately showed a strong interest in gloating, which is proof. What a devilish fellow that makes one's heart shiver. The ninja who was known as a sadist looked at Su Chen with a slightly odd look and evaluated him 13 times in his heart. Ding. The awe of Morino Ibiki from Konoha village was detected, and the bond was successfully bound. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Konoha village Morino Ibiki's awe of the host, is detected, and the bond value of 658 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, in the examination room, the candidates who watched the pen tips fall on the paper but were unable to write even a single word finally realized the truth that their previous judgment that this exam was very easy was too hasty. What kind of weird ninjutsu is this? Tisk. I see. They deliberately created the illusion that the test was easy, and then immediately raised the difficulty to hell level. We can't move at all, and we won't be able to write a single word until the test time is over, right? He said that the world is unfair, and then he immediately used this powerful ninjutsu to make us fail the exam, and finally gave the passing quota to his students. It's really unpleasant. Quote. This is an impossible test. Suddenly, the intelligence analysis experts made another contribution. Through their well-reasoned analysis, many genins immediately felt despair. They even develop an escapist mentality. Fang Zheng cannot pass the exam, and giving up is actually a resistance to the exam rules. Oh, I can see that many people are preparing to take the exam, so just go for it boldly. Just say, I give up, and you can move freely immediately. Advertisement. Otherwise, if you can't write down the answer on paper after 2 hours, you will also be eliminated. Su Chen leisurely flicked a senzu bean into his mouth, tasting the delicacy that was not found in the ninja world while lightly finishing off the opponent. 2 hours. The first to react was Ibiki, who was standing next to him. He was shocked again within half a minute. Before the exam begins, candidates are instilled with the idea that this exam is unfair. Then they make a feint to create the psychological feeling that the test is easy, but in the next second they raise the difficulty of the test to hell level. Finally, it was announced that the exam would last for 2 hours, allowing the candidates to combine all the above information and come to a terrible conclusion. That is, even after 2 hours of torture, they will still be eliminated under unfair rules. Push the exam pressure to the maximum level. Okay, let's play some psychological torture of increasing despair, right? The position of Anbu interrogator should be given to you. Compared to you, I, who call myself a sadist, am not worthy. In a messy mind, I can't help but provide bond value. Ding. The bond object, Konoha village Morino Ibiki's admiration for the host, is detected, and the bond value is rewarded with 898. Close black lens bracket. 2 hours. Boom. The examinees suffered another severe psychological blow. The examinees who had preconceived that this was an unfair exam suddenly fell into deeper despair. The chief examiner is absolutely a devil. The mentality of not intending to let any candidates other than his own students pass the exam has been completely exposed. Continue the exam, endure 2 hours of torture, and be eliminated. I just stopped playing. I give up. Tisk. I'm so unwilling, but this is an impossible test, right? I give up too. Wow, I've done a lot of preparation for this exam. If I just give up, my parents and teachers will definitely be disappointed, right? But, I'm sorry, it's meaningless even if I try my best. It's not worth continuing to work hard. I give up. Please, fellow students who have managed to pass this exam, during the competitive exam, severely target Team 7, which created this unfair rule. Please. Advertisement. With only 1 minute left in the exam, many candidates chose to give up. After the targeted removal of ninjutsu, they left the examination room sadly, either in anger, unwillingness, or disappointment. Class 7. It was obviously teacher Su Chen who was unilaterally causing trouble. How could it have anything to do with our Class 7? There is a stronger sense of crisis that one is about to be madly targeted. A technique to use the frequency vibration of chi to restrict the actions of each person. I used the same technique as the bell test. I won't give up at a time like this. Sasuke, who was also unable to move, quietly clenched his teeth, and then mobilized the ki in his body, concentrating on the arm and fingers holding the pen to strengthen the strength. The next second, the pen tip hanging above the test paper slowly fell down at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. At this speed, 2 hours should be enough to write down the answer, right? The cold-faced kid, who was concentrating his mind to the utmost and bearing unprecedented mental pressure, made a confident judgment. 290, Teacher Su Chen didn't go easy on Class 7 at all. He actually used the same technique from the first assessment. Damn it, I want to be someone who surpasses Teacher Su Chen. How could I possibly admit defeat? With a look of deep determination in his eyes, Naruto, who also thought of using his special concentrated energy of ki to deal with the problem, immediately began to fight against the sticky aura surrounding his body. Haruno Sakura was in shock, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Bell test. No, it was even more terrible than the techniques used at that time. The chi released outside the examination room was freely controlled by Teacher Su Chen, with such precision that different frequencies and vibrations were used for each individual. This also explains why, when someone gives up on an exam, Teacher Su Chen can remove the effect on the corresponding object individually. With my ability to mobilize chi, it would be difficult to write down the answers on the test paper within 2 hours, right? Do you want to give up? Damn it, how could I have such a thought? Compared to failing and being eliminated in 2 hours, if I choose to give up now, Sasuke will hate me more, right? Moreover, old man Su Chen will definitely be very disappointed in himself. Then, 2 hours later, let's fail again. With the mentality of, it's all over, there's no way I can pass it, the cute flat ninja quietly started a special concentrated strengthening exercise, and the speed at which the pen tip fell was obviously much slower than the other 2 people in Team 7. Chapter 98. Everyone passed, hatred value maxed out. HMPH, are you destined to fail the exam? Then just enjoy the process a little bit. The expressionless face with the word, love, on the forehead took a deep look at the leisurely and handsome figure on the podium, and the gourd on his back slowly spit out sand and soil, which slowly covered the arm holding the pen. With the help of sand, his speed is slightly slower than Sasuke, who is currently the fastest writer. As expected, he is a genin with Jonin's strength. He is not a brat who will give up easily in the face of such pressure. Su Chen glanced at Gaara casually with a seemingly unintentional look, and commented lightly in his heart. Then, his eyes swept over several characters worthy of attention one by one. Needless to say, Team 7, as practitioners of Kai, faced this kind of test with strength close to that of Jonin. The only obstacle was their lack of confidence. But now it seems that the 3 little ghosts solved the problem quickly. It makes people feel reassured. The third team, Hyuga Neji, who is also very arrogant and known as a genius, opened his Byakugan to analyze the ninjutsu of this action to no avail. He gritted his teeth and used chakra to activate the relevant acupoints of Gentle Fist Technique 8 trigrams 64 palms, and acted on the tip of the pen with full firepower. Rock Lee, known as a physical genius, is trying to activate the 8 gates again, trying to use his powerful physical skills to cope with this exam. As for the lovely girl Genin Tiantian, her face was filled with worry, and it was obvious that she had not yet found an effective way to deal with the situation. In Team 10, Yamanaka Ino used her psychic ability to reverse hypnosis on herself in order to unleash her greatest potential. The pen tip also showed signs of falling slowly, at a slower speed. Nara Shikamaru looked speechless, and instead of holding the pen, he tried to make seals with his hands. He had apparently determined that the strange ninjutsu that permeated the examination room might not be effective against shadows, so he wanted to use the shadow to control the tip of the pen and leave a mark on the test paper. Akamichi Choji had a troubled look on his face, still thinking about his strategy. Some of the other genin imps in Konoha discovered that this strange ninjutsu was obviously targeted, and the little bugs were not affected. They were controlling the bugs to stain the pens with ink, and writing on the white paper by having the bugs crawl on the test paper. Some of them kept releasing chakra, accurately making the mogu lying on the white paper right. Most of the candidates looked worried and were considering giving up. These little kids who are trying hard to pass the exam actually provide some very interesting operations. The handsome figure with slightly narrowed eyes looked like he was enjoying this fun. Time flies by quickly between struggle and giving up. I give up. Single quote. I can't bear it anymore. You can't do it at all. Let's take the test again next time. There's nothing I can do. Staying here will only mean 2 hours of pointless torture, right? I might as well give up. I feel a lot more relaxed now that I've decided to give up. Please, my friends who passed the exam, don't forget the promise you made to Team 7. Advertisement. The responsibility of preventing Class 7 from passing the next exam is now entrusted to you. Class 7. Damn, I get so mad just hearing these 3 words. As a wave of candidates gave up, the collective strategy against Class 7 was brought up again. Class 7. Is it necessary to keep reminding me like this? It was clearly Teacher Su Chen who created the unfair rules. You who dare not directly refute the powerful Teacher Su Chen, do you have to take it out on Class 7? One by one, they are the guys who make people kill them. All the members of Class 7 thought so. As people continued to leave, the time came to 1 hour and 15 minutes. Teacher Su Chen, can I pass the exam? Boom. The cold voice immediately caused an uproar, and all the eyes that moved with difficulty finally focused on Sasuke. Sure enough, the first person to pass is from Yi's Class 7. The chief examiner, who already knew their abilities, made the examination rules based on their abilities, right? Damn it, this exam is really not fair at all. It's too outrageous to be so blatantly biased towards your own students, isn't it? I'm so unwilling. The anger of the candidates on the scene soared wildly again, directly breaking through the ceiling. I have decided that if I can pass the exam by chance and come to the confrontation stage, it doesn't matter whether I can successfully become a Chunin, I must target Team 7 to death. Oh, cold-faced kid, you're pretty quick. His calm eyes fell on the test paper in front of Sasuke. Although the word, kill, was a little crooked, it was clearly visible. Was it because I had the obsession of killing that man, and forced myself to maximize my special concentration and strength for more than an hour? Congratulations to Sasuke from Class 7 for successfully passing the written test. The voice that deliberately emphasized the 3 words, Class 7 inches, made all the members of Class 7 look grim again. Damn, Mr. Su Chen, the previous series of actions have already made Class 7 the target of all genin. There is no need to continue to attract hatred for Class 7, right? Advertisement. This is an opportunity to create trouble for Team 7 without missing a single opportunity. Sakura, you have to work harder and don't bring shame to Team 7. The cold figure whose movement restrictions were lifted immediately put his hands in his pockets, and then said coldly with his side face, he slowly walked out of the examination room amid the envious and jealous eyes of the crowd. The next second, his eyes trembled slightly and he subconsciously stopped outside the door. This feeling, the chi in the body, seems to be much easier to mobilize and more active. So, for teacher Su Chen, the Chunin exam is also a special teaching to help Class 7 improve its strength from another perspective, right? Ding. Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke, towards the host, reward bond value 856. Quote. Humph, what a boast. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will be done soon. I don't need you to cheer me up. After more than an hour of special concentrated strengthening, Naruto, with sweat all over his face, gritted his teeth and said. The trembling hand holding the pen soon stopped. Teacher Su Chen, Uzumaki Naruto from Class 7 has completed the written test. Naruto smiled brightly as the pressure was relieved and said with pride. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto from Team 7. Writing the word Hokage on the test paper, Chen Nuos, is to emphasize that you are the man who wants to become Hokage. Team 7 is really strong, not as smart as the others. Su Chen smiled faintly and announced with approval that Naruto had passed the written test. Haruno Sakura's mouth trembled slightly, and she was speechless again. Damn Naruto, why do you have to emphasize that you are Uzumaki Naruto of Team 7? Are you dissatisfied that Mr. Su Chen has not created enough hatred for Class 7? And the even more hateful teacher Su Chen immediately emphasized it twice. Class 7. In the next exam, Class 7 must work 10 times harder to avoid being eliminated instantly in the hell mode where everyone is targeting them, right? With a sigh of helplessness, the cute flat ninja tried to draw his attention back to the exam itself and continued to write the 2 words Sasuke that were about to be completed. That's right, she originally lacked confidence, but after she got into the state, she found that with her current practice results, she was able to cope with this written test. Chapter 99 Cruel. Is there a bigger one coming? Chief Examiner, can I also pass the exam? 10 minutes later, a figure with arms covered in sand said coldly, it was Gaara from the Sand Village. What he wrote on the white paper was only one word, love. Although it was only one word, he passed the written test smoothly according to the examination rules. Next, it was Haruno Sakura from Class 7. Although she did not pass the exam right after the other 2 students from Class 7, she still caused an uproar in the exam room. After all, in their eyes, the female genin who had been lacking confidence since she arrived at the examination room was the weakest one in Class 7, but she also successfully passed the examination. Humph, the chief examiner must have gone easy on her. It's really helpless, I can only bite my teeth until they itch. I will give up this unfair exam. Although I accept that there is no fairness in the ninja world, I still cannot accept this blatant favoritism. I also choose to give up. Phew, there are only a few minutes left. There's no way I can finish it. I might as well just give up. Damn it, I'm so unwilling to accept this. There are only 2 strokes left to complete the answer. Am I going to lose at the last minute? I'd better give up.
One after another, voices of regret were heard from those genins who were about to persevere to the end, only to find that they were just one step away. In their view, since they were destined to fail, there was no need to continue to persevere. Giving up and being judged a failure have the same result. Those who give up at the last minute are the most likely to regret it soon. The exams are over for them, but the greatest mental torture has just begun. Ibiki looked at the departing figures with complicated eyes, and he already had a premonition of how painful and regretful they would be after the real exam topic was revealed. Is it a severe punishment for those who failed to persevere to the end and came to take the exam without being qualified to become genin? Su Chen, when it comes to mental torture, I, Ibiki, am inferior to you. Ibiki sighed silently in his heart. In the end, it was still Su Chen who had to bear the brunt of the mental torture, so his presence in the examination room was just a back skull version that added extra exam pressure through his name and terrifying appearance. Oh, there are only a few minutes left. You are destined to fail. Are you sure you don't want to leave the examination room? After all, time is running out. Squinting his eyes slightly, the handsome figure asked in a teasing tone. Snort. Advertisement. T. Dissatisfied and angry voices rang out from every corner of the examination room. The remaining candidates did not choose to give up, but decided to persevere until they were finally judged as failures for various reasons. Very good, you can all go out now. In a faint voice, the frequency vibration of chi stopped, and the restrictions on the candidates' movements were lifted. The candidates, who were relieved at the same time, immediately showed frustration in their angry expressions. Chunin's exam journey came to an abrupt end in the first written test. I was so unwilling to accept that I was defeated by such obviously unfair examination rules. Damn it. The purpose of persisting to the end was to fight for an opportunity to jointly target Class 7. The chief examiner favored Class 7 and didn't even give them the last hope. Really, the worst examiner in the ninja world, Master Su Chen, have you really decided to let everyone hear the truth? Isn't it a bit too cruel? Looking at the dejected figures walking out of the examination room one after another, Ibiki asked with a serious expression. Cruel? I only see the fun in it. Besides, as the chief examiner, I don't seem to have changed the original intention of this exam. So, there's no problem, right? The tall figure smiled faintly and asked back in a righteous tone. Is it fun? This kind of stress test that made even a sadist like him sweat profusely, this man just saw the fun in it. Is it because of the fun that you strive to become the chief examiner? Someone who finds pleasure in the pain and suffering of others. He is indeed the most unreliable and unpredictable man in Konoha village. Ibiki was speechless and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had a deeper premonition that the mental torture that this man, BDBJ, would bring out in the weighing room would definitely be called a Shira field. In the examination weighing room, candidates who passed the exam, those who gave up, and those who were judged to have failed gathered together again. The difference is that compared to the tense and expectant atmosphere before the exam, the atmosphere at this time is particularly depressing. Ah, Xiaoying, did teacher Su Chen go a little too far this time? After an exam, if only a few people passed, it would cause public outrage, right? Advertisement Naruto calmed down from the joy of passing the exam, quickly realized the problem, scratched his head and asked. What? Teacher Su Chen said it was a hellish exam, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Although it is indeed very painful during the examination process, where is hell? It's not even close to that level. Sure enough, teacher Su Chen's behavior is unpredictable. The hell difficulty mentioned before is actually a means for Class 7 to use all their strength to seriously deal with the exam. I always feel that it's not that simple. Teacher Su Chen is the kind of person who always gives people unexpected surprises. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Looking at the handsome figure leisurely walking into the examination room, Haruno Sakura said with a worried look on her face. HMPH, don't let your guard down, things are not that simple. Sasuke reminded coldly, he also had a stronger bad feeling. As soon as he appeared, he kept attracting hatred for Team 7, causing Team 7 to be targeted by all other genins. How could he not have other purposes? It's just that it's hard to guess for the time being. Damn it, we have all become training tools for his students. Remember the faces of these three guys. You can't disobey the chief examiner, and you can't deal with them. It's a pity that I lost the qualification for the next exam. Otherwise, I would definitely protest against the chief examiner's misbehavior by punishing Class 7. Humph, both the teachers and students are abominable, Class 7. All of a sudden, all the hostile eyes were focused on Class 7, and it was obvious that all the blame for their failure to pass the written test was imposed on Class 7. What's with that look? Are you going to fight Team 7? But try. Sasuke's pupils shrank, and he responded with a sneer in defiance. Is it because you guys are not strong enough? Class 7 also passed the exam through their own hard work. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not accept you looking at Team 7 like that. The two small figures standing together, full of fighting spirit, faced almost all the genins without fear. Through this exam, they realized that their practice of Kai had improved, and even developed a sense of confidence that they could fight against Jonin. Facing this group of losers, there is no intention of retreating at all. Chapter 100. The truth about the exam, everything suddenly makes sense. How arrogant. They are probably relying on the fact that the chief examiner is their teacher and they have someone backing them up. These two guys really make me angry, humph. Since we can't pass the exam anyway, why don't we all beat them up together? They created the unfair rules, but they acted as if it was natural. It's really too abominable. For a moment, everyone was excited and directed their criticism at Class 7. The gloomy and depressing atmosphere suddenly became tense. Sasuke, Naruto. Feeling the tense atmosphere where a fight could break out at any moment, Haruno Sakura hesitated for a moment, her beautiful eyes showing determination, and then she gently stood beside the other two members of Team 7. Team spirit. This is an important lesson that teacher Su Chen taught when he just took over Class 7. The current situation is exactly when this spirit is needed, right? FFLX. What are you losers yelling about? Class 7 passed the exam based on their own abilities, not because their teacher was Mr. Su Chen. Not convinced, huh? Then show your true strength and give it a try. The ninja, who appeared gentle and cute, but had a violent second personality inside her, yelled at all the hostile looks. I can't stand the special treatment given to Class 7 and I want to teach Class 7 a lesson. Or are you just looking for the reasons in others when you can't pass the exam due to your own incompetence? Amidst the leisurely mocking voice, Su Chen played with the magic beans in his hand while Master Ramai appeared on the scene. Hearing this, the genin's eyes widened slightly, and they once again felt the critical hit from Su Chen's mouth-to-mouth attack. Incompetent? Obviously, you are deliberately letting Class 7 off, right? HMPH, Chief Examiner, based on my observation, throughout the entire exam, your students did not use chakra to counter your ninjutsu, but simply used their own strength to complete the exam. Under that kind of powerful ninjutsu pressure, this is an unreasonable way to complete the exam, right? Is this the evidence that you deliberately let Team 7 go? As one genin calmly analyzed, many genins nodded in agreement. The kind of powerful ninjutsu that came from the chief examiner and overwhelmed the entire examination room was difficult to counter even for someone close to Jonin's strength using ninjutsu. On the other hand, Team 7 showed no signs of using chakra from beginning to end. It can be judged that they did not use ninjutsu, but completed the test simply by relying on arm strength. It is obvious that someone has let them off the hook in order to favor them. Interesting inference, but let me tell you a more reasonable inference. Advertisement. Su Chen glanced calmly across the audience and then said leisurely. The answer is obvious. Class 7 is better than all of you, so they can pass the test easily. As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of Class 7 trembled their eyes, as if they were touched, and looked at that handsome and occasionally heartwarming face at the same time. Ding. Detected the trust of the bonded object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto, in the host. Reward bond value 1589. Ding. The trust of the bond object Haruno Sakura from Konoha Village in the host is detected, and the bond value 1586 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The trust of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, in the host is detected, and the bond value 1025 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. The other genin candidates looked at Su Chen with dissatisfaction. Class 7, better than us? The only strong point is that they have a chief examiner, right? As for strength, we all graduated from the ninja school together and are standing at the same starting line and training together. Even if there are geniuses in Team 7, whose cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people, it is impossible for every one of them to be a genius, right? For example, the guy in orange clothes looks like an idiot, how can he be a genius? And that cute female ninja in pink clothes showed extreme lack of confidence right after she appeared on the stage. Can she be called a genius? Therefore, the so-called Class 7 inches is stronger than everyone else is just a random excuse, the purpose of which is to cover up the fact that they let Class 7 go in vain. Yes, that must be the truth. Almost all genin firmly made such a judgment. Even the examiner Ibiki, who had become a background figure in this exam, looked at Su Chen deeply with a strange look. During the exam, he did not notice any signs of the 3 kids in Class 7 using chakra. When most of the candidates could not successfully write even if they used ninjutsu with all their strength, it was indeed suspicious that Class 7 passed the exam simply by relying on physical strength. Don't believe this? Don't worry, Class 7 will prove it to you in the next exam. A playful expression with a faint smirk appeared on his handsome face, and his hand that caught the tossed senzu beans suddenly paused. Now, I will announce the results of this written test. Those who wrote down the answers and those who persevered to the end all passed the exam. As he spoke calmly, the entire examination room fell into silence, and everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Especially for the candidates who chose to give up halfway, their breathing almost stopped. Is the mental torture after the exam finally about to begin? This scary guy is not soft-hearted at all. Ibiki complained coldly in his heart. Advertisement. There will be many people who will soon fall into a state of collapse, right? After all, compared to failing the exam, they clearly had the opportunity to pass the exam, but were rejected by the Chunin exam because of a slight thought. That feeling is more painful. Teacher Su Chen, didn't you say that you can only pass the exam by writing down the answers? You're playing the hidden theme trick again. Naruto grumbled softly, somewhat speechlessly. Hidden theme. Let's put it this way. From the beginning, I was deliberately creating pressure on everyone. From such obvious behavior, you should have realized that this was a stress test, right? Unfortunately, not many people seem to have discovered this. Su Chen smiled wickedly, glanced at those who gave up halfway and those who gave up at the last moment, and then saw some very interesting reactions. Yes, it's a stress test to test intelligence analysis and stress resistance. Why didn't I notice this? From the beginning, we tried to reveal that this was an unfair test, so that we would lose our normal analytical ability due to the interference of our own emotions. This is also part of the test, right? So, there is no unfairness at all. Is Class 7 also part of the question? Wow, damn it. Why is it like this? Why can't I think of such a simple question? Suddenly, various emotions such as frustration, regret, loss, and self-blame broke out in the loser's heart. Those who passed all breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Su Chen in Class 7 again with much less hostility in their eyes. Deliberately pretending to favor Class 7 is a test of whether everyone can think calmly in this situation. Then, he used his mouth cannon and powerful ninjutsu to constantly exert desperate pressure, testing his ability to withstand pressure to see if he was qualified to become a Chunin. Damn, everything seems to make sense. However, the fact that Team 7 let the team down is probably undeniable, right? The fact that Class 7 easily passed the exam without using ninjutsu was definitely due to the chief examiner letting them off easy. Well, it's still early, so let's get into the next examination room as soon as possible. The location is the Death Forest in Konoha Village. There will be more interesting exam contents waiting for you. After appreciating the genin's interesting expressions, Su Chen announced with a hint of anticipation. That long-tongued guy will probably show up in the next exam, right? Then, let's make the next exam more intense. Free little devils from Team 7, you will soon know what the so-called Hell Mode is all about. My gaze turned to the confident Class 7, and I thought about the changes in their expressions after they heard the content of the exam. Suddenly, people can't wait any longer.